Chapter 1. In the enchanting and relatively tranquil waterside of the Taitsong mountain range on the Tianwu continent, a scene unfolds. Quickly, sink his body, urged a man clad in black, his tone urgent. Yes, young master, replied another man, similarly attired. He swiftly dragged a lifeless corpse to the edge of the pool. Splash. With a resonant sound, a colossal splash erupted as the body was hurled into the unfathomable depths of the water, rapidly descending to the bottom. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until, astonishingly, the eyes of the submerged corpse suddenly opened. Where am I? Glub, glub. Yang Lingchun shook his heavy head, and just then, a surge of intense water pressure choked his throat, instantly awakening him to his dire situation. What the hell is going on? Gazing into the inky blackness below, a profound sense of dread surged within Yang Lingchun, the immense water pressure causing a painful throbbing in his chest and head. Those who teeter on the brink of death often unleash astonishing reserves of energy. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Lingchun forcefully pushed away the stones binding him. Then, with a powerful kick, propelled himself upwards, summoning every ounce of strength to swim toward the surface. Splash! Just as his strength was waning, he finally broke free from the water's grasp. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as if he had narrowly escaped death. With the last remnants of his strength, Yang Lingchun struggled to the edge of the pool, gasping for the long-forgotten fresh air. Xiao Mei, you wretched woman, I merely fainted, and you threw me to the depths. Just wait. Yang Lingchun railed incessantly. He only recalled that fateful Sunday evening, when he was playing cards with his girlfriend, Xiao Mei, in the park. Yet, at a critical moment, a terrifying bolt of lightning had suddenly struck from the sky, and he lost consciousness. Bang, bang, bang. At that instant, a cacophony of metal clashing echoed from above. Could it be that someone is filming a movie here? Yang Lingchun shook his slightly dazed head and began to rise. He intended to investigate, curious about this peculiar place. Just then, a blinding flash of white light streaked past, followed by a colossal tree plummeting directly toward him. What the hell is happening? Startled by the sudden descent of the immense tree, Yang Lingchun quickly dove into the nearby bushes to evade it. At that moment, he beheld a man and a woman soaring through the air, wielding swords, unleashing fierce sword energy at one another. In an instant, the air was filled with a tumult of swordplay, the dazzling flashes of blade and light intertwining, as the surrounding trees and rocky cliffs were shattered by the force of their clashes. The woman, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens, possessed an ethereal beauty that was breathtaking. Dressed in a flowing gown of purest white, her icy gaze surveyed the world with an air of superiority. Her exquisite visage resembled an untouched ice lotus, pure and resplendent. The man, engaged in combat with her, exuded an aura of malevolence, a chilling presence that left an impression of unfathomable depth and mystery. Such beauty, such a dramatic battle scene, surely this must be a production by some renowned director. Fatigued, Yang Lingchun found a clean spot to sit and began to watch with growing interest. Dongfang Yunbing, are you feeling an unbearable itch all over? The sinister-eyed man smirked, a wicked grin playing at the corners of his mouth. Lu Wuxia, you despicable scoundrel. What poison have you inflicted upon me? A flicker of panic crossed Dongfang Yunbing's stunning features, her flawless cheeks tinged with a hint of alluring pink. Do not fret, Master Dongfang, it is merely a harmless toxin. Surely you have heard of the notorious Yin-Yang Harmony powder? Lu Wuxi's expression was one of malevolence, his gaze revealing a glint of greed. Yin-Yang Harmony powder. Dongfang Yunbing's countenance shifted dramatically, alarm flashing in her enchanting eyes as she exclaimed, Cursed Lu Wuxia, how dare you use such poison against me? Dongfang Yunbing, I advise you against futile resistance. You may even come to enjoy this experience, perhaps even develop feelings for me. Lu Wuxia declared with a sinister laugh, his demeanor brimming with malice. You vile wretch, even if I must perish today, I shall never allow you to succeed. Dongfang Yunbing's voice was frigid, her exquisite eyes gleaming with determination. With swift precision, She unleashed a flurry of lethal sword energy, each strike imbued with a brilliant, icy radiance aimed directly at Lu Wuxia. Her fighting style was ferocious, each attack a desperate gambit for survival. Ha ha ha. Dongfang Yunbing, I have no interest in a battle to the death. Once the effects take hold, you'll be begging me for an antidote. Lu Wuxia retorted with a sinister smile, his form evading her attacks with a ghostly agility. In contrast, Dongfang Yunbing fought with unyielding ferocity, her determination driving her to the brink. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged thousands of blows. At last, the effects of the yin-yang harmony powder began to take hold within Dongfang Yunbing, her complexion flushing, despair flickering in her eyes. Dongfang Yunbing, today, no one could save you. At that moment, Lu Wuxia seized an opportunity, launching a powerful strike that sent Dongfang Yunbing hurtling through the air. Bang! She coughed up blood, her body resembling a kite with severed strings, plummeting toward Yang Lingchen below. What the hell? This isn't a movie. Yang Lingchen, who had been engrossed in the unfolding drama, had no time to react as Dongfang Yunbing landed squarely on him. Ouch! He cursed under his breath, wisely opting to feign death. Dongfang Yunbing cast a cold glance at Yang Lingchen before turning her attention back to Lu Wuxia. By now, the poison within her was fully manifesting, her once icy gaze transforming into one of seductive allure. Giggling, Dongfang Yunbing, have you not always prided yourself on your purity? Today, I shall mold you into my obedient slave, Lu Wuxia declared, his face alight with excitement, malevolence gleaming in his eyes as he advanced toward her. Despite his injuries, Lu Wuxia was emboldened, knowing that without the yin-yang harmony powder, he would not stand a chance against Dongfang Yunbing. At this moment, Dongfang Yunbing's eyes were glazed, her previous chill replaced with a softness that suggested she was on the verge of succumbing. Fear not, my beauty, I am coming to rescue you, and soon you shall know the joy of being with me. Lu Wuxia leered, his impatience evident as he lunged toward Dongfang Yunbing. Yang Lingchen, still feigning death, was completely disregarded. To Lu Wuxia, Yang Lingchen was nothing more than an inconsequential waste, posing no threat whatsoever. Violetcher, perish! Just as Lu Wuxia was about to close the distance, Dongfang Yunbing's eyes flashed with a piercing coldness. With a swift motion, she unleashed a ferocious wave of energy, striking Lu Wuxia directly in his core. Ye Fei! Ah, you wretched woman, you! Lu Wuxia screamed in agony, taken completely off guard by Dongfang Yunbing's vengeful strike, which sent him reeling, blood spattering from his mouth. With a relentless glint in her eyes, Dongfang Yunbing surged forward like a bolt. Oh, cough, cough. Fair lady, please remain calm. I merely happened to pass by and have witnessed nothing. I swear, I will absolutely refrain from alerting the authorities. Yang Lingchen's voice quivered slightly as he nearly collapsed in fear. Do you wish for death or to live? Dongfang Yunbing's stunning eyes cast a cold glance at Yang Lingchen. To live, he stammered, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. Very well. Dongfang Yunbing's gaze softened somewhat amidst the desolate wilderness. She knew all too well that the only one capable of saving her in this moment was this unremarkable young man before her, devoid of any cultivation. Bang, bang, bang. Without a moment to spare, Dongfang Yunbing's delicate hand moved like lightning, swiftly striking several times in front of Yang Lingchen. Fair lady, what do you intend to do? Yang Lingchen was utterly bewildered, feeling as if he had been immobilized, unable to move an inch. Cease your prattle. Dongfang Yunbing's voice was icily cold. As her words fell, she seized him and quickly darted towards a distant cave. Bang! Dongfang Yunbing casually tossed Yang Lingchen to the ground at this point. She was on the brink of collapse, no longer able to care for anything else. In the next moment, her snow-white robe began to slide down slowly. Gulp! Witnessing the scene before him, Yang Lingchen swallowed hard, now fully aware of what was about to transpire. He could not deny that Dongfang Yunbing was the most exquisite woman he had ever encountered in his life. She possessed a tall, alluring figure with captivating curves, cascading black hair that shone like a waterfall, a face of ethereal beauty, and exquisitely perfect, rosy lips. Even her aloof and elegant demeanor was unparalleled by any celebrity. Though excitement coursed through Yang Lingchen's veins, a tinge of concern lingered in his mind. After all, this unparalleled beauty was also a ruthless character capable of killing without a second thought. If she decided to eliminate him afterward, it would indeed be a tragedy. Dongfang Yunbing approached Yang Lingchen, gazing at him with deep affection. "Fairy, let us converse amiably. This was your initiative, and you must not resort to silencing me afterward." Yang Lingchen clung to the last vestiges of his clarity. Yet, Dongfang Yunbing paid him no heed, wrapping her arms around him instead. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Dongfang Yunbing lay peacefully asleep in Yang Lingchen's embrace. At that moment, Yang Lingchen's back had been scraped raw by the stones beneath him. Nevertheless, he dared not move, fearing he might disturb this esteemed lady. He pondered anxiously how he might protect himself if she were to awaken. Just then, he felt Dongfang Yunbing stir slightly, her long eyelashes fluttering. "She's waking up? What to do?" Yang Lingchen's mind raced, and he swiftly concocted a plan to feign misery. In that instant, he felt as though he had channeled an award-winning actor, his eyes welling with tears, glistening like jewels. Soon, the crystalline tears began to trickle down the corners of his eyes, presenting a visage of utter heartbreak, as if he had just been ruthlessly ravaged. Though Ye Fei was unaware of the nature of the yellow light, he could roughly surmise its purpose and thus stood still, awaiting further developments. Meanwhile, within a cave on the Qingzhou peak of the Xiaoyao sect, a beautiful woman with brown hair, clad in yellow gauze, abruptly opened her eyes. "Has he arrived?" she murmured, slowly rising to gaze outside the mountain. A fleeting glimmer of reminiscence flickered in her enchanting eyes before her consciousness stirred. Retrieving a purple jade tablet, this tablet bore an uncanny resemblance to the one in Ye Fei's possession. "See you. Please come here for a moment." With a gentle parting of her cherry lips, an authoritative voice resonated from the cave. "See you pays respects to Master. In just a brief moment." A radiant young woman with striking features and an alluring figure entered the cave, bowing in greeting. "The son of an old acquaintance is waiting outside the mountain. Go and bring him here. It is his first visit, so do enlighten him along the way. As she spoke, the woman lifted her jade hand, and the jade tablet flew into the hands of the girl named Siyu. After securing the tablet, Siyu nodded in acknowledgement and bowed once more before exiting the cave. "Let us descend the mountain together." Outside the cave, the young woman flashed a charming smile at the crane stationed at the entrance, then lightly pressed her toes, landing gracefully upon the crane's back. Squawk! The crane seemed to comprehend human speech, gently nodding its head toward the girl before tilting its head back and emitting a loud cry. Flapping its wings and soaring down the mountain, the crane's flight was swift, and in the blink of an eye, it vanished into the clouds on the outskirts of Qingsong Mountain. Ye Fei stood expectantly in place. After waiting for a full half-hour, just as impatience began to creep in, a dark speck appeared on the distant horizon. The speck grew larger, and after several breaths, its form became discernible. What a magnificent crane! Upon recognizing what it was, Ye Fei could not help but exclaim that it was a crane, measuring about 10 feet in length, with a vibrant red crown, a slender neck, and feathers that gleamed white and pristine. This was the first time Ye Fei had seen such a large creature. Is there a celestial master atop the crane? As the crane approached, Ye Fei noticed the young woman standing on its back. He merely took a glance and was instantly captivated. The girl wore a flowing green gown, her fair skin radiant, her features like a painting, and her hair danced in the wind, exuding an ethereal grace. In a heartbeat, the crane perched above Ye Fei's head, and the young woman lightly descended to stand beside him. "Hello, are you seeking to join the Xiaoyao sect?" Ye Fei's dazed expression elicited a smile from the girl, who, with a playful demeanor, inquired, "Is that you?" "Indeed, it is I, honored celestial master," Ye Fei replied. Jolted from his stupor by her question, he hurriedly bowed, not daring to meet her gaze. "Very well, then come with me. My master awaits you at Qingzhou Peak." With that, the girl stepped forward, raised her jade hand, grasped Ye Fei's arm, and with a gentle push of her toes, he suddenly felt as if he were weightless. In the next moment, they stood upon the crane's back. The crane's back was 3 feet wide, and the two stood side by side without feeling cramped. Once they stabilized, without waiting for the girl's command, the crane threw back its head and let out a long cry. Flapping its wings and soaring toward Qingzhou Peak, the wind rushed past his ears, and the mountains and trees flew by. Ye Fei dared not move an inch while standing atop the crane, fearing that even the slightest shift might send him plummeting to his doom. Furthermore, being so close to the girl, he could even catch a whiff of her captivating fragrance, which stirred his heart into a tumultuous flutter. "Haha, no need to be so tense. You won't fall," the girl chuckled lightly, spinning gracefully on the crane's back. "Forgive me, honored master," Ye Fei stammered, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. However, just as he spoke, the crane, which had been flying smoothly, suddenly let out a cry, trembling violently. The two atop the crane struggled to maintain their balance, swaying precariously. Although the girl was a cultivator and managed to steady herself amidst the turbulence, Ye Fei, being merely a martial artist, lost his balance and fell straight off the crane's back. "Oh, what is happening?" The girl gasped in shock, instinctively reaching out to grab him. Despite her swift reaction, Ye Fei's descent was quicker, and she failed to catch him. In an instant, he vanished from her sight. "It's over." "Where has he fallen?" Upon discerning the location of Ye Fei's fall, the girl's complexion paled, devoid of color. Qinglong Abyss. The spot where Ye Fei had plummeted was indeed the Qinglong Abyss. The girl did not hesitate, urging the crane to swiftly return to Qingzhou Peak. She needed to report this news to her master without delay. Any delay could prove catastrophic. Meanwhile, Ye Fei, having plummeted from the crane, was engulfed in terror. Despite his frantic struggles in midair, it was futile. His descent only accelerated. This how I am to perish. Father, your son has been unfilial. I fear your eyes shall go to waste because of me. I cannot accept this." As the wind howled in his ears, Ye Fei reluctantly closed his eyes. Just as despair enveloped him, he suddenly felt the speed of his fall diminishing. What is happening? Sensing an anomaly, Ye Fei opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. Before him loomed a sheer rock wall. Beneath him lay an unfathomable abyss, and he found himself descending like a feather in the air, floating gracefully downward. Indeed, he was floating. He felt light as a feather, swaying gently side to side, a most peculiar sensation. Surrounding him, apart from the sheer rock wall, was an endless sea of clouds. The rock wall was barren, devoid of even a single blade of grass. Am I dreaming? Ye Fei mused internally. This was truly bizarre. He had never encountered or even heard of such occurrences. After several attempts to regain control over his descent, he ultimately resigned himself to the situation. After what felt like half a stick of incense, a patch of earthy yellow gradually emerged beneath him. Clearly, he was nearing the bottom. The surrounding mist began to thin, and his vision sharpened. After several breaths, Ye Fei's feet finally touched solid ground. Looking up, he found himself in a narrow valley, approximately a mile wide. Although the valley was flat, it was utterly barren, desolate as far as the eye could see, with not even the sound of insects to break the silence. What a strange valley! Ye Fei furrowed his brow, uncertain of where either side might lead. He chose a direction at random and began to walk ahead. However, after walking for 5 or 6 miles, the scenery remained unchanged. With no other option, he pressed on that a tree. After an hour of walking, a splash of green finally appeared ahead, resembling a small tree. This discovery brought a flicker of joy to Ye Fei. Quickening his pace, as he approached the verdant sight, he confirmed it was indeed a tree. Standing about 10 feet tall, it resembled a mushroom. Its branches lush and its leaves abundant, adorned with 5 round, dragon-eye-sized fruits that were a striking purplish red. The fruits were quite unusual. Ye Fei had never encountered anything like them before. Standing beneath the tree, Ye Fei looked around, and once again, all he saw was desolation. What should I do? Should I pick them? Gazing at the 5 succulent fruits, he hesitated. Forget it. I'll just pick them first. After a moment's deliberation, he steeled himself and scrambled up the tree, plucking all 5 fruits and stashing them in his bosom. Goodness, how has this tree perished? Just as Ye Fei descended from the tree, he witnessed the astonishing sight of it rapidly turning yellow and withering at an observable speed. In mere moments, it had completely dried up. This sudden transformation startled him. Yet before he could fully comprehend the situation, he noticed that the 5 fruits cradled in his arms had inexplicably soared into the air and were now suspended before his eyes. Ye Fei stared in astonishment at this spectacle. Could it be that these fruits had attained sentience? The thought flickered through his mind when, to his disbelief, the fruits began to dart toward his mouth. There was something peculiar about these fruits. He resolutely decided they were not to be consumed. His resolve firmed. He tightly closed his mouth and raised a hand to swat them away. However, to his dismay, as soon as he shut his mouth, an unseen force compelled it to open again. His hands, too, became unresponsive, unable to lift even a finger. Thus he could only watch helplessly as the 5 fruits flew into his mouth one after another. Upon entering, the fruits required no chewing. They instantly transformed into 5 streams of liquid that flowed down his throat and into his abdomen. The moment the liquid settled in his stomach, a wave of intense heat coursed through his body. However, this sensation was fleeting, dissipating in an instant. Simultaneously, his body regained its freedom. Cough, cough. Once liberated, Ye Fei dared not hesitate. He thrust his fingers into his mouth, attempting to force out the 5 fruits. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, it proved futile. The 5 streams of liquid had been entirely absorbed by his body. This place was too strange. He could not linger any longer. With a complex expression, Ye Fei glanced at the withered tree before departing without delay, continuing onward. Fortunately, after a brief period, he soon arrived at the valley's end. Phew! At last, he was nearing the exit. Gazing at the light ahead, Ye Fei let out a long sigh of relief, despite having encountered no danger on his journey. The oppressive silence of the valley weighed heavily on him. Master, he had emerged. He truly had emerged. Outside the valley, a frail figure drew closer. An excited girl clad in green attire leaped with joy. This girl was none other than the one named Siyu, who had previously guided Ye Fei. Before her stood a brown-haired beauty draped in yellow silk. The two had been waiting here for quite some time. Upon seeing Ye Fei emerge, a flicker of surprise crossed the beauty's eyes. She surveyed the barren valley before her, her delicate brows knitting together in contemplation. The moment they spotted Ye Fei, he, too, recognized the two of them. Upon identifying the girl in green, he quickened his pace, increasing his speed as he approached the valley's mouth. In just a few breaths did I greet the 2 esteemed teachers. Stepping forward, Ye Fei bowed respectfully to both women. "What is your name?" the beauty inquired softly, tilting her head slightly. "Why, Ye Fei," he replied, standing respectfully before them. "Why, Yi Songlong is your father, is he not?" The beauty raised an eyebrow, posing the question again. "You know my father?" Ye Fei exclaimed in astonishment. He had never anticipated that someone within the Xianyao sect would recognize his father. "Consider an old acquaintance. Otherwise, I would not be here," she explained. "By the way, how did you emerge unscathed after falling from such a great height?" The beauty smiled gently. Her curiosity piqued, in response to the esteemed teacher. "It is as follows." Ye Fei recounted his earlier experiences without reservation, though he cleverly omitted the incident involving the 5 fruits. Throughout his journey, he had been preoccupied with this matter, sensing its peculiarity. Especially upon noticing that the 2 had been waiting outside the valley for him, he understood that the valley was anything but ordinary. Thus, he refrained from disclosing what had transpired with the fruits. "I see." The beauty nodded, seemingly satisfied with his explanation, despite her lingering doubts. After casting one last glance into the valley, she waved her hand, summoning a large, auspicious object that rapidly expanded to a length of 2 zhang and a width of 2 qi. "Come, follow me." With a graceful sweep of her sleeve, she enveloped Ye Fei and the girl in green with her divine consciousness, lifting them onto the auspicious object. Once they were steady, she raised her finger, and the object shot forth like lightning, disappearing into the horizon in an instant. The speed of this object was astonishing, surpassing that of the celestial crane by more than 3-fold. In merely a quarter of an hour, they traversed a vibrant curtain of light, entering a realm enveloped in swirling mists amidst towering mountains. As they gazed around, they beheld peaks that reached the clouds, numbering in the dozens. Each summit was adorned with clusters of buildings, undulating gracefully. Additionally, between these peaks, streaks of azure light occasionally arced through the air, swift yet not quite matching the speed of the auspicious object. After another short period, the beauty guided the object to land on a stone platform measuring 7 or 8 zhang on each side, flanked by an array of exotic flowers and plants that emitted a delightful fragrance. Come with me. After retracting the auspicious object, the beauty glided forward, leading Ye Fei across the stone platform to a pavilion nestled against the mountainside. Let us assess your spiritual roots. Gradually settling onto a stone bench, the beauty pointed her right hand, and a round jade sphere, the size of a bowl, materialized out of thin air, hovering before Ye Fei. Do we still need to test the spiritual roots? Upon seeing the jade sphere, Ye Fei's expression changed, sensing an ominous turn of events. What? Have you tested your spiritual roots before? The beauty asked with interest. And no, Ye Fei stammered, his heart racing. It was his first time fabricating a lie, and he felt a twinge of guilt. Place your hand upon the jade sphere. The beauty did not pursue the matter further. Instead, her delicate fingers gently nudged the sphere toward Ye Fei. With a sense of resignation, he extended his right hand and placed it atop the sphere. Initially, the jade sphere glimmered with a pale white hue, appearing unremarkable. However, as soon as Ye Fei's palm made contact, 5 streams of light, gold, green, blue, red, and yellow, began to flicker in succession. First, the lights blinked slowly, but then they quickened, culminating in a sudden halt. When the lights stabilized, all 5 colors emerged simultaneously on the sphere, each in equal proportion, with none surpassing the others, a mixed spiritual root with all 5 elements, and so evenly distributed. Observing the results, the beauty shook her head lightly. Casting a complex glance at Ye Fei, in contrast, Ye Fei stood there, dumbfounded, staring at the jade sphere in disbelief. Previously, he had undergone a test for his spiritual roots, which had yielded no results. Yet today, he found himself with spiritual roots. Although they were mixed, they were certainly better than having none at all. At the very least, he could cultivate now. However, before he could express his joy, the beauty's brow furrowed, and she sighed. The expression on her face sent a tremor through Ye Fei, causing him to feel a wave of anxiety. Fortunately, after a moment of contemplation, the beauty spoke softly. Do not despair. The path of cultivation relies on opportunity. A mixed spiritual root does not preclude the possibility of achieving greatness. Given your potential, you would ordinarily lack the qualifications to join my sect, but due to a prior promise, I shall accept you as a registered disciple. However, you cannot cultivate here on Qingzhou Peak until you establish your foundation. You must first undergo trials in the outer sect. Once you successfully establish your foundation, you may formally join my sect. Upon hearing this, Ye Fei could not help but let out a silent sigh. He understood the implications of her words, yet he found himself with no alternative. Disciple Ye Fei pays respects to the esteemed teacher. Though reluctant, Ye Fei did not hesitate. He knelt before the beautiful woman to pay his respects as a disciple. Observing this, the woman slightly raised the corners of her mouth and spoke slowly. In that case, you may hand over the jade token to me. At this point, Ye Fei had no choice but to extend his hand and retrieve the purple jade token as he gazed at the token in his hand. A pang of reluctance tugged at his heart. After all, it was a treasure his father had acquired with his own eyes. Yet, with no other recourse, he reluctantly presented the token to the woman. Instead of reaching out to take it, the woman flicked her delicate finger, and the jade token flew into her grasp. With the token secured, the woman let out a silent sigh of relief. See you, the remaining matters are entrusted to you. Inform Li Zaitian of the outer sect that Ye Fei's monthly stipend should be adjusted to the standard of inner sect disciples. After giving instructions to the young girl beside her, the beautiful woman slowly walked into the cave dwelling, not sparing Ye Fei a single glance. Junior brother Yi, I am Ning Siyu. From now on, you may address me as Sister Siyu. Although Ning Siyu had witnessed everything that transpired, she did not harbor any disdain for Ye Fei and took the initiative to introduce herself. It is an honor to meet you, Sister Siyu. Ye Fei felt warmth in his heart and bowed respectfully to Ning Siyu. There is no need for such formality, junior brother. Let us proceed to Mai Peak. Noticing Ye Fei's excessive politeness, Ning Siyu waved her hand dismissively. As she spoke, she pointed her right finger towards her waist, and a flying sword suddenly emerged from the storage pouch at her side. landing gracefully before them. The sword measured 5 feet in length and about a foot in width, ample enough for both of them to stand upon. Once they both stepped onto the sword, Ningxiu guided it as they soared towards the base of Qingzhou Peak. In comparison to the beautiful woman's effortless flight, the speed of this sword was noticeably slower, even lacking when compared to a celestial crane. After a full quarter of an hour, they finally arrived above a mountain peak. This peak was the shortest among all the peaks of the Xianyao sect, yet it was the largest in area, spanning several dozen miles to the summit. A vast plaza lay, flanked by 4 two-story pavilions. Ningxiu maneuvered the flying sword to a halt in front of the leftmost pavilion. Reception Pavilion. Disembarking from the sword, Ye Fei looked up to see the plaque above the pavilion. So, it is Junior Sister Ning who has arrived. Please come in. Just as Ningxiu retracted the flying sword, a hearty voice emanated from within the pavilion. Upon hearing this voice, Ningxiu smiled slightly and led Ye Fei inside. As they stepped through the entrance, an elderly man donned in a blue robe with a white beard approached them. This man was none other than Li Zaiqian, the outer sect elder of the Xianyao sect. Greetings, Senior Brother Li. Upon seeing him, Ningxiu promptly clasped her hands in greeting, showing great respect. Ye Fei followed suit, imitating her gesture toward the elder. And who might this be? The elder inquired, somewhat surprised to see Fei merely bowing in greeting. Senior Brother Li, this is my master's newly accepted disciple. Ye Fei. I have brought him here to seek your arrangements. Ningxiu explained with a bright smile. Hearing that Ye Fei was a newly accepted disciple of the Grand Elder, a flicker of surprise crossed Li Zaiqian's eyes. However, he quickly regained his composure and chuckled. So it is the new junior disciple under Master Luo. Rest assured, Junior Sister Ning, with my assistance, everything will be arranged meticulously, and I shall ensure that your junior brother faces no grievances. Then I shall trouble you, Senior Brother L. My master instructed that junior brother Ye's monthly stipend be set according to the standards of inter-sect disciples. Ningxiu said, bowing her hands in acknowledgement toward Li Zaiqian. Of course, Li Zaiqian nodded with a smile, agreeing readily. Here is this month's stipend, along with some essential for new disciples. As he spoke, he reached to his waist and produced a wooden box, approximately 2 feet in length, which then flew toward Ye Fei. Thank you, Senior Brother L. Ye Fei expressed his gratitude, receiving the wooden box and cradling it in his arms. Junior Brother Yi, you are too polite. Do you have any specific requests regarding your cave dwelling? Li Zaiqian inquired casually. Junior Brother prefers tranquility. Perhaps Senior Brother could find a more secluded location. Before Ye Fei could respond, Ningxiu interjected. In that case, Junior Brother Yi shall reside in cave number 3. It is quite secluded. Zaiqian glanced at Ningxiu in surprise, then pondered briefly before reaching into his waist again to retrieve a green jade token, which he handed to Ye Fei. Seeing this, Ye Fei stepped forward to accept the token. This jade token was 2 inches long and 1 inch wide, with the character A engraved on the front and the number 3 on the back. After receiving the token, the 3 exchanged pleasantries for a few moments before Ningxiu led Ye Fei away. I will escort my junior brother to his residence. In the plaza. Ningxiu summoned the flying sword once more and guided Ye Fei downward toward Mai Peak. In just a few breaths, they arrived at the entrance of cave number 3. This cave was situated halfway up Mai Peak, surrounded by tranquility, with no other caves within 100 meters. Additionally, there was a sizable spiritual field right at the entrance. This place is rather nice. Junior Brother Yi can cultivate here in peace. Ningxiu surveyed the surroundings with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Thank you for your care, Sister Siu. Placing the wooden box on the ground, Ye Fei bowed respectfully to Ningxiu. Seeing Ye Fei's compliance and decorum, Ningxiu smiled radiantly and handed him a milky white jade token, saying, "You are too courteous, Junior Brother. We are all fellow disciples. There is no need for such formality. This is my communication jade token. Should you need anything, simply convey your message to me. Work hard on your cultivation. I will be waiting for you at Qingzhou Peak." After accepting the jade token, Ningxiu did not linger and immediately stepped on her flying sword, departing. Watching her gradually recede into the distance, Ye Fei silently bowed once more. Once Ningxiu's figure vanished from sight, He finally embraced the wooden box and entered the cave dwelling. The cave, carved from the mountainside, was modest in size, roughly 2 zhang square. Inside, there were 3 rooms, a living room, a bedroom, and a simple kitchen. The furnishings included tables, chairs, and cooking utensils, with even half a bag of rice remaining to ha. Placing the wooden box on the table in the living room, Ye Fei let out a long sigh of relief. In any case, he had successfully entered the Xianyao sect. After resting for a brief moment, he turned his attention to the wooden box, curious about its contents. With determination, Ye Fei stood up and opened the box. Peering inside, he discovered 6 items: a sword, 2 books, a jade vial, an identity jade token, a gray robe, and a cloth bead. Ye Fei's gaze swept over the 6 items before he lifted the cloth bag. Upon opening it, he found several milky white, transparent stones, roughly the size of quail eggs. Emptying the bag, he counted a total of 20 stones. These must be the spirit stones that my father often spoke of. As he regarded the stones, a thought crossed his mind, recalling some tales shared by Yi Songlong. After repacking the spirit stones into the bag, Ye Fei picked up the 2 books. Point 1 was a manual on the life of disciples within the Xianyao sect, while the other contained cultivation techniques. Ye Fei began by perusing the manual on disciple life. After reading it, he learned that disciples of the Xianyao sect could exchange spirit stones in the treasure pavilion on a mountain for food and various cultivation necessities. Furthermore, they could purchase seeds for grains and medicinal herbs with spirit stones to plant in the fields outside their cave dwelling. Once harvested, the medicinal herbs could not only fulfill sect tasks, but also be exchanged for spirit stones for personal cultivation. Outer sect disciples of Xianyao sect received a monthly stipend of 5 low-grade spirit stones. Indeed, this is a task that the disciples must fulfill for their sect. However, for those disciples who have yet to succeed in their qi cultivation, the Xianyao sect also provides special accommodations, allowing for a 3-month assessment period. During this period, monthly stipends will continue to be disbursed, but the disciples are not required to complete sect tasks. After the assessment period concludes, those who have still not achieved qi cultivation will be expelled from the Xianyao sect. Conversely, disciples who successfully cultivate their qi must fulfill sect tasks each month to qualify for their monthly stipends. It seems I must act swiftly, lest I find myself cast out in a tragic fate. Setting aside the manual of daily life, Ye Fei picked up the tome of cultivation methods, Xiaoyao, True Technique. He murmured, gazing at the 4 bold characters on the cover. With the book in hand, he made his way directly into his bedroom. He understood that whether he could become an immortal master and remain in the Xianyao sect depended entirely on this technique. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Ye Fei calmed his mind and opened the first page of the Xiaoyao True Technique. This technique, created by the founding master of the Xiaoyao sect, Xiaoyao Zhenren, is divided into 12 volumes. The first 3 volumes focus on qi cultivation and transcendence. The subsequent 3 strengthen the body and establish a foundation. The next 3 can condense essence into pills, and the final 3 can transform pills into infants. The first page presents an introduction to the Xiaoyao True Technique. Although Ye Fei was unaware of the technique's rank, it must be considerable if it leads to ascension. Regrettably, the version of the True Technique he possessed only included the first 3 volumes. To access the subsequent volumes, he would need to reach the foundation establishment stage. After a preliminary glance, Ye Fei held his breath and began to cultivate according to the content of the first volume. Qi cultivation comprises 4 steps: sensing qi, absorbing qi, circulating qi, and gathering qi. Ye Fei's primary task was to sense qi. This manual contained not only textual descriptions, but also illustrative guides, making it relatively easy for him to comprehend. Despite being a mixed spiritual root, he still possessed a spiritual root. Under the operation of the technique within him, he sensed the spiritual energy in the air within merely a quarter of an hour. However, when he began to absorb qi, the disadvantages of his mixed spiritual root became apparent. The process of absorption was fraught with difficulty due to his inferior spiritual root quality. Although the air was rich in spiritual energy, it was highly chaotic, complicating his efforts to absorb and transform it. He could only manage to absorb and convert a minuscule amount each time. The minuscule amount of spiritual energy he converted was insufficient to unblock the meridians within his body. Without unblocking his meridians, How could he gather qi? Alas, am I truly unsuited for cultivation? After an hour had passed, Ye Fei sighed heavily, ceasing his practice. By this time, the sky had turned completely dark. Am I truly so inept? Stepping into the courtyard, he gazed up at the starry sky, overwhelmed by a profound sense of defeat. Yet, as soon as this feeling emerged, he could not help but shudder with determination. No, this is just the beginning. I must not falter. If I could transform from having no spiritual root to a mixed one, then surely there must be a way to improve this mixed root. I must carve out my own path and ensure that those who scorn me as insignificant are trampled beneath my feet. I will not betray my father's expectations. Standing in the courtyard, Ye Fei clenched his fists, his expression resolute. After calming his emotions, he turned and returned to his cave dwelling. Though he possessed a strong will, he was still immortal. Coupled with the weariness of his journey, his stomach had long since grown empty and began to grumble. Fortunately, there was rice and water available. He quickly prepared a simple bowl of rice porridge, consumed it, and then collapsed into bed. Compared to sleeping in the wilderness, the conditions here were vastly superior, and he soon fell into a deep, even slumber. In his dreams, Ye Fei saw Yi Songlong standing at the entrance of Qinglong Valley, beckoning him repeatedly. Then Yi Songlong's voice echoed in his ears, repeating incessantly, "Father." At some point, Ye Fei, in a dream-induced murmur, suddenly awakened, sitting upright in by then. The cave dwelling was bathed in bright morning light. What a strange dream. Reflecting on the scenes from his dream, Ye Fei felt a stir of curiosity. Although he was somewhat perplexed and wished to revisit Qinglong Valley, he had no idea of its precise location. Even if he did, given his current abilities, traversing the treacherous depths of Hongsong Mountain, teeming with ferocious beasts, would be perilous. He would be devoured by monsters before reaching Qinglong Valley. Ye Fei sighed, hastily preparing a meager meal before once again sitting cross-legged on the bed to practice. Thus, he continued for 10 days, consuming half a bag of rice before finally stopping. Alas, I still have made no progress. Sensing the unchanged state of his body, Ye Fei felt a pang of melancholy. Over these 10 days, he had not dared to slacken his efforts. Aside from eating and sleeping, he had been unceasing in his cultivation. Yet despite this, he had achieved not even the slightest breakthrough. Moreover, each time he fell asleep, the images from his earlier dreams would replay incessantly, becoming increasingly bothersome. Left with no choice, he exited the cave dwelling and began to ascend the mountain. He intended to purchase some food and seek guidance from Li Ziqian regarding cultivation. To him, it seemed that given Li Ziqian's warm reception during their first meeting, he would surely be willing to assist at his brotherly present. Upon reaching the peak, Ye Fei approached the reception pavilion and respectfully inquired within. Just as his words fell, a tall young man clad in white, with a frosty demeanor, emerged from the pavilion and sternly admonished Ye Fei. "How dare you call out my master so casually? You mere mortal." This youth, standing 6 feet tall, had a fair complexion, a straight nose, and slightly slanted sword-like eyebrows, exuding an air of arrogance. One glance at his attire revealed him to be an inner sect disciple. A student of Li Ziqian. In this mountain, one must observe decorum. "This is your uncle." That moment, Li Ziqian's voice resonated from within. Humph! Hearing Li Ziqian's words, the young man in white let out a cold snort at Ye Fei before retreating. Ye Fei, witnessing this, could only shake his head in resignation as he stepped inside. "Greetings, brotherly." Upon seeing Li Ziqian seated in the main position, Ye Fei quickly approached and bowed respectfully. "You are too courteous." "Brother Yi, what brings you here?" Li Ziqian smiled lightly, casting a curious glance at Ye Fei standing before him. "I seek your guidance on matters regarding cultivation," Ye Fei replied, nodding and recounting the issues he had encountered. "Oh, what type of spiritual root do you possess, Brother Yi?" After listening to Ye Fei's account, Li Ziqian raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "A mixed spiritual root," Ye Fei admitted sheepishly. Upon hearing this, Li Ziqian's lips twitched, and the young man beside him couldn't help but snicker. The youth then muttered softly, "So he's just a waste." Though his voice was low, both Ye Fei and Li Ziqian could hear him. This made Ye Fei's cheeks flush with embarrassment. Yet he held his tongue, silently gritting his teeth. Hell, Zaishan merely shot a glare at the young man before regaining his composure and smiling gently at Ye Fei. Explaining, "Brother Yi, you might try holding a spiritual stone while cultivating. It may yield better results." With that, he closed his eyes, ceasing further conversation. Sighing inwardly, Ye Fei cupped his hands in gratitude to Li Zaishan and turned to leave the reception pavilion. Subsequently, he spent a low-grade spiritual stone to purchase a bag of rice from the treasure pavilion before returning to his cave dwelling. Unbeknownst to Ye Fei, from the moment he exited the reception pavilion, he had been branded as the Xiaoyao sect's foremost waste. However, even were he aware of this, it would likely not concern him. His sole focus now was to complete his qi cultivation swiftly. Once more seated cross-legged on his bed, Ye Fei grasped a spiritual stone in one hand that I hope it proves effective. As he gazed at the stone in his hand, his heart brimmed with anticipation. Huff! Taking a deep breath, Ye Fei closed his eyes that he silently recited the incantation in his mouth, and the Xian Yao Zhenju within him began to circulate. In an instant, his eyes sparkled with light. He discovered that as soon as the incantation commenced, two surging streams of spiritual energy entered his body through his palms. These streams of energy were remarkably pure, requiring no transformation, and effortlessly transformed into strands of true qi as they flowed along with the incantation, rushing towards his Guan Yuan acupoint. However, due to a membrane blocking the entry, they could not penetrate. Thus, Ye Fei had to circulate the qi manipulation incantation, guiding the true qi within him to repeatedly strike against this barrier. Fortunately, this membrane was thin, and within a mere half an hour, it was shattered by the true qi. Subsequently, the true qi surged into Ye Fei's meridians like wild horses breaking free from their restraints. Yet, these streams of true qi only advanced slightly before encountering the barrier at the Shi Min acupoint. Breakthrough. With two spiritual stones continuously supplying spiritual energy, Ye Fei felt no apprehension, clenching his jaw. He accelerated the speed of the incantation circulation. Waves of true qi surged forward, repeatedly colliding with the membrane. After another brief half-hour, the barrier at the Shi Min acupoint was also breached. The true qi in his meridians continued its advance, rushing towards the qi-high acupoint. Through Ye Fei's relentless efforts, the true qi in his meridians became unstoppable, breaking through 80 membranes and clearing 80 acupoints over the span of 3 hours. Once the 80th acupoint was unlocked, the two spiritual stones in Ye Fei's hands turned to ash, their spiritual energy entirely expended. The effects of the spiritual stones on his cultivation were indeed remarkable. Feeling the changes within him, Ye Fei's heart swelled with joy that he realized that as more meridians became unblocked, his auditory and visual acuity had significantly improved. Not only that, he felt as though his body had become considerably lighter. As long as he could achieve breakthroughs, he was unafraid of consuming spiritual stones. After all, his monthly stipend was 4 times that of other outer disciples at the current pace, with another 10 spiritual stones. He could nearly unblock all his meridians. Once all the meridians were unblocked, the true qi would be able to circulate within him, signifying his successful cultivation. With these thoughts in mind, Ye Fei's heart raced with excitement. After a brief rest, he retrieved 2 more spiritual stones and continued to assault the remaining acupoints point one after another. The Shui Pin, Qi Hu, and Kufang acupoints were unblocked 3 hours later, when the energy from the 2 spiritual stones was once again depleted. Ye Fei had cleared 69 more ECU points at this point. He distinctly felt that as he progressed, the consumption of true qi to unblock each acupoint increased. At this rate of decline, it would be quite difficult to unblock all the acupoints within the month. Contemplating Li Ziqian's attitude towards him earlier, Ye Fei's expression darkened. He could not guarantee that Li Ziqian would provide him with the full amount of his monthly stipend next time. Sighing helplessly, Ye Fei ceased his cultivation. After a casual meal, he collapsed into bed. The following day, after breakfast, Ye Fei sat cross-legged on his bed once more, commencing his cultivation on that day. He consumed 4 spiritual stones and unblocked 104 acupoints. Thus, he continued to expend 4 spiritual stones daily in his practice. 2 days later, he had unblocked 68 more acupoints. After 4 days of cultivation, he had consumed a total of 16 spiritual stones and unblocked 321 acupoints, leaving 40 acupoints still unblocked out of a total of 360-1 at this point. He was left with only 3 spiritual stones. Use them all. Glancing at the remaining half-bag of rice, Ye Fei gritted his teeth. Ultimately, after exhausting all 3 spiritual stones, he managed to unblock 34 more acupoints. Looking at the empty cloth bag, Ye Fei couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Although he had run out of spiritual stones, he did not abandon his cultivation. He continued to sit cross-legged on his bed each day, gradually converting the spiritual energy in the air using his own abilities to assault the last 5 acupoints. Unfortunately, after half a month of relentless effort, he had not managed to breach even 1 acupoint using his own power. I truly am inept. After half a month, Ye Fei chuckled at himself and exited his cave dwelling. Returning once again to the reception pavilion to his surprise, Li Zietian did not make things difficult for him. When he explained his intentions, Li Zietian handed him a cloth bag and a jade vial without hesitation. The bag contained 20 spiritual stones, while the vial held 2 recovery pills, medicinal pills that restored true qi during the foundation building stage. With these spiritual stones, even a pig could successfully cultivate. Feeling the weight of the spiritual stones in his embrace, Ye Fei's heart surged with excitement. Halt! However, he had barely taken a few steps before being blocked by 4 young men. All 4 were clad in gray robes, appearing to be around 20 years old, and each carried a long sword on their backs, their eyes filled with avarice as they stared at Ye Fei. Gentlemen, what is the matter? The expressions of the group caused Ye Fei's heart to skip a beat as he instinctively shielded the spiritual stones in his arms. You are Ye Fei? The tall, long-faced youth among them stepped forward, disdain evident in his voice. I am Ye Fei. How do you know me? What do you want? Ye Fei's brow furrowed slightly, filled with confusion. Ha ha! To his astonishment, as soon as he spoke, all 4 of them burst into laughter simultaneously. Not only do we know you, but perhaps no one in the outer sect is unfamiliar with you. As he spoke, the long-faced youth produced a crumpled piece of paper from his bosom and handed it to Ye Fei. With suspicion, Ye Fei received it and gently unfolded it, his expression immediately darkening. The paper bore an image of a person, and that person was none other than him. If it were merely an image, it would be one thing, but beneath the image was a line of small print that read, the number 1 waste of the Xianyao sect. What do you intend? Surprisingly, Ye Fei did not grow angry. Instead, he asked in a chilling tone, What do we intend? The long-faced youth sneered, We find you displeasing to the eye. You have already entered the ranks of the esteemed elders. Yet you remain but a mere mortal, truly a waste of space. Since you are so useless, is it not a waste to receive such a high monthly stipend? His gaze shifted to the spiritual stones at Ye Fei's chest, revealing unabashed greed. What? Do you covet the spiritual stones I possess? Ye Fei's lips curled into a smirk as he boldly withdrew the cloth bag from his bosom. Since you are somewhat sensible, my brothers and I do not ask for much. Just leave 4 for us, and the rest will suffice. The long-faced youth's eyes were fixated on the bag in Ye Fei's hands, nearly drooling with desire. The 4 of them were merely at the 2nd level of qi cultivation, struggling to survive within the Xianyao sect. After completing their sect tasks each month and accounting for their food consumption, they had barely any spiritual stones left. Thus, encountering such a large quantity of spiritual stones was enough to send them into a frenzy. If you wish for spiritual stones, you may have them. But only over my dead body. Ye Fei's eyes narrowed, and his voice turned icy as he faced the 4, showing no hint of fear that a person may be poor, and their strength may be humble. But one must not lack dignity. This was Ye Fei's bottom line. You waste of space, do you not know your place? Seeing Ye Fei's refusal to yield, the long-faced youth's expression darkened. Turning menacing, he then swung his right fist towards Ye Fei, intending to teach him a lesson that, in his mind, dealing with a mere mortal as a 2nd-level qi cultivator would be an effortless task. However, he was mistaken. Though Ye Fei remained a mortal body, he had practiced martial arts since childhood, and having unblocked a significant number of his acupoints, his strength was not to be underestimated. As the fist approached, Ye Fei showed no signs of fear. He stepped forward with his left foot, easily evading the strike. Simultaneously, he tucked the spiritual stones into his bosom, gathering his internal energy into his right fist, and struck fiercely at the long-faced youth. Whoa, I didn't expect that a mere mortal could possess such skills. The young man with an elongated face scoffed disdainfully, showing no intention of evading the confrontation, as he swung his right fist to meet Ye Fei's punch head-on. In an instant, their fists collided with a resounding bang, sending Ye Fei's body hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Almost immediately, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling to an alarming degree. It was evident that this blow had inflicted significant injury upon him. Although Ye Fei possessed some combat skills, the disparity between cultivators and martial artists was stark. Such an outcome was inevitable. Humph, a waste is a waste. A mere mortal dares to provoke me. Truly unaware of his own mortality, the elongated-faced youth snorted coldly as he stepped forward to seize the spirit stones clutched in Ye Fei's arms. Here, take these 4. Do not claim we are bullying you. With your current strength, you can scarcely claim this much. That he grinned wickedly, tossing the 4 spirit stones at Ye Fei's face. Remember my name, Yuanying. When you surpass my cultivation level, feel free to seek your revenge. Oh, how foolish of me to forget. You possess a mixed spirit root. How could you possibly succeed in cultivating qi within 3 months? In this lifetime, you shall find no opportunity to avenge yourself. Ha ha ha. Having achieved his goal, Yuanying erupted into maniacal laughter, departing with his 3 underlings. Watching their retreating figures, Ye Fei spat out more blood and struggled to rise from the ground. After retrieving the spirit stones, he limped down the mountain. At this moment, his heart was remarkably tranquil. He bore no hatred towards the 4. Rather, he resented his own lack of strength, although he did not utter any harsh words. The grudge from today was etched in his memory. Once Ye Fei had left, a flash of white light emerged from the nearby forest, revealing a young man clad in white. Observing Ye Fei's limping silhouette from a distance, the white-robed youth couldn't help but smirk mischievously, then swiftly pursued Yuanying and his companions, of course. Ye Fei remained oblivious to the appearance of this young man. After laboriously returning to his cave dwelling, he sat cross-legged on his bed, commencing his breathing exercises to recover from his injuries. After 5 arduous days of recuperation, he had nearly healed completely. Alas, is it truly possible to disregard the bonds of brotherhood for a handful of spirit stones? Ye Fei sighed, seated on his bed. To be honest, this experience had imparted a valuable lesson that he now understood, that even if he remained in the Xiaoyao sect, his future would likely be fraught with challenges. Today, it was Yuanying. Tomorrow, it could be Li Hong, and the day after, Wang Hong. He recognized that the Xiaoyao sect operated on a principle of survival of the fittest, where the strong reigned supreme. As long as his strength remained stagnant, he would perpetually occupy the lower rungs. Subject to exploitation, he resolved to hasten his qi cultivation. No matter how arduous the path, he must endure and persist. Casting aside his tumultuous thoughts, Ye Fei reached into his robe and retrieved 2 spirit stones. He then whispered the incantation, initiating the Xiaoyao true formula within his body. In mere moments, streams of true energy began to flow through his meridians, relentlessly striking at the last few issue points. An hour later, with the rupture of the diaphragm at his intermediate acupoint, the final acupoint within him was successfully opened. Streams of true energy surged forth like a fountain, flowing from the intermediate acupoint to the Guanyuan. Instantly, 2 streams of true energy converged at the Guanyuan ACU point. At that moment, as the 2 streams intertwined, Ye Fei's Guanyuan acupoint began to tremble violently, rapidly expanding until it formed a space the size of a walnut. Simultaneously, at the center of this space, a rotating sphere of energy the size of a mung bean emerged, driving the fused true energy into a cycle within Ye Fei's body. Thus, Ye Fei's Dantian was officially formed. The instant the Dantian materialized, a thunderous roar echoed in his mind. Suddenly, clarity descended upon him. Everything within a radius of 3 zhang appeared vividly in his consciousness. In that moment, Ye Fei gained spiritual awareness. At long last, he had successfully cultivated qi, stepping into the first layer of qi cultivation, and had become a true cultivator. Phew, it's finally done, as he felt the transformation within his body. Ye Fei exhaled a sigh of relief. However, he did not allow excessive joy to overwhelm him. Instead, he focused intently, allowing the Xiaoyao true formula to continue its operation, absorbing the remaining energy from the spirit stones in his possession. Half an hour later, when the two spirit stones had completely turned to ash, he finally rose and exited the cave. And to this point, his cultivation had noticeably stabilized. Standing in the courtyard, Ye Fei closed his eyes and began to sense the changes within his body. 2 days later, as a long sword danced and twirled around him, a faint smile crept onto Ye Fei's lips. After 2 days of relentless exploration and practice, he had become adept at wielding his spiritual awareness. Whether probing with his awareness or manipulating objects, he could now do so with ease. Having mastered the manipulation of his spiritual awareness, Ye Fei donned the long sword on his back and ascended the peak once more. This time, he bypassed the reception pavilion and directly entered the Baibao Pavilion. Within the Baibao Pavilion, he spent the last of his spirit stones entirely. 1 stone purchased 50 seeds of the Dihuang herb, while the other acquired a manual entitled Lingxiao Dominance Slash. Upon returning to his cave, he tidied up the spiritual field in the courtyard before planting the Dihuang seeds. Now that he had successfully cultivated qi, his foremost task was to remain within the Xiaoyao sect. The prerequisite for this was to complete the sect's tasks. While searching for spiritual herbs outside would take longer, cultivating them himself would yield a bountiful harvest once mature. For instance, the 50 Dihuang seeds he planted, upon maturing, could fulfill 2 months' worth of sect tasks, alleviating worries for the next batch of herb seeds that as for food, he no longer worried, having succeeded in cultivating qi. He now had time to venture down the mountain. Within these mountains, an abundance of game awaited, and with a stroke of luck, he might even gather a few spiritual herbs. All of this had been meticulously planned in advance. After planting all the seeds, he retrieved the Lingxiao Dominance Slash. This was a low-level sword technique, and the only one within his budget. A mere glance with his spiritual awareness allowed Ye Fei to memorize all its contents. He then drew his long sword and commenced practice in the courtyard. Thus, he juggled the care of the spiritual field while honing the Lingxiao Dominance Slash. Life was indeed fulfilling. Yet, each time he lay down to rest, he would enter the same dream. For over a month, such dreams had never ceased. Calculating, he realized he had been away from home for 8 months. Being able to hear his father's voice in dreams daily brought him a sense of contentment, alleviating some of his longing for Yi. 5 days later, having consumed his last grain of rice, he set out down the mountain with his long sword. This was his first descent from the Mayan peak. However, he was taken aback when he reached the foot of the mountain and encountered 4 figures approaching him. These 4 were none other than Duan Hong and the other 3 outer disciples. It was as if they had been waiting specifically for him. As soon as he appeared, they closed in on him with undeniable intent. "Oh, look who it is. The waste dares to show himself." Upon reaching Ye Fei, Duan Hong's face was a mask of disdainful mockery. "Were you all waiting here for me?" Ye Fei furrowed his brow. He was no fool and could easily discern the obvious. He had no prior conflict with these individuals, having not even crossed paths with them before. Why then were they targeting him? This left him perplexed. "Not at all, that we merely happened to be passing through," Duan Hong replied, though his expression betrayed an unmistakable unease. "Even if that is the case, I have no spirit stones left. Why are you blocking my path?" Ye Fei asked irritably. "Forget about spirit stones. We merely wish to ask you for favor this time." Duan Hong narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke with profound significance. "Assistance? What kind of assistance?" Ye Fei was momentarily taken aback. "Come with us. You will understand once we arrive." Duan Hong gave Ye Fei no chance to refuse, reaching out to grasp Ye Fei's arm. Seeing this, Ye Fei swiftly stepped back, evading the grasp, and raised an eyebrow. "What if I choose not to go? Whether you go or not is not for you to decide." Duan Hong's eyes glinted with a cold light as he reached for Ye Fei again. However, the current Ye Fei was no longer the same as before. How could he allow Duan Hong to succeed? With a powerful push from his right heel, he slid swiftly backwards, evading once more. "You have successfully cultivated your qi?" Duan Hong asked, astonished, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. And if I have? Ye Fei replied with a calm smile, then continued to inquire, can you tell me who sent you to do this? Humph, I never expected this waste with a mixed spiritual root to have successfully cultivated qi. Yet even so, you remain a waste, unable to escape my grasp. With a cold snort, Duanhong disregarded Ye Fei's question and reached for him once again. This time, he unleashed his utmost speed, convinced that as a practitioner of the second layer of qi, he could easily handle someone of the first layer. Yet the outcome left him disappointed. Why Ye Fei's reactions were swift. With a step to the right, he tilted his body and evaded once more with ease. Let's all attack together. Enraged by Ye Fei's agility, Duanhong called upon the other three to join in. Seeing this, Ye Fei was no longer inclined to engage in a protracted struggle. With a series of quick steps, he leaped away, covering a considerable distance in a mere breath. Without hesitation, he sprinted towards the mountains, determined to escape back to his cave dwelling. Once there, protected by the guarding formations, he would be safe. Chase him, Duanhong bellowed, leading the three in pursuit. Yet despite their second layer of qi cultivation, they were unable to catch up to Ye Fei, who had grown up in the mountains. What a bunch of fools. As Ye Fei distanced himself further, an angry voice descended from above. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared, and a young man clad in white intercepted Ye Fei. It's you. Why Ye Fei's lips twitched upon recognizing the youth before him. This was Lu Yishan, the disciple of Li Zaiqian, possessing mid-foundation stage cultivation. Why Ye Fei had learned his name from a steward at the Duobao Pavilion. I never imagined this waste would have such rapid progress. In just over a month, you've reached the first layer of qi cultivation. Lu Yishan's gaze was cold and menacing. What is your purpose in all this? It seems we have no enmity between us. Ye Fei questioned, bewildered. Enmity? Lu Yishan laughed heartily, his expression dripping with disdain. Why must there be enmity? I simply find you irksome. Why Ye Fei was momentarily speechless at this response. Indeed, in the eyes of higher-tier practitioners, that was justification enough. The reasonableness of it mattered not. What mattered was that they felt justified in their thoughts to TO them. Those with lower cultivation were akin to ants, deserving of being bullied. This was not a matter of right or wrong. It was a law of survival. When a tiger desires to eat a sheep, does it ask the sheep if it agrees? No, it simply pounces. What do you truly want from me? For some reason, Ye Fei felt a flicker of fear at Lu Yishan's attitude. He had not anticipated Lu Yishan's twisted nature. What do I want? Do you not know? Lu Yishan licked his lips, a sinister smile creeping across his face. What do you want me to do? The expression on Lu Yishan's face sent a chill down Ye Fei's spine, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. You will find out soon enough. As he spoke, Lu Yishan reached for a storage pouch at his waist, and a flying sword emerged. With a wave of his sleeve, a strand of spiritual consciousness surged forth, enveloping Ye Fei and lifting him onto the sword. Under Lu Yishan's oppressive spiritual pressure, Ye Fei found himself unable to resist. The disparity in their realms was too vast, akin to an adult bullying a child. You four worthless fools, keep your mouth shut. Or else, I wouldn't mind taking you along for some fun. Standing atop the flying sword, Lu Yishan addressed the four who had just arrived with an icy tone. Rest assured, Senior Lu, my brothers and I have been cultivating in the cave all day and have not ventured out. Lu Yishan's words caused the four to tremble, hastily nodding and bowing. It better be so. Lu Yishan snorted coldly, and with a flick of his consciousness, the flying sword ascended into the sky, gradually vanishing from sight. As they soared through the air, having left the confines of the Xiaoyao sect, Ye Fei's heart began to race with trepidation. Within the sect, there were rules to adhere to, and Lu Yishan might not dare to act against him. However, once outside, he feared he would be in grave danger. Where are you taking me? As the distance from the Xiaoyao sect grew, Ye Fei could not contain his curiosity any longer. To a wonderful place. Lu Yishan grinned, his expression somewhat sinister. This. Ye Fei steeled himself, summoning his will to resist Lu Yishan's oppressive consciousness, and reached for the sword at his back. In his view, it was better to fight fiercely than to wait for death. After all, one should live life to its fullest. Although Lu Yishan did not turn to look, he was fully aware of Ye Fei's movements through his spiritual consciousness. Yet, he made no move to stop him. Allowing Ye Fei to draw his sword, Seeing Lu Yishan's lack of reaction, Ye Fei's heart leaped for joy. Gritting his teeth, he raised the sword and fiercely lunged at Lu Yishan. Overestimating yourself. Lu Yishan chuckled coldly. Then flicked his finger back, striking the sword directly. Clang, whoosh, the sounds rang out as Ye Fei's sword was sent flying far away, landing in the forest below. Ye Fei let out an enraged roar. Clenching his fists and pouring all his strength into a punch aimed at Lu Yishan. Don't waste your energy. You might need it later. Lu Yishan sneered, making no effort to defend himself as Ye Fei's fist struck him. Bang, bang, with two light sounds, Lu Yishan remained largely unaffected. While Ye Fei winced in pain, his hands turning crimson. We have arrived. Just then, a smirk appeared on Lu Yishan's lips as the flying sword tilted downwards, bringing them swiftly to the ground. They landed at the mouth of a valley. Before them lay a vast expanse of valley that seemed endless, devoid of any vegetation. To the left stood a stone tablet inscribed with the words Qinglong Valley. This was the very valley Ye Fei had visited before. What do you mean by this? As he gazed at the Qinglong Valley, Ye Fei's heart stirred, feigning ignorance that I wish to play a game with you. Lu Yishan grinned wickedly. If you wish to kill me, then do so without all this preamble. Why? Ye Fei clenched his fists in anger. Why the rush? If you agree to play this game with me, you may yet have a chance at survival. If you refuse, I can kill you right now. Lu Yishan spoke leisurely, unhurriedly. What game? A glimmer of curiosity sparked in Ye Fei's eyes as he inquired. What is this game? Haha, this game is called Survival of the Fittest, and it is quite intriguing. You must compete with a first-level demon beast for a chance at survival. The victor shall live, while the defeated must pay with their life. Lu Yishan explained with a grin that, in his view, Ye Fei had no choice but to accept this fate. Regardless of the decision made, the outcome remained singular. Death. This was precisely the result he desired. The mere thought of Ye Fei grappling with a demon beast, struggling for survival in a desperate situation, sent waves of excitement coursing through him. Even if Ye Fei were to slay the beast, he would not be disheartened, for he knew Ye Fei would still have to traverse the perilous Qinglong Valley. It was known that no one who entered the valley had ever emerged alive. He had borne witness on numerous occasions as a living person was dismembered upon entry, their remains absorbed by the very earth of Qinglong Valley, leaving no trace behind. The terror and thrill of such memories ignited a fervor within him. I possess nothing. You wish for me to battle a demon beast, clearly intending for me to perish. If I am to be devoured, you might as well kill me now. Ye Fei scoffed inwardly, adopting a demeanor of fearless defiance. In truth, he felt a thrill of excitement. Regardless of Lu Yishan's intentions, he had no intention of engaging in combat with a demon beast. He would choose to venture directly into the valley. He was certain Lu Yishan would not pursue him. Thus, he still had a glimmer of hope. Although the Qinglong Valley was devoid of life, he had only traversed a portion of it initially. What lay beyond was still uncertain. Moreover, he had a nagging suspicion that the emergence of his spiritual root was somehow linked to the 5 peculiar fruits he had encountered, perhaps, within this venture. He would discover even more unexpected revelations. Take this sword. If wielded skillfully, slaying that demon beast is not out of reach, Lu Yishan remarked, his eyes glinting with a newfound interest as he produced a long sword. With a flick of his finger, the sword soared towards Ye Fei. Without hesitation, Ye Fei grasped the sword. Let us commence then. Lu Yishan's lips curled into a slight smile upon witnessing Ye Fei's acceptance of the weapon. He concentrated, retrieving a stick of incense, slender as a pinky finger and 2 inches long. After planting the incense in the ground, Lu Yishan snapped his fingers, igniting the stick with a spark. Remarkably, the incense emitted no smoke or scent. It was undetectable unless witnessed firsthand. What is this? Ye Fei asked, curiosity piqued, as it was clearly unlike ordinary incense. You shall soon find out, Lu Yishan replied mysteriously, ascending on his flying sword into the sky. Observing his ascent, Ye Fei felt an ominous premonition that he stealthily retreated a few steps towards the Qinglong Valley. Mere steps away from the entrance, in that fleeting moment, a series of monstrous roars echoed from a distance. Suddenly, 2 massive demon beasts emerged into Ye Fei's line of sight, charging towards him with alarming speed. What on earth? This is not just one. Ye Fei's pupils dilated as he glanced up at Lu Yishan hovering above. What a despicable man, he muttered, retreating hastily. It was absurd. Even a single demon beast posed a formidable challenge. Let alone, too, his wisest course of action was to enter the Qinglong Valley. You wish to enter the valley directly? How dull. Why not play outside for a while? Lu Yishan observed Ye Fei's every movement with keen interest. He sneered, summoning a shield to his hand. With a flick of his wrist, the shield shot forth, forming an imposing wall that obstructed Ye Fei's retreat. Shameless. With his escape route blocked, Ye Fei could only curse under his breath in frustration. Turning around, he saw the two demon beasts drawing near. Standing over a head tall and measuring 7 to 8 feet in length, their wolf-like heads and tiger-like bodies were unmistakable. He recognized them as Kanglin Kuan wolves, first-level demon beasts, as noted in the manual. Behind these two beasts, several others of various forms followed suit, all converging on this location. Lu Yishan, observing the arrival of so many demon beasts, felt a thrill of excitement. He swiftly grasped the unburned incense and stowed it away in his storage pouch. With a howl, the foremost Kanglin Kuan wolf sensed its prey had vanished and howled in rage, its eyes glowing with an eerie blue light as it fixated on Ye Fei in their minds. They believed Ye Fei was responsible. Oh no. Ye Fei's heart raced in terror. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed to the left, attempting to circumvent the shield wall and enter the Qinglong Valley. However, as he fled, he inadvertently provoked the primal instincts of the Kanglin Kuan wolves. With fierce gazes and bared fangs, the two wolves lunged forward, propelling themselves towards Ye Fei. Fool! Don't run! Stop and fight them! Lu Yishan shouted, his face flushed with excitement as he watched Ye Fei flee. As the wolves closed in, Ye Fei had no time to heed Lu Yishan's words that he accelerated to his utmost limit, nearing the end of the shield wall. Just as he felt a flicker of hope, Lu Yishan smirked, flicking his finger to shift the shield wall several feet closer, once again blocking Ye Fei's escape. Despicable! Ye Fei lamented, left with no alternatives. He grasped a sword and turned to face the oncoming Kanglin Kuan wolves. Just then, two azure rainbows streaked from the depths of the Qinglong Valley. These rainbows, slender as threads, one arced around the shield wall towards Ye Fei, while the other aimed for Lu Yishan. As the rainbows enveloped them both, they were swiftly pulled into the Qinglong Valley. The speed of the rainbows was astonishing. Even Lu Yishan, a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, lacked any means of resistance, helplessly watching as he was drawn deeper into the valley. With the support of his spiritual consciousness dissipated, the shield wall quickly diminished into a half-height barrier, collapsing to the ground. The Kanglin Kuan wolves at the valley's entrance, witnessing their target vanish, displayed a flicker of confusion. Yet upon gazing into the barren valley, their bodies trembled with fear, and without hesitation, they turned to flee. Meanwhile, Ye Fei and Lu Yishan, swept away by the azure rainbows, found themselves beneath a withered little tree. Above them circled a spectral 3-clawed azure dragon, measuring approximately 11 to 12 zhang in length. With 4 limbs, each adorned with 3 claws, and a head crowned with dual horns, its scales glimmering with a chilling azure light. Though ethereal, its presence was imposing, leaving both men breathless. They gazed up at the dragon, astonished into silence. After all, this was the foremost of the 4 divine beasts, a legendary entity. You, reckless child, while I care not for your misdeeds against others, how dare you covet this little one's attention? Such audacity! To their astonishment, the azure dragon spoke, directing its gaze towards Lu Yishan. Great Lord Azure Dragon, spare me. This is all a misunderstanding. This waste, Yishir Shu, is my elder. How could I harm him? Gazing into the lantern-like eyes of the azure dragon, Lu Yishan immediately fell to his knees, prostrating himself fervently. Spare you? A sinister smile crept across the azure dragon's ethereal visage as it glanced at the withered sapling. Lu Yishan then let out a blood-curdling scream. Clutching his head and rolling on the ground in agony, blood streamed from his 7 orifices, his body trembling uncontrollably, wailing incessantly. The horrifying scene sent shivers down Ye Fei's spine, leaving him covered in goosebumps. As time passed, Lu Yishan's form began to wither away, his flesh and blood transforming into wisps of red mist, which were absorbed by the decrepit sapling. After consuming the red mist, the sapling gradually regained vitality. Sprouting 5 crimson buds, these buds slowly unfurled, only to wither again, giving rise to 5 emerald fruits. The fruits expanded bit by bit, and as Louis Shan's body completely vanished, the fruits glowed with a seductive crimson radiance, indicating their full ripeness. Ye Fei stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered by the spectacle before him. "What are you waiting for? Quickly pluck those fruits and consume them," urged the azure dragon's apparition, eyeing him impatiently. Witnessing the birth of these fruits firsthand left Ye Fei hesitant. How is this any different from consuming a person? The thought alone is revolting, troublesome, the azure dragon retorted. These fruits are merely manifestations of spiritual energy, no longer connected to that wretch. What are you fretting about? Had I not intervened, you would likely have been devoured by those vile beasts. Confront such merciless beings. One cannot afford to show mercy. The apparition, which had been spiraling in the air, transformed into a venerable elder clad in azure robes, standing beside Ye Fei. Despite taking on human form, the elder bore horns upon his head, with flowing golden hair, his body still an ethereal silhouette. "Why do you aid me?" Ye Fei inquired, perplexed, not reaching for the fruits. "If it weren't for a debt of gratitude, do you think I would assist an ordinary mortal like you?" The azure-robed elder scoffed. "A debt of gratitude? My father." Ye Fei's heart stirred, prompting him to probe further to know. The elder replied that it is a woman, but you need not concern yourself with the specifics just yet. Simply consume those 5 fruits. The elder gazed upward toward the valley. His expression grew contemplative, as though recalling the past. "That a woman?" Ye Fei murmured, suddenly struck by a realization. "I at my mother," he ventured cautiously. "You are not yet qualified to know. When you break through to the Nascent Soul stage and successfully transcend, I shall reveal the truth to you," the azure-robed elder stated, shaking his head, withholding further details. "And what of these fruits?" Ye Fei pointed to the 5 fruits on the tree. "This is the spirit purification tree, and those fruits are known as spirit purification fruits. The tree, rootless, emerged at the dawn of chaos. There exists but one in each realm. It bears 5 fruits, capable of refining mortal spiritual roots, and can bloom and bear fruit a total of 99 times. Each time it bears 5 fruits. It allows for the purification of the spiritual roots, and once the roots have been purified 99 times, a chaos spiritual root may be formed. When the chaos spiritual root reaches maturity, this tree will transform into a wisp of chaotic energy, aiding you in achieving a chaos body," the azure-robed elder explained patiently. Though the elder's explanation was thorough, Ye Fei, a novice in cultivation, still found himself bewildered. These trees require human flesh and blood for each bloom," he inquired. "Anything infused with spiritual energy will suffice. Spiritual stones, spiritual veins, even the remains of mystical beasts. However, with each bloom, the required spiritual energy increases by 20%. By the final bloom, the energy needed will be over 200,000 times that of the first. Cumulatively, it amounts to over 130 million times the initial requirement, equivalent to the energy of over 130 million mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators, which translates to trillions of spiritual stones. This is an extraordinarily daunting figure. Thus, the emergence of a chaos body in any realm is exceedingly rare," the azure-robed elder calculated. Ye Fei was left speechless by the staggering figures. "This is absurd. Given my current capabilities, merely remaining in the Xiaoyao sect is a challenge, let alone acquiring such an immense quantity of spiritual stones. The azure dragon's words are futile," he thought. "Quickly consume those fruits, so I may transport you to another location," the azure-robed elder urged again when he noticed Ye Fei's lingering hesitation. "Very well." Ye Fei relented, shaking his head in resignation. He then lightly leaped, effortlessly plucking the fruits from the tree. As he did, the spirit purification tree withered and died once more. Holding the spirit purification fruits in his hands, Ye Fei swallowed them without hesitation. Much like before, the 5 fruits transformed into 5 streams of essence upon entering his mouth, flowing into his belly in the next moment. A searing heat enveloped him, enduring far longer than the previous experience. Furthermore, this heat brought with it a sensation akin to being gnawed upon by countless ants. An exquisite torment that, had it not been for his resolute willpower, would have surely elicited moans of anguish. Simultaneously, he could distinctly sense the impurities within his body being expelled through the pores of his skin, forming a thin layer of filth on his surface, exuding a nauseating stench. Observing this, the azure dragon, now in human form, waved his sleeve, summoning a torrent of crystal-clear water, which cascaded over Ye Fei, cleansing him thoroughly. "How do you feel?" the azure dragon inquired with a smile. Observing Ye Fei's noticeably revitalized demeanor, "I feel considerably lighter, and my perceptive abilities have enhanced somewhat," Ye Fei replied, elated. "Good, this is merely the first round, and the benefits are not yet pronounced. In due time, you will come to appreciate the merits of purifying your spiritual roots." The azure dragon nodded, smiling, before seizing Lu Yishan's discarded storage pouch and handing it to Ye Fei. "Though it is of low grade, it will still prove useful to you. Take it for now." Ye Fei accepted the storage pouch without hesitation, bowing respectfully to the azure dragon in gratitude. "Let us depart. I shall take you to a special place." Pleased by Ye Fei's display of courtesy, the azure dragon nodded and transformed into a streak of azure light, whisking Ye Fei away from their location. Ye Fei felt a fleeting blur before finding himself at the valley's end. Here, at the convergence of 2 towering peaks, a waterfall cascaded as if descending from the celestial realms, plunging into a pool of water below. The pool, approximately 20 zhang in circumference, shimmered in deep emerald, its depths unfathomable. Even from 10 zhang away, the chilling aura emanating from the water was palpable, causing Ye Fei to shiver involuntarily. Moreover, behind them lay a spiritual field spanning 10 acres. Beyond that, there was naught but barren ground, devoid of any flora. However, as Ye Fei stood there, he immediately sensed the overwhelming concentration of spiritual energy, far surpassing that of the Xiaoyao sect by at least 5-fold. "What is this place?" Ye Fei asked curiously, surveying his surroundings. "This is Azure Dragon Pool, approximately 1,000 zhang deep, underlain by a supreme spiritual vein. The spiritual vein beneath your Xiaoyao sect is merely of mediocre quality. This waterfall, known as Azure Dragon Falls, is fed by rootless water generated from the clouds above, and irrigating the spiritual field with it accelerates the growth of spiritual herbs. This is the only place of its kind in the world." The Azure Dragon explained. "That is the Qinglong medicine field, where a time array enhances the flow of time, making it 10 times faster than the outside world, a place coveted by countless practitioners." The elder Qinglong raised his hand, pointing to 3 locations, introducing them to Ye Fei one by one. "Elder Qinglong, your bringing me here surely isn't without purpose, is it?" After listening to the elder's introduction, Ye Fei raised an eyebrow, asking with profound intent. Although his understanding of the cultivation world was limited, he could discern the extraordinary nature of these items from the mere descriptions. The elder Qinglong would not have brought him here without a significant reason. If he had chosen to bring him, his intentions must be grand. "Ha! You are quite astute, my young friend. I see you are teachable. However, you have misinterpreted my intentions. I do not seek anything from you, but wish to engage in a transaction." Indeed, after Ye Fei spoke, Qinglong laughed heartily, revealing his true purpose, the transaction. Ye Fei furrowed his brow, pondering deeply. "I am but a mere mortal, newly initiated in the art of qi cultivation. What could I possibly possess that would warrant the elder Qinglong's interest? Not now, but who can say what the future holds? All I require from you at present is a single promise." The elder Qinglong spoke with a meaningful tone. "I implore you, Elder Qinglong, to be explicit." Ye Fei bowed respectfully, refraining from making an immediate commitment. He sought to understand precisely what the elder desired of him. "Once you ascend to the upper realms, all I ask is for you to help me reclaim my physical form. Beyond that, I have no other demands. Should you agree to this condition, all these treasures shall belong to you. Furthermore, I shall grant you a drop of my true dragon blood." As the conversation turned serious, The elder's tone became more solemn. How can you be so certain that I will ascend to the upper realms? Even if I could, how would I go about locating your physical form? Ye Fei remained cautious, questioning further. I cannot guarantee your ascent, merely wager on it. If you cannot ascend, it will not affect you. However, even if you do ascend, retrieving my physical form will indeed require considerable effort. Perhaps even at the risk of your life, I shall provide you with the specifics later, but for now, I cannot divulge more. If successful, we shall both swear an oath to the heavenly way. If not, I shall return you to where you came from, with no hardship placed upon you. Having laid out the stakes, the elder Qinglong made it clear without exerting pressure, presenting the pros and cons to Ye Fei transparently. Is there a time limit? Ye Fei pondered briefly before inquiring once more. Within a millennium after your ascension, Qinglong replied without hesitation, as if he had already contemplated this matter. Very well. I am willing to engage in this transaction with you. Elder Qinglong. Ye Fei nodded earnestly, agreeing to the terms. Subsequently, the two of them swore an oath to the heavenly way, thus solidifying the transaction. Ye Fei understood that with his current qualifications, he could not progress far on the path to immortality. However, possessing these treasures would significantly extend his journey. Each additional step was a gain for him. Elder Qinglong, may I ask why your spirit appears here? After concluding the transaction, Ye Fei voiced his curiosity. This tale is long. I am the rightful heir of the Qinglong bloodline, the sole successor to the Qinglong clan's chieftain. Yet, shortly after my transformation, before I could mature, I was betrayed by a dragon that had evolved from a serpent, leading to my spirit and form being severed. Had I not possessed a sacred artifact of the Qinglong clan to breach the spatial barrier and arrive here, I would have perished long ago. The elder Qinglong sighed, reflecting on the past with a somber expression. Since you have only just transformed, why do you now appear in this state? Ye Fei pointed at the elder, who now bore signs of age. Due to the severance of my spirit and form, lacking the nourishment of my bloodline, and having endured 3 millennia of time passing, it is already remarkable that I have survived to this day. The millennium-long transaction with you may well be the limit of what my spirit can endure. The elder shook his head in resignation, revealing the reasons behind his plight. Rest assured, Elder Qinglong, should I, Ye Fei, successfully ascend to the upper realms, I shall do everything within my power to aid you in reclaiming your physical body and achieving the unity of your spirit and form. Ye Fei felt a surge of sympathy for the elder's circumstances. You are indeed a loyal soul. In that case, the Qinglong Valley holds no further significance. As he spoke, a glimmer of determination flashed in the elder's eyes as he gazed toward the direction of the Xiaoyao Valley. The Qinglong Valley has lost its significance. Can it truly disappear? Ye Fei questioned in confusion. Indeed, I established this Qinglong Valley solely to find someone capable of helping me reclaim my physical form. Now that I have encountered you, my mission is accomplished. The elder Qinglong nodded in explanation. Upon finishing his words, he lightly tapped his right index finger forward, and the surrounding scenery vanished like a flash of light. The elder Qinglong himself also disappeared from beside Ye Fei. Although Ye Fei remained in a valley, it was no longer the same. It was now lush and vibrant, clearly transformed back to its former glory. Before him floated a short sword, a bronze short sword, intricately engraved with a lifelike Qinglong, exuding an ancient charm. Yet upon closer inspection, the sword bore no signs of spiritual energy, appearing akin to an ordinary artifact. This is the Qinglong sword, a sacred object of my clan. It contains its own space, encompassing the Qinglong waterfall, Qinglong pool, and Qinglong medicine field, which shall accompany you henceforth. Just as Ye Fei stared at the bronze sword in confusion, the voice of the elder Qinglong emanated from within. This moment, the bronze sword emitted a flash of azure light and affixed itself to Ye Fei's waist. Elder, how can I enter within? Ye Fei curiously touched the bronze sword and inquired. Once you recognize it as your own, you need only release a strand of your consciousness to enter at any time. Whether it is your consciousness or your physical form that enters is entirely your decision. The elder's voice resonated once more from the Qinglong sword. All right, I shall give it a try. Ye Fei nodded, then pricked his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the Qinglong sword. As his blood merged with the sword, a connection of mind and spirit was established. He then focused his consciousness, sending a strand of awareness toward the Qinglong sword. The moment his consciousness made contact with the sword's surface, Ye Fei felt a flash before his eyes, and the next instant he found himself within the Qinglong sword. The scene before him mirrored that of the previous Qinglong Valley, with the elder's ethereal figure standing beside him. How marvelous! Ye Fei could not help but exclaim. Indeed, not only here in the mortal realm, but in any realm below the celestial, the Qinglong sword is a top-tier treasure. The elder Qinglong replied with evident pride. Can this sword be used for combat? Ye Fei nodded and asked again. Certainly. Do not be deceived by its seemingly simple exterior. The Qinglong sword can change in length and is indestructible, deserving of the title of a pseudo-immortal weapon. However, with your current cultivation level, you are not yet capable of wielding it. You must at least reach the great ascendant stage first, the elder explained with a smile. Does that mean this Qinglong sword can only be used for assistance? It seems less formidable than I had imagined. Ye Fei expressed a hint of disappointment. My young friend, the path of cultivation is long and arduous that, if you utilize the 3 treasures within wisely, they can undoubtedly aid you in ascending to the celestial realm. Remember, the path to immortality is elusive. Focus on cultivating your own self and refrain from relying too heavily on external objects or aspiring too high too quickly. The elder Qinglong patiently advised. Thank you for your guidance, elder. Upon hearing these words, Ye Fei felt as if he had been struck by a sudden realization, and he quickly bowed deeply to the elder. Now that I have shared these matters with you, the rest is up to you. Unless something of great importance arises, do not disturb me. I shall enter a period of slumber. The elder Qinglong yawned before transforming into a streak of azure light, soaring into the clouds above the Qinglong waterfall. First, I should examine Lu Yishan's storage bag. It should contain many valuable items. After surveying the surroundings for a week, Ye Fei settled cross-legged on the ground, releasing a thread of divine consciousness that swept toward the storage bag. With Lu Yishan now deceased, this storage bag had become an ownerless item, and Ye Fei's spiritual sense effortlessly penetrated it. This was Ye Fei's first encounter with a storage bag. Upon delving into it, he discovered that the space within was quite limited, measuring only 5 feet on each side. However, the contents were remarkably diverse, containing 500 spirit stones, 4 bottles of elixirs, and a 2-foot-long spiritual weapon sword that Ye Fei meticulously examined each item inside. To his astonishment, he even found the communication jade tablet that Ning Siyu had given him. Ah, what is that? Curiosity piqued when Ye Fei spotted a crimson rectangular wooden box. He then focused his divine consciousness and extracted the box from the storage bag, measuring 8 inches long and 4 inches wide. It felt surprisingly light in his hand. Driven by curiosity, Ye Fei opened the box. The moment it was unsealed, a chilling and malevolent aura wafted from within. Inside the box lay a black flag and a jade slip, both of which immediately caught Ye Fei's attention. The sinister chill emanated from the black flag. Is this an evil object? Ye Fei grasped the flag, a look of perplexity crossing his face. The flag felt frigid to the touch, and as he held it, he could almost hear the anguished wails of numerous vengeful spirits emanating from it, stirring a tumult of emotions within him and igniting an impulse to bow before it. Alarmed, Ye Fei hastily returned the flag to the wooden box. There was no doubt that this was an evil artifact. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to uncover the truth and send a thread of his consciousness directly into the jade slip. In just a moment, the contents of the slip flashed into his mind. This flag was called the Yin Luo Banner, a treasure beyond the capability of even late-stage foundation-building cultivators to wield. It could absorb vengeful spirits and use them in combat. The jade slip contained the incantation to control the Yin Luo Banner, but it was best not to meddle with such a thing. Given Lu Yishan's extraordinary nature, it was likely linked to this Yin Luo Banner. The mere thought of Lu Yishan's bizarre demeanor sent a shiver down Ye Fei's spine, prompting him to stow the wooden box away. Though some doubts lingered in his mind, he chose not to dwell on them further and continued to inspect the items within the storage bag. After thoroughly rummaging through Lu Yishan's storage bag, he finally withdrew his spiritual sense that, in his search, he discovered a considerable number of medicinal seeds. Without hesitation, Ye Fei took all these seeds and planted them in the medicinal field. After sowing the seeds and watering the field with pond water, Ye Fei summoned the Qinglong sword. Now, he needed to find a way back to the Xiaoyao sect. Fortunately, Lu Yishan's storage bag contained a map. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for direction. Nonetheless, it took Ye Fei considerable effort, spanning 7 days, to return to the Xiaoyao sect. Upon arriving at the sect, Ye Fei went directly to the treasure pavilion, where he purchased a bag of rice and some grain seeds before heading back to his cave dwelling. Sitting cross-legged on his bed once more, he felt as though he were dreaming. He touched the short sword at his waist, feeling a surge of excitement. After calming his emotions, he focused his mind and entered the Qinglong sword again. In the medicinal garden, he cleared another patch of land and planted some grain seeds before settling down beside the pond. With his eyes slightly closed, he concentrated and recited the incantation, commencing his cultivation. After a morning of selecting, he finally settled on a choice. As the Xiaoyao true formula circulated within him, streams of spiritual energy began to flow through Ye Fei's pores, infusing into his body. Under the influence of the Xiaoyao true formula, this spiritual energy was gradually transformed into true qi, converging in Ye Fei's dantian. With the spinning mass of energy, it trickled into Ye Fei's meridians, bolstering the flow of true qi within him while continuously circulating through his veins. Following the cleansing of his spiritual root, the absorption of spiritual power indeed accelerated in just a few breaths. Ye Fei could distinctly sense that his efficiency in converting spiritual power was noticeably faster than before. However, even with this improvement, it still paled in comparison to the speed of direct cultivation using spirit stones. Thus, he took out 2 spirit stones and held them tightly in his hand. Ye Fei intended to utilize the spirit stones to rapidly elevate his cultivation. This experience instilled in Ye Fei a fervent desire for advancement. The despair he felt in the face of the powerful left an indelible mark on his heart, one that he would never forget. Therefore, he was determined to strengthen himself, to no longer be subjected to humiliation. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. After expending 150 spirit stones, Ye Fei finally broke through 2 small realms consecutively, advancing to the 3rd layer of qi refinement. This brought him immense joy. What thrilled Ye Fei even more was that the first batch of medicinal seeds he had planted had matured, and his grain harvest was also bountiful. The speed of growth was astonishing. Gazing at the over 100 low-grade spirit herbs before him, Ye Fei was left in awe. The harvest from this month was sufficient to fulfill a year's worth of sect duties. Furthermore, the seeds from these herbs could be cyclically replanted, allowing his medicinal garden to expand progressively. Once the garden reached 10 acres, the yield would be truly remarkable. The grain yield was equally astonishing. After harvesting all the grain, Ye Fei was left speechless. Having followed Yi Songlong in farming since childhood, he knew that a good yield from an acre of rice was about 400 to 500 pounds. Yet the half-acre rice field he cultivated in this medicinal garden yielded an astounding 1,000 pounds. He had filled over 30 bags, enough to last him a year without exhausting the supply. These rice grains were not only plump, but also emanated a faint aura of spiritual energy. It was easy to predict that consuming this rice would greatly benefit his cultivation. This was a surefire path to prosperity. Standing before the Qinglong medicinal field, Ye Fei's heart surged with excitement. He harvested all the mature herbs and replanted the seeds back into the garden. For just one harvest, he had enough seeds to fill 7 acres of medicinal fields. Looking at the remaining 3 acres of vacant land, an idea struck Ye Fei, prompting him to exit the Qinglong sword. That he made his way to the peak of Yun Mountain. Is Senior Brotherly here? Ye Fei inquired, bowing as he stood at the entrance of the reception pavilion. Come in, came the indifferent voice of Li Zaiqian as soon as Ye Fei's words fell. With permission granted, Ye Fei stepped forward into the reception pavilion. I have come to pay my respects. Senior Brother in the main hall of the reception pavilion, Ye Fei bowed to Li Zaiqian, who was seated in the main position. There's no need for such formalities. Junior Brother Yi Junior Brother Yi has actually reached the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Li Zaiqian initially glanced at Ye Fei, but upon recognizing his cultivation level, he was momentarily taken aback. Having recently descended the mountain and acquired a century-old ginseng, he had managed to make some progress. For Li Ziqian's inquiry, Ye Fei had already prepared a response that, "I see. Junior brother, ye truly possesses great fortune." Li Ziqian nodded in acknowledgement, still harboring some doubts, but refraining from probing further. "Senior brother Li, I have come to collect this month's stipend." This time, Ye Fei proactively stated without waiting for Li Ziqian to inquire. "All right, take these with you. Starting next month, junior brother, you will need to undertake some sect tasks. Otherwise, I won't be able to account for it to the other disciples." As Li Ziqian handed over the spirit stones and elixirs, he feigned helplessness and added, "May I ask, senior brother Li, how will the standards for my sect tasks be determined?" Ye Fei once again clasped his hands in inquiry, displaying no resentment despite Li Ziqian assigning him a sect task, given that junior brother Ye's monthly stipend was 4 times that of an outer sect disciple. It stood to reason that the quantity of tasks should also be quadrupled. Should junior brother Ye fail to complete the requisite number of tasks each month, his stipend would be deducted just like any other disciple. I shall convey these matters to the steward of the task pavilion. Starting next month, junior brother Ye may collect his stipend from the task pavilion upon the completion of tasks. Junior brother Ye, do you have any objections? Li Ziqian said with a smile. "And oh, objections," Ye Fei replied, his expression unchanged. After exchanging a few casual words with Li Ziqian, he turned and exited the reception pavilion. Even though he was aware that Li Ziqian was deliberately making things difficult for him, he remained unfazed. With the presence of a medicinal field that accelerated the growth of spiritual herbs, he no longer regarded these tasks with any concern. Was the disappearance of Lu Yishan truly related to you? Watching Ye Fei's retreating figure, Li Ziqian muttered under his breath, his gaze gradually growing cold. Although he was skeptical of this outcome, his investigation revealed that a month prior, Lu Yishan had indeed departed the sect alongside Ye Fei. Yet, just a few days later, Ye Fei returned alone, with Lu Yishan still missing to this day. Coincidentally, during that period, the Qinglong Abyss in Qingsong Mountain had mysteriously vanished as well. Coupled with the fact that Ye Fei, possessing a mixed spiritual root, had remarkably ascended to the 3rd layer of qi refinement in just 1 month, these 3 occurrences led Li Ziqian to harbor suspicions about Ye Fei. However, without concrete evidence, he refrained from taking any drastic actions that might provoke unnecessary trouble. After all, Ye Fei was a named disciple of the esteemed elder. Hell, Ziqian dared not act as recklessly as Lu Yishan had. After departing from the reception pavilion, Ye Fei made his way directly to the treasure pavilion. With the pretense of possessing 20 spirit stones, his confidence surged significantly. He promptly exchanged these 20 spirit stones to acquire 2 manuals, one on the art of movement, smoke steps, and the other on swordsmanship. 9 swords of Ilah. He intended to enhance his combat techniques during his cultivation intervals. Once he had expended all his spirit stones, Ye Fei returned to his cave dwelling. After more than a month of growth, the spiritual herbs in the courtyard had sprouted tender shoots, displaying promising vitality. After watering the herbs with some spring water, he retreated to his chamber to cultivate with the spirit stones he had obtained. Time slipped away unnoticed, and a month flashed by in an instant. Of the 500 spirit stones Ye Fei had received from Lu Yishan, over 300 had been used. His cultivation had barely advanced from the 3rd layer of qi refinement to the 4th. Upon reaching the 4th layer, Ye Fei discovered that no matter how hard he tried, his cultivation would not budge an inch. Clearly, he had encountered a bottleneck. Left with no choice, Ye Fei had to pause his training. During this month, the spiritual herbs in the medicinal field had been harvested once again, resulting in a sizable collection now piled within the Qinglong sword. He had also gathered plenty of medicinal seeds, perfectly filling his 10 acres of farmland. These spiritual herbs should suffice for the washing spirit tree to mature once more, he mused, glancing at the nearly 1,000 spiritual herbs before him. Suddenly, he recalled the washing spirit tree. With a thought, he appeared beside it. Although Ye Fei was currently only at the 4th layer of qi refinement, the Qinglong sword had already recognized him as its master, allowing him to traverse this space with merely a thought. Standing before the washing spirit tree, Ye Fei reached deep into the valley with his right hand, drawing forth the gathered spiritual herbs. As these herbs materialized, they were promptly devoured by the washing spirit tree. After a few breaths, Only about 40 to 50 herbs remain from the original 1,000, fortunately. That is enough. Ye Fei sighed in relief upon seeing 5 purplish-red spherical fruits on the washing spirit tree. With a series of swift motions, he grasped the 5 fruits, which he then consumed in their entirety. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Ye Fei began to undergo the cleansing of his spiritual root. Approximately 15 minutes later, the cleansing concluded. After rinsing off the accumulated grime by the spring, he resumed his seated meditation to continue his cultivation. Indeed, the issue lay with the quality of his spiritual root. After a brief period of cultivation, Ye Fei discovered that following the second cleansing of his spiritual root, the bottleneck he had encountered had vanished. Furthermore, his cultivation speed had accelerated compared to before. This revelation brought joy to Ye Fei's heart, prompting him to retrieve the spirit stones and continue his practice. However, after just over half a month of cultivation, Ye Fei reached the late stage of the 4th layer of qi refinement, only to encounter yet another bottleneck. Was my cultivation aptitude truly this poor? Without breaking through even a minor realm, I face yet another impediment. Ye Fei lamented in frustration. Left with no alternative, he donned his long sword and headed to the task pavilion. At this juncture, his primary objective was to cleanse his spiritual root, AS for cultivation, that could wait until after the cleansing. After all, without cleansing his spiritual root, he could not hope to elevate his realm in the slightest. To expedite the cleansing process, Ye Fei realized he could not place all his hopes on the medicinal fields. Each cleansing consumed more spiritual energy than the last, increasing by 20% each time. Relying solely on the herbs from the fields would prove to be a time-consuming endeavor. Next time, he might have to wait 2 months. The time after that could stretch to 3 months. The longer he delayed, the more intolerable it became for Ye Fei. Thus, he arrived at the task pavilion, intending to undertake tasks to exchange for spirit stones while simultaneously seeking opportunities outside. Previously, the Qinglong had mentioned that various entities could facilitate the growth of the washing spirit tree, including demonic beasts. During the past month and a half, Ye Fei had not only been enhancing his cultivation, but also practicing 9 swords of Yilua and smoke steps, both of which he had made some progress in. He believed he was adequately prepared to deal with ordinary first-tier demonic beasts. Therefore, he sought to venture out and perhaps stumble upon unexpected gains, in contrast to the reception pavilion. The task pavilion thrived with activity. Disciples hurried in and out, their pace brisk yet ceaseless. The task pavilion was significantly larger than the reception pavilion, spanning about 20 zhang. At the heart of the task pavilion stood a square stone table, upon which rested a crescent-shaped Jiedan wood stand, cradling a milky white jade orb the size of a bowl. Besides this stone table, the central position of the back wall featured 2 desks. In front of each desk stood a wooden sign, one labeled Task Collection and the other Task Submission. Behind the desks were 2 chairs, each occupied by a disciple clad in white robes. To the left of the desks lay a storage room, clearly designated for housing task-related items. Aside from that, the first floor of the task pavilion bore no other furnishings. Though it was Ye Fei's first visit, he had already familiarized himself with the process of task collection from the Disciple's Handbook. He quickly approached the stone table, extending his spiritual sense to probe into the jade orb. Instantly, a multitude of tasks from the sect materialized in his mind. Sect tasks were divided into 2 categories. One for collecting basic spiritual herbs, which offered no spirit stone rewards but granted the eligibility to receive a monthly stipend upon completion. The other, slightly more challenging, provided both a certain number of spirit stones and task points upon completion. Amassing sufficient points would allow for the redemption of sect rewards. Outer sect disciples were only permitted to undertake lower-tier sect tasks. Each task offered the same rewards: 2 lower-grade spirit stones and 1 task point. Most of these tasks involved gathering materials from first-tier demonic beasts, though a few required the collection of rare lower-grade spiritual herbs. After reviewing the tasks, Ye Fei approached the task collection desk. Presenting his identity jade token. Task 3. Collect a pair of fire crow claws. Task 9. Collect a piece of earth splitter beast hide. Task 35. Before the responsible disciple could inquire, Ye Fei promptly listed all the tasks he wished to accept. To his surprise, the disciple, upon receiving his identity jade token, did not register it, but instead responded with a mocking tone, "You haven't even completed your basic tasks." yet you wish to undertake lower-tier tasks? Clearly, he has recognized Ye Fei. Prior to this, Li Zaiqian had instructed him that if Ye Fei were to accept a task, he should be appropriately obstructed, with the command of an outer sect elder. How could he easily allow Ye Fei to take on the task? Is that not permissible? Ye Fei raised an eyebrow, countering the statement. Certainly, it is not permissible if everyone were like you, who would undertake the foundational tasks. If no one performs the basic tasks, how could the sect possibly thrive? The disciple regarded Ye Fei with righteous indignation as he proclaimed, with Li Zaiqian backing him. Even though Ye Fei was a registered disciple of the Grand Elder, he remained unperturbed. After all, this is the outer sect where Li Zaiqian holds sway. If Li Zaiqian is unafraid, why should he be? Moreover, it would not be long before the leader of their Rakshasa sect would lead an assault on the Xiaoyao sect. The survival of the Grand Elder was uncertain. What did he have to fear? Pray tell, is this rule established by you, my esteemed junior? Ye Fei inquired, a slight smile gracing his lips as he questioned the disciple's stance. Who do you think you are to call yourself, my junior? While this rule may not have been set by me, here I hold authority. If I say you cannot accept it, then you shall not. The disciple's face flushed with indignation upon hearing Ye Fei address him as junior, and he retorted, Does your calling me junior imply that your status surpasses that of brotherly? Ye Fei's expression remained unchanged as he posed the question again, deliberately raising his voice. Instantly, all disciples in the task pavilion turned their attention towards them, their gazes converging. I did not say such a thing. Do not slander me. The disciple trembled at Ye Fei's words. Hastily attempting to clarify that it was one thing to privately make things difficult for Ye Fei. No one would know, and he would certainly escape unscathed. However, speaking in front of so many witnesses was an entirely different matter. Should word reach the Grand Elder's ears, he might not even wait for the Rakshasa sect's enforcers and would be annihilated by the Grand Elder himself. Consequently, under the scrutiny of so many eyes, the disciple felt a twinge of guilt. May I inquire, esteemed junior, whether I am permitted to accept this task today or not? Ye Fei inquired with a bemused smile. You are permitted. I shall register you at once. The disciple gritted his teeth, retrieving a jade slip to document the task Ye Fei had reported. Many thanks, esteemed junior. Accepting the identity jade token handed over by the disciple, Ye Fei offered a serene smile and turned to leave. Before Li Zaiqian, he might show some restraint, but when faced with these arrogant disciples, he had no inclination to engage in pretense. Elder Yi, please wait, just as Ye Fei stepped out of the task pavilion. A girl clad in a gray gauze dress with 2 ponytails, slender in build, hurriedly pursued him from within. This girl, possessing a cultivation level of the 3rd stage of Qi refinement, appeared younger than Ye Fei, and upon meeting him, she knelt in respect, displaying great reverence. Little sister, do you require something? Ye Fei was slightly taken aback, uncertain as to why this girl had called out to him. Elder Yi, my name is Jiang. You may call me Yun. I sought you out to form a team for task completion. Upon hearing Ye Fei refer to her as little sister, the girl's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she hurriedly explained. Well, Ye Fei hesitated, unsure of how to respond. To be truthful, he had no desire to team up with anyone. With the Qinglong sword in his possession, it would be more convenient to work alone. Elder Yi, please assist Yun. My cultivation is too weak, and I cannot contend with those ferocious beasts alone. That I have not completed a low-level task in several months, and my spiritual stones have run out. Observing Ye Fei's indecision, Jiang Yun's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her expression one of deep grievance. Junior Yun, you should team up with others instead. That my cultivation is also not high. I cannot be of much assistance. After contemplating, Ye Fei ultimately declined. Ooh, Elder Yi, please help my cultivation is low, and none of the senior brothers wish to team up with me. That if you refuse to join me, I may be expelled from the Xiaoyao sect for failing to complete my sect tasks. Can you bear to witness my expulsion? Upon hearing Ye Fei's words, Jiang Yun's tears began to flow freely, and she earnestly pleaded. Her loud voice immediately attracted the attention of numerous disciples nearby. The disciples, unaware of what Jiang Yun had said, merely observed her crying pitifully before Ye Fei. casting suspicious glances in his direction, as if questioning whether he had committed some unspeakable act against her. "Please do not cry. Is it not sufficient that I have agreed?" Ye Fei, taken aback by Jiang Yun's display, felt a sense of helplessness and ultimately acquiesced. "Thank you, Elder Yi." Upon receiving his agreement, Jiang Yun instantly transformed from weeping to beaming with joy. Leaping into the air with elation, the abruptness of her shift left Ye Fei utterly astonished. Could it be that I had been duped by this little girl? A sense of foreboding crept into Ye Fei's mind. His intuition proved astute. As he and Jiang Yun descended, every disciple they encountered cast him expressions of schadenfreude. "Junior Yun, why do those individuals wear such peculiar expressions?" The more Ye Fei pondered, the more he felt something was amiss, casting a dubious glance at Jiang Yun. "Not at all. I think they appear quite normal," Jiang Yun replied, appearing genuinely perplexed. "Very well. Perhaps I am overthinking it. Why?" Ye Fei shrugged in resignation. And so he and Jiang Yun swiftly exited the Xiaoyao sect. "Elder Yi, have you ever slain a first-level ferocious beast?" A short distance from the Xiaoyao sect, Jiang Yun inquired with curiosity. "No," Ye Fei replied candidly. "Ah, Elder Yi has never slain a ferocious beast?" Jiang Yun's lips pursed in disappointment upon hearing this response. "Why is that? Have you slain ferocious beasts, Junior Yun?" Ye Fei's inquiry left him feeling somewhat awkward. Given Jiang Yun's expression, of course. How could I possibly have slain any? Jiang Yun's eyes sparkled, her petite chest puffing up proudly, ready to speak, but suddenly realizing something, she quickly altered her words, denying any such claims. "No worries. Once we cooperate, you'll become familiar with it after just one kill." Ye Fei smiled serenely, dismissing any further thoughts. "Elder Yi, if you have never slain a ferocious beast, why dare you accept so many tasks at once?" "It made me think you were a beast slayer." Jiang Yun blinked her bright eyes, gazing at Ye Fei in confusion. "Well," Ye Fei scratched his head, feeling a bit sheepish, "I merely thought that with my abilities. Handling a first-level ferocious beast should not pose a challenge to AS for how to carry those beast materials. I seem to have overlooked that aspect." He had only considered that with the Qing long sword, which boasted ample space, he need not fear storing numerous beast materials. Yet he had forgotten that this secret should not be revealed. "Elder Yi, I believe we should not proceed any further." Upon hearing Ye Fei's response, Jiang Yun's lips twitched in dismay, and she abruptly halted, expressing her concern. "Why?" Ye Fei queried, bewildered. "I fear that if we venture too far, we may find ourselves in danger." Jiang Yun's demeanor suggested apprehension. "How could that be possible? There are no ferocious beasts here. What danger could arise?" Ye Fei found Jiang Yun's reaction rather perplexing. They were merely a short distance from the Xiaoyao sect. Any ferocious beast in the vicinity would have long since been eradicated. From what Ye Fei had gleaned from his manual, not only within a 10-mile radius, but within 50 miles of the Xiaoyao sect, no ferocious beasts existed. "Look, they are coming to," as Ye Fei's words faded. Jiang Yun extended her hand to point straight ahead. Then, as if she had committed a misdeed, she shrank her neck and anxiously gazed at Ye Fei. "Monsters! How could there possibly be monsters here?" Following Jiang Yun's, Ye Fei could not help but exclaim in astonishment. 2 miles ahead, 2 massive earth-split beasts were charging towards them. "Yun, retreat. Leave these creatures to me." After a brief moment of shock, Ye Fei hurriedly shielded Jiang Yun behind him and drew the long sword strapped to his back. "Master Yi, we should flee. You can't handle both of them at once." Seeing that Ye Fei had no intention of fleeing, Jiang Yun urgently reminded him. "Fear not. I have my methods. Simply watch from here." Ye Fei replied with a calm smile, then propelled himself forward, sword in hand, to confront the oncoming earth-split beasts. These beasts resembled enormous crocodiles, each over 10 feet long, with gaping jaws the size of large barrels. Exuding a fierce demeanor, their fist-sized eyes were fixated on Jiang Yun, bloodshot and seemingly frenzied. Did these earth-split beasts have a penchant for women? The sight of their gaze elicited a chuckle from Ye Fei. Nevertheless, he quickened his pace, and in the blink of an eye, he met the 2 earth-split beasts head-on. Though Ye Fei had never engaged a monster in combat before, he had slain numerous ferocious beasts and possessed ample experience in battle. Confronted by the 2 earth-split beasts, he felt no fear. as he collided with the beasts. Ye Fei's figure flickered, and he executed the smoke-like steps he had practiced for so long, swiftly positioning himself to the left of one of the earth-split beasts. Die! At that moment, Ye Fei bellowed, his wrist twisting as he thrust the sword towards the beast's abdomen. To his surprise, the earth-split beast showed no intention of halting. It merely lashed its tail to evade his attack and continued charging towards Jiang. Master Yi, save me! At this moment, Jiang Yun's expression was frantic as she called out for help. Don't run. Come at me. As the two earth-split beasts bore down on Jiang Yun, Ye Fei felt a surge of urgency, his feet dancing as he employed the smoke-like steps once more to catch up swiftly. Fortunately, the beasts were fixated solely on Jiang Yun, which lowered their vigilance against Ye Fei, allowing him to land several strikes upon them with his sword. However, to Ye Fei's chagrin, the earth-split beast's tough hide proved impervious to his sword, inflicting no harm whatsoever. What to do? As the beasts approached Jiang Yun, Ye Fei felt a rising panic. Master Yi, aim for their eyes. The eyes are their weak point. That moment, Jiang Yun's excited voice reached him. Indeed, Jiang Yun was exhilarated. She had not anticipated that Ye Fei, merely at the 4th level of qi refinement, could move with such swiftness. Had it not been for the low grade of his magical artifact, she believed he would have already slain the two earth-split beasts. The eyes, you say? Upon hearing Jiang Yun's suggestion, Ye Fei's expression brightened. He then propelled himself into the in the next instant. He landed atop one of the earth-split beasts. Simultaneously, he twisted his wrist and forcefully thrust his sword towards the beast's eye. Thud! In an instant, blood sprayed as the sword pierced through the earth-split beast's eye. Grr! The beast howled in agony, its tail whipping violently towards the airborne Ye Fei. Seeing this, smirked, twisting his wrist once more to twist the sword within the beast's eye socket before nimbly leaping away. Evading the tail's sweep. That eye is surely destroyed. As he descended, Ye Fei aimed his sword at the other eye of the earth-split beast. Thud! In a flash, the other eye was also pierced through by Ye Fei's sword. Grr! Deprived of its vision, the earth-split beast could no longer focus on Jiang Yun and began to whirl in place, wailing. Witnessing this scene, Ye Fei secretly sighed in relief. However, when he lifted his gaze ahead, he was taken aback. The other earth-split beast was now less than 3 yards from Jiang Yun, while he himself was still 5 or 6 yards away. There was no time left to catch up. In that critical moment, Ye Fei felt a surge of energy within him, channeling his true qi into his sword. White rainbow, piercing the sun. The first sword technique of the 9 Swords of Law was unleashed by Ye Fei. With a swift motion of his foot, he leaped into the air, simultaneously delivering a powerful strike towards the earth-split beast ahead. A fierce sword light shot forth from the tip of his sword, slicing through the air and striking the earth-split beast from 5 yards away in an instant. Thud! In an explosion of blood and flesh, the earth-split beast was cleaved in half by Ye Fei's distant strike, falling lifelessly to the ground. This spectacle left Jiang Yun utterly astonished, and even Ye Fei himself struggled to believe it. Master Yi, you are incredible. The first to regain her composure, Jiang Yun cast an admiring glance at Ye Fei. It was merely luck. Ye Fei chuckled awkwardly, then swung his sword once more, dispatching the other earth-split beast that had lost both its eyes. Master Yi, run, just as Ye Fei intended to approach and skin the earth-split beast. Jiang Yun's anxious voice echoed from a distance. What is happening? Ye Fei's heart sank, and he quickly turned to look behind him. With just a glance, his pupils constricted sharply, and he could no longer concern himself with the earth-split beast's hide. He turned and fled. As he passed Jiang Yun, he unceremoniously grasped her delicate hand and swiftly led her towards the direction of the Xiao sect. Hadn't the manual stated that monsters generally do not appear within 50 miles of the sect? What on earth was happening today? Why were there so many monsters? Ye Fei furrowed his brow, muttering to Jiang Yun as they escaped. Just moments ago, he had seen a swarm of dozens of fire crows approaching them from the air. With such a multitude of fire crows, even inner disciples at the 8th or 9th levels of qi refinement would have no choice but to flee, even though they had managed to escape in advance. They were still over 10 miles away from the mountain protecting formation. Given their current speed, evading these fast-moving fire crows was proving challenging. as expected, despite Ye Fei pushing his speed to the utmost. The distance between them and the flock of fire crows continued to diminish, now less than 10 yards away. However, they were still 5 or 6 miles from the protective formation of the Xiao sect. It was clearly impossible for them to reach the formation before the fire crows caught up. Moreover, there were no other disciples of the Xiao sect nearby. You must flee. I will hold them off for a moment. Ye Fei resolved, speaking as he suddenly exerted force with his right hand, propelling Jiang Yiyun forward by several yards. After that, he could no longer pay attention to her, drawing his sword and gathering all his true qi to slash backward with a single, powerful stroke. This strike, named Golden Goose across the sky, was the second technique of the 9 swords of Lo, even more potent than the first. As soon as he executed the strike, a golden sword aura rippled towards the approaching swarm of fire crows. The speed of this strike was astonishing, leaving the fire crows with no opportunity to evade. Thud! With a sudden burst, several clouds of blood mist erupted, as numerous fire crows were cut down by the rippling sword aura. Yet, the crows that fell were merely a fraction. The vast majority maintained their speed, swiftly approaching Ye Fei. Faced with this perilous situation, Ye Fei could no longer afford to hesitate and sought refuge within the Qing longsword. His urgency to push Jiang Yun forward was not born out of chivalry, but rather a desire to conceal his secret from her. However, before he could enter the Qing longsword, a frantic voice called out from afar, "Aunt, I know you're nearby. Please act quickly, or it will be too late." It turned out that Jiang Yun, whom Ye Fei had sent away, had not fled but instead lingered nearby, watching intently. Hearing her cry, Ye Fei felt a stir in his heart, and with a swift push of his toes, he activated the misty steps. Distancing himself from the swarm of fire crows, he abandoned the thought of entering the Qing longsword. Just at that critical moment, a figure clad in yellow appeared before him. It was a woman in a yellow dress, her back turned to Ye Fei. Though her features remained obscured, her graceful silhouette stirred something deep within him. With a delicate gesture of her hand, countless small swords of true energy flew forth, striking the approaching fire crows directly. In an instant, blood mist splattered as dozens of fire crows were struck down, plummeting from the sky, utterly vanquished. Witnessing this astonishing scene, Ye Fei was left in awe. "Are you all right, Master Yi?" At that moment, Jiang Yiyun rushed over, grasping Ye Fei's arm with a worried expression that "I'm fine." Ye Fei replied with an awkward smile, discreetly withdrawing his arm. Stepping forward, he bowed deeply to the woman in yellow, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed senior, for saving my life. There's no need for thanks." "This was merely an unforeseen calamity," the woman in yellow replied, turning to shoot a glance at Jiang Yin standing beside Ye Fei. Feeling the weight of that gaze, Jiang Yiyun's face flushed crimson, and she shrank her neck in embarrassment, too timid to speak. Upon finally seeing the woman's face, Ye Fei was instantly entranced, his gaze drifting into a daze. The woman possessed delicate brows and an enchanting visage, her ample figure captivating to behold. With just one glance, he found himself hopelessly smitten. "Master Yi, you're drooling all over your shoes," Jiang Yiyun teased, hastily tugging at his sleeve. "What? Where?" "I'm not," startled from his stupor by Jiang Yiyun's playful remarks. Ye Fei gasped, looking down at his shoes. Finding them dry, he turned back to Jiang Yiyun with confusion, giggling. "Master Yi, you're quite the entertainer." Jiang Yiyun laughed, covering her mouth with her hand, her laughter causing her to tremble with mirth. Even the woman in yellow, standing opposite them, bore a smile, showing no sign of disapproval for Ye Fei's moment of folly, as if such antics were commonplace to her. And why apologies for the amusement? "Esteemed senior." Realizing the playful atmosphere, Ye Fei finally regained his composure. His face flushed as he bowed again, too shy to meet her gaze. "Are you the newly accepted disciple of Sister Luoying?" The woman in yellow inquired softly, her head nodding slightly. "Indeed, I am her disciple," Ye Fei replied. "Thank you for your life-saving assistance, esteemed senior." Upon hearing this, the woman in yellow seemed to understand and nodded approvingly. "You read quite young, yet your wits are sharp. I am Un's aunt. You may call me Aunt Jiang from now on. However, let us not dwell on the life-saving matter. It was merely a consequence of this girl's mischief." so do not take it to heart." The woman in yellow appeared satisfied with Ye Fei's response, casting another reproachful glance at Jiang Yun, who pouted, looking quite aggrieved. "Aunt Jiang, you misunderstand. Yun did not cause any trouble. This was merely an accident." Ye Fei quickly interjected on Jiang Yun's behalf. In his view, this was indeed the case. Upon learning that Jiang Yun was the niece of the woman in yellow, he felt compelled to refrain from addressing her as his senior disciple. "Master Yi, you may not know, but Yun possesses a natural fragrance body, which inherently attracts demonic beasts. Wherever she goes, the beasts within a 50-mile radius sense her presence and are drawn to her. This recent disturbance was indeed instigated by her," the woman in yellow explained with a gentle sigh. For some unknown reason, upon seeing Ye Fei, she was reminded of someone, and thus felt a peculiar fondness for him, leading her to speak more freely. "I see." Although Ye Fei was unfamiliar with the concept of fragrance body, he grasped the essence of her explanation, igniting his curiosity about Jiang Yun, prompting him to steal a glance at her. He even took a deep breath, hoping to detect any special fragrance in the air. Of course, Ye Fei's actions did not escape Jiang Yun's notice. Embarrassed, her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, her head buried deep in her chest. "All right, there is nothing more to be done here. I'll take this girl back with me. You can keep the claws and beaks of the fire crows for your task. Also, take this storage pouch. It will make future sect assignments easier," the woman in yellow declared, waving her hand. But a storage pouch flew from her ring and landed in Ye Fei's grasp. With a flourish of her sleeve, she and Jiang Yun vanished from sight. "Thank you, Aunt Jiang, for your generous gift." Although uncertain of the direction in which the woman had disappeared, Ye Fei bowed towards the direction of the Xiaoyao sect. "This Aunt Jiang is far superior to my so-called master." As he examined the storage pouch in his hand, Ye Fei felt a whirlwind of emotions. Once he steadied himself, he approached the fallen fire crows. Given the proximity to the Xiaoyao sect, he dared not place the corpses within the Qinglong sword. Instead, he simply severed their claws and beaks, gathering them into a pile. As he prepared to store the crow's beaks and claws into the pouch, he suddenly discovered several items nestled within. How I wish I had joined Aunt Jiang's sect from the start. His heart swelled with admiration as he beheld the contents of the pouch. The woman in yellow had not merely bestowed upon him a storage pouch. It contained 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, a spirit weapon long sword, and 2 vials of elixirs. 1 vial held Baohua Yulu pills, used for recovering true energy, with 15 pills in total. The other contained Shangyun pills, though only 5 were far more precious, capable of enhancing the cultivation of qi refining stage practitioners. These items were undeniably extravagant for an outer disciple. "Let us submit the task," Ye Fei sighed once more, sweeping his hand to gather the fire crow claws, beaks, and his long sword into the storage pouch. Fortunately, this pouch was larger than the one he had received from Louis Shan, or he would have struggled to fit everything inside. Finally, after securing the pouch to his waist, he made his way back to the Xiaoyao sect. This storage pouch was acquired through legitimate means, making it suitable for US as he walked, passing by outer disciples who carried long swords on their backs. Ye Fei couldn't help but feel a sense of superiority. Indeed, with one less sword to carry, he found his steps considerably lighter. This sensation filled him with satisfaction. Upon arriving at the task hall, Ye Fei approached the counter for task submissions. I'd like to submit tasks number 3 and 35. He produced his identity jade token and handed it to the inner disciple seated behind the counter. "Back so soon?" The disciple was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing Ye Fei. After all, he had only been gone for half an hour. Under normal circumstances, he would have barely ventured a few dozen miles from the sect, likely just encountering demonic beasts by now. Yet here was Ye Fei, already returning to submit his tasks. Indeed, it was a bit swift. "But everything is still fresh." As he spoke, Ye Fei directly retrieved 45 pairs of fire crow claws and 45 fire crow beaks from his storage pouch, piling them onto the ground beside the table. "Did you just acquire all of this? It seems rather excessive." Observing the fire crow beaks, still stained with fresh blood, and glancing at the storage pouch at Ye Fei's waist, the disciple was momentarily rendered speechless. Struggling to articulate his thoughts, not only he, but all the disciples in the task pavilion turned in astonishment toward Ye Fei, although fire crows were not particularly formidable beasts for the outer sect disciples. The number of creatures they could easily slay was quite limited. After all, a first-tier monster possessed strength comparable to a cultivator at the 4th level of Qi refinement. To have slain so many in such a short span of time was an unprecedented feat amongst the outer sect. How could this not leave them astounded? What? Is there a limit on submissions? Ye Fei inquired with a slight smile, a hint of amusement gracing his lips. No, there isn't, the disciple replied, exchanging a glance with the attendant at the task reception before nodding earnestly. Realizing it was permissible, Ye Fei urged, then let us expedite the registration. The disciple, resigned, waved his sleeve to collect the fire crow claws and beaks. Subsequently, he raised his right hand, tossing Ye Fei 180 low-grade spirit stones, and recorded Ye Fei's task points on a jade slip. Please reapply for tasks number 3 and 35. After submitting his tasks, Ye Fei proceeded to the task reception desk, identity jade token in hand. All right, please hold on, the task attendant said, this time with a noticeably more courteous tone, quickly registering Ye Fei's tasks. After securing his jade token, Ye Fei descended the mountain once again, exiting the Xianyao sect. Just after his departure, the task attendant retrieved a sound transmission jade slip, whispering a few words before a sinister smile crept across his face. Unbeknownst to Ye Fei, he had already left the confines of the Xianyao sect. Within merely half an hour, he traveled 60 miles outside the sect's gates, where he encountered a fisher beast. You shall serve as my subject for experimentation, Ye Fei mused, stealthily advancing. Gur! As Ye Fei drew within 20 zhang of the fisher beast, it detected his presence, letting out a roar and charging toward him. Come forth! With a flicker of his mind, Ye Fei summoned his sword, executing the first move of the Iluan 9 swords. Pooh! Without any suspense. The fisher beast was instantly slain, its body severed. After utilizing the technique twice, Ye Fei recognized the extraordinary power of the Iluan 9 swords. However, he also noted an issue. The technique consumed an excessive amount of true qi. In the heat of earlier battles, he had not paid it much mind, but after this application, he realized it had depleted nearly 20% of his true qi. I ought to conserve its use. Ye Fei sighed in resignation that if he resorted to this technique at every encounter with a beast, he would soon find himself utterly drained of qi, standing before the corpse of the fisher beast. Ye Fei expanded his consciousness to its fullest, ensuring no one was around, and then summoned the beast's remains into the Qinglong's sword. Simultaneously, the sword rapidly shrank, transforming into a speck of dust that hovered in the air. Once inside the Qinglong sword, Ye Fei first stripped the fisher beast of its hide, then approached the spirit-cleansing tree, seeking to have the tree absorb the beast's carcass. The results were astonishingly evident. To Ye Fei's surprise, the mere corpse of a fisher beast revived the spirit-cleansing tree from its wilted state, even causing several tender buds to sprout. This revelation filled Ye Fei with immense joy. He then exited the Qinglong sword. Witnessing the superior efficacy of beast corpses over spirit herbs, Ye Fei made a decisive resolution. Over the next 20 days, Ye Fei's figure frequently traversed the vicinity of the Xianyao sect, ensuring to return to the task pavilion every other day to submit tasks so as not to raise suspicion. Through relentless effort, he managed to slay a total of 150 first-tier beasts, exchanging them for 400 low-grade spirit stones and 200 task points. Simultaneously, his frenzied task completion stirred quite a commotion among the outer sect, a disciple with a mixed elemental root defying fate and striving tirelessly for spirit stones to cultivate. Attempting to surpass his limitations, how could those so-called prodigies with 3 or 2 elemental roots not be inspired to work hard? In an instant, Ye Fei became a paragon for many outer sect disciples to emulate. Naturally, Ye Fei remained oblivious to this. After submitting his final task, he returned to his cave dwelling and entered the Qinglong sword. Finally, the fruits had matured, after absorbing the corpses of 150 beasts. The spirit-cleansing tree's fruits were finally ripe. Gazing upon the 5 vibrant cleansing fruits, Ye Fei felt an indescribable excitement. After cleansing his roots once more, he could resume his cultivation. The mere thought of it made Ye Fei unable to contain his exhilaration, and he immediately plucked the 5 cleansing fruits As the spirit cleansing tree wilted for the third time, Ye Fei sat cross-legged on the ground, commencing the cleansing of his roots. As the sensation akin to 1,000 ants gnawing returned. Filth began to gather on the surface of his skin. Compared to the last time, this cleansing process took slightly longer, and the pain was more intense. Upon successfully cleansing his roots, the cultivation bottleneck that had plagued Ye Fei was finally shattered. He promptly retrieved spirit stones, diving into his cultivation to his delight. As the number of root cleansing sessions increased, his absorption speed of spirit stone energy saw a marked improvement. Half a month later, Ye Fei successfully advanced to the 5th level of qi refinement. His strength had significantly increased, and his consciousness range expanded to a radius of 10 zhang. With prior experience in mind, Ye Fei understood that he would encounter a new cultivation bottleneck before reaching the 6th level of qi refinement. Thus, he decided to halt his progress and focus on cleansing his roots. Having formulated this plan, Ye Fei exited his cave and returned to the task pavilion to accept another task. This time, he intended to spend a month hunting 200 first-tier beasts. However, unbeknownst to Ye Fei, as he stepped outside the protective mountain array of the Xianyao sect, a disciple clad in gray quietly followed him. After exiting the array, this disciple retrieved a yellow talisman from his pocket. Subsequently, he recited a spell, causing the talisman to transform into a beam of yellow light that soared toward the periphery of Qingsong Mountain. Moments later, on a hillside 200 miles from the Xianyao sect, a young man in black robes, seated on the ground, slowly opened his eyes. "So, you have finally emerged." The black-robed youth smirked wickedly in the direction of the Xianyao sect, lightly tapping his right index finger on the ground, causing his body to levitate into the air. Immediately after, a beam of black light shot forth from his waist, forming a black circular disc beneath his feet. The disc, entirely dark and the size of a grinding stone, concealed its material. Once the black-robed youth's feet landed on the disc, it shot forth like an arrow toward the Xianyao sect. While its speed could not rival that of a flying sword, it was considerably swifter than a cultivator employing the wind manipulation technique. As the black-robed youth soared forth, the area around the hillside stirred. Suddenly, a dozen dark figures closely followed. Their speed was far inferior to that of the youth in the black robe, yet they could accurately track his exact location. That moment, Ye Fei was blissfully unaware that he had become the prey in the eyes of others. Half an hour later, he encountered his first beast, a Kanglin Kuan wolf. Confronting this creature, Ye Fei did not employ the Iluan 9 swords, but instead engaged it with the Lingxiao Dominant Slash, which he had acquired with a spirit stone. Though the name of the Lingxiao Dominant Slash was imposing, its power was modest, and it consumed little true energy. The Kanglin Kuan wolf excelled in speed, its hide not as tough as that of the Earth-Shatter beast, allowing Ye Fei's sword to pierce through with ease. Thus, he remained unhurried, entangling himself in battle with the Kanglin Kuan wolf for a full incense stick's duration before finally severing its head. The reason Ye Fei chose to do this was to hone his skills through combat. Just as he stored the Kanglin Kuan wolf away, a shadow appeared in the distant sky. It was a slender youth clad in black robes, standing upon an unknown black disk. Upon seeing this young man, Ye Fei's pupils involuntarily contracted, and a certain individual came to mind. "Are you Ye Fei?" As Ye Fei's thoughts raced, the black-robed youth landed 10 zhang in front of him and spoke with a tone laden with disdain. "Who are you?" Ye Fei arched an eyebrow in response. "You must know Lu Yishan, right? He is my brother, my full-blooded sibling, and the only family I have in this world. That I am his younger brother, Lu Yihong, and I have come today to avenge him. That I know you did not kill my brother, for you lack the capability. However, his death undoubtedly relates to you. That if you are wise, tell me who the murderer is, and I shall leave you with a complete corpse. Otherwise, I will ensure your soul is annihilated, condemned to eternal damnation." Ye Fei posed a single question, and Lu Yihong, as if possessed, launched into a lengthy tirade. As he spoke, his gaze fixated on Ye Fei with a seething hatred, as if he longed to devour him alive. Madman. Observing Lu Yihong's demeanor, Ye Fei's lips curled in a sardonic smile. "That I advise you to speak up." Lu Yihong's voice was frigid, his murderous intent unmistakable. "I have no idea who the murderer is. What do you expect me to say?" You fabricate accusations without cause. If you wish to fight, let us do so without further ado. Ye Fei extended his right hand, summoning his sword. Although Ye Fei was aware that Lu Yihong's cultivation surpassed his own, the difference appeared to be no more than two minor realms. Even if he were outmatched, he felt he could still escape. Thus he bore no fear. Very well. Since you wish to fight, I shall oblige. Lu Yihong scoffed, extending his right hand to reveal a small black flag. This flag bore some resemblance to the banner wielded by Lu Yishan. Yet the aura it exuded was far more formidable. Nonetheless, Ye Fei did not underestimate it. In contrast, Ye Fei, Lu Yihong held no reservations. With a swift motion of his right hand, the black flag emitted a sharp crack. Ghost Mist, go! Lu Yihong intoned softly, and from the black flag, tendrils of black smoke began to unfurl. These wisps of smoke seemed almost sentient, immediately coiling toward Ye Fei upon their emergence, despite their ethereal appearance. The black mist moved with astonishing speed, rapidly coalescing into a serpentine form within mere breaths, closing the distance to less than 2 zhang from Ye Fei dared not be careless. Thrusting his sword forward repeatedly, unleashing a barrage of fierce sword chi that surged like waves toward the encroaching black mist. Transform! Upon witnessing Ye Fei's sword chi, Lu Yihong bellowed and vigorously waved his black flag. In response, over a dozen malevolent spirits wielding battle axes erupted from the black flag. As these spirits emerged, they swiftly merged into the black mist serpentine form. The moment their bodies sank into the mist, they teleported to the forefront, swinging their axes to cleave through the incoming sword chi. Despite their relatively small sizes, the power of their axes was considerable, effortlessly severing Ye Fei's oncoming sword chi. Quite intriguing why Ye Fei's gaze sharpened as he employed the smoke step technique, swiftly arriving at the belly of the black mist serpent. Disperse. Ye Fei unleashed the first sword of the Iluan 9 swords. Golden rainbow pierces the sun, attempting to dissipate the black mist. Converge! Lu Yihong remained unperturbed at the sight of Ye Fei's strike. As he uttered the command, he flicked his wrist, causing the black mist serpent to retract toward its core. Just before Ye Fei's sword could descend, it transformed into a colossal black blade. Strike! As the massive blade formed, Lu Yihong flicked the small flag once more. The enormous blade surged forward, meeting Ye Fei's descending sword. Clang! The sound of clashing metal resonated, and Ye Fei's body was sent reeling backwards, crashing heavily to the ground. Such strength! Ye Fei's heart sank as he struggled to rise. His palms were torn, blood seeping forth, and his right arm trembled uncontrollably, nearly slipping from his grip on the sword. How do you fare now? Lu Yihong's lips curled into a sinister smile as he surveyed Ye Fei's condition. Come again. Ye Fei gritted his teeth, offering no further words as he charged forward once more with his sword raised. Golden goose soars. When he was still 5 zhang away from Lu Yihong, Ye Fei fearlessly unleashed the second sword of the Iluan 9 swords. As the sword sliced through the air, a ripple of golden sword chi erupted from its tip, surging forth directly toward Lu Yihong. Humph, overestimating yourself. Lu Yihong scoffed, flicking his black flag, causing the still-forming giant blade to rise and intercept the sword chi ripple. Boom! In an instant, sword and blade collided, producing a thunderous explosion. Simultaneously, Ye Fei was once again sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground and spitting blood twice. Opposite him, Lu Yihong fared little better. The black flag in his hand emitted white smoke, igniting in flames that a trickle of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. His body swaying unsteadily as if about to collapse. Clearly, his artifact had suffered damage, resulting in a significant backlash. I never expected you. A mere 5th layer chi refinement cultivator could unleash the power of a 7th layer. I truly underestimated you. Wiping the blood from his lips, Lu Yihong grinned wickedly, casting his gaze around. Then, with a sweep of his right hand, he commanded loudly, "Surround him." As his words echoed, a dozen shadows flickered in from all directions, encircling Ye Fei. When did so many people arrive? As the numbers swelled, Ye Fei's heart tightened, and he struggled to stand, his expression grim. Now can we speak? Lu Yihong narrowed his eyes, inquiring once more. Very well. I shall speak. With so many people surrounding him, Ye Fei's mind raced, and he hastily dropped his sword, choosing to forego resistance. I could see that moment. He was gravely injured and encircled. Escaping was a daunting task. To continue to act recklessly would be sheer folly. Have you come to terms? Lu Yihong smiled wickedly. That I spoke. Can you truly spare me? Ye Fei looked at Lu Yihong with hopeful eyes. Rest assured. As long as you speak, I vow not to harm you. Lu Yihong nodded earnestly. Very well. I shall speak. Clenching his teeth, Ye Fei seemed to summon great resolve before finally speaking. The one who killed your brother is my master. Ye Fei's declaration caused Lu Yihong's brow to furrow in confusion. Your master? Who is it? He is an outer elder of the Xiaoyao sect, Li Zitian. Ye Fei let out a deep sigh and, with great reluctance, uttered, Dare to toy with me. You seek death. Since you have already guessed a few things, I can no longer allow you to live. Dispose of him. What Ye Fei did not expect was that upon hearing this command, Lu Yihong not only disbelieved him, but was also instantly consumed by rage, opting to take immediate action. Did you not say that as long as I spoke, you would spare my life? Ye Fei, feeling a surge of panic, shouted loudly that I did say that I would not strike, but I never claimed to prevent them from acting. Moreover, your words are utterly untrustworthy. Attack. Lu Yihong snorted coldly, gesturing to the black-clad figures surrounding Ye Fei to commence their assault. Just then, the earth began to tremble violently. Clouds of dust billowed from the surrounding woods, followed by a chorus of beastly roars growing ever nearer. What is happening? Lu Yihong suddenly froze, his gaze darting around. He discovered that a horde of over 100 demonic beasts was charging towards them. The dust clouds were stirred up by these creatures. As the beasts closed in, Lu Yihong cast a perplexed glance at Ye Fei, unable to comprehend why these beasts would approach without cause. Yet, it was clear that this was not the doing of their own kind, leaving only Ye Fei as the possible orchestrator. Suddenly, realization dawned upon Lu Yihong, his eyes widening in a fierce glare as he snarled. Did you kill my brother? Otherwise, how could that beast-attracting incense be in your possession? Lu Yihong quickly pieced together the puzzle and began searching around, as if looking for the incense. I did not slay him, but all of his belongings are indeed in my possession, Ye Fei replied with an indifferent smile. Relieved to see the approaching beasts, he then stepped aside, extending his left hand to retrieve a short incense stick, merely an inch in height, from a small pit beneath his feet. This incense was taken from Lu Yishan, who had used it to lure the Kanglin Kunlang. Earlier, when Ye Fei had risen and discarded his sword, he had quietly ignited this incense. Kill him! Kill him! Upon seeing the short incense, Lu Yihong's eyes turned bloodshot, his demeanor frenzied as he roared incessantly. Hearing Lu Yihong's command, the black-clad figures surrounding Ye Fei hesitated no longer. They brandished their magical artifacts and launched an offensive against him, disregarding the encroaching beasts. Too late. Ye Fei, suppressing his injuries, raised his right hand to grasp the sword on the ground and, with a swift leap, propelled himself into the air. Golden rainbow pierces the sunas. Ye Fei swung his sword. He twirled in mid-air, unleashing a circular wave of sword energy that radiated outward. While this strike was impressive in spirit, its power diminished significantly as its range expanded. Though the black-clad figures were slightly weaker than him, they were undeterred. They merely defended with their artifacts, successfully blocking Ye Fei's attack. This was precisely the outcome Ye Fei desired. Seizing the opportunity while they were occupied, he executed a series of smoke-like steps, swiftly darting past one of the black-clad figures, escaping the encirclement and racing towards the approaching horde of beasts. A bunch of useless fools. Witnessing Ye Fei's effortless escape, Lu Yihong erupted in fury. He disregarded his injuries, propelled himself forward, and pursued Ye Fei. The beast horde was now less than 10 paces from Ye Fei. Sensing the distinctive aroma emanating from the beast-attracting incense in Ye Fei's hand, the demonic beast's eyes turned crimson as they lunged towards him. Do not seek me. Pursue him instead. Ye Fei flicked his left finger lightly, sending the incense flying toward Lu Yihong. Simultaneously, he executed his smoke-like steps once more, plunging directly into the midst of the beast horde. In an instant, he was engulfed, and his presence faded completely, evidently trampled to death by the beasts. Damn it, Lu Yihong cursed angrily, fully grasping Ye Fei's intention. Ye Fei, recognizing his own doom, sought to take Lu Yihong down with him through this desperate act, now that he understood Ye Fei's scheme. Lu Yihong would not allow him to succeed. He did not attempt to retrieve the flying incense. Instead, he allowed it to drift towards the group of black-clad figures behind him. He forcefully halted his movement, swiftly summoned a black circular artifact, and, channeling his energy, ascended into the sky, fleeing into the distance. Lu Yihong's actions were fluid and decisive, enabling him to evade the charging beasts perfectly. However, the black-clad figures behind him were far less fortunate, as they became encircled by over 100 demonic beasts. Despite their considerable numbers, they were overwhelmed by the sheer volume of beasts attacking simultaneously, rendering them unable to hold their ground. After slaying over 30 demonic beasts, they ultimately succumbed to the remaining horde, being completely annihilated. At that point, the incense had burned out, leaving the beasts momentarily without a target. After a furious roar, they retreated along their original path. Meanwhile, Lu Yihong had already escaped several dozen miles away. After waiting for a quarter an hour and seeing the dust settle at the scene of the incident, he steered the black circular artifact back. Even as a practitioner of the dark arts, Lu Yihong could not help but shudder at the sight before him. All 15 of the black-clad men he had brought were dead, their bodies torn asunder by the beasts, a gruesome sight scattered across the ground. Lu Yihong paid no heed to the corpses, instead using his spiritual sense to search for Ye Fei's storage bag. After 3 consecutive attempts, he found no trace of Ye Fei's storage bag, nor even his body. Could it be that the beasts had consumed him? Lu Yihong frowned deeply, his mind fixated on this sole possibility. It was no wonder he thought this way. At that moment, Ye Fei had no chance of survival. Had he not possessed a flying artifact, he too would have met a grisly end. A bunch of useless fools. After casting another glance at the corpses of the black-clad men, Lu Yihong couldn't help but snort disdainfully. He then focused his mind, producing a jade talisman. With a gesture of his right hand, he whispered to the talisman, "Elder Li, Ye Fei has been eliminated, but the Yin Luo banner remains unfound. Your mission continues." After stowing the talisman, Lu Yihong murmured to himself, "It seems that not a single beast within 100 miles can be spared. Perhaps Ye Fei's storage bag is within the belly of one of those beasts." Moments later, Lu Yihong summoned the black circular artifact once more, propelling himself into the distance. About the time it would take to burn a stick of incense later, a speck of dust suddenly lifted from a beast's corpse. This speck of dust rapidly expanded to a visible size, transforming into a bronze short sword. As the sword grew to a length of about 2 inches, a gray light burst forth from within. The previously vanished Ye Fei landed steadily on the ground. Finally safe, Ye Fei exhaled a long breath, surveying the field of corpses. "Thank you all." With a grin, he waved his large sleeves, collecting the numerous beast carcasses scattered across the ground. After gathering the bodies of beasts, Ye Fei turned to the direction Lu Yihong had departed. After a moment's contemplation, he re-entered the Qinglong sword and set off in pursuit. It turned out that at the moment Ye Fei had dashed into the horde of beasts. He had entered the Qinglong sword, concealed by the swarm of beasts. He had gone unnoticed by Lu Yihong. Within the Qinglong sword, he consumed pills to recover while observing the situation outside. Lu Yihong's every word had reached his ears. Everything happening outside was crystal clear to him. This moment, Ye Fei had already realized that Li Zhaitian, the outer elder of the Xiaoyao sect, was undoubtedly not a good character and had surely betrayed the sect. Contemplating this, he cautiously flew forward while retrieving the communication jade token that Ning Xiyu had given him. Since he was less than 100 miles from the Xiaoyao sect, the token was still operational. "Sister, there are suspicions of betrayal surrounding outer elder Li Zhaitian. Please exercise caution and do not engage with him too deeply. Additionally, I may be unable to return to the sect for a while. So I kindly ask you to inform Master on my behalf." After activating the communication jade token, Ye Fei succinctly relayed his message before sending it out. In just a moment, the token suddenly glowed, and Ning Xiyu's somewhat anxious voice came forth. "Master has long been aware of this matter. Junior brother, are you in danger? I will come to rescue you immediately." Seeing Ning Siyu's concern, Ye Fei felt warmth in his heart and hurriedly transmitted back. Sister, there's no need for alarm. I am quite well now, and the danger has been averted. However, I cannot return just yet for fear of raising Li Ziqian's suspicions. Currently, I am facing a bottleneck in my cultivation and would like to venture out for some experience. I hope you can support me in this. After a brief pause, Ning Siyu's voice came through once more. Master said that in the southwestern part of Qingsong Mountain, there's a market in Qingyuan town. You may want to explore it, as you might encounter some fortuitous opportunities that could aid in your breakthrough. Evidently, Ning Siyu had conveyed Ye Fei's words to their master, Luo Ying, with the communication clarified. Ye Fei refrained from sending further messages and directly stowed away the jade token. However, after walking a little over a mile, Ye Fei discovered the corpse of a ground-split beast ahead. This creature had been eviscerated, lifeless in the most definitive sense. Yet, judging by the residual warmth of its body, it had not been dead for long. Likely the doing of Lu Yihong. This gift I shall graciously accept. Ye Fei chuckled. Then, with a flourish of his sleeve, he stored the ground-split beast body within the Qinglong sword. Subsequently, he directed the Qinglong sword to soar into the air, determining his direction before pursuing once more. Given that Lu Yihong was merely at the qi refinement stage with a spiritual sense not exceeding 20 zhang, the existence of the Qinglong sword went entirely undetected by him. Meanwhile, his battles with the demonic beast created considerable commotion, thus allowing Ye Fei to track his movements effortlessly. And so, Lu Yihong diligently fought against the beasts ahead, while Ye Fei effortlessly collected the corpses behind him, the two exhibiting an uncanny synergy. This cooperation persisted for 10 days. Throughout this duration, Lu Yihong remained steadfast in his duties, scarcely resting even with his injuries. Remarkably, through his relentless efforts, Ye Fei reaped significant rewards, accumulating over 200 corpses of first-tier demonic beasts, sufficient for another cleansing of his spiritual root. On the 11th day, seeing no further gains, Lu Yihong decided to cease his search. He found a concealed boulder and sat down upon it, sighing heavily. Damn it, which beast devoured that brat? Ugh, it's been 10 days. I'm utterly exhausted. If I don't recover soon, it may jeopardize my foundation. Seated atop the boulder, Lu Yihong lamented, "To think that he, a fully realized 6-layer Qi refiner, along with 15 subordinates at the 3rd and 4th layers, could be so thoroughly bested by a mere 5th-layer Ye Fei was indeed a source of frustration. Moreover, after 10 days of relentless combat with the beasts, Lu Yihong felt utterly drained, both physically and mentally. I must locate that In Luo banner. Otherwise, I won't be able to report back to the young master," he murmured, his face etched with worry, before consuming a precious Baoa Yulu pill to aid in his recovery. Unbeknownst to him, as he recuperated, a tiny speck of dust, propelled by the wind, drifted steadily toward him, drawing ever closer. "Since you're here, why return?" As the speck of dust floated behind Lu Yihong, a voice suddenly emanated from it. Simultaneously, Ye Fei emerged, his sword aimed directly at Lu Yihong's back. Who? Lu Yihong, still in the midst of his recovery, instinctively turned to look behind him, failing to evade in time. Upon recognizing Ye Fei, his eyes widened in disbelief. Astonished that the very individual he had presumed devoured was now before him once more, in that instant, Ye Fei's sword pierced directly through his heart. "You're not dead." Blood gushed from Lu Yihong's mouth as he fell lifelessly to the ground, his demise marked by utter discontent. Gazing at Lu Yihong's fallen body, Ye Fei exhibited neither joy nor sorrow. With a grasp of his right hand, he seized Lu Yihong's storage bag. Then, with a flicker of his consciousness, he re-entered the Qinglong sword, transforming into a speck of dust that adhered to a nearby tree. Within the Qinglong sword, Ye Fei emptied the contents of Lu Yihong's storage bag. Among them was a black circular magical artifact, a vial of restorative elixirs, 50 low-grade spirit stones, an ordinary long sword, a black token, a communication jade token, 2 pale yellow talismans, and a manual titled In Luo Gong. Aside from these, there was naught else. To think someone who commands a dozen subordinates would be so impoverished. Ye Fei's gaze swept over the items, a hint of disappointment evident, after stowing away the long sword and spirit stones. He picked up the black token that it was a hexagonal token, roughly the size of a palm. Despite its modest dimensions, one side bore the character Luo, while the other displayed the character SHA.IT, was likely an identity token of the sect. Setting the token aside, Ye Fei then examined the two talismans. Being his first encounter with such items, he could not discern their significance and opted to keep them as for the Yin Luo Gong manual. He had no interest in studying it, recognizing it as a nefarious art by its name, and thus discarded it. Lastly, he took hold of the black circular magical artifact. It was a flying artifact. Though he could not ascertain its material composition, that he chose not to refine it immediately, opting instead to store it for later examination. After surveying his spoils, Ye Fei made his way to the spirit cleansing tree. At this point, the corpses of demonic beasts had accumulated beside the tree like a mountain. Drawing his sword, he severed all the parts of the corpses that could be submitted for the task. Allowing the spirit cleansing tree to absorb them entirely, as the spirit cleansing fruit matured once more, Ye Fei calculated the quantity of demonic beast corpses consumed by the tree. Previously, the total was 150. This time, it amounted to 180. Thus, the next count would likely be 216. Quickly, Ye Fei deduced the number of demonic beasts required for the spirit cleansing fruit to mature again. It was becoming increasingly challenging. With a soft sigh, he finally plucked the spirit cleansing fruit and placed it in his mouth. In this manner, Ye Fei completed the fourth cleansing of his spiritual root within the Qinglong sword. This session lasted nearly 2/4 of an hour, and the sensation of countless ants gnawing at him intensified compared to before, nearly overwhelming his endurance. At this rate, he feared he would not be able to withstand the next cleansing. After cleansing himself of the accumulated impurities, Ye Fei could not help but furrow his brow. He vaguely perceived that the duration of the cleansing process and the pain endured were both escalating at a proportional rate to the maturation of the spirit cleansing tree. Presently, it seemed this ratio was approximately 20%. If this trend continued, it was likely that no one could endure the 81st cleansing of their spiritual root. Just the duration of the final cleansing would extend over several decades. Who could possibly withstand that? The more Ye Fei contemplated, the colder his heart became. This cannot stand. I must seek out Qinglong for clarity. Upon this thought, Ye Fei raised his head, gazing at the clouds atop the Qinglong waterfall. Elder Qinglong, might you descend for a moment? He called out to the clouds above. What is it? As soon as the words left his mouth, the figure of Qinglong materialized before Ye Fei. Elder, does the time required for purifying the spiritual roots and the torment endured by the body not continue to escalate? Ye Fei voiced his concerns. Indeed, it does, Qinglong replied. Have you begun to feel overwhelmed? He inquired with a smile. Yes, I fear that I may not withstand the agony of the next purification of my spiritual roots. Ye Fei admitted, his face flushing with embarrassment. After merely 4 purifications, he found himself at his limit, which indeed felt somewhat shameful. Ha. Qinglong laughed heartily. This is only natural. After 81 purifications, only those of great willpower can succeed. If you wish to alleviate the suffering, the only way is through body refinement, which can provide a solution. There are 9 realms of body refinement, each aiding you in successfully completing the 9 purifications of your spiritual roots. Here are the cultivation mantras and methods for the 9 realms of body refinement. Qinglong chuckled, having anticipated this matter. With that, he pointed his right finger at Ye Fei's forehead, and the cultivation mantras for the 9 realms of body refinement appeared in Ye Fei's mind. Is it easy to practice the 9 realms of body refinement? Ye Fei asked curiously, not immediately reviewing the mantras. It is exceedingly difficult to refine. It requires a vast amount of heavenly materials, earthly treasures and elixirs, and even then, success is not guaranteed. However, to complete the 81 purifications of your spiritual roots, you must master the 9 realms of body refinement. Hence, whether you desire to pursue this path or not, you must tread it. Otherwise, with your qualifications, even foundational establishment may be beyond your reach, Qinglong explained, shaking his head as he glanced at Ye Fei. Elder, what heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and elixirs are required? Do you know? Upon hearing this explanation, Ye Fei's heart sank, yet he still inquired, if even foundational establishment were unattainable, how could he face Ye Songlong upon his return? Therefore, for Ye Fei, as long as there remained a glimmer of hope, he would strive to seize it. The only thing I know of is the Body Refinement Compendium, a legacy passed down through our Qinglong clan. Due to the passage of time, I cannot ascertain the names of the items recorded within or if any have become extinct. I will now transmit this knowledge to you. Whether you can utilize it depends on your fortune, Qinglong said, once again placing his right finger upon Ye Fei's forehead. Subsequently, Ye Fei's mind was filled with additional information. After imparting these two pieces of knowledge, Qinglong's figure flickered and he returned to the clouds above. The 9 realms of body refinement, Ye Fei murmured, contemplating the contents Qinglong had shared with him. The 9 realms of body refinement are divided into the upper 4 realms and the lower 5 realms. The upper 4 realms consist of skin refinement, flesh refinement, bone refinement, and tendon refinement. The lower 5 realms encompass meridian unblocking, golden marrow, body establishment, golden body, and Tao body. Each realm of body refinement corresponds to a particular level of cultivation for practitioners, ranging from the human realm of Qi refinement, foundational establishment, Dan formation, Yuan infant, to the spiritual realm of divine transformation. Ethereal transformation, composite body, great ascension, and tribulation crossing. This is not merely body refinement. It is evidently a simultaneous cultivation of 2 distinct systems. After reviewing all the content, Ye Fei could not help but smile wryly. No wonder Qinglong remarked that such individuals could only exist within a single interface. To Ye Fei, even one was excessive. This was not merely difficult. It was utterly unfeasible. The medicinal materials recorded in the Body Refinement Compendium. According to his current knowledge, he did not recognize a single one since it was unattainable at present. He could only set it aside for now and focus on enhancing his cultivation, weighing the pros and cons. Ye Fei cast aside his tangled thoughts, retrieved 2 spirit stones, and commenced his cultivation. Following the 4th purification of his spiritual roots, Ye Fei's cultivation speed had noticeably increased once more, from initially consuming only 4 spirit stones per day. He could now consume that his rate of cultivation had doubled. Why Ye Fei surmised that with such a cultivation speed, while it might not match that of a practitioner with 4 spiritual roots, it certainly would not be far behind. Since he was not lacking in cultivation resources and faced no bottlenecks in his training, Ye Fei remained within the Qinglong sword for the next 2 months. He diligently advanced his cultivation to the mid-stage of Qi Refinement's 6th layer, only pausing upon encountering another cultivation bottleneck. Over these 2 months, he consumed a total of 450 spirit stones. Depleting his reserves by a third. Of course, he did not dedicate all his time solely to cultivation during this period. In the intervals of his training, he continued to tend to his medicinal garden. After nearly 3 months, his garden had yielded 3 harvests. Now, the medicinal herbs within the Qinglong sword had accumulated into small mountains, and even the seeds had amassed in considerable quantities. Additionally, Ye Fei had managed to reluctantly cultivate the 3rd sword of the Iluan 9 swords. The sweeping all directions. Though this 3rd sword was powerful, it consumed an exorbitant amount of true qi. With his mid-stage Qi Refinement 6th layer true qi capacity, one strike would deplete 60% of it. Clearly, it had become a last resort for self-preservation. After concluding his training, Ye Fei retrieved the black circular artifact. After recognizing it as his own through blood and refining it, he focused his consciousness and exited the Qinglong sword. At that moment, Lu Yihong's corpse had long been devoured by the beasts, leaving not even a bone behind. Gazing at the empty stone, Ye Fei could not help but sigh that it was not that he was heartless. Had he not possessed the Qinglong sword back then, his fate would have been little different from Lu Yihong's. After a moment of reflection, Ye Fei summoned the black circular artifact, lightly tapping his toes to leap upon it. After a few attempts, he gradually ascended into the air, flying southwest. The sensation was indeed delightful. Observing the scenery rushing beneath him, Ye Fei felt a swell of pride. This was his first experience flying with an artifact, and it felt entirely different from riding someone else's flying sword. Fortunately, the true qi consumption of his flying disc was significantly less than that of a flying sword. Otherwise, given Ye Fei's true qi capacity, he would not have been able to travel far. Nevertheless, even so, Ye Fei halted after flying a little over 200 miles. This distance had consumed 60% of his true qi after landing on the ground. Ye Fei could not help but let out a bitter smile as he stowed away the disc. This was also the reason he had not refined Lu Yishan's flying sword earlier. Given his current level of true energy, he would likely be unable to maintain control over the sword for more than a few dozen miles, without the assistance of a flying, magical artifact. Ye Fei's speed diminished significantly. After spending 2 days inquiring, he finally arrived at Qingyuan Town. Situated at the junction of Qingsong Mountain and Xinyu Plain, Qingyuan Town, although merely a town, was bustling with activity. Spanning over 2 miles in circumference and larger than the average small town, the town was predominantly inhabited by cultivators, with very few mortals in sight. Due to its unique location, low-tier cultivators would come here to trade for various necessities, avoiding the arduous journey to larger cities. After all, those below the foundation establishment stage rarely possess the ability to fly for extended periods that a round trip to a significant cultivation city would take 2 to 3 months. A considerable waste of time, and the journey was fraught with dangers that made it hardly worth the effort. Thus, Qingyuan Town became the only marketplace for cultivators within a radius of several hundred miles. This place was unlike the bustling markets of mortals. While there were numerous cultivators running stalls along the streets, they sat cross-legged on the ground, meditating in silence without calling out to customers. In addition to these makeshift stalls, every 10 paces or so, there would be 1 or 2 shops selling various cultivation necessities. Some even had branches of merchant guilds established here. After spending a quarter of an hour exploring the entirety of Qingyuan Town, Ye Fei paused in front of a shop. This establishment was a 3-story wooden building, with 4 rooms on each floor, making it the largest shop in Qingyuan Town, named Luoyuan Merchant Guild. The name alone indicated that it was a branch of a significant merchant guild. As Ye Fei lingered at the entrance of Luoyuan Merchant Guild, a young attendant hurried out to greet him. "Esteemed friend, if you have the time, please come inside for a look. Whether you buy something or not is of no consequence." "Consider it a casual stroll," the attendant said politely, clasping his hands and greeting. "Do you accept spirit herbs here?" Ye Fei inquired, returning the gesture. "Indeed, whatever you have, we will take. Rest assured, our prices are the fairest in Qingyuan Town." "Bar none," the attendant replied enthusiastically upon hearing that Ye Fei wished to sell spirit herbs. After that, he respectfully ushered Ye Fei into the shop. Although the first floor of the shop was quite spacious, it only featured 4 display cabinets, showcasing cultivation methods, elixirs, magical artifacts, and talismans. While the quality was not particularly high, the variety was complete. "How many spirit herbs do you wish to part with?" the attendant asked eagerly. His gaze fixed on the storage pouch at Ye Fei's waist as they entered the shop. "1,000. Ye Fei replied nonchalantly. "Please follow me to the 2nd floor," the attendant exclaimed, his face lighting up at the quantity. He courteously guided Ye Fei upstairs. The 2nd floor lacked display cabinets, featuring compartments on either side and a reception area in the center. After seating Ye Fei in a reception area and pouring him a cup of spirit tea, the attendant stood beside him and politely asked, "May I inquire what type of spirit herbs you wish to sell?" Ye Fei took a sip of the spirit tea and replied at a leisurely pace. "What are the prices for low-grade and inferior-grade spirit herbs? Each herb has its own price. Here's the list. Please take a look." The attendant promptly handed Ye Fei a jade slip. After receiving the slip, Ye Fei focused his divine sense into it. Moments later, he returned the jade slip to the attendant. Then, with a gesture, he summoned 5 bundles of spirit herbs from his storage pouch, which landed in a heap on the floor beside him. Upon seeing Ye Fei truly possessed such a quantity of spirit herbs, the attendant was overjoyed and hurried to inspect them. 200 stalks each of Dihuang grass, Qingmu grass, Inya grass, Xianshuanghua, and Huangjin ginseng. Except for Dihuang grass, which is worth 2 low-grade spirit stones per stalk, the others are 1 low-grade spirit stone each. The attendant quickly calculated the total and reported back to Ye Fei. In total, that amounts to 1,200 low-grade spirit stones. "Very well, let us proceed with that price." Ye Fei nodded in agreement, satisfied with the offer. It is worth noting that, although this harvest was substantial, it was merely a single yield from his herb garden. An income of 1,200 spirit stones in a month was an astronomical figure for a qi refinement period cultivator. "Please wait a moment. I will go and settle your spirit stones," the attendant said with a smile, bowing slightly before ascending to the third floor. Moments later, he returned with a storage pouch. After placing the spirit herbs into the pouch, he retrieved a box of spirit stones with a wave of his divine sense. Ye Fei, not one to be polite, scanned the contents and, upon confirming the quantity, swept the spirit stones into his possession. "Do you require any magical artifacts or elixirs?" the attendant inquired eagerly. "Our Luyan Merchant Guild offers various grades, ensuring that you will find something to your satisfaction." With the transaction completed, the attendant's spirits lifted. His commission from this sale would amount to 12 spirit stones, equivalent to his salary for an entire month. If Ye Fei were to spend more spirit stones, he could earn an additional profit. It was rare for him to encounter a wealthy patron like Ye Fei in a year, and since he sought to maximize his earnings. As for how Ye Fei acquired such an abundance of spirit herbs, that was not a matter for him to concern himself with. The Luyan Merchant Guild would not inquire either. Here, only transactions were discussed, not their origins. Do you happen to have sheepy grass? Ye Fei's thoughts shifted to the sheepy grass essential for refining the Lianpi Dan, a necessary elixir for cultivating the first stage of the 9 realms of body refinement. Without it, he would be unable to undergo the 5th cleansing of his spiritual roots. Sheepy grass? The attendant frowned slightly and shook his head. "What? You don't have it?" Ye Fei felt a tinge of disappointment. "You misunderstand. It's not that we lack it, but rather that sheepy grass is too unique, that we only have seeds available, not the mature herbs." The attendant explained awkwardly. "Why have seeds but no mature herbs?" Ye Fei asked, perplexed. "You see, once sheepy grass is uprooted, it quickly withers and loses its medicinal properties. Only the seeds from mature plants can be preserved. Therefore, if you need sheepy grass, you will have to purchase some seeds and cultivate them yourself." The attendant patiently clarified. "I see. I was indeed ignorant." Ye Fei admitted sheepishly, scratching his head. You jest. Our Luyan Merchant Guild has jade slips documenting the properties and medicinal effects of various spirit herbs. Priced reasonably, the most detailed ones are only 10 low-grade spirit stones. If you are interested, I can fetch one for you," the attendant suggested, noticing Ye Fei's limited knowledge of spirit herbs. "Yes, please give me the most detailed one. And also include some seeds of sheepy grass." Ye Fei nodded in agreement. "The seeds of sheepy grass are 5 low-grade spirit stones for 5 seeds. How many would you like?" the attendant inquired with a smile. 50 seeds, please." Ye Fei extended 5 fingers. "Understood. Please wait a moment," the attendant replied cheerfully and headed to the left compartment. In just a short while, he returned with a jade slip and a cloth bag. Seeing this, Ye Fei wasted no time and directly handed over 20 low-grade spirit stones. With such wealth, it would surely be prudent to acquire a treasure that conceals your true visage. Such an item would provide an extra layer of security while traveling, the attendant suggested. The young attendant eagerly accepted the spirit stone, handed the items to Ye Fei, and then began to promote other goods. It must be said that this young attendant was truly talented. With his persuasive tongue, he managed to convince Ye Fei to purchase yet another treasure from the Flowing Cloud Merchant Association. When Ye Fei emerged from within, he had transformed into an entirely different person. At that moment, he donned a human skin mask with a slightly darker complexion, draped in a blue cloak, and even his shoes had been replaced, making him appear taller. The mask was exquisitely crafted, and once worn, it concealed any hint of artifice resembling real skin. This was a purchase made under the strong recommendation of the attendant, who claimed that the mask could thwart the probing of cultivators below the core formation stage. Of course, it came at a steep price, costing him 200 low-grade spirit stones. As for the cloak and shoes, Ye Fei merely acquired them to obscure his form and alter his height. They held no special significance. His motivation for these purchases stemmed from both the attendant's enthusiastic promotion and his desire to sell off all the spiritual herbs in his possession. He feared that maintaining a single identity might attract unwanted attention. Thus, when the attendant introduced him to the human skin mask, he was swayed. With the mask in hand, Ye Fei's confidence soared. He continually altered his appearance and visited 5 different shops in succession, successfully selling off the remaining 2,000 spiritual herbs. That he amassed an additional 2,400 low-grade spirit stones, bringing his total to 4,500. Such a substantial amount of spirit stones piled up like a small mountain within the Qinglong sword. Once he reverted to his true appearance, Ye Fei strolled through the streets again, his eyes scanning the various stalls on either side. He sought to discover if there were any worthy items to acquire. For his purpose in exchanging spirit stones was to procure something useful. Thus, he ambled along, scrutinizing his surroundings. Young man, that alchemical furnace seems intriguing. You might consider purchasing it for study. The voice of Qinglong unexpectedly resonated within the Qinglong sword after he had wandered for a short while and arrived at a stall run by a white-haired elder. Intrigued by Qinglong's suggestion, Ye Fei halted. "What is that?" he inquired, pointing at a shabby alchemical furnace displayed at the stall. The furnace had a peculiar appearance. It was neither fully a furnace nor a cauldron. Unlike other alchemical furnaces with rounded bellies, this one was square, resembling a ding. While most alchemical furnaces lacked handles, this one possessed two. The lid, typically square for such vessels, was round in this case. "This is an alchemical furnace," the elder explained politely. "Can it actually refine elixirs?" Ye Fei questioned skeptically. "Perhaps it can," the elder replied uncertainly, to why Ye Fei could not help but feel a twitch at the corner of his mouth upon hearing such an answer. The old man truly was a character. He was selling an alchemical furnace, yet seemed unsure of its capabilities. "I have never refined elixirs, so I cannot say for certain. However, it has been passed down from my ancestors and should be a treasure. If it weren't for my stagnant cultivation and impending demise, I would never consider selling it," the elder added, his face flushing with embarrassment as he noticed Ye Fei's expression. "What price do you intend to sell it for?" Ye Fei inquired after a moment's contemplation. "50 low-grade spirit stones," the elder replied. "Very well. Considering your advanced age, I shall take it for 50. Ye Fei decided, having noted that the elder was over 90, yet only at the third layer of qi refinement. Thus lacking the heart to haggle, he then produced 50 spirit stones and tossed them to the elder. The elder, thrilled, accepted the spirit stones and handed the alchemical furnace to Ye Fei, never having anticipated that he would actually sell it. "Let me see what kind of alchemical furnace is worth 50 low-grade spirit stones." Just as Ye Fei received the furnace, a pale-faced young man, cloaked in black, approached from the side. Reaching out as if to snatch it away, with a complexion devoid of blood and eyes shimmering with a blue glow, he appeared somewhat eerie. "What do you think you're doing?" Fortunately, Ye Fei reacted swiftly, sidestepping just in time. Seeing the attempted theft, he did not hesitate, and, with a flicker of his consciousness, stored the alchemical furnace within the Qinglong sword. "You'd best hand over the furnace, or I assure you, you won't leave this Qingyan town in one piece," the pale-faced youth threatened coldly, raising an eyebrow at Ye Fei's actions. "This furnace does not seem to concern you," Ye Fei retorted, frowning slightly as he took a step back. He realized he could not gauge the youth's cultivation level, evidently surpassing his own. Judging by the aura, he likely possessed strength equivalent to the 9th layer of qi refinement, sending a chill through Ye Fei. "Humph, who says it has nothing to do with me? Old man, here is 100 spirit stones. Hand over the furnace," the pale-faced youth sneered, tossing a bag containing the 100 spirit stones to the elder. "Young brother, what do you think?" The elder, trembling hands accepting the bag, looked eagerly at Ye Fei, hoping he would return the furnace. Yet he also understood that such a request was somewhat dishonorable, rendering him unable to voice it. "My friend, according to the rules, our transaction is complete, and the furnace now belongs to me," Ye Fei replied, gently shaking his head. Had it been an ordinary alchemical furnace, he might have made concessions. However, given Qinglong's reaction, this furnace was no ordinary item. How could he possibly relent? "Young brother, I will not sell this furnace. Please return it to me," the elder implored, his eyes filled with desperation as he gazed at the spirit stones. "Apologies, but our transaction is finalized," Ye Fei stated coldly, his displeasure evident in his tone. The elder was left at a loss, unsure of what to do next. A mere low-level rogue, he could not afford to offend either of them. He found himself in a quandary. Does anyone dare to deny me, Huichuyang, my desires? Observing Ye Fei's reluctance to relinquish the furnace, the pale-faced youth coldly snorted, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes. "What? Planning to seize it by force?" Ye Fei's pupils constricted as he subtly released his consciousness to assess possible escape routes. In such a situation, the only way to preserve the furnace was to flee. However, as soon as he extended his consciousness, his heart sank and his expression darkened. Unbeknownst to him, over 20 men clad in black had surrounded him. These individuals had long since encircled him, the weakest possessing a cultivation level comparable to his own. At the 6th layer of Qi refinement, with several boasting even higher levels, including 2 foundation establishment cultivators, discovered have we. Chuyang smirked disdainfully, his voice filled with arrogance. Hand it over, lest you risk your life over this worthless furnace. Why are you so interested in an ordinary alchemical furnace? Ye Fei asked, perplexed. Curiosity, of course. A crumbling furnace that can fetch 50 spirit stones. Aren't you curious? Huiqiang laughed heartily. If you want it, take it. Ye Fei sighed in resignation, retrieving the furnace and tossing it to Huiqiang. Given the current circumstances, he had no other choice. Even if the furnace was extraordinary, if he lost his life, what use would it be? Wise choice, Huiqiang sneered, glancing down at the furnace in his hand. His greatest pleasure in life was to trample others beneath his feet. That sensation brought him a sense of clarity. Today, he relished that delight once more at Ye Fei's expense. Indeed, it is nothing but a worthless furnace, hardly worth 50 low-grade spirit stones. You've made a poor investment. Chung scrutinized the alchemical furnace closely, only to find it unremarkable, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Hey Hua, dispose of this furnace. Huiqiang tossed the alchemical furnace to a nearby man clad in black. The man accepted the furnace, placed it on the ground, and unsheathed a large blade from behind. Striking the furnace with great force, crash, the furnace shattered upon impact, scattering into a multitude of fragments. Ha! What a delightful sensation! So exhilarating! Upon witnessing the destruction of the furnace, Huiqiang erupted into hearty laughter. Ultimately, he cast a disdainful glance at Ye Fei before gesturing for his group of black-clad men to depart. Fellow Taoist, my spirit stones should be returned to me now, correct? Once the group had retreated, Ye Fei turned to the elder beside him. Since the other party had received Huiqiang's 100 spirit stones, he was determined to reclaim his own 50, no matter what. However, to Ye Fei's astonishment, the elder, who had been present moments ago, had suddenly vanished. What was going on? Ye Fei hurriedly scanned his surroundings, meticulously searching for any trace of the elder. Unfortunately, his efforts proved disheartening. Within a radius of 10 zhang, he could not locate the elder's presence. This was truly perplexing. After muttering a curse under his breath, Ye Fei approached the pile of shards, intending to bend down and inspect them for any peculiarities. At that moment, the voice of the Qinglong emerged from the Qinglong sword once more. Kid, do not bother looking. That furnace has already been swapped out. Swapped out? Ye Fei responded incredulously. He recalled that when he had retrieved the furnace, there had been no discernible difference. How could Qinglong have accomplished such a feat in such a brief span of time? When you return next time, you will understand. Before Ye Fei could inquire further, Qinglong's voice chimed in again. Given Qinglong's assertion, Ye Fei had no choice but to relent. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to depart from Qingyuan town, intending to return to Xiaoyao sect. Now that he had secured the seeds of the sheepy grass, all he needed to do was cultivate them to concoct the skin refining pill. With the skin refining pill in hand, the path to achieving the 9th realm of body refinement would become considerably simpler for him. Curious about the alchemical furnace, Ye Fei sought a secluded grove after leaving Qingyuan town and entered the Qinglong sword. Upon entering, the Qinglong sword transformed into a speck of dust, attaching itself to a tree. This time, as soon as Ye Fei entered the Qinglong sword, he noticed Qinglong seated by a pond, meditating. Senior, how did you manage the swap? Ye Fei inquired, brimming with curiosity. Of course, I crafted an identical one. Qinglong replied with a nonchalant smile. You managed to create it so swiftly? Ye Fei expressed disbelief. That truly difficult. With that, Qinglong casually grasped the ground, causing a clump of yellow earth to levitate into the in the blink of an eye. Under his mental influence, the clump of yellow earth transformed into the likeness of the alchemical furnace. At a glance, there appeared to be no distinction. Let us stop the demonstration here. Refining it with divine fire would deplete my energy unnecessarily, and such waste is of no significance. Qinglong pointed with his right finger. sending the earthen replica of the alchemical furnace before Ye Fei's eyes. Impressive. Ye Fei marveled at Qinglong's effortless creation of an identical alchemical furnace, filled with admiration. Once you achieve the core formation and nascent soul stages, crafting such items will be mere child's play, Qinglong dismissed with a shake of his head. How did you know I would relinquish the alchemical furnace? After posing the question, Ye Fei's face flushed slightly, feeling somewhat cowardly. Haha, given your capabilities, this is the only path available to you. It is indeed the wisest choice that a true man can bend and stretch if you were to sacrifice your life for something as trivial as an alchemical furnace. That would be either foolish or simple-minded. Thankfully, you are somewhat astute, otherwise I would have to seek another. While speaking, Qinglong regarded Ye Fei with a satisfied nod. Why are you interested in this furnace? It appears rather ordinary. Ye Fei asked, curiosity piqued after feeling somewhat reassured by Qinglong's previous comments. This furnace has a remarkable origin. It was once the alchemy goddess cauldron, not an ordinary alchemical furnace. However, upon inspection, I found it to be intact, though the lid is clearly a later addition. The original lid was the four symbols lid, which seems to have been lost, and this replacement was crafted by later generations, Qinglong elucidated. Are you implying that this alchemical furnace is rendered useless? Ye Fei asked, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Who said it is useless? Qinglong shot Ye Fei a glare, elaborating. Although this lid is a later addition and does not allow the furnace to exhibit its full potential, it can still perform about 30 to 40% of its capabilities. Only 30 to 40%. Does that not mean it bears little difference from an ordinary alchemical furnace? Ye Fei remarked skeptically. You truly possess a shallow understanding. This alchemy goddess cauldron is the foremost alchemical cauldron of the ancient era. Even at 30 to 40% of its potency, it surpasses any contemporary alchemical furnace by leaps and bounds. Qinglong tapped Ye Fei's forehead with an ethereal finger, exuding an air of disappointment. Da-da, Ye Fei exclaimed, realizing the furnace's true significance. Does that mean my success rate in alchemical refinement will greatly increase with its use? His eyes lit up with excitement. That is indeed the case. If you are skilled, your success rate will be at least 60%, Qinglong replied with a smile. Such a high rate? Ye Fei exclaimed joyfully. If that is the case, I need not worry about alchemical refinement in the future. This revelation filled him with elation. Not rejoice too soon. Alchemical refinement requires proficient techniques. You currently do not possess a single alchemical technique. So how can you speak of refining? Qinglong promptly doused Ye Fei's enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. Senior Qinglong, does your legacy include any alchemical techniques? Ye Fei asked with anticipation. None. Our Qinglong clan has never partaken in elixirs. So where would any alchemical techniques come from? Qinglong shook his head. This response left Ye Fei feeling quite disheartened. You need not despair. Alchemical techniques are not rare treasures. With the right opportunity, you will soon acquire one. Qinglong remarked with a knowing smile, observing Ye Fei's despondent expression. Let us hope so. Ye Fei sighed softly. After a few more exchanges, Qinglong returned to the clouds, while Ye Fei cleared a small patch of land in the medicinal field and planted the 50 seeds of sheepy grass. Upon completing these tasks, just as he intended to exit the Qinglong sword, he sensed a group of individuals approaching the grove. Peering outside, Ye Fei recognized the approach of Hui Chuyang and his band of followers. Upon arriving at the grove, Hui Chuyang sat beneath a tree, seething with rage. Young master, please calm your anger. The Luoyang Chamber of Commerce has the Jiang family backing it, making them quite formidable. One of the black-clad men, who was in the foundation establishment stage, attempted to console him. Humph, that wretched Jiang Luoyang, was it not merely a matter of wanting to touch her rear? Why be so arrogant as to summon even a core formation elder? If it were not for that Jiang Mingyun woman, my Luocha sect would have long since swallowed the Luoyang Chamber of Commerce whole. I, Hui Chuyang, swear that one day I will have all those Jiang women beneath me. Hui Chuyang scoffed, his expression twisted in anger. Rest assured, young master, I believe you can achieve that, the black-clad man flattered. Have you been in contact with Li Zitian? Hui Chuyang inquired. Not yet. I've tried reaching out several times, but there has been no response, the black-clad man replied, his brow furrowed with concern. Could something have happened? That should not be the case. Our Luocha sect has not made any moves recently. Chuyang furrowed his brow and remarked, "It seems Lu Yihong brought a team here 2 months ago." The man in black appeared to recollect something. Lu Yihong, the second son of the Lu family stronghold? Chuyang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "Indeed, I have heard that his elder brother was slain by a disciple of the Xiaoyao sect named Ye Fei, and it was around that time that the Inluo banner mysteriously vanished." The man in black cautiously stated, "As far as I know, Lu Yishan's cultivation is not inferior to yours, so how could he be killed by a mere outer sect disciple? This matter is likely far more complicated than it appears. Could it be that our plans have already been discovered by those two women?" Chuyang's expression darkened. In his view, the situation was undoubtedly more intricate than it seemed. "I lack knowledge of that." According to Li Zaiqian, the Inluo banner disappeared precisely then. Later, Lu Yihong did send me a message, stating that Ye Fei had been killed, yet the Inluo banner remained unfound. Subsequently, both Lu Yihong and Li Ziyan became unreachable. The man in black divulged everything he knew. Both went missing simultaneously? How intriguing. Could it be that they both developed an interest in the Inluo banner? A glint of cold light flashed in Chuyang's eyes, and his expression grew somber. What does the young master imply? The man in black felt a stirring in his heart. "Dispatch someone to investigate. The moment you uncover their whereabouts, report back to me immediately. We must retrieve the Inluo banner. In a year, the Divine Feather Secret Realm will open. Without the Inluo banner, how can we gain entry?" Chuyang gazed towards the northwestern horizon, his tone frigid. "Rest assured, young master, I will not let you down." The man in black bowed deeply to Chuyang. "Very well. I leave all matters here in your hand, and I must return to the Rakshasa sect to nourish my soul-devouring spear. In a year, it will be its time to shine." Chuyang cackled with delight, waving his hand as he departed the forest accompanied by over a dozen men in black, leaving behind the man in black and 5 others. "Big brother, what should we do next?" After Chuyang's departure, one of the black-clad men stepped forward cautiously to inquire. "What to do?" The man in black grinned menacingly at the 5 individuals before him. "Of course, it is to eliminate you all." "Big brother, what do you mean?" The expressions of the black-clad men changed dramatically as they asked in confusion. "Who is your big brother? Take a good look at who I am." The man in black replied with a seductive smile, gently peeling off a human skin mask to reveal the delicate features of a fair-skinned woman. "Jiang Luyun, how is this possible? Weren't you still with the Flowing Cloud Merchant Association?" Upon seeing her face, the 5 men in black were instantly taken aback. "Hee, this is something you need not know." Jiang Luyun raised her jade-like hand, and a long sword materialized in her grasp. With a swift motion, she struck, and 5 heads rolled to the ground. The 5 black-clad men had no chance to resist and were slain in an instant. "Humph, you insignificant characters dare to humiliate me." "Jiang Luyun," I spit. Looking at the 5 corpses on the ground, Jiang Luyun snorted dismissively and turned to leave. Melodramatic. Ye Fei, hidden within the Qinglong sword, witnessed the entire scene and couldn't help but feel speechless. "It turns out my master Jiang is still affiliated with the Flowing Cloud Merchant Association." Ye Fei rested his chin on his hand, reminiscing about the moment he met Jiang Mingyun. 15 minutes later. Seeing that no one else approached, Ye Fei finally emerged from the Qinglong sword. He surveyed his surroundings, confirming safety before summoning his disc-shaped artifact and flying towards the Xiaoyao sect. Upon careful consideration, he realized that it had been over 2 months since he left the Xiaoyao sect. From what Jiang Luyun said, it seemed that Li Zaiqian had likely been dealt with by the Xiaoyao sect. How did Jiang Luyun come to know such details so clearly? As he flew on the disc, curiosity stirred within Ye Fei. Even though disguise techniques can be masterfully executed, memories cannot be fabricated. "I won't dwell on this. I'll ask when the opportunity arises." For some reason, Ye Fei felt that he would undoubtedly cross paths with Jiang Luyun again in the future, in order to save time on his return. Ye Fei had been taking the Baohua Yilu pills to restore his true energy, flying the whole way on the disc-shaped artifact. In just half a day's time, he returned to the Xiaoyao sect. Fortunately, the speed of restoring true energy with the pills was slightly faster than the rate of consumption. Otherwise, he would have truly struggled. It seems I need to stock up on more restorative pills in the future. Having experienced the benefits of using the flying artifact, Ye Fei's mind began to churn with ideas. As soon as Ye Fei returned to his cave dwelling, he noticed that the communication jade tablet in his storage bag had somehow lit up. Just as he took it out, Ning Siyu's voice began to emanate from within. Junior brother Yi, Li Zitian has been killed by our master. You may return now. Junior brother Yi, why haven't you come back after all this time? Junior brother Yi, please reply to me as soon as you return. Clearly, these messages have been sent by Ning Siyu at different times. Seeing her concern for him, Ye Fei felt a surge of gratitude. Senior sister, I have returned. In an effort to alleviate Ning Siyu's worry, Ye Fei quickly sent a message back. Please wait for me in the cave. Moments later, a voice filled with surprise emanated from the jade tablet. This senior sister is far superior to that sheep master. Ye Fei shook his head helplessly. A quarter of an hour later, a green rainbow streaked across the sky above Ye Fei's cave. As Ning Siyu, riding her flying sword, descended outside. Junior brother Yi, I have arrived. Outside the protective formation of the cave, Ning Siyu called out that in truth, Ye Fei had already spotted her and hurried to the entrance. Senior sister, please come in. With a wave of his right hand, Ye Fei opened a gap in the protective formation of the cave. Ning Siyu stepped through the opening. Wow. Junior brother Yi, the spirit herbs you planted are thriving so well. With just a glance, Ning Siyu noticed the flourishing spirit herbs in Ye Fei's courtyard. These spirit herbs had been nourished with water from the Qinglong pool, making them indeed more robust than ordinary ones. Thank you for your kind words, senior sister. Ye Fei smiled, ushering Ning Siyu into the cave. Junior brother Yi, you've already reached the 6th layer of qi refinement. After sitting down on a stool, Ning Siyu was astonished to see Ye Fei's cultivation level. She could hardly believe that Ye Fei, who had once been an ordinary spirit root, had advanced to the 6th layer of qi refinement in just over half a year. It is known that even a cultivator with mixed spirit roots would struggle their entire life to break through the 4th layer of qi refinement. Yet Ye Fei had astonishingly reached the 6th layer. It was merely a fortuitous encounter during my recent travels. Ye Fei replied nonchalantly, somewhat evasively. I was so worried when you didn't return for 2 months. A month ago, I even made a special trip to the Qingyuan town market, but I couldn't find you. I feared something unfortunate had happened. Upon seeing Ye Fei's return, Ning Siyu visibly relaxed. Thank you for your concern. Senior sister. Ye Fei expressed his heartfelt gratitude that we are all fellow disciples. There is no need for such formality. I came today to discuss something with you a month ago. Master Jiang mentioned she was short a disciple to tend to her medicinal garden and asked me to recommend someone. I immediately thought of you. Now, seeing how well you care for the spirit herbs in your courtyard, I believe this task would suit you perfectly. Upon hearing Ye Fei's polite response, Ning Siyu quickly waved her hand and revealed her true purpose for visiting. I fear I might not perform well. Ye Fei replied with some concern. No worries. Master Jiang is very kind-hearted. Moreover, tending to the medicinal garden is not an intricate task. Furthermore, the rewards bestowed by Master Jiang are quite generous, amounting to 10 low-grade spirit stones each month, without the obligation of performing sect duties. Fearing that Ye Fei might decline, Jiang Siyu hastily added, in that case, I express my gratitude to my senior sister. Ye Fei promptly rose, bowing respectfully to Ning Siyu, thus accepting the responsibility. You are too courteous, brother Yi. Ning Siyu playfully glared at Ye Fei. It has become a habit. Ye Fei awkwardly scratched his head. Come, let us proceed to Master Jiang's abode. It has been a month already, and if we delay any longer, Master Jiang might become displeased. With a radiant smile, Ning Siyu took the lead, stepping outside. The two then soared on Ning Siyu's flying sword, heading deep into the Xiaoyao sect. That a quarter of an hour later, Ning Siyu brought Ye Fei to a level ground amidst the mountains. Stopping in a clearing, towering peaks loomed on either side, and they found themselves nestled between these two majestic mountains. Although the area was several hundred feet high, it resembled a flat plain, sprawling over several miles. We have arrived. Master Jiang's cave is situated on the southern peak of the Jade Maiden Peak. Disembarking from the flying sword, Ning Siyu guided Ye Fei towards the left mountain. Come in now. Came Jiang Mingyun's voice from within as they approached the cave entrance. With the invitation granted, the two entered without hesitation. The cave, built against the mountainside, greeted them with a faint, refreshing fragrance, reminiscent of blossoms and the unique scent of a woman. Upon entering the cave, they beheld Jiang Mingyun in a yellow dress, seated at the main seat in the parlor, smiling warmly at them. Siyu has visited Master Jiang. Ning Siyu introduced, "This is my junior brother. Ye Fei, please take a seat." Jiang Mingyun gently nodded, gesturing towards the chairs on either side. "Thank you, Master Jiang," they both replied, bowing once more before settling down. "Master Jiang, I have brought him for you that he is my junior brother, Ye Fei." After sitting, Ning Siyu promptly introduced him. Very well. Let Ye Fei remain," Jiang Mingyun replied with a serene smile, refraining from further inquiries. "Thank you, Master Jiang. Junior brother Ye has only recently joined, and there are some customs he may not yet comprehend. I trust you will be understanding," Ning Siyu added, clearly pleased that Jiang Mingyun was willing to keep Ye Fei. "I have met your junior nephew before. You need not worry about this," Jiang Mingyun remarked. Casting a meaningful glance at Ye Fei, Jiang Mingyun's words momentarily stunned Ning Siyu. Yet she dared not inquire further and simply acknowledged before taking her leave. With Ning Siyu gone, only Ye Fei and Jiang Mingyun remained in the hall. "You have made considerable progress these past months," Jiang Mingyun observed, her face adorned with a smile as she looked at Ye Fei seated below her. "Thank you for your kind words, Master Jiang. My recent journey provided some minor opportunities," Ye Fei quickly replied, "in no need for pretense in my presence. Take this alchemy formula. Begin refining the skin refining pill at once, striving to reach the completion of qi refinement within a year." Jiang Mingyun remarked with a gentle smile, glancing at the short sword at Ye Fei's waist. With a flick of her delicate fingers, a jade slip flew into Ye Fei's hands. She then rose and walked deeper into the cave. Staring at the jade slip, Ye Fei was momentarily left in a daze, his heart tumultuous with confusion as he recalled Jiang Mingyun's glance towards the Qinglong sword. What does this mean? Does Jiang Mingyun know my secret? How is that possible? I have never mentioned it to anyone. Ye Fei pondered, utterly baffled by the situation. Stop overthinking it. I am aware of the secrets of Qinglong Valley. You need only focus on cultivating. As your strength increases, certain mysteries will naturally reveal themselves. Jiang Mingyun's voice echoed from within the cave, just as Ye Fei was at a loss for what to do. "Thank you, Master Jiang. I understand." Ye Fei bowed respectfully towards the cave before turning to leave. She actually knows the secret of Qinglong Valley. Upon exiting Jiang Mingyun's cave, Ye Fei was left incredulous. "Never mind. I will inquire with Qinglong later." He sighed, shaking his head as he made his way towards the northern peak of the Jade Maiden. Upon arriving at the northern peak, Ye Fei was awestruck by the sight before him. The peak appeared to have a diameter of at least 2 to 3 miles. Its overall shape was conical, tapering as it rose, reaching at least 300 feet above him. Yet within this vast expanse, a medicinal field, over a yard wide, spiraled around the peak, ascending to its summit. Upon closer inspection, the field had encircled the peak over 20 times. Although the area diminished towards the top, the total land still amounted to an impressive number. Likely several hundred acres, and the medicinal herbs planted therein were thriving splendidly. "This is utterly astonishing." Ye Fei marveled at the spiraling medicinal field, at a loss for words to describe his feelings. The steepness of the mountain meant there was no water source, making irrigation a task not easily accomplished by the average person. Just as Ye Fei was lost in thought, a slender girl dressed in a gray gauze skirt with 2 ponytails emerged from the medicinal field. This girl was Jiang Yun, the one capable of attracting spirit beasts since birth. "Brother Yi." Upon spotting Ye Fei, Jiang Yun rushed overexcitedly, circling around him several times, her joy palpable. "Has this medicinal field always been tended by you?" "Junior sister Yin?" Ye Fei inquired, feeling an indescribable sense of relief at her exuberance. "Indeed. However, my aunt mentioned she would find me a helper. That helper wouldn't be you, would it, Brother Yi?" Jiang Yun laughed, suddenly realizing something. Her eyes sparkling in disbelief as she looked at Ye Fei. "Yes, I'm indeed your helper." Ye Fei shrugged nonchalantly. "That's wonderful. I'm so happy to be caring for the medicinal garden alongside Brother Yi." Jiang Yun twirled around like a child, her admiration for Ye Fei evident despite their previous brief encounter. "All right, I shall first secure a place to stay. We can chat more later." Observing Jiang Yun's childlike enthusiasm, Ye Fei felt a wave of exasperation and pointed at the mountain before them. Why make it complicated? You could simply reside in my aunt's cave. There are many secret chambers inside. Jiang Yun looked at Ye Fei with confusion. I'm fine living here. Ye Fei quickly waved his hand. That idea is utterly ridiculous. I wouldn't dare entertain it. Approaching the mountain face, he summoned his sword and began carving into the peak. Within just half an hour, a rudimentary cave was established. How simplistic! Jiang Yun frowned at the two-room cave, acknowledging its stark contrast to Jiang Mingyun's abode. This is sufficient for just me. Ye Fei clapped his hands, satisfied with his modest creation. Given the alternative of sleeping outdoors, he was quite content with having a fixed dwelling, holding low expectations for such matters. I wish to live with Brother Yi. Staying with my aunt feels too lonely. After taking a stroll around the two rooms, Jiang Yun exclaimed with some excitement, Ahem, Yun Junior Sister, you should discuss it with Uncle Jiang. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, Ye Fei nearly choked on his saliva. He hurriedly concocted an excuse to send Jiang Yun away. This girl is truly too bold. Once Jiang Yun left, Ye Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief. He then used a stone to simply craft a set of stone table and stools, as well as a stone bed, before sheathing his sword and nodding in satisfaction. What should he do next? It wouldn't be appropriate to directly enter the Qinglong's sword here, would it? Sitting on the stone stool, Ye Fei found himself at a loss for a moment. Kid, if you want to come in, just come in. Your Uncle Jiang is aware of my existence. Just as Ye Fei was contemplating, a voice emerged from the Qinglong sword. Your Uncle Jiang knows of my existence? Ye Fei was momentarily taken aback by Qinglong's statement. With a flicker of his consciousness, he found himself within the Qinglong sword. What is going on? Ye Fei curiously gazed at the Qinglong, who was standing by the medicinal field. That girl, Jiang Mingyun, has been a Qinglong abyss before. She knows I exist. Not only her, but two others are also aware of my presence. The Qinglong's eyes seemed deep in thought, as if reminiscing about past events. Who are those two? Ye Fei inquired. Intrigue point one is named Luo Yu, and the other is Yi Songlong, Qinglong replied, turning his gaze towards Ye Fei with a smile. My father? Ye Fei was quite astonished to hear his father's name. Indeed, do not underestimate your father, just because he lacks renown. He is far from ordinary. He is a rare talent with a heavenly spiritual root in the cultivation world, though he remains rather low-key, and few are aware of it. Qinglong remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Is my father really that impressive? Ye Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. To him, Yi Songlong was merely an exceedingly ordinary blind man. What? You don't believe it? Qinglong said with a teasing smile, but if he is that remarkable, why didn't he teach me how to cultivate? Ye Fei couldn't help but pout. Huh, you lack a spiritual root. Even if he taught you, would you be able to learn? Qinglong countered with a grin. Well, Qinglong's remark left Ye Fei blushing with embarrassment, rendering him speechless. And who is Luo Yu? Ye Fei suddenly recalled another individual and hastily inquired. Luo Yu is your master's sister, who ascended to the upper realm 15 years ago. That if fate allows, you might encounter her once you ascend, Qinglong said with great anticipation. Then why didn't the senior choose the three of them back then? Ye Fei asked, curiosity piqued once more. Because they all possess spiritual roots, and what I need are mortals without them. Otherwise, the spirit-washing tree would not be able to fulfill its purpose, Qinglong explained with a smile. So this is the reason my father sent me to the Xiaoyao sect? Ye Fei suddenly realized something and felt a twinge of discomfort within. Kid, remember this. Your journey thus far, and how far you may go in the future, relies not on your father, but solely on yourself. One's destiny is not dictated by others. It is something you must strive for on your own. Your presence here is not merely a matter of your father's influence. It also requires the acknowledgement of the spirit-washing tree. Otherwise, you would have become nourishment for it the moment you fell in a Qinglong abyss. Qinglong reminded him, noticing a change in Ye Fei's demeanor. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Ye Fei took a deep breath to compose himself before bowing in gratitude to Qinglong. You are teachable. Now go. That little girl is on her way. Pleased with Ye Fei's performance, Qinglong flew back to the clouds after imparting his advice. Upon hearing Qinglong's reminder, Ye Fei quickly focused his consciousness and exited the Qinglong sword. Brother Yi, My aunt has agreed. As Ye Fei's figure materialized on the stone stool, Jiang Yun's voice reached him. She then bounced in, appearing before Ye Fei agreed. Ye Fei momentarily failed to grasp the situation. This seemed a bit far-fetched. Was Jiang Mingyun not concerned about his self-control? Ye Fei felt utterly speechless. Yes, my aunt agreed, and she also asked me to bring you some things. Jiang Yun smiled sweetly, extending a storage bag towards Ye Fei. What's inside? Ye Fei asked, puzzled as he took the storage bag. I haven't looked, Jiang Yun replied innocently. All right then. Ye Fei found himself at a loss for words. Shaking his head helplessly, he then focused his consciousness, allowing a strand of his divine sense to sweep inside. There were only 2 items within, a bronze alchemy furnace and a book titled Dandian. How extravagant! Why not just give it to me directly instead of putting it in a storage bag? Ye Fei inwardly grumbled, lamenting the wealth of the Yuanying cultivators. It was well known that in the outer sect of Shaoyao sect, 99% of the disciples still carried their swords on their backs. He had been the same way. Yet, Jiang Mingyun casually gifted something, and it was contained within a storage bag. The disparity was indeed quite pronounced. Brother Yi, where will I stay? Are we going to live together? After taking another look around the cave dwelling, Jiang Yun asked shyly. Only now did she notice that there was only one stone chamber. How could the 2 of us live together? Ye Fei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him upon hearing Jiang Yun's words. He hurriedly stood up and opened up another stone chamber on the opposite side of the living area. He truly could not comprehend why Jiang Mingyun would agree to such an arrangement. To create some distance between them, Ye Fei even intentionally constructed a corridor about 2 zhang long between the stone chamber and the living area. Observing Ye Fei's busy demeanor, Jiang Yun, seated on the stone stool, gazed at him with adoration, her heart racing uncontrollably. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. This feeling was something she had never experienced before in her life. Junior Sister Yun, you can arrange the interior as you wish. I will go check on the medicinal garden. Once the stone chamber was completed, Ye Fei hastily departed. How could Jiang Yun's expression escape his notice? It left him feeling somewhat uneasy, not wanting to linger in that confined space any longer. Ye Fei exited the cave dwelling. With a flick of his consciousness, he retrieved the jade slip he had purchased from the Luoyuan Chamber of Commerce. After scanning its contents with his divine sense, he took the small path alongside the medicinal field and began to ascend. Silver leaf grass, Xian frost flower, golden ginseng, blood vine, purple leaf tint. As Ye Fei walked, he identified the spiritual herbs before him according to the information in the jade slip. After ascending several hundred zhang, he discovered the pattern of the medicinal plants. The higher he climbed, the more advanced the spiritual herbs became. As Ye Fei approached the peak, he encountered only top-grade spiritual herbs. According to the descriptions in the jade slip, these spiritual herbs were exceedingly rare throughout the entire cultivation world. Uncle Jiang truly is affluent. Ye Fei couldn't help but exclaim as he gazed at the spiritual herbs he had encountered along the way. If all these spiritual herbs were exchanged for spirit stones, they would be worth at least several million. Since my task is to tend to the medicinal garden, let us begin now. After expressing his thoughts, Ye Fei stretched lazily and then extended his right hand to retrieve a wooden bucket from the Qinglong sword. This was the very bucket he had stored in the Qinglong sword for irrigating his medicinal herb field, and it was now perfectly suited for its intended purpose. Under the influence of his spiritual consciousness, he drew forth bucket after bucket of pond water from the Qinglong sword. He then proceeded to water the herb field before him with this water. Thus, Ye Fei continued down the path, diligently irrigating the expanse of herbs. Thanks to the operation being entirely guided by his spiritual consciousness, he completed the task with remarkable speed, finishing the entire herb garden in merely 2 hours. Brother Yi, you have finally returned. As soon as Ye Fei stepped back into his cave dwelling, Jiang Yun hurried forward to greet him. There's something you need. Yun? Ye Fei inquired curiously upon noticing Jiang Yun's previous state of dazed contemplation while seated on a stone bench in the living room. I missed you. Jiang Yun's cheeks flushed slightly, her tone unexpectedly laced with a hint of playful affection. Ahem. Yun, I need to study how to refine pills, so I shall return to my cultivation chamber. Ye Fei replied, Suddenly feeling a surge of unease at Jiang Yiyun's words, he glanced nervously in the direction of Jiang Mingyun's cave before retracting his neck and swiftly darting into his own stone chamber. Goodness, what shall I do in such a situation? Sitting on the stone bed, Ye Fei felt a wave of despair wash over him at the thought of Jiang Yiyun outside. He had no interest whatsoever in that girl. Besides, there was nothing about Jiang Yiyun that piqued his curiosity, except for her mouth. She lacked both bosom and backside. However, if it were Jiang Shizu, as the image of Jiang Mingyun's alluring figure flitted through his mind, Ye Fei's eyes instantly glazed over with a look of intoxicated admiration. Spit, spit, spit. How could I entertain such frivolous thoughts? The moment these ideas surfaced in his mind, he felt a rush of shame and hastily spat a few times. Casting aside his distracting notions that it was imperative to focus on serious matters, Ye Fei forced himself to calm his thoughts and then, with a flicker of intention, retrieved the 3 items Jiang Mingyun had given him: the pill formula jade slip, the pill compendium, and the bronze alchemy furnace. Gazing at these 3 items, he took a deep breath, gathering his focus as he picked up the pill formula jade slip first, with a mere sweep of his spiritual consciousness. The contents within the jade slip materialized in his mind. The information was succinct, outlining several steps in pill refinement and various points of caution associated with each step. Overall, the process of pill refinement consisted of 5 stages: the liquefaction of spiritual herbs, purification of the liquid, fusion of the medicinal liquids, shaping of the pill, and finally, the emergence of the finished product. Each step, while seemingly straightforward, harbored considerable challenges. For instance, when liquefying spiritual herbs, if the heat is not controlled properly, it may lead to a loss of essential components, thereby diminishing the yield of the final product. Purification is no less critical. If the medicinal liquid is impure during fusion, it could easily result in an explosion. Even with high purity, an incorrect sequence during fusion could cause the medicinal properties to clash, leading to the same disastrous outcome. Shaping the pill is even more arduous, requiring not only mastery over the heat, but also precise control over the proportions of the medicines. Maximizing the yield of pills while ensuring sufficient medicinal properties is a true test of a pill refiner's skill. The emergence of the finished product is also no trivial matter. The myriad of techniques for pinching pills is countless, and each type of pill requires different methods and quantities. Mastering these techniques is no simple feat. A slight misstep could result in leakage of medicinal potency or even an explosion. After thoroughly analyzing the material, Ye Fei couldn't help but take a deep breath. The complexity of pill refinement surpassed his initial expectations. Having memorized the essential formulas, he then took out the pill compendium. This tome detailed various pill formulas, the properties and pharmacology of each medicinal herb, and some alternative herbs. The content was incredibly comprehensive, and Ye Fei committed it all to memory. However, he realized that he was not yet ready to refine any pills. Glancing at the intricate techniques for pinching pills, he shook his head in resignation. Without mastering these techniques, any discussion of pill refinement was merely theoretical. Although Ye Fei had memorized the incantations, he would be unable to execute the techniques without practice. Even with practice, a lack of proficiency could lead to failure. Fortunately, Ye Fei had already watered the herb fields thoroughly, and with the extraordinary properties of the pond water, there was no immediate need for his attention. Thus, he settled himself in his cave and began patiently practicing various pill pinch techniques. This process was monotonous. There were no shortcuts to success, and Ye Fei could only persist in his practice. Time flew by. And in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. "Brother Yi, are you still cultivating?" After noticing that Ye Fei had not left his stone chamber for 2 weeks, Jiang Yiyun grew anxious and couldn't help but call out from outside. "Is there something you need, Yiyun?" Hearing her call, Ye Fei reluctantly paused his practice and stepped out of the chamber. "You truly are a cultivation fanatic. You haven't even stepped outside for half a month. Do you not require sustenance?" Jiang Yiyun pouted in mild frustration. "When I was out, I purchased some fasting pills, hence I do not need to eat." Ye Fei awkwardly explained that I summoned you to oversee the herb fields. "Why haven't you watered them or pulled any weeds?" Jiang Yun continued to search for excuses that I watered the fields previously. "They should be thriving now, shouldn't they?" Ye Fei replied with a hint of skepticism. Upon saying this, he stepped out of the cave and turned his gaze toward the herb fields. Look, the herbs are flourishing much more than when I first arrived, he pointed out, indicating the noticeably taller spiritual herbs. Humph, you big rascal, always finding excuses to avoid me. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yiyun became incensed by his words, stamped her foot in annoyance, and dashed off toward Jiang Mingyun's cave. What just happened? Did I do something wrong? Ye Fei scratched his head in bewilderment. Auntie, Ye Fei is a big rascal. You must think a way to deal with him. Jiang Yiyun huffed as she sat beside Jiang Mingyun, fuming. Sigh. You are a young lady. Why can't you maintain a modicum of decorum? Acting this way will only frighten Ye Fei away. Jiang Mingyun gently shook her head, exuding a sense of exasperation. What must I do for Ye Fei to stop avoiding me? Jiang Yiyun asked urgently upon hearing Jiang Mingyun's words. Quickly elevate your cultivation level. With your talent, reaching the peak of qi refinement within a year is entirely feasible at that time. You can accompany Ye Fei to the Shunyu secret realm. Fighting side by side, and gradually getting to know one another, his heart will naturally find space for you, Jiang Mingyun patiently advised. But I can't seem to focus on my cultivation. Jiang Yiyun glanced toward the north peak. Feeling a twinge of frustration, for the past half-month, her mind had been consumed with thoughts of Ye Fei, making it impossible for her to concentrate. Yet, Ye Fei continued to evade her, not even granting her a single glance, which only added to her vexation that, if it's not working, return to Shunyu City for now. Once you reach the peak of qi refinement, I will come to fetch you. The path of immortality is ethereal. What men desire is not mere beauty, but a companion who can walk alongside them. Therefore, if you truly wish to forge a bond with Ye Fei, your cultivation must not fall behind. Jiang Mingyun sighed softly, explaining with patience. Very well, I will heed Auntie's advice and return to Shunyu City, Jiang Yiyun declared resolutely, biting her crimson lip. Unbeknownst to Ye Fei, Jiang Yiyun had departed. He remained engrossed in his daily practice. However, from that point onward, whenever he became fatigued from his training, he would venture outside to tend to the herb fields, watering and weeding. For every high-grade spiritual herb that matured, he would secretly save some seeds to plant in the herb field within the Qinglong sword. Additionally, he would dedicate a portion of his time each day to practicing the body refinement technique. Another half-month passed. Having fully mastered the pill-pinch techniques, it was time for him to put them into practice. Ye Fei murmured to himself, rising to leave the cave dwelling. After a month of cultivation, he had thoroughly mastered the intricate techniques of pill concoction. He was now prepared to embark on his first attempt at alchemy. After all, the sheepy grass had matured, and once he learned how to refine pills, he would be able to create the skin refinement pill. With the skin refinement pill in hand, his chances of entering the skin refinement realm would increase significantly. However, pill concoction required flames, and as a mere novice in the qi refinement stage without a solid foundation, he lacked the innate true fire within him. Thus, he could only rely on the earth fire. The earth fire available for disciples at the Shaoyao sect was exclusively found at Qilin Peak. Therefore, Ye Fei needed to venture out. Is Master Jiang present? After a moment of contemplation, Ye Fei approached the entrance of Jiang Mingyun's cave dwelling and respectfully inquired within. After all, he was uncertain how long the pill concoction would take, so it was necessary to formally request leave. What is it? Jiang Mingyun's melodious voice drifted from within, replying to Master Jiang, your disciple wishes to go out for a few days. Ye Fei replied with utmost respect, going out? For what purpose? Jiang Mingyun asked, puzzled. Your disciple intends to visit Qilin Peak to utilize the earth fire there for attempting pill refinement, Ye Fei stated honestly. Why go through all that trouble for earth fire? I have some here. I'll provide you with a room. The third room on the left has a slightly weaker flame, which would suit your cultivation level perfectly. Jiang Mingyun said with a serene smile, her voice fading thereafter. It turns out there was also earth fire here. Master Jiang's resources were indeed abundant. Why, Ye Fei felt a surge of admiration, given Jiang Mingyun's generous offer. He hesitated no longer and stepped into her cave dwelling. The moment Ye Fei entered, a gentle fragrance wafted through the air. Quite pleasant to the senses, he traversed through the living area and arrived at a corridor approximately 5 feet wide. This corridor led deep into the cave, flanked by a series of stone chambers, 9 on each side. Quite a considerable number. Ye Fei was unaware of what lay within them and dared not probe with his spiritual sense. Above the corridor, Every 10 feet or so, a luminous pearl was embedded, illuminating the depths of the cave as if it were daylight. Once inside the corridor, Ye Fei refrained from looking around and proceeded directly to the third stone chamber on the left. He opened the door and stepped inside. As he entered the stone chamber, a wave of heat greeted him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He focused his gaze and discovered that the chamber was square. Measuring about 2 zhang. The center stood a fiery stone platform, approximately 1 foot high. The platform was the size of a grinding wheel, with a hole in the center the thickness of an arm. Within the hole danced a flickering flame, rising over a foot high and roughly the thickness of an infant's arm. Though the flame appeared small, it exuded an intense heat, and even from a distance of about 10 feet. Ye Fei could sense its scorching warmth. This chamber appeared spacious, yet aside from the stone platform, there was nothing else within. This was indeed earth fire. Observing the flickering flame before him, Ye Fei was filled with curiosity. He stepped closer, examining it for a while before sitting cross-legged in front of the stone platform. He then retrieved the Yaoshan Ding and placed it atop the platform to preheat. Afterward, with a thought, the 4 spiritual herbs, Qingmu root, silver leaf grass, Xian frostflower, and golden ginseng, materialized beside him. These 4 herbs were the ingredients for concocting the qi-enhancing pill, and Ye Fei intended to start with them. After about a dozen breaths, the Yaoshan Ding was sufficiently preheated. Ye Fei exhaled a word of command, and with a gentle lift of his left index finger, the lid of the Yaoshan Ding slowly floated upward. Go! With a series of quick taps from his right finger, the 4 spiritual herbs were enveloped in his true qi and, under his spiritual control, were sequentially sent into the Yaoshan Ding as the herbs entered. Ye Fei withdrew his left hand, and the lid gradually descended. The herbs, under Ye Fei's spiritual guidance, floated at 4 distinct positions, avoiding contact with one another. Since the Yaoshan Ding had been preheated, the temperature inside was high. And in just a short while, the 4 herbs began to melt slowly. Within the 4 clusters of true qi, droplets of spiritual liquid gradually formed and coalesced in a mere quarter of an hour. All 4 herbs had melted, transforming into 4 substantial clusters of spiritual liquid. Having successfully completed the first step of herb liquefaction, Ye Fei noticed that the liquid contained a considerable amount of herbal residue. He then extended 4 strands of spiritual scents to meticulously separate the residue from the liquid, discarding it from the Yaoshan Ding. After the residue was expelled, Ye Fei successfully completed the second step of purifying the liquid. Though this step seemed straightforward, it was quite challenging, demanding a high level of spiritual control. Even with Ye Fei's cultivation at the 6th layer of qi refinement, he broke into a sweat after finishing this step. Taking a deep breath, he followed the steps outlined in the pill formula to begin the 3rd step of liquid fusion. According to the instructions in the pill manual, Ye Fei began to merge the liquids from the Qingmu root and golden ginseng slowly. Bang! The moment they began to merge, an explosion occurred, scattering violent energy and disrupting the other 2 clusters of liquid. Simultaneously, the Yaoshan Ding trembled, and a plume of black smoke billowed forth, filling the stone chamber with a burnt odor in an instant. Ye Fei's first attempt at pill formulation had barely reached the 3rd step before resulting in a catastrophic failure. Cough, cough! What just happened? I was following the steps precisely. Ye Fei covered his nose with his right hand. Coughing several times, his face a mask of bewilderment. Once the smoke cleared, Ye Fei sat cross-legged on the ground. Carefully recalling the entire process of his 3rd step operation, he realized he had forgotten to allow the other 2 clusters of liquid to merge simultaneously. Quickly, Ye Fei identified the error in his approach. While merging the Qingmu root and golden ginseng, he should have also allowed the other 2 spiritual liquids to merge concurrently. Moreover, their merging rates needed to be consistent. Only then could the medicinal energies within the Ding maintain balance. Otherwise, any imbalance would result in the earlier explosion. Having pinpointed the issue, Ye Fei took a deep breath, once again centering himself, and retrieved another set of herbs. With the experience from his first attempt, Ye Fei successfully completed the liquefaction and purification steps on his 2nd try. He cautiously executed the 3rd step, ensuring everything proceeded smoothly. The 4 clusters of liquid within the Yaoshan Ding had now merged into a single large mass. Suspended in the center of the Ding, With his mind intensely focused, Ye Fei was drenched in sweat after completing the liquid fusion. Just 2 steps remained. He had to maintain his composure, silently encouraging himself. Ye Fei calmed his heart and began the 4th step of condensing and shaping the pill. This step was crucial in the entire pill-making process, determining the quantity of pills produced. However, the pill manual also specified the standard yield for each type of pill. For the qi-enhancing pill, the typical yield was 6 pills, a number most alchemists could reliably achieve. Ye Fei was no exception. His goal was set at 6 pills as he enveloped the liquid with his true qi. He chanted the incantation for the controlling fire technique, manipulating the earth fire to gradually increase in size. With the intensification of the earth fire, the temperature within the ding rose correspondingly as the temperature climbed. The moisture within the medicinal liquid began to evaporate gradually, making it increasingly concentrated and smaller in volume. After roughly a quarter of an hour, the liquid had transformed into a thick medicinal paste. Witnessing the formation of the paste, Ye Fei let out a sigh of relief. Next, he focused his spiritual sense, sending out 6 strands to carefully divide the paste into 6 equal portions, shaping them into round pills. As this was his first attempt, the process was slow, taking nearly half a stick of incense to complete. Fortunately, Ye Fei's control over his spiritual sense was strong, and after a quarter of an hour, he successfully finished the 4th step. It seemed he possessed a certain talent. What Ye Fei was unaware of was that, as he completed the 4th step in the innermost stone chamber, Jiang Mingyu nodded in satisfaction. She observed every action he took in this place. Merely reaching the 4th step with the 2nd furnace of pills already surpassed over 90% of individuals. After completing the 4th step, Ye Fei immediately closed his eyes and began to form hand seals. As he performed the seals, he continuously pointed his index fingers towards the medicine god cauldron. With each point, a yellow light orb shot forth from his fingertips, passing through the cauldron and striking the 6 pills within. Each time a light orb made contact, the respective pill would tremble, and a layer of yellow luminescence would envelop its surface. The more light orbs that struck a pill, the thicker the luminescent layer became. Gradually, the color of the pills intensified to a deeper yellow. Once the hue ceased to change, Ye Fei halted his motions. The pills are complete. He suddenly opened his eyes, simultaneously forming hand seals. In an instant, a light orb the size of the medicine god cauldron materialized. Raising his right hand, he gently tapped the orb, which instantly merged into the cauldron. Buzz! After a resonant hum, the lid of the cauldron slowly lifted, releasing a rich fragrance of medicinal herbs. Subsequently, 6 identically sized yellow pills emerged, floating before Ye Fei. Gazing at the 6 pills, Ye Fei's heart surged with excitement. He had successfully refined his first batch of pills. It's done. He swung his right fist vigorously in the air, then reached out to grasp all 6 pills into his hands. Among them, 4 somewhat dull, classified as inferior-grade pills, while 2 bore a slight sheen, categorized as low-grade pills. What a pity. Looking at the 6 pills, Ye Fei felt a mix of joy and disappointment. Shaking his head, he believed that the quality of his first batch of pills was far too poor. Although inferior-grade pills could be considered medicinal, they were only marginally better than waste pills, possessing weak efficacy and considerable toxicity. Prolonged consumption could hinder one's cultivation, which was a significant reason for the difficulties many rogue cultivators faced in advancing. He distinctly remembered that while performing the pill-forming seals, the capacity for the pills had already reached its limit. How could the quality still be so lacking? Moreover, the time taken to refine this batch of chi-replenishing pills was not short. Nearly half an hour. Let us refine another batch. After putting away the pills in hand, Ye Fei retrieved another set of medicinal materials. With the experience of his previous success, he was able to refine much faster this time. In just over a minute, he reached the 5th step. Boom! However, at the critical moment of finalizing the pills, the cauldron unexpectedly exploded. Had it been overpressurized, Ye Fei frowned at the sight of the dark chaos before him. Given the previous batch's poor quality, he had intended to incorporate additional formations into the pills this time to enhance their quality. Little did he expect that it would result in a cauldron explosion. Let's try again. Undeterred, Ye Fei took out another set of materials. This time, he was much more cautious, refraining from rushing and significantly slowing his pace. After a brief period of half an hour, Ye Fei successfully refined another batch of qi-replenishing pills. 3 were classified as inferior grade and 3 as low grade, an improvement over the last attempt. Observing the quality of the 6 pills before him, Ye Fei did not feel overly disheartened. Perhaps it was due to his inexperience. After a moment of self-reassurance, Ye Fei did not stop, continuing with the refining process. 2 days later, when Ye Fei emerged from the stone chamber, his face bore signs of exhaustion. Nevertheless, he could not conceal the joy on his face. Through relentless effort, Ye Fei had successfully refined 60 batches of qi-replenishing pills over the span of 2 days. His pill refining techniques had become exceptionally proficient. Now, he required only a quarter of an hour to refine a single batch. Furthermore, the quality of the pills had markedly improved. The last batch he refined produced 6 pills in total, 4 low grade and 2 mid-grade. The reason Ye Fei chose to halt his refining was due to the significant depletion of his spiritual consciousness. He could no longer endure and needed to rest properly. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Ye Fei lay down on the stone bed and fell into a deep slumber. This lad's talent for pill refining is not at all inferior to that of Sister Luo Yu. Observing Ye Fei for 2 days, Jiang Mengyun's beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance. Holding the Yin Luo banner in one hand and the Qinglong sword in the other, she pondered whether the one concealed within the Qinglong sword might be seated in the stone chamber. Jiang Mengyun murmured softly, seemingly faced with a difficult decision. Meanwhile, Ye Fei remained blissfully unaware, soundly asleep on the bed. He slept for a full day and night before finally awakening. After such an extended period of rest, his spiritual consciousness had returned to its peak state. Now it was time to refine skin-nourishing pills. Ye Fei exited the cave dwelling and once again entered the chamber of earth fire. His pill refining techniques had become quite adept. Following the records in the body refining pharmacopoeia, he focused his mind and extracted 5 stalks of sheepy grass from the Qinglong sword. Since sheepy grass loses its medicinal properties once removed from the soil, Ye Fei did not hesitate, swiftly tossing the 5 stalks into the medicine god cauldron to commence the refining of skin-nourishing pills. At a quarter of an hour later, as waves of fragrant aroma wafted from the cauldron, Ye Fei's first batch of skin-nourishing pills was surprisingly successful. 3 low-grade and 3 mid-grade pills. Pleased, he nodded in satisfaction at the sight of the 3 pale green and 3 yellow-green pills. The quality of this batch was an improvement over the previous. After storing the pills, Ye Fei began the refining process anew. After 1.5 hours having completed the final batch of skin-nourishing pills, Ye Fei stood up from the ground. Since the initial batch of sheepy grass only yielded 50 stalks, he had refined a total of 10 batches, which were all complete. Although there were only 10 batches, all had been successful, producing a total of 60 pills, 20 low-grade and 40 mid-grade. Ye Shitsi. Follow me. Jiang Mengyun's figure appeared at the entrance of the stone chamber just as Ye Fei was preparing to leave. Not daring to hesitate, Ye Fei promptly followed her outside. Upon reaching the outside of the cave dwelling, Jiang Mengyun gently raised her jade hand, summoning a flying ship from her storage ring. In the blink of an eye, it expanded to a length of about 2 zhong. Let us go. I will take you to a place. With a wave of her hand, she vanished, and both she and Ye Fei stood upon the deck of the flying ship. The ship then sped off like lightning, disappearing into the horizon. In just a short while, the ship came to a halt before a towering peak, approximately 200 zhong high. This peak was not only steep, but also remarkably unique. It stood upright like a pillar amidst the vast mountains of the Shaoyao sect. Atop the peak lay a sizable celestial lake, which occupied nearly the entire summit. Near the southern edge of the lake, there was a 2-foot-wide gap through which a cascade of water flowed down, forming a waterfall approximately 200 zhong high. As the water rushed down, it created layers of mist under the mountain breeze, presenting a breathtaking sight. The ship lingered for only a moment before tilting downward, landing at the base of the mountain in a matter of breaths. Before the two of them lay the very spot where the waterfall descended. It was a massive, dark green stone. Despite the waterfall crashing down from 200 zhong, it should have struck with tremendous force. Yet upon hitting the stone, it seemed to be absorbed entirely, with not a single splash of water erupting. The waterfall appeared to vanish in a thin air, and below the stone, Not a trace of flowing water could be seen, which was quite peculiar. This peak is the falling water peak, and this stone is the welcoming water stone. If you wish to refine your body, this welcoming water stone is an ideal location. After disembarking from the ship, Jiang Mingyun pointed at the giant stone. Refining my body here. Surely my physique would not be able to withstand it? Ye Fei's expression grew somewhat grim. The force of the waterfall's impact would be beyond what his flesh could endure. Even a piece of iron could be pierced through without the impact of this cascading waterfall. How could one withstand the domineering potency of the refining skin pill? Jiang Mingyun lightly shook her head, smiling as she spoke. Clearly, she possessed considerable knowledge regarding the potency of the refining skin pill. Is the potency of the refining skin pill truly so overwhelming? Jiang Mingyun's assertion left Ye Fei momentarily taken aback. This was something he had genuinely been unaware of. Not just overwhelming, if you were to consume it directly. It might very well cause excruciating pain, leading to death. Otherwise, the world would already be filled with countless body-refining cultivators. Jiang Mingyun sighed. Oh, that is how it is. Thank you, Master Jiang, for your guidance. Upon hearing her explanation, Ye Fei finally grasped the situation, feeling immensely grateful towards Jiang Mingyun. Had she not warned him, he might have foolishly consumed the refining skin pill, putting his life in jeopardy. You may proceed. I shall remain here to protect you, Jiang Mingyun said with a serene smile, then swiftly settled herself cross-legged upon a stone slab. Seeing this, Ye Fei lightly sprang onto the edge of the massive rock, then retrieved a refining skin pill and placed it into his mouth. The moment the pill touched his tongue, it dissolved into a medicinal liquid that flowed into his abdomen. So painful. In an instant, Ye Fei could not help but cry out in agony. Forgetting everything else, he swiftly positioned himself in the center of the stone, diving into the descending torrent. Just moments ago, as the potency of the refining skin pill began to spread, Ye Fei felt a searing pain radiate through his skin. Instantly, an overwhelming sensation of expansion filled his body, as if he were about to explode. The pain penetrated deep into his bones, akin to flesh being sliced and bone scraped, rendering him nearly unable to endure it. Thus, without hesitation, Ye Fei leapt into the waterfall. Fortunately, as he stood beneath the torrent, the violent impact of the water noticeably alleviated much of the excruciating pain. Though it did not entirely dissipate, the agony still penetrated his heart. Thankfully, this pain was bearable, and he grit his teeth to endure it. However, another rather embarrassing predicament left Ye Fei in a quandary. No sooner had he stood under the waterfall than all his clothing was completely torn to shreds by the rushing water, falling away to lie upon the massive stone, with the loss of his garments. He stood completely bare beneath the waterfall, exposed for Jiang Mingyun, seated nearby, to see in full. How could this happen? Ye Fei lamented inwardly. Yet in such a situation he had no choice but to grit his teeth and stand there, enduring the onslaught of the waterfall. Quickly circulate the body-refining mantra. Do not waste the potency of the refining skin pill. Just as Ye Fei grappled with his embarrassment, a somewhat bashful voice from Jiang Mingyun reached him. Indeed, she has seen everything. Upon hearing Jiang Mingyun's words, Ye Fei nearly succumbed to despair. First, he had been able to deceive himself, using her apparent disinterest as an excuse. But now, alas, Ye Fei could only sigh in resignation. Silently circulating the body-refining mantra within himself, it was then that he realized, under the relentless assault of the waterfall, his skin was nearly stripped away. However, as he channeled the body-refining mantra, the domineering potency of the refining skin pill, guided by the mantra, began to slowly regenerate his skin. Yet, just as his skin started to reconstitute, the ferocious waterfall tore it away once more. What a predicament, Ye Fei thought, feeling utterly speechless. Helplessly, he continued to circulate the body-refining mantra, consuming the potency of the refining skin pill, tirelessly restoring his skin. Growth, tearing, growth. Thus, Ye Fei persevered through this inhumane torment for a full 2 hours. After 2 hours, the potency of the refining skin pill began to wane, and the rate of his skin regeneration could no longer keep pace with the rate of its tearing. I can't take it anymore, Ye Fei shouted, bolting out from beneath the waterfall. Plop, as Ye Fei emerged from the torrent. He could no longer endure and collapsed at the edge of the massive stone. Losing consciousness. 2 hours had essentially reached his limit. Constantly bearing the excruciating pain that gnawed at his bones was not something an ordinary person could withstand. The fact that he managed to hold out for 2 hours was already a remarkable feat. What should I do now? Observing Ye Fei, lying stark naked upon the massive stone, Jiang Mingyun found herself momentarily at a loss. Under normal circumstances, she ought to have taken Ye Fei back at this point. Yet, now he lay completely exposed, and Jiang Mingyun had no spare clothes for men. This predicament left her feeling quite troubled. Moreover, witnessing Ye Fei's unclothed form stirred a slight sense of panic within her. To be truthful, this was the first time in a century of cultivation that she had seen a man in the nude. Although Ye Fei was not yet 17, he had trained in martial arts since childhood. His physique was tall and well-defined, with muscular contours that exuded undeniable charm. This is the son of Sister Luo Yu. Do not entertain any improper thoughts. Jiang Mingyun averted her somewhat dazed gaze, taking a deep breath to admonish herself inwardly. After regaining her composure, Jiang Mingyun focused her mind, and a verdant, translucent pill floated before her. With a flick of her delicate finger, the pill soared towards Ye Fei, entering his mouth directly. Yes, the pill dissolved upon contact. Waves of medicinal energy permeated his limbs and bones without requiring him to circulate his energy to absorb it. Within moments, Ye Fei awakened groggily. Quickly put on some clothes. Upon seeing Ye Fei awaken and staring blankly at her, even with her profound cultivation, Jiang Mingyun could not help but blush, prompting him that Hearing her reminder, Ye Fei gasped. Realizing his complete nudity, he hurriedly grasped his storage pouch and the Qinglong sword from beneath the waterfall. Then, he retrieved a gray robe from his storage pouch and donned it. Master Jiang, you mustn't laugh. After dressing, Ye Fei offered an awkward smile. His face flushed. We are both cultivators. The body is but a vessel. Besides, at my age, you appear as a mere child to me. There is no need for concern. After a brief rest, we must continue. Achieving the first realm of body refinement is not a simple task, and there are still many tribulations to endure. Jiang Mingyun exerted effort to maintain her voice and expression, striving to appear composed. With that, she returned to her previous stone slab and began to meditate. Let us continue. As Ye Fei gazed at the cascading waterfall before him, a shiver ran through his heart, and he sighed helplessly. Truth be told, if given a choice, he would prefer not to endure such bone-gnawing pain again. However, if he wished to advance further along the path of cultivation, he must endure this suffering. I shall give it my all. After resting for a little over half an hour, Ye Fei gritted his teeth and once more took a refining skin pill into his mouth. This time, he did not wait for the potency to unfold, but swiftly dove into the waterfall. It still hurts so much. Within moments, the intense pain surged through Ye Fei's entire being once more. It seemed slightly more bearable than before. Perhaps after half an incense stick's time, Ye Fei suddenly sensed that the excruciating pain coursing through him was somewhat lighter than before. Furthermore, he noticed that the waterfall's impact on his skin had significantly diminished. Feeling this change, Ye Fei's heart surged with joy, and an immediate rush of strength filled him. 2 hours later, when the potency of the second refining skin pill was exhausted, Ye Fei did not surrender to his training as he had the first time. Gritting his teeth, he focused his mind and retrieved yet another refining skin pill. Although the pain was slightly lessened this time, the relentless succession of suffering caused his body to tremble involuntarily. Ye Fei, you must hold on. Ye Fei let out a loud shout, gritting his teeth as he pushed the operation speed of the body refinement technique to its utmost limit. After another 2 hours, when the potency of the third skin refining pill was exhausted, Ye Fei did not continue to persevere. In a flash, he leaped out from the waterfall. Subsequently, with a flicker of his consciousness, he retrieved another garment and donned it. Once dressed, he disregarded everything else and lay back on a massive rock, gasping for breath. Should we continue? Seeing him in such a state, Jiang Mingyun's heart quivered, and she asked with concern. She had witnessed the agony Ye Fei endured throughout this process, and she truly feared he would not be able to persist any longer. Of course, we must continue. However, I need to rest for a moment. It hurts too much, and I can hardly stand. Despite the pain causing him to grimace, Ye Fei's gaze remained resolutely steadfast. That is quite agreeable. Jiang Mingyun nodded gently, ceasing her words. She yearned to offer Ye Fei another pill, but after careful consideration, she decided against traverse further on this meager celestial path. Such suffering was essential. Only through relentless trials could one forge their will and solidify their heart on the path. For Ye Fei, undergoing this ordeal brought numerous benefits. After resting for a short while, Ye Fei stood up and promptly removed his clothing. This scene caused Jiang Mingyun, who had been observing him from a distance, to momentarily freeze, quickly turning away with her face flushed. Although she had seen Ye Fei's body before, his voluntary disrobing was a much greater shock to her. Why Ye Fei's actions were driven by necessity. His storage bag contained only this one garment, and should it be torn by the waterfall again, he would be left without any clothing. Since he had already been seen, an additional glance mattered little. At that moment, Ye Fei had cast aside all reservations, recalling Jiang Mingyun's words that the body was merely a vessel. If a woman like Jiang Mingyun was unconcerned, what was there for him? A man to fear? After consuming another skin refining pill, Ye Fei dashed back into the waterfall. Thus, he began by taking 2 skin refining pills before resting, then progressed to 3, then 4, and ultimately 5. As Ye Fei's skin continued to tear and regenerate, its resilience grew stronger with each cycle. By the time he consumed the 15th skin refining pill, the sensation of pain had become barely perceptible. The impact of the waterfall on his skin was significantly diminished, to the point where it could hardly inflict any damage. He had endured. Jiang Mingyun, who had been closely monitoring Ye Fei, felt a sense of relief wash over her, and a faint smile finally graced her lips. Ye Fei had not disappointed her. That moment, Ye Fei shared a similar sentiment with Jiang Mingyun. Not only had the pain subsided, but the waterfall's impact even began to feel somewhat soothing. When he consumed the 16th skin refining pill, his entire body exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Clearly, the skin refining pill had lost its efficacy on him. Moreover, even without consuming the pill, standing beneath the waterfall no longer caused him any harm. All right, let us halt here. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Mingyun instructed Ye Fei to cease his practice. Master Jiang, have I successfully refined my body? After dressing once more and standing beside Jiang Mingyun, Ye Fei's face radiated excitement. Indeed, Jiang Mingyun replied with a smile and a nod. Then let me see just how resilient my skin has become. Now that he knew he had succeeded in body refinement, Ye Fei suddenly felt a surge of enthusiasm and summoned his long sword. Grasping it in his right hand, he drew a forceful slash across his left arm. Sizzle! To Ye Fei's astonishment, the long sword not only failed to pierce his skin, but also did not elicit even a hint of pain, instead producing a sound akin to metal scraping against metal. Is it truly this formidable? Ye Fei was momentarily taken aback. You shouldn't conduct experiments on yourself. Ordinary artifacts are acceptable, but you must exercise caution with spiritual tools. Observing Ye Fei's antics, Jiang Mingyun couldn't help but chuckle softly, her charm radiating. Master Jiang, you are so beautiful. For reasons unknown, upon witnessing Jiang Mingyun's alluring smile, Ye Fei's gaze became dazed, and he lost himself momentarily. Have you lost control again? Noticing Ye Fei's expression, Jiang Mingyun's demeanor darkened, and she let out a soft sigh. Then, with a wave of her sleeve, a gentle breeze swept past Ye Fei. The dazed Ye Fei suddenly shivered and regained his senses. Let us head back. Glancing at Ye Fei, who appeared somewhat bewildered, Jiang Mingyun uttered a few words before summoning a flying vessel to take him back to Yunu Peak. Make sure to focus on your training upon returning. Once back at Yunu Peak, Jiang Mingyun lightly nodded at Ye Fei before turning to return to her cave dwelling. Yes, Ye Fei responded quietly. After returning to the cave, he sat on a stone bench and vigorously raked his fingers through his hair. What exactly just happened? Ye Fei felt a sense of confusion wash over him. He had a vague recollection of his earlier lapse, but at that moment, his thoughts had slipped beyond his control. He was unsure why he had uttered those words. While there was nothing inherently wrong with what he said, his expression at that time was another matter. Never mind. After all, Master Jiang was not angry. Unable to find any reasoning, Ye Fei decided to set the matter aside. With a flicker of his consciousness, he entered the Qinglong sword. Now that he had completed body refinement, the only remaining task was to purify his spiritual roots. Since there were still over 40 beast corpses left from the fourth purification, Ye Fei instructed the spirit purification tree to absorb these corpses directly. After absorbing them, the spirit purification tree merely sprouted tender buds, still far from maturity. However, Ye Fei was no longer inclined to hunt beasts outside, and instead had the spirit purification tree absorb all the spiritual herbs harvested previously. Even so, it still fell short. Ultimately, Ye Fei took out some spirit stones, the most straightforward solution. After consuming 200 low-grade spirit stones, the spirit purification tree finally matured once more. It truly was not easy, staring at the spirit purification fruits radiating a purplish-red glow. Ye Fei felt deeply moved. Successfully refining his body seemed simple in words, yet the suffering endured was a knowledge only gained through experience, indelibly profound. After a moment of reflection, Ye Fei reached out and plucked all 5 spirit purification fruits. After consuming the fruits, Ye Fei sat beside the spirit purification tree and initiated the 5th purification of his spiritual roots. This purification took slightly longer than the 4th, lasting nearly half an hour. However, after body refinement, the sensation akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at him was notably diminished compared to the previous time. This indicated that body refinement had indeed impacted the purification of his spiritual roots, bringing Ye Fei a measure of relief and a glimmer of hope for the path ahead. Once the purification was complete, Ye Fei chose not to use spirit stones for cultivation this time. Instead, he sat beside the Qinglong pool that he intended to utilize the superior spiritual vein beneath the Qinglong pool for his future cultivation. After all, hastening the growth of the spirit purification tree consumed a great deal of resources, and he needed to conserve his spirit stones. Previously, he had refrained from sitting here for cultivation partly due to the slower speed, and partly because the cold here was too intense for his body to endure for long periods. Now, however, things were different. He had successfully refined his body and could withstand the chill of this place. With your current physical strength, you may cultivate up to 100 zhang underground. As soon as Ye Fei settled down beside the Qinglong pool, the voice of the Qinglong echoed down from the clouds. Underground? Ye Fei responded with confusion. Beneath the pool lies a depth of 1,000 zhang, where the spiritual energy becomes increasingly dense the further down one goes. However, with the Qinglong pool present, the deeper one descends, the colder it becomes, something most individuals could hardly endure. With your physique at the skin refinement stage, the edge of 100 zhang by the Qinglong pool is your limit. Once you reach the flesh refinement stage, you may descend another 100 zhang. When you attain the essence of a Tao, you may directly immerse yourself in the pool for cultivation, and at that time, the benefits will be boundless. Observing Ye Fei's confusion, the Azure Dragon elucidated further. Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. After hearing the explanation, Ye Fei bowed his hands towards the clouds above. Subsequently, he silently recited the incantation, unleashing the Earth Escape technique. Within a mere dozen breaths, Ye Fei had burrowed down to a depth of 100 feet. Indeed, as the Azure Dragon had stated, the deeper one descended into the Azure Dragon pool. The more intense the bone-chilling cold would become. With his body's resilience, 100 feet underground was already his limit. Such dense spiritual energy. As he settled into this location, Ye Fei immediately sensed that the spiritual energy here was exceptionally rich, at least tenfold that of the outside. Let's see how my cultivation speed fares. With a flicker of thought, Ye Fei began to circulate the carefree true art within his body. As the carefree true art operated, streams of spiritual energy were drawn into his body through the pores of his skin. Under the influence of the carefree true art, they transformed into strands of true qi, which flowed into Ye Fei's dantian. Astonishingly, this was even faster than cultivating with spirit stones. Moments later, Ye Fei abruptly opened his eyes, his face alight with uncontainable excitement. He discovered that the spiritual energy here was incredibly pure with a high conversion rate, allowing him to cultivate faster than with low-grade spirit stones. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed out. Ye Fei's realm had finally progressed to the 7th layer of qi refinement, entering the late stage of qi refinement. However, much to Ye Fei's dismay, Just as he stabilized his realm after reaching the 7th layer, he encountered yet another cultivation bottleneck. Why cultivation bottlenecks are occurring far too frequently. Feeling the stagnation of his realm once more, Ye Fei felt an urge to vent his frustrations. These bottlenecks were indeed too frequent. In truth, it was not merely the frequent bottlenecks that were to blame, but rather his inferior spiritual roots. Even after washing his spiritual roots 5 times, Ye Fei's attributes remained rather poor, perhaps only marginally better than those of a 4-rooted cultivator, given such spiritual root qualifications. Reaching this realm was indeed his limit. Without such ample resources, it would have taken him decades to attain this level of cultivation. Let us continue. Reluctantly, Ye Fei returned to the sacred spirit tree. With a flick of his consciousness, a large pile of spirit stones appeared beside him. Feast upon these. With a pointed finger, the pile of spirit stones flew towards the sacred spirit tree, each one absorbed and transformed into nourishment. As the sacred spirit tree absorbed these stones, it continuously grew, blossoming and bearing fruit. After consuming 2,500 low-grade spirit stones, the 5 sacred spirit fruits finally matured. What an insatiable pit. Looking at the remaining 1,000-plus spirit stones, Ye Fei shook his head helplessly. This represented months of his hard-earned harvest. Complaints aside, when Ye Fei beheld the 5 vividly ripe sacred spirit fruits, a smile of excitement broke across his face. This is the 6th time. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Ye Fei gazed at the fruits in his hand, murmuring softly. Then he opened his mouth wide, and all 5 fruits entered his mouth. 3 months later. When Ye Fei opened his eyes once more, his cultivation had ascended to the late 7th layer of qi refinement, an increase of 2 minor realms. The reason he paused this time was that he encountered yet another cultivation bottleneck. Sigh. Ye Fei sighed silently and returned to the sacred spirit tree once again. This time, he did not intend to hasten the tree's growth with spirit stones, but instead took out the medicinal herbs he had harvested over the past 5 months. Fortunately, the quantity of herbs was ample, and after the absorption of over 3,000 plants, the sacred spirit fruits finally matured. This marked the 7th time. According to the pattern, he should be able to directly advance to the mid-stage of the 8th layer of qi refinement next. Holding the 5 sacred spirit fruits in hand, Ye Fei was filled with anticipation. Without delay, Ye Fei swiftly completed the 7th washing of his spiritual roots. What is happening? Did I not just cleanse my roots? Why is there no effect? Ye Fei was disheartened to find that after the washing, his cultivation bottleneck remained. When he attempted to cultivate again, his progress remained stagnant. Is the late 7th layer of qi refinement truly my limit? As this thought crossed his mind, Ye Fei's face paled, and his body began to tremble. He could not accept the outcome of being limited to the late 7th layer of qi refinement. Deep within, he felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance. No, I must try again. Gritting his teeth, Ye Fei maximized the speed of the carefree true arts operation within him. Streams of spiritual energy, transformed by the carefree true art, swiftly morphed into strands of true qi, flowing into Ye Fei's dantian. His dismay. The true qi entering his dantian could not circulate within his body. After coursing through his meridians, it dissipated throughout his body. Wasted entirely. After multiple attempts, the results remained unchanged. Finally, Ye Fei could only sigh and accept this reality. In resignation, he drew forth the azure dragon sword and returned to his cave dwelling. What should I do next? Ye Fei furrowed his brow, deep in thought as he paced within the cave, momentarily lost without direction. Calculating, it had been 1.5 years since he began his cultivation. Achieving his current realm could be considered a modest accomplishment, surpassing the vast majority of others. Father, I truly am a failure. I may disappoint you. The thought of Yi Songlong sacrificing his eyes for him pierced Ye Fei's heart. For the first time, he felt a profound longing and guilt towards Yi Songlong. Perhaps I should return home. After much contemplation, Ye Fei made up his mind. Over the past 5 months, he had also been nurturing the medicinal herbs, resulting in a promising growth of the herbs in his medicinal field. Many had matured ahead of schedule, and he had gathered a substantial amount of mid-tier and high-tier medicinal seeds. After watering the herbs and weeding the field, Ye Fei approached Jiang Mengyun's cave dwelling. Esteemed Senior Jiang, I seek an audience. Ye Fei bowed respectfully towards the cave, Come in. Soon as Ye Fei's voice fell, Jiang Mingyun's voice echoed from within the cave. Granted entry, Ye Fei stepped inside, and upon entering the living room, he beheld Jiang Mingyun seated gracefully in the main position. He dared not be negligent and hurriedly prepared to be OW. No need for excessive formalities. Take a seat. Seeing Ye Fei about to bow, Jiang Mingyun waved her hand and gestured toward the seat on the left. In response, Ye Fei could only smile awkwardly and sit down obediently. What brings you here? Jiang Mingyun inquired first. That I wish to return home for a visit, and I hope for your permission, Senior Jiang. Ye Fei spoke candidly without concealment. Return home? What is it? Missing your father? A gentle smile spread across Jiang Mingyun's face, her eyes glimmering with maternal affection. I apologize for making you laugh, Senior Jiang. Ye Fei scratched his head in embarrassment. No need for apologies. It is only natural that if you wish to return, then go ahead. I grant you permission. Moreover, in just over a year, you have made significant progress in your cultivation. It would be wise to venture out and broaden your horizons. Otherwise, remaining cooped up in solitary cultivation may lead to frequent bottlenecks, which is not beneficial. Jiang Mingyun did not mock Ye Fei, but instead offered patient guidance. Thank you, Senior Jiang, for your advice. Ye Fei expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Here, take this map jade slip and this golden sword talisman. They may prove useful. In response to Ye Fei's gratitude, Jiang Mingyun merely nodded. Then with a flick of her delicate fingers, a jade slip and a small yellow sword-shaped talisman flew towards Ye Fei. Thank you for the treasures, Senior Jiang. Ye Fei hastily rose to his feet and, after bowing respectfully to Jiang Mingyun, proceeded to stow away the two items into his storage bag. There is no need for formality. This golden sword talisman is more than adequate for dealing with the average foundation establishment practitioner. Keep it safe. In the realm of cultivation is a world of the survival of the fittest, filled with deceit and treachery. You must remain vigilant in all your dealings and avoid any semblance of carelessness. That said, I shall not elaborate further. You may descend the mountain now. After imparting a few more words of caution, Jiang Mingyun waved her hand, signaling Ye Fei to depart. Upon leaving Jiang Mingyun's cave dwelling, Ye Fei summoned the flying sword he had acquired from Lu Yishan. He then mounted the sword and soared northward towards the Xiaoyao sect. This flying sword, along with two other spirit-grade long swords, had been refined by Ye Fei 2 months prior. Although the flying sword consumed a significant amount of true energy, the distance to the Xiaoyao sect was manageable for him. After a little more than half an hour, as he cleared the protective mountain array of the Xiaoyao sect, he switched from the flying sword to a black circular disc, compared to the sword. This black disc consumed far less true energy, allowing him to maintain prolonged flight. Having previously concocted dozens of energy-replenishing pills, Ye Fei was unperturbed by the expenditure of true energy, continuously consuming pills along the way. Thus, he navigated the black disc unceasingly towards the northern Hong Tsang Mountain. Though the black disc was slower than the flying sword, it could still cover over 150 miles in an hour. A marked improvement from his initial journey to in just 9 days, he found himself standing at the foot of Hong Tsang Mountain, beside a modest village. This village was none other than Yinlong Village, the place where he had grown up. Presently, Yinlong Village bore little alteration since his departure. This moment, Ye Fei stood before a patch of farmland, his expression clouded with gloom. He vividly remembered that over a year ago, this spot was home to a small courtyard, complete with a dilapidated wooden house. Now, all that remained was emptiness, along with the absence of his father who had raised him. Just as Ye Fei was lost in nostalgic thoughts of his life with Yi Songlong, a 50-something man with a weathered face ambled toward him from the village. This man was Lu Qianqian's father, Lu Duan. He had come to inspect the crops, only to be taken aback by the sight of a familiar figure. "Are you Ye Fei?" Lu Dajuan's voice trembled with emotion. Upon hearing the voice, Ye Fei snapped back to reality. When he recognized Lu Dajuan, his eyes narrowed. "Uncle Lu, it has been quite some time," he replied. A slight smile gracing his lips, his tone remarkably calm, as if the animosity he once harbored had evaporated entirely. However, he had indeed held resentment towards Lu Dajuan, for the man bore significant responsibility for his separation from Lu Qianqian. Nevertheless, Ye Fei had grown weary of holding grudges. You, Ye Fei, have harmed my beloved son-in-law, and yet you dare return. I see you have a death wish. I shall inform the Wang family to ensure they eliminate you this time. Upon confirming that the person before him was indeed Ye Fei, Lu Dajuan's expression twisted into one of malice, and he turned to sprint back towards the village, dismissing Ye Fei entirely. Eliminate me? I look forward to seeing if they possess such capability. Ye Fei scoffed, a look of disdain etched across his face. As he watched Lu Dajuan's retreating figure, a surge of ire began to swell within him. How absurd! He was now a bona fide cultivator. Dealing with these mere mortals was akin to slicing through vegetables. In approximately a quarter of an hour, a group of men clad in gray garments approached. Led by a middle-aged man in fine attire adorned with a flowered hat, Wang Lin, the father of Wang, as he reached Ye Fei, he assumed an imposing demeanor. I never imagined you would dare return, clearly disregarding my Wang family. Since this is the case, allow me to demonstrate the strength of a cultivation family. Surround him. Wang Lin did not afford Ye Fei an opportunity to speak. He immediately launched into a tirade of threats and, with a wave of his hand, commanded the men to encircle Ye Fei. What of my father? Ye Fei coldly inquired, disregarding the ruffians. That blind man? Wang Lin retorted, his voice dripping with sarcasm. I was just about to inquire about him. After he killed the Immortal Master, he fled, causing my Wang family to incur the Master's wrath. Now that you have returned, you can enlighten me as to your blind father's whereabouts, so I can send our family's Immortal Master to eliminate him. At the mention of Yi Songlong, Wang Lin's eyes blazed with malice. Why father killed an Immortal Master? Ye Fei was momentarily taken aback. He recalled that the disciples from the Chongshu sect had arrived riding flying swords. They were surely at least Foundation establishment, or at the very least, Qi refinement at the 8th or 9th level. How could a blind Yi Songlong possibly slay one of them? Although Qinglong had mentioned that Yi Songlong was not to be underestimated, Ye Fei found it hard to believe. Stop pretending with me. If I cannot capture your father, capturing you will suffice. The Immortal Master will reward me just the same. Seize him. Wang Lin, disinterested in further conversation, waved his hand, signaling his henchmen to act immediately. As the band of ruffians approached, cracking their knuckles, Ye Fei's eyes narrowed, true energy surging within him as he bellowed, "Begone!" A shock wave of sound rippled outward. Ouch! In the blink of an eye, all the men Wang Lin had brought were struck by the sound wave, sent reeling backward, crashing to the ground and howling in pain. Although these henchmen were but mere mortals, they often engaged in ruthless behavior, oppressing the weak. Ye Fei showed no mercy. Even with merely a sound wave, they suffered severe injuries, spitting blood and paling in color. That why you have become an Immortal Master? Seeing his men easily incapacitated by Ye Fei, Wang Lin's mind trembled, his speech faltering, his legs shaking as he struggled to maintain his footing. Clearly, he was greatly frightened. Despite having seen Immortal Masters and having one in his family, Wang Lin remained a mere mortal. That if Ye Fei unleashed his fury, he would be swiftly dispatched. The presence of 1,000 Immortal Masters within his family would avail him nothing if your family possesses an Immortal Master. Let him come forth. Ye Fei scoffed dismissively at the terrified Wang Lin. Noticing that Ye Fei had spared his life and urged him to seek help, Wang Lin felt a glimmer of hope and fled, abandoning his henchmen without a second thought. You wait, he shouted, turning back to point a finger at Ye Fei after running several paces, but his tone was laced with fear. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Ye Fei merely snorted in response, uninterested in his threats. Observing Wang Lin's solitary retreat, his lack of concern for his men sparked a wave of confusion among the black-clad ruffians. Look, your master has fled and cares not for your fates, Ye Fei remarked, a mocking expression on his face. Immortal Master, spare us. We were merely momentarily bewitched by that scoundrel Wang Lin. If you show us mercy, we shall amend our ways and live honestly, pleaded a burly man in black, kneeling before Ye Fei, his forehead hitting the ground repeatedly as tears streamed down his face. Amend your ways? Live honestly? Ye Fei scoffed coldly, his face awash with disdain. As the words echoed, the ruffians trembled, forgetting their injuries as they all kneeled before Ye Fei, begging for mercy. Do you truly believe I would trust such words from you? Over the years, relying on the power of the Wang family, you have terrorized the nearby villages, oppressing the weak and committing countless atrocities. Can a mere statement of remorse erase the past? As he spoke these words, a chilling murderous intent flickered in Ye Fei's eyes. He had no intention of sparing any of these men. Brothers, this brat intends to eliminate us. We must fight back. The first to speak, a burly man with a black face, immediately rose from the ground and roared at Ye Fei with a ferocious expression. Upon hearing the words of the black-faced man, the others, though still displaying fear, stood up and rushed toward Ye Fei like a swarm. Their earlier pleas for mercy had merely been a tactic to buy time while awaiting the arrival of the Wang family's celestial master. Once that master arrived, they believed they would be saved. Now that Ye Fei had revealed his murderous intent, they felt they had no choice but to confront him, betting on his reluctance to truly kill them. Yet, they had miscalculated. Faced with these ruthless scoundrels, Ye Fei would show no mercy that if they sought death, he would gladly oblige. At why Ye Fei scoffed coldly. Without even drawing a magical artifact, he merely waved his right hand, and a stream of true energy shot forth from his fingertips. This energy, akin to a long sword, swiftly swept toward the necks of those in an instant, blood erupted, and the men fell lifeless to the ground. Their heads severed from their bodies, gazing at the corpses' gushing blood. Ye Fei furrowed his brow and conjured fireballs with a wave of his hand, incinerating the bodies entirely. He then stood there, awaiting silently. Within just half a stick of incense, a green figure darted into the village of Yinlong. The celestial master assigned to protect the Wang family had arrived. This individual, a young man in a green robe with a fair complexion, possessed a refined appearance, boasting a cultivation level of the 5th stage of qi refinement. Upon arrival, he held his nose high, exuding an air of arrogance. However, the moment his gaze fell upon Ye Fei, his pupils involuntarily contracted. Yet as he quickly regained his composure, he donned a harmless smile and politely clasped his hands toward Ye Fei, stating, "Greetings, fellow cultivator. I am Chen Shi, an outer disciple of the Qingshu sect. May I inquire about your purpose here?" After retracting his hands, Chen Shi casually placed them behind his back, inadvertently revealing a jade token from his waist. Subsequently, he discreetly formed a hand seal with his right finger behind his back, and a yellow light entered the jade token. His actions were executed with great secrecy, and Ye Fei remained oblivious. "You, a cultivator, are stationed in this mortal village solely to await my arrival." Ye Fei scrutinized Chen Shi carefully. Perplexed, despite Chen Shi's modest cultivation level, he wore 2 storage bags at his waist, indicating considerable wealth. "You misunderstand, fellow cultivator. This is the ancestral home of Elder Wang, the law enforcement elder of my Qingshu sect. I am here to ensure the safety of Elder Wang's residence." Chen Shi replied sheepishly. "Is that so?" Ye Fei inquired, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. "Indeed," Chen Shi affirmed earnestly, "I am merely following orders. I kindly ask you to grant me this favor. Should you have any grievances against the Wang family, I assure you, once I depart, you may resolve them as you see fit." His tone was sincere, making it clear he was not there to provoke Ye Fei, but rather to distance himself from any trouble. "You are aware of the events from a year ago, correct?" Ye Fei probed, intrigued by Chen Shi's demeanor. "I am indeed aware." Chen Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement upon Ye Fei's inquiry, and he hastily replied, "Do you know who was slain at that time? What was their cultivation level?" Ye Fei raised an eyebrow. Fixing his gaze intently on Chen Shi, was an inner disciple of our Qingshu sect, at the 8th stage of qi refinement. Chen Shi did not conceal the truth and spoke candidly. What was the reason behind it? Ye Fei pressed further. He had been here, relying on his superior cultivation to bully a blind man, only to be killed in return by that very man. Chen Shi answered calmly, all the while scrutinizing Ye Fei's reaction. He was well aware that Ye Fei was the son of the blind man, which is why he refrained from using the term blind man, fearing it might provoke Ye Fei and create unnecessary complications. "You know who I am, don't you?" Ye Fei asked teasingly. "This matter does not concern me. I'm simply fulfilling my duty. Everything else is beyond my concern." Chen Shi hurriedly chuckled, attempting to deflect. "Is that so?" Ye Fei remarked, a knowing look in his eyes. "Your allies must be arriving soon, correct?" Ye Fei observed Chen Shi with a knowing gaze. "What do you mean by that?" Chen Shi's face changed dramatically, and he broke into a cold sweat. He had not anticipated that Ye Fei would notice his discreet actions. "If you are merely on duty, why carry 2 storage bags with you? Surely you must have some secrets you wish to conceal?" Ye Fei's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone laced with amusement. "You misunderstand. I am genuinely only here on duty," Chen Shi insisted, retreating cautiously till he intended to flee. "Do you think you can escape?" Ye Fei scoffed, dismissing the notion that do not push your luck. Realizing he no longer needed to maintain his pretense, Chen Shi retorted, "Am I pushing my luck? It seems you are the one who came to confront me. If my cultivation level were inferior to yours, I suspect I would be the one making such remarks that—" Ye Fei shook his head with a sigh. "Enough of this nonsense. I advise you to leave quickly. Brother Wang Hai will be arriving soon, and once he does, it will be too late for you to flee." Chen Shi glanced back nervously, summoning his courage to speak. He had indeed sent a message to Wang Hai earlier and believed that, given the time he had bought, Wang Hai should be close by. After all, the secret teleportation array was only a few miles away, and it wouldn't take long to arrive. Wang Hai. What is his current cultivation level? Upon hearing Wang Hai's name, Ye Fei's interest was piqued. Brother Wang Hai is currently at the 8th stage of qi refinement, but if you were wise, you should leave immediately, Chen Shi urged, hoping for Wang Hai's swift arrival for his own safety. 8th stage of qi refinement. What rapid progress! Ye Fei exhibited no signs of fear. Who dares to bully a member of my Qingshu sect? Just then, a commanding voice echoed from the rear of Yinlong village. Following that, a green light shot forth from the distance that a young man, handsome with a long face, clad in a blue robe and riding a flying sword, appeared before Ye Fei. This young man was Wang Hai, the very individual who had once deemed Ye Fei insignificant. You remember who I am." As Wang Hai descended from his sword, Ye Fei smiled indifferently, raising his clenched fist in a gesture toward him. "Ye Fei, impossible!" Wang Hai exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. "Did you not lack spiritual roots? How could you have reached the 7th stage of qi refinement so quickly?" Upon recognizing Ye Fei, Wang Hai was filled with incredulity. "What? Are you afraid?" Ye Fei wore a playful smile. "Nonsense, how could I possibly be afraid? You are merely at the 7th stage of qi refinement. In my presence, you remain a mere insect. Today, I shall exact my revenge for that punch from a year ago." Wang Hai's eyes burned with fury, revealing no hint of restraint. His fists were clenched tightly, recalling the humiliation he endured from Ye Fei's punch, which had left him mortified in front of Lu Qianqian. The memory lingered vividly in his mind, a constant torment. For over a year, he had been searching for Ye Fei, yearning to kill him and rid himself of this psychological burden. Yet, with his limited resources, how could he possibly locate Ye Fei? This only fueled his hatred further. Now, seeing Ye Fei before him, he trembled with excitement, unable to contain himself. "Revenge. You must possess the capability to do so did a year ago. I could have easily knocked you down with a single punch, and today, I can just as effortlessly make you beg for mercy." Ye Fei let out a cold snort, his voice growing increasingly frigid. If one were to inquire who he has loathed the most throughout his life, it would undoubtedly be Wang Hai. Were it not for Wang Hai, perhaps he and Lu Qianqian would have long been together. Despite his modest cultivation, his arrogance knows no bounds. Today, I shall demonstrate that an ant remains an ant, no matter how formidable it may seem. It is merely a crawling insect. Wang Hai's expression twisted into a snarl as he extended his right hand, producing a long ruler. This ruler, 3 feet in length, resembled a sword but bore no blade, entirely black and crafted from exquisite materials. Upon witnessing Wang Hai brandishing his magical artifact, Ye Fei ceased his words. His mind focused as he summoned his own long sword. With Wang Hai a level above him in cultivation, Ye Fei dared not underestimate him. The two stood 5 paces apart, gazing at each other across the distance, their eyes brimming with the fervor of battle. "1 ruler to open the skies," Wang Hai bellowed, taking the initiative. With a flick of his wrist, The ruler soared through the air toward Ye Fei with tremendous force. The ruler expanded rapidly, swiftly growing to 6 feet in length and 3 inches in thickness, akin to a flying iron, crashing toward Ye Fei as the colossal ruler approached. Ye Fei's eyes narrowed, and his internal energy surged. Concentrating into his right arm, horizontal sweep of the 4 directions, Ye Fei advanced half a step, exerting force with a powerful push, simultaneously issuing a sharp cry as his long sword sliced forward. He unleashed the 3rd strike of the Yuanying swords, his most potent attack thus far. The power of this strike was sufficient to rival a 9th-level Qi refinement practitioner. He intended for Wang Hai to experience the taste of being humiliated. Bang! In an instant, the sword and ruler collided, sparks flying, and a cloud of dust erupted around them, accompanied by a tremendous explosion. Wang Hai's body was propelled backward as if he were a stone cast into the air, crashing violently to the ground. Puffed, puffed. Wang Hai coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood, his face pale as a ghost. In stark contrast, Ye Fei remained rooted in place, his expression tranquil, with only his right hand trembling slightly. Having sustained no injuries. How can this be? You are nothing but a mere ant of the 7th level of Qi refinement. Overwhelmed by the disparity, Wang Hai struggled to rise from the ground. Disbelief etched across his face. That I told you. A year ago I could knock you down with a single punch, and today I can make you kneel and plead for mercy. Ye Fei scoffed disdainfully. His gaze toward Wang Hai filled with contempt. I refuse to accept this. Wang Hai's eyes blazed crimson, his expression twisted with rage. Ye Fei's strike had dealt him a crushing blow. The one he had always regarded as an ant, inferior in cultivation, had severely wounded him with a single sword strike. For Wang Hai, this humiliation mirrored the disgrace of that punch from a year prior. Can you not endure this? Ye Fei shook his head lightly, pointing at Wang Hai as he continued. From childhood to now, you have always been a young master of this hidden dragon village. Who would dare offend you? Regardless of who it is, they are forever deemed worthless. Mere ants. Have you ever considered their feelings? I suspect you have not, for you do not care. You deem it a matter of course. They endured for over a decade. Can you not withstand just a punch and a sword? As he spoke, Ye Fei's tone was calm, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow. You are always worthless, deserving of my scorn. Even so, do you dare to resist? Ha ha, you do not dare. This world operates on the principle of the strong devouring the weak. My Wang family possesses a core formation expert. Who among you would dare to challenge us? What if you are stronger than me? Do you dare to kill me? You dare not, for if you were to take my life, you would not survive either. Taha. I refuse to believe there exists anyone in this world unafraid of death. After hearing Ye Fei's words, Wang Hai displayed no hint of regret. Instead, he burst into a wild laugh. Regarding Ye Fei with utter disdain, do you not dare? Shall we do this again? Ye Fei smirked, revealing a devilish grin. Come, I fear not this ant. Wang Hai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then grinned wickedly as he exchanged his long ruler for a long sword of spiritual quality. After switching, he brandished the spiritual sword provocatively before Ye Fei. Did you think I lacked one? Ye Fei smiled indifferently, reaching into his storage bag to produce 2 spiritual swords, which flew into his left and right hands, respectively. Upon witnessing Ye Fei wielding 2 spiritual artifacts, Wang Hai's heart trembled. Rendering him speechless, he could hardly comprehend how a person he had deemed an ant had transformed so drastically in just over a year. Come on, unleash your strongest strike. Ye Fei suddenly shouted at Wang Hai. His unexpected exclamation startled Wang Hai, causing him to nearly drop his spiritual sword. I will fight you to the death. One sword to open the heavens. Overwhelmed by his predicament, Wang Hai could no longer bear it and shouted, swinging his sword toward Ye Fei. You are utterly useless. Ye Fei scoffed, unleashing the 3rd strike of the Yuanying swords, sweeping forth to meet Wang Hai's attack. Clang! With a resounding clash, Wang Hai's body was once again sent flying. Crashing to the ground, he spit out several mouthfuls of blood, struggling to rise yet failing to regain his footing. Meanwhile, Ye Fei remained unchanged, his arms steady and unshaken. Wang Hai had once again been bested. How does it feel? Am I, this mere ant, capable of astonishing you? If you cannot even defeat someone you deem an ant, Does that not render you inferior to an ant? Is there any justification for the existence of one who is less than an ant? Holding the spiritual sword, Ye Fei advanced slowly toward Wang Hai as he spoke. What do you intend to do? You cannot kill me. If you do, my uncle will not let you off easily. He will ensure you pay for my demise. As Ye Fei drew closer, Wang Hai trembled uncontrollably, a puddle of yellow liquid forming beneath him. He had been scared to the point of losing control. Did you not claim that everyone fears death? That fear prevents you from acting against me? Then allow me to tell you today, I fear not. Standing before Wang Hai, Ye Fei clenched his jaw and bellowed. I do not fear. With that, he swiftly brought his sword down, severing Wang Hai's head. The moment Wang Hai's head fell, Ye Fei felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him, invigorating his spirit. He sensed that the cultivation bottleneck he had previously encountered had vanished. You dared to kill brother Wang Hai. Chen Shi, who witnessed Wang Hai's demise, gazed at Ye Fei with eyes wide in terror. What fear is there in killing someone already dead? Yet you should honestly tell me your purpose for remaining in Hidden Dragon Village. As Ye Fei collected Wang Hai's storage bag and spiritual sword. He flickered and suddenly appeared beside Chen Shi. The sudden appearance of Ye Fei overwhelmed Chen Shi, causing him to lose control over his fear. Plop. He fell to his knees before Ye Fei. If you spare me, I will tell you everything. Chen Shi spoke through tears, pleading for mercy. Speak. What is your purpose here? Ye Fei inquired once more. If I tell you, will you let me go? Chen Shi asked, biting his lip. Then it will depend on whether what you say holds any value. Ye Fei shrugged, offering Chen Shi a meaningful smile. Fine, I will tell you. With no other choice, Chen Shi reached into his storage bag and produced a map, handing it to Ye Fei. What is this? Ye Fei took the map, curiosity piqued. This is a distribution map of the spirit stone veins. Chen Shi replied earnestly. A spirit stone mine. Ye Fei's heart jolted, and he lifted his gaze towards Chen Shi. Indeed, there lies a diminutive spirit stone mine beneath Yinlong Village, albeit with limited reserves, of which I have been responsible for the extraction. As he spoke, Chen Shi gestured towards the ground beneath Yinlong Village. Is this mine affiliated with the Chongshu sect? Ye Fei inquired, arching an eyebrow in a probing manner. It does not belong to the sect. It is privately owned by the enforcement elder, Wang Chongqing. Given the circumstances, Chen Shi decided to divulge everything he knew without further concealment. It turned out that long before Wang Chongqing ascended to the foundation establishment stage, he had inadvertently discovered the spirit stone mine beneath the village. However, he opted not to report it to the sect, instead claiming it as the private property of the Wang family. Utilizing the resources from this mine and leveraging his dual spiritual roots of water and wood, he successfully advanced to the core formation stage in merely 50 years, becoming an enforcement elder of the Chongshu sect. Due to his limited aptitude, he reached his peak at the late core formation stage, losing motivation to cultivate further and consequently reducing the mining operations, intending to leave the mine for the heirs of the Wang family. It was only a year and a half ago that Yi Songlong killed an intersect disciple of the Chongshu sect, instilling a sense of crisis in Wang Chongqing that he suspected that Yi Songlong's existence was tied to the spirit stone mine, prompting him to secretly send his apprentice, Chen Shi, to oversee its extraction. In a desperate bid for survival, Chen Shi recounted every detail, both pertinent and irrelevant. Now, can you spare me? After revealing all he knew, Chen Shi gazed at Ye Fei with hopeful anticipation. Did I ever say I would spare you? A smirk graced Ye Fei's lips as he seized Chen Shi's neck without warning. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed as Chen Shi's head drooped, and he perished instantly, after stowing away the map and retrieving Chen Shi's storage pouch. Ye Fei's gaze sharpened as he directed his attention towards the Wang family's residence in Yinlong Village. Just moments ago, he had caught sight of Wang Lin fleeing in a panic. You witnessed it all, did you not? Ye Fei's eyes narrowed slightly as he swiftly pursued the Wang family residence in Yinlong Village. Wang Lin trembled uncontrollably. Upon returning home, he had not informed anyone, not even his wife. Alone, he entered the study. Soon, he unearthed a piece of yellowed talisman paper from the bookshelf. Clutching the talisman, Wang Lin finally exhaled a long sigh, his terror somewhat alleviated. Why, Uncle mentioned that this talisman possesses power comparable to a strike from a Foundation establishment cultivator. Surely, Ye Fei will not evade it. Wang Lin murmured, tucking the talisman into his bosom as he cautiously approached the study door. Yet, before he could reach it, Ye Fei stepped in from outside. Wang Lin, how could you be so malicious as to incite a cultivator to kill my father? You probably never imagined you would fall into my hands today. Ye Fei's voice turned frigid, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. Though Ye Fei was not one to relish in slaughter, this individual before him was one he deemed deserving of death. Although Yi Canglong had not been slain by the cultivator, Wang Lin's audacity to act thus had touched Ye Fei's reverse scale, akin to a vendetta against his father. You dare harm my son. Your blind father deserved to die. What fault is it of mine? Now you have killed my son Wang Hai. I shall ensure you meet a dreadful end. Ye Fei was taken aback by Wang Lin's utter disregard for his words, as he erupted in a frenzied shout. You seek death. Infuriated by Wang Lin's obstinacy, Ye Fei reached out to grasp Wang Lin's neck. Just as his fingers grazed Wang Lin's body, a brilliant yellow light suddenly enveloped him. An overwhelming sense of danger surged within Ye Fei. Without a moment's hesitation, he propelled himself backward. Yet his retreat proved slightly delayed. The yellow light surrounding Wang Lin transformed into a colossal sword, raised high and swiftly descending towards him. Impressive. Ye Fei felt a shiver run through him as he sensed the energy contained within the giant sword. As he continued to retreat, his mind raced, and he summoned a small sword-shaped jade talisman. The moment the talisman was in his grasp, Ye Fei infused it with a trace of true energy. Activating it immediately, whoosh, in an instant, a beam of yellow light shot forth from the talisman, materializing into a short sword about 2 inches in length. Its speed was astonishing, as if it possessed its own consciousness, directly colliding with the descending giant sword. Despite its diminutive size, the short sword exhibited tremendous explosive power, managing to withstand the onslaught of the giant sword upon contact. Boom! The ensuing explosion produced a deafening roar, with shockwaves radiating outward, engulfing the surroundings in searing heat. Witnessing this spectacle, Ye Fei's eyes widened as he accelerated his retreat to the utmost. However, due to the proximity of the explosion, the shockwaves still struck him, propelling him a considerable distance away. Fortunately, having refined his body, his skin's resilience rivaled that of magical artifacts, sparing him from severe injury. In stark contrast, Wang Hai and the entire Wang family faced a different fate. As the study was situated at the heart of the Wang estate, the explosion's shockwave swept across a vast area, reducing the entire residence to rubble. All the members of the Wang family present within the estate met with untimely demise, becoming mere specters. Was this the will of heaven? Gazing at the billowing clouds of smoke before him, Ye Fei felt a tumult of emotions. Seizing the moment while the villagers remained in shock, he recited incantations, invoking the earth escape technique to burrow beneath the ground. After descending 2 zhang underground, Ye Fei finally came to a halt. He then focused his mind and retrieved the storage pouches of both Chun Shi and Wang Hai. Chun Shi's pouch contained nothing but spirit stones. A quick scan revealed over 5,000 of them. Conversely, Wang Hai's pouch held a bit more, a pair of magical artifacts, several bottles of elixirs, a jade slip for a technique, 2 tomes of secret arts, and 3,200 spirit stones. Ye Fei was astonished at the wealth of these 2 individuals. With such a windfall of spirit stones in hand, he felt a surge of excitement. Now he need not fret over lacking spirit stones to hasten the growth of the spirit-washing trees. After stowing away the pouches, Ye Fei retrieved the map of the mine, since it was a spirit stone mine. There must be even more spirit stones below. The thought invigorated him, and after committing the map's contents to memory, he prepared to delve deeper. Just then, an enraged roar resonated above him. Who is it? Who has destroyed my Wang family? The voice thundered, echoing for miles, shaking the earth and startling the birds and beasts, while the villagers of Yinlong were gripped with fear. Upon hearing the voice, Ye Fei hesitated not for a moment. His consciousness surged into the Qinglong sword. In an instant, the Qinglong sword transformed into a speck of dust and vanished into the earth. Once inside the Qinglong sword, Ye Fei's heart raced uncontrollably. He had an instinctive feeling that had he hesitated even slightly, he would have been discovered. Could this person be Wang Chongqing? A conjecture formed in Ye Fei's mind. Even within the confines of the Qinglong sword, he dared not extend his consciousness even a fraction. After all, the awareness of a core formation expert was not to be trifled with. Any slight anomaly could reveal his presence. He resolved to remain hidden for a time. Ye Fei sighed inwardly, guiding the Qinglong sword to burrow 100 feet beneath the surface. Given that he could not leave for now, he decided to use this time to assess whether he had broken through his cultivation bottleneck. He had felt a subtle shift during Wang Hai's demise, and now he sought to confirm it. Indeed, the bottleneck had vanished, with just one complete circulation of his Xiaoyao true formula within his body. Ye Fei excitedly opened his eyes that he realized that his recent practice had yielded tangible results. Overwhelmed with joy, Ye Fei closed his eyes once more, intensifying the operation of the Xiaoyao true formula to its utmost limit. The spiritual energy surrounding his body began to swiftly gather towards him, which he absorbed and transformed into streams of true qi, circulating through his meridians and solidifying the vortex within his dantian. In truth, Ye Fei's intuition was not misplaced. The moment he entered the Qinglong sword, Wang Chongqing had unleashed his consciousness in a sweeping manner, penetrating even 100 feet underground. It was only due to Ye Fei's slight acceleration that he successfully evaded Wang Chongqing's probing awareness. Upon sensing the activation of the giant sword talisman, Wang Chongqing promptly rose and made his way here. Based on the circumstances, he deduced that the opponent's strength was likely at the Foundation establishment level. Logically, with his speed, it would be impossible for the opponent to have fled beyond a 10-mile radius so quickly. Yet, after an extensive search, he found no signs of any cultivators within a 30-mile radius, which left him utterly perplexed to prevent the opponent from utilizing any concealment artifacts to evade his consciousness. Wang Chongqing resolutely remained here for 3 days and nights, vigilantly observing every movement within a 10-mile radius of Yinlong village. Undoubtedly, the outcome was disappointing. Reluctantly, he returned to the Chongshu sect to report the discovery of a spirit stone mine beneath Yinlong village, fearing potential unforeseen complications. The following day, over 20 disciples from the Chongshu sect arrived in Yinlong village. However, Ye Fei, concealed within the Qinglong sword, remained blissfully unaware of these developments. After 10 days of cultivation within the Qinglong sword, Ye Fei ceased his practice and returned to the surface that moment. His realm had successfully advanced from the 7th to the 8th layer of qi refinement. After weighing his options, Ye Fei cautiously released a wisp of his consciousness to observe the situation outside. As soon as he did, he noticed that there were no villagers left in Yinlong village. Evidently, they had all vacated. To his left, about 5 or 6 zhang underground, an unfamiliar cave dwelling had appeared. The cave measured 3 zhang on each side, within which 12 disciples clad in green robes from the Chongshu sect were meditating. Their cultivation levels were rather low, mostly below the 5th layer of qi refinement. Beside them lay a stack of over a dozen storage bags. What could have prompted such an influx of Chongshu sect disciples? Were they here to mine spirit stones? Ye Fei furrowed his brow, his mind racing with speculation that if these were merely lowly disciples, perhaps he could take advantage of the situation. A brilliant idea soon formed in his mind. He controlled the fine dust transformed from the Qinglong sword and stealthily approached the cave dwelling. A quarter of an hour later, a single particle of dust settled upon the cave's wall, positioned before the stack of 12 storage bags. Indeed, Ye Fei intended to lay claim to these storage bags. It was evident that they were brimming with spirit stones, and rather than toiling to excavate them himself, acquiring them effortlessly was the wisest choice for him. Should he wait, or seize them all immediately? Ye Fei pondered, his right hand thoughtfully pinching his chin as he weighed the pros and cons with his abilities. He could easily abscond with all of the storage bags without issue. He estimated that the 12 bags contained nearly 30,000 spirit stones. Yet, if he took them all at once, he would be left with only that sum, making future endeavors considerably more difficult. Should matters escalate and attract the attention of a Foundation establishment or core formation expert, he would have no chance of escape. Although 30,000 spirit stones were no small sum, They paled in comparison to the entirety of the spirit stone mine. This miniature vein was scarcely a quarter of the total. Thus, Ye Fei found himself in a quandary. Reluctantly, he steeled himself, forcing calmness upon his racing thoughts that he refrained from acting impulsively, remaining hidden within the Qinglong sword, poised to seize a grand opportunity. Perhaps fate had intervened, for his greed had inadvertently allowed him to avert disaster. Meanwhile, 100 feet away underground, Wang Chongqing was closely monitoring the activity in the area. For the past 10 days, he had not left. He was convinced that the individual responsible for the downfall of his Wang family was lurking nearby, armed with an artifact capable of concealing their presence. Why has the Elder Wang sent anyone to retrieve the spirit stones? That seems rather unusual. Indeed, according to standard protocol, someone should have come every day. It's been 11 days now, and there are over 60,000 spirit stones waiting to be collected, yet no one has come. It is indeed quite strange. Furthermore, have you noticed that none of the Foundation establishment seniors accompanied us? 5 days later, while meditating within the Qinglong sword, Ye Fei overheard a conversation between 2 disciples of the Qingshu sect within the cave. Their dialogue sparked a flicker of concern within him. Could there be an issue here? Instantaneously, Ye Fei considered this possibility. It appeared that his decision not to act hastily days prior had been the right one. Feeling apprehensive about potential traps, he became even more cautious, refraining from releasing too much of his consciousness. Instead, he continued to cultivate, anxiously watching as the pile of storage bags before him grew ever higher. Waiting for the opportune moment, time passed swiftly, and 10 days later, the stack of storage bags had reached an impressive height, exceeding 30 bags, containing approximately 120,000 low-grade spirit stones. After such prolonged observation, Ye Fei discerned that there were a total of 24 disciples from the Qingshu sect at this location. They operated in 2 shifts of 12, each group mining for 6 hours before switching out. Each shift was remarkably punctual. Despite the abundance of spirit stones, the disciples dared not utilize them for cultivation, instead simply meditating to absorb the spiritual energy in the surrounding air. 2 days later, before the 6-hour mark had even been reached, the group descending to mine returned prematurely. Through their conversation, Ye Fei learned that the spirit stones had been completely excavated. Have they truly been mined so quickly? Observing the disciples preparing to depart, Ye Fei felt a surge of urgency. He had not anticipated that this spirit stone mine would be so easily depleted. After waiting for so long, he could not return empty-handed. As he watched the disciples prepare to carry away the mountain of storage bags, he gritted his teeth, resolved to take the risk and seize them by force. For wealth, men have met their demise. For food, birds have perished. The temptation of over 100,000 spirit stones was far too great for him to ignore. With the protection of the Qinglong sword, he felt emboldened to take a gamble. Haha, Wang Chongqing, a core formation cultivator like you, hiding underground. Are you playing hide and seek? At that moment, a mocking laugh echoed from above the cave, piercing through the ITSM. Upon hearing the voice, Ye Fei's eyes widened in disbelief that he recognized that voice. It belonged to the white-haired elder who had sold him the alchemy furnace back in Qingyuan town. The fact that the elder could utter such words indicated that his cultivation had reached a level comparable to Wang Chongqing's. How could this be? He had only been at the 3rd layer of qi refinement then. How had he now transformed into a core formation expert? The realization left Ye Fei utterly astounded. Old Deng Chao, how did you end up here? Just as Ye Fei was grappling with his astonishment, Wang Chongqing's exasperated voice rang out. I was merely wandering about, and unexpectedly found myself here. Even more surprising is seeing you playing hide and seek with a group of disciples. What fun is it to hide? Why not engage in a sparring match to hone our skills? The elder, Deng Chao, pointed at Wang Chongqing, who had just emerged from the underground, and burst into laughter. Cease this slander and leave at once. You have no business here. Gazing at Deng Chao before him, Wang Chongqing felt an insatiable irritation gnawing at his teeth. You wish for me to depart. Very well. Let us first determine a victor between us. I have heard whispers that your spiritual awareness has reached an impressive 30 miles. Conveniently, my own awareness is not lacking. Shall we engage in a proper competition? Deng Chao, with a smile like that of a cunning fox, fixed his gaze upon Wang Chongqing, showing no intention of departing. You old rascal! Wang Chongqing found himself momentarily speechless, at a loss for words. Encountering such baseless accusation from Deng Chao left him feeling quite helpless. After all, Deng Chao's reputation for deceit in the realm of cultivation was notorious. And with his formidable strength, Wang Chongqing could hardly retaliate. Enough of this nonsense. Let us settle this with a single move, shall we? I have business in the southern town of Linwu, where I owe an acquaintance 50 spirit stones. Observing Wang Chongqing's hesitance, Deng Chao spoke with a hint of impatience. You must keep your word. We shall only compare one move, and upon its conclusion, you will depart. Wang Chongqing's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hastily confirmed. You ought to inquire about my reliability. I, Deng Chao, am known for my steadfastness. Deng Chao patted his chest in assurance. Hearing Deng Chao's self-aggrandizement, Wang Chongqing's lips twitched. However, he refrained from further comment and immediately assumed a stance. Heaven shattering as Wang Chongqing prepared himself. Deng Chao revealed a mischievous grin, then shouted with fervor, his right fist clenched as he struck the ground with tremendous force. In an instant, an invisible wave of energy radiated outward from him. The ground trembled beneath the force, clouds of dust swirling in the air. Though this display was undeniably impressive to Wang Chongqing, who was in the late stage of the core formation, it appeared all too ordinary. With a wave of his grand sleeve, a circular barrier of light materialized before him. The swirling dust and the approaching wave were instantly halted by the barrier, causing no harm to Wang Chongqing whatsoever. Indeed, old Wang is formidable. I am truly impressed. With a sigh of resignation upon realizing his attack had been ineffective, Deng Chao shook his head and cupped his fists in respect to Wang Chongqing. Before vanishing into the southern skies, that madman. Watching Deng Chao's retreating figure, Wang Chongqing felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Wait a moment, something is amiss. The storage bags have vanished, just as Wang Chongqing withdrew his gaze. He sensed something was wrong. The storage bags within the underground chamber had inexplicably disappeared. Moreover, the 20-odd disciples were still gazing blankly upwards at him, utterly oblivious to the absence of the storage bags. Curse be it! Wang Chongqing bellowed, unleashing his spiritual awareness in all directions. 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles. In the blink of an eye, his awareness enveloped a radius of 30 miles at that moment. Deng Chao had only just flown 10 miles away. Could it possibly have been Deng Chao? No, it was impossible. He had not even had the chance to act. Who could it be? Whoever had stealthily made off with such a multitude of storage bags must possess a storage ring. Could it be some ancient Nascent Soul practitioner? Wang Chongqing quietly retracted his awareness, his expression grave. Each storage bag held a capacity of 1,000 liters, and the total volume of over 30 bags exceeded 30,000 liters. Such a substantial volume could only be contained within a storage ring. Even a storage belt with a capacity of 10,000 liters would be inadequate for this quantity. Storage rings were exceedingly rare in the realm of cultivation. Even Nascent Soul masters could not guarantee having one. Thus, he dared not pursue this line of inquiry any further. Should he encounter an unreasonable ancient practitioner, he would find himself in dire trouble. With this thought in mind, Wang Chongqing hastily led the 20 or so disciples back to the Chongshu sect. Whether the sect would impose punishment upon him had become a matter of little importance. In truth, Wang Chongqing was mistaken. It was not an ancient practitioner who had taken the spirit stones, but rather Ye Fei. Initially, Deng Chao's appearance had puzzled Ye Fei. However, when Deng Chao mentioned the 50 spirit stones, Ye Fei's suspicions began to take shape. Thus, as Deng Chao unleashed heaven-shattering, Ye Fei seized the opportunity while the disciples were captivated by the spectacle above, swiftly stowing the storage bags within the Qinglong sword. Thereafter, he allowed the dust generated by the tremors to carry the Qinglong sword away from the ground. Subsequently, with the aid of the wind, he let the speck of dust drift southward. He recalled Deng Chao mentioning a market in the southern town of Linwu. After the speck of dust had traveled 30 miles southward, Ye Fei emerged from the Qinglong sword. He then summoned a black disk, propelling himself at great speed toward Linwu town. About a quarter of an hour later, Ye Fei found himself in the streets of Linwu town. This town was similar to Qingyuan town, serving as a market near the Hongsong Mountains. However, Linwu Town was considerably smaller in size, as its location was not as advantageous as that of Qingyuan. Indeed, he was here. After walking just a few hundred meters along the streets of Linwu Town, Ye Fei spotted Deng Chao's figure. I could see that moment. Deng Chao was still peddling his wares by the roadside, his cultivation level remaining at the third layer of qi refinement. It is time to settle the 50 spirit stones you owe me, is it not? Ye Fei approached the stall, extending his right hand towards Deng Chao with a smile. Haha, you clever lad. The spirit stones are still outstanding. I shall repay you next time. Deng Chao chuckled heartily, patting a stone stool beside him. Without hesitation, Ye Fei strode over and took a seat. Once seated, Ye Fei scrutinized Deng Chao with curiosity, but remained silent. What's the matter? Do you not intend to ask me anything? Seeing Ye Fei's silence, Deng Chao inquired with a hint of surprise. I am unsure what to ask. Why? Ye Fei shrugged, his expression nonchalant. Not aware of my background, yet you dare to approach. Deng Chao raised an eyebrow. Curious. Am I foolish? Ye Fei shrugged once more. Your demeanor is remarkably similar to that of my master. It is no surprise you are his son. Upon witnessing Ye Fei's character, Deng Chao's eyes widened in astonishment. What do you mean? I am your master's son. As soon as Deng Chao's words fell, Ye Fei abruptly stood from the stone stool, his expression slightly agitated. Indeed, you are the son of my master. Deng Chao nodded in affirmation. Who is your master? Ye Fei pressed for clarification. My master is your father. Deng Chao regarded Ye Fei as if he were a simpleton. Such an elementary question, and Ye Fei still sought clarification, clearly appearing rather foolish. My father. Do you know who my father is? Ye Fei furrowed his brow slightly. Yes, your father, not Yi Songlong. Deng Chao replied matter-of-factly. Are you truly my father's disciple? When Deng Chao uttered the name, Yi Songlong, Ye Fei's face was filled with disbelief. He could hardly fathom that his father had a disciple, and one so accomplished at that, a core formation master. What rank of cultivation does my father possess? Nascent Soul, perhaps? The mere thought sent tumultuous waves of astonishment through Ye Fei's heart. What's the matter? Little junior brother, do you not believe me? Noting Ye Fei's lack of response, Deng Chao grew anxious. Words alone are not enough. Ye Fei feigned disbelief, shaking his head. Though he spoke thus, he was already convinced to a degree of 9/10. If there were no such connection, Deng Chao would not have gifted him the medicine god cauldron. Given the circumstances at the time, it was evident that he had been waiting there for him. Furthermore, this time, he had allowed him to benefit from the chaos, acquiring such a wealth of spirit stones. If it were not related to him, Deng Chao would have had no reason to act in such a manner. My master has never bestowed upon me any token. The cultivation method practiced by my master is one you have never learned. How then can I prove that my master is indeed my master? In a moment of desperation, Deng Chao found himself tugging at his ears in a rather comical fashion. Never mind. It's fine if you don't have token. Just tell me, where's my father now? Observing Deng Chao's predicament, Ye Fei felt a reluctance to further press him, and with a flicker of inspiration, he concocted a new approach that Deng Chao hurriedly shook his head. You don't know? Ye Fei inquired, skepticism evident in his tone. How then do you know my whereabouts? Your location was divulged to me by my master, Deng Chao retorted, his eyes wide with sincerity. But you still don't know where my father is? Ye Fei felt an overwhelming urge to give Deng Chao a good thrashing. Little junior brother, I truly am not deceiving you. I genuinely do not know where my master is, Deng Chao proclaimed, assuming an expression of utmost innocence. Then how do you know my whereabouts? Ye Fei pressed, forcing himself to maintain a semblance of calm. My master informed me. Deng Chao replied earnestly. I am losing my mind. Ye Fei exclaimed. Since it was my father who told you, you must have met him recently, correct? He vigorously raked his fingers through his hair, hastily altering his line of questioning that he realized that if he continued in the same vein, he would find himself ensnared in a loop. Deng Chao's intellect was indeed a cause for concern that I haven't seen him. My master and I have not crossed paths in 20 years. Deng Chao quickly shook his head. 20 years without a meeting? Then how do you communicate with my father? Ye Fei inquired, curiosity piqued. Well, Deng Chao said, retrieving a sound-transmitting jade tablet from his storage belt. Is this my father's sound-transmitting jade tablet? Ye Fei's expression brightened as he swiftly seized the tablet from Deng Chao's grasp. This jade tablet is not my master's. It belongs to me. Whenever there is something noteworthy, my master conveys it to me through this tablet. Deng Chao clarified. So, can this jade tablet connect me to my father? Ye Fei asked, excitement bubbling within him. It cannot. Deng Chao shook his head again. This is my sound-transmitting tablet. It only receives messages from my master. Ye Fei was momentarily a loss for words, feeling exasperated at their peculiar situation. My master's wife said the same thing once. Deng Chao remarked sheepishly, scratching his head. Why mother? Ye Fei's eyes widened in surprise. Is my mother still alive? Upon hearing Deng Chao mention his mother, Ye Fei stepped forward, gripping his shoulder and urgently questioning him. His body trembling slightly. Of course, she is alive. She ascended to a higher realm over a decade ago. Seeing Ye Fei's agitation, Deng Chao felt no need to conceal the truth any longer. Ascended? Ye Fei repeated, bewildered. What is my mother's name? The foremost figure of the Divine Feather Kingdom, the Immortal Luo Yu. Deng Chao replied without a moment's hesitation. The elder who ascended from the Xiaoyao sect is actually my mother. My master is my aunt. The revelation left Ye Fei momentarily stunned, his expression a mixture of disbelief and wonder. Ahem, little junior brother, when you meet my master, please refrain from mentioning that I disclosed this information. My master explicitly stated that this matter was not to be revealed to you until you reach a certain stage, Deng Chao said awkwardly. He recalled how Yi Songlong had repeatedly instructed him not to share this particular piece of information with Ye Fei. Rest assured, I shall never breathe a word of it, Ye Fei replied with a wry smile. In that case, you should return to your cultivation. The opening of the Divine Feather Secret Realm is less than 6 months away. You must quickly elevate your cultivation to completion in the Qi refinement stage, where you will face significant disadvantages. Deng Chao urged with unusual seriousness. The Divine Feather Secret Realm? What kind of place is that? Ye Fei asked, his brow furrowing in confusion, that he recalled that Hui Chuyang had mentioned this name in the woods outside Qingyuan town. The Divine Feather Secret Realm is the most significant secret realm in the Divine Feather Kingdom and the entire Divine Dragon Continent. Although the cultivation level of those entering cannot exceed the Qi refinement stage, the treasures it yields are the most coveted in the entire Divine Dragon Continent, including the God-devouring herb, which drives even the Nascent Soul cultivators into a frenzy. The harvest from the Divine Feather Secret Realm directly influences the survival of a sect. Deng Chao elaborated to Ye Fei. The God-devouring herb? The one used to concoct the Ascension pill? Ye Fei gasped in astonishment. Indeed. So, little junior brother, you must exert yourself. If your strength is insufficient and you perish within, my master won't be able to give me another little junior brother. And then I, Deng Chao, will be left utterly forlorn without a junior brother. Deng Chao voiced his concern that you're the one who will perish. You can't expect wisdom from a foolish mouth. Ye Fei shot him a glare. I was merely jesting. Little junior brother, please do not take offense. Here, take this jade tablet. If you need anything, just transmit a message to me, and I will receive it within 100 miles. Deng Chao chuckled awkwardly as he handed Ye Fei a sound-transmitting jade tablet. Understood, Ye Fei replied. Brother, you needn't follow me around all the time. It's tiring. All right, I won't follow you anymore. Deng Chao laughed awkwardly. After exchanging a few more words, they parted ways. With little to explore in the vicinity, Ye Fei summoned the Black Disc and soared back to the Xiaoyao sect point 10 days later. He successfully returned to the Jade Maiden Peak of the Xiaoyao sect. Finally home. Gazing at the familiar medicinal garden before him, Ye Fei inhaled deeply, an inexplicable sense of satisfaction washing over him. Leaf Shitsizi, please come here. Just as Ye Fei was about to return to his cave dwelling, Jiang Mingyun's voice resonated in his mind. Upon hearing her summons, Ye Fei hurried into Jiang Mingyun's dwelling without hesitation. In the living room, Jiang Mingyun was already seated in the main position, awaiting his arrival. Please, have a seat. Without waiting for Ye Fei to pay his respects, Jiang Mingyun gestured for him to sit in the adjacent chair. What can I do for you, Jiang Shiji? Ye Fei queried respectfully. There is indeed a matter for which I seek your assistance. Leaf Shitsizi, Jiang Mengyun said, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Please, feel free to command me. Ye Fei replied promptly that, I wonder if you are aware of the Divine Feather Secret Realm? Jiang Mengyun inquired softly that, I know a little. Ye Fei nodded. Then when you enter the Divine Feather Secret Realm, could you take me along? Jiang Mengyun bit her crimson lip, gathering her courage to voice her request. But it said that those whose cultivation exceeds the Qi refinement stage cannot enter the Divine Feather Secret Realm. Ye Fei asked, momentarily taken aback and puzzled by her request. With the Azure Dragon Sword, I can enter it ahead of time. This way, I can circumvent the scrutiny of the heavenly Tao, Jiang Mengyun explained. But once you enter the secret realm, can you still emerge from the Azure Dragon Sword? Will your cultivation be suppressed upon exiting? Ye Fei asked, his curiosity piqued. He was genuinely interested in this issue. For if Jiang Mengyun could appear in the Divine Feather Secret Realm at the Nascent Soul level, she could easily dominate and become the strongest presence within, ensuring that the Xiaoyao sect emerged as the greatest beneficiary. You should be able to exit, though your cultivation may be suppressed to the peak of the Qi refinement stage. Jiang Mengyun spoke with a hint of uncertainty. She had deliberated for quite some time before arriving at her decision. There were indeed risks involved, for such an occurrence had never transpired before. What unforeseen events might unfold upon entering, she could not fathom. The possibility of peril loomed large. Yet for the sake of the God-eating herb, she was willing to embrace that risk. Must I partake in this secret realm? Ye Fei inquired hesitantly. To be candid, he had little understanding of the Divine Feather Secret Realm at this moment. To establish a foundation, participation was imperative. Otherwise, the prospect of ever achieving that goal would remain a distant dream. Is it true that you are unfamiliar with the Divine Feather Secret Realm? Yi Shiji? Jiang Mengyun regarded Ye Fei with surprise, offering an explanation before pressing further. I possess only a limited understanding. I am aware that it yields a considerable number of high-tier spiritual herbs. Ye Fei replied with a sheepish smile. While the presence of high-tier spiritual herbs was undoubtedly significant, the crux of the matter was that for the Qi refinement practitioners of the Divine Dragon Continent, establishing a foundation was unattainable without venturing into the Divine Feather Secret Realm. Furthermore, this secret realm opened but once every 20 years. Should one miss this opportunity, they would have to wait another 2 decades to establish their foundation. Jiang Mengyun elucidated further. Why is that? Ye Fei furrowed his brow. Bewildered, isn't there a foundation establishment pill? Could one not simply consume it without entering the Divine Feather Secret Realm? That is not feasible, Jiang Mengyun replied. Only within the Divine Feather Secret Realm can the unique herb, the mortal cleansing grass, be consumed to cleanse one's mortal essence and forge a spiritual body. Only then will the foundation establishment pill prove effective. Moreover, the mortal cleansing grass cannot be taken out of the Divine Feather Secret Realm. Without consuming it, no amount of foundation establishment pills will allow one to break through. Jiang Mengyun shook her head gently. Can all Qi refinement practitioners enter the secret realm? Ye Fei's curiosity was piqued, prompting him to ask that in theory, yes, but those who have not reached the late stage of Qi refinement are generally reluctant to enter. The Divine Feather Secret Realm is fraught with dangers, not only teeming with ferocious beasts, but also rife with fierce competition among practitioners. The rivalry between sects is equally intense, that a practitioner of insufficient cultivation and weak abilities would merely become cannon fodder upon entry. Upon mentioning this, Jiang Mengyun's expression grew slightly melancholic, likely recalling past experiences within the realm. If I miss this opportunity, must I wait another 20 years? Ye Fei murmured, his brows knitted in contemplation. Of course, if you, Ye Shiji, choose not to participate this time, waiting another 20 years is entirely feasible. Jiang Mengyun replied, neither pressuring him nor displaying any urgency, merely offering a serene smile. Are you, Shu, entering the secret realm to seek the God-eating herb? Ye Fei probed cautiously, refraining from making a definitive statement. Indeed, I have now reached the mid-stage of the Nascent Soul realm and wish to prepare for ascension in advance. The God-eating herb is found solely within the Divine Feather Secret Realm, and there exists but one. I do not wish to rely on others. I desire to strive for it myself. Jiang Mengyun candidly shared her intentions with Ye Fei. Very well, I am willing to participate in this divine feather secret realm. Upon witnessing Jiang Mingyun's forthrightness, Ye Fei hesitated only briefly before arriving at his decision that in that case, I am deeply grateful, Yi Shiji. With merely 4 months remaining before the secret realm's opening, Jiang Mingyun urged Ye Fei to seize the time for cultivation. Here are some Bai Yun pills, which will aid you in achieving the full 9th layer of qi refinement within these 4 months that a higher cultivation level will grant you better assurance within the divine feather secret realm. Jiang Mingyun flashed a grateful smile at Ye Fei, then flicked her jade finger, sending a verdant jade vial flying into his hand. After accepting the vial, Ye Fei bid farewell to Jiang Mingyun and made his way to the medicinal garden. He spent half a day meticulously tending to the garden before returning to his cave abode. After sitting on a stone bench and contemplating for a moment, Ye Fei summoned his consciousness to enter the Qinglong sword. On his return journey, he focused intently on maneuvering the flying artifact to hasten his speed, neglecting to examine the spiritual stones. Now that he had the leisure, it was only natural to inspect them. Finding an open space, he emptied the contents of the storage bags filled with spiritual stones. So many! Ye Fei exclaimed, his heart racing at the sight of a mound of spiritual stones, a staggering total of 123,500 stones. As Ye Fei scanned the pile with his divine sense, his jaw dropped in astonishment. The sheer quantity was overwhelming. It was hard to fathom that even a novice in the qi refinement stage could accumulate such wealth. Even a nascent soul practitioner would be envious. After calming his excitement, Ye Fei approached the soul cleansing tree. Although he had yet to encounter a bottleneck in his cultivation, he needed to cleanse his spiritual roots twice more to break through the qi refinement stage. With an abundance of spiritual stones at his disposal, he decided to cleanse all his roots at once, allowing him to focus solely on cultivation thereafter. Standing beneath the soul-cleansing tree, Ye Fei grasped a large stack of spiritual stones, which appeared beside him. After half a day, having expended nearly 8,000 low-grade spiritual stones, Ye Fei completed the cleansing of his spiritual roots. Compared to his previous experiences, the pain of these 2 cleansings was increasingly intense, with each session lasting longer than the last. During the 9th cleansing, the ordeal continued for nearly half an hour. Even with his robust physique at the skin refinement stage, he nearly succumbed. Damn it. This is so extreme. Ye Fei lamented at this rate. Once he establishes his foundation, his first task will be to elevate his body refinement level. After washing away the impurities, Ye Fei shook his head in resignation. Although there are 9 layers in the qi refinement stage, the subsequent realms are not as distinctly divided. They're classified merely into early, middle, late, and perfection stages, according to the standard that each major realm requires 9 cleansings of the spiritual roots. He would need to cleanse his roots 3 times at each minor stage to overcome the bottleneck of the initial foundation establishment stage. However, given his current capacity for endurance, he must first advance to the 2nd level of body refinement before attempting to cleanse his roots again. Otherwise, the pain from the next cleansing would be unbearable. Such matters could only be addressed after establishing his foundation. With a sigh, Ye Fei settled down beside the Qinglong pool. He then retrieved a Bai Yun pill and placed it in his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, transforming into streams of medicinal liquid that flowed into Ye Fei's limbs and bones. The potency of the medicine was incredibly powerful, with an overwhelming explosiveness that made Ye Fei somewhat uncomfortable. What a domineering medicinal power! He felt the fierce energy coursing through him. Ye Fei's expression hardened, prompting him to swiftly circulate the carefree true formula. The formula activated. The medicinal energy was rapidly transmuted into pure qi. This qi flowed through Ye Fei's acupoints and into his meridians, circulating endlessly. His cultivation level was visibly increasing at an astonishing rate. What incredible speed! After 2 hours, Ye Fei opened his eyes, his face a mask of disbelief. Brothers, all this time, Fatty, have been diligently writing. Yet my viewership has shown no improvement that I kindly ask for your support. If you see this, please give Fatty a follow. If you have time, watch a free advertisement. Thank you. Brothers, writing is not easy, and I cannot persist without your support. Fatty wishes to express his gratitude to all of you. Ye Fei discovered that using the Baiyun pill to cultivate yielded a speed of improvement several times faster than that achieved with spiritual stones. Just one pill, and it surpasses several days of arduous practice? He gazed incredulously at the Baiyun pill in his hand. For the first time, he savored the benefits of utilizing medicinal pills for cultivation. It seemed that he would need to delve deeper into the path of alchemy in the future, why Ye Fei silently resolved within himself. Jiang Mingyun had provided him with a considerable quantity of Baiyun Dan, and thus he sat cross-legged on the ground, dedicating himself entirely to his cultivation. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. When Ye Fei opened his eyes once more, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance flashed within them. As he released his spiritual awareness, everything within a radius of 15 zhang appeared vividly in his mind. Had he truly reached the consummation of the 9th level of qi refinement? Rising to his feet, he sensed the changes within his body, still somewhat incredulous. In merely 2 months, with the assistance of the Baiyun Dan, he had advanced to the pinnacle of the 9th level of qi refinement, leaving him just a step away from foundation establishment. According to Jiang Mingyun, once he entered the divine feather secret realm and consumed the Zafenko, he would be able to attempt foundation establishment. After establishing his foundation, he could officially become her disciple. For some reason, at that moment, Ye Fei suddenly recalled the words spoken by Luo Ing Long Agto, become your disciple. Ye Fei couldn't help but squint his eyes. By familial ties, Luo Ing was his aunt. Logically, she should have been quite close to him. Yet, the reality was starkly different. Since his entry into the Xiaoyao sect, Luo Ing had never shown concern for his well-being. This hardly resembled the behavior of an aunt. Was there some secret that eluded his understanding? The thought of the jade token he had given Luo Ing crossed his mind, prompting an inexplicable notion within him. Perhaps he would examine it further after establishing his foundation. Setting aside his tumultuous thoughts, Ye Fei endeavored to calm himself. He then focused his spiritual intent and summoned the Qinglong sword. After tending to the medicinal garden once more, he made his way to Jiang Mingyun's cave abode. Upon securing her consent, Ye Fei entered the earth fire chamber he had previously utilized, beginning his attempts to concoct various elixirs. The path of alchemy offered no shortcuts. Only through relentless practice and gradual mastery could one produce higher quality elixirs. However, frequent practice meant a greater consumption of spiritual herbs, which might be unbearable for other cultivators. Yet Ye Fei harbored no fears. The miraculous Qinglong medicinal field provided him with an inexhaustible supply of spiritual herbs. After assisting Jiang Mingyun in managing the medicinal garden for so long, he had amassed numerous seeds of spiritual herbs of various grades, many of which had already matured in the Qinglong field, including even some top-grade spiritual herbs. Thus, he lacked for nothing when it came to the herbs needed for practice that a month later, through continuous honing, Ye Fei successfully refined his first batch of Huiqi Dan, officially becoming a genuine low-grade spiritual alchemist. The qi replenishing pills he had previously concocted, whether the Buki Dan or Lianpi Dan, merely fell within the category of treasure pills and did not qualify as true spiritual pills. In contrast, the Huiqi Dan represented the authentic low-grade spiritual pill, commonly used by foundation stage cultivators to restore true Q. Ye Shiji. Please step outside. After Ye Fei successfully refined the Huiqi Dan, Jiang Mingyun called him out. What orders do you have, Jiang Shu? In the living room, Ye Fei stood respectfully before Jiang Mingyun, inquiring earnestly. Did you happen to acquire an Luo banner? Jiang Mingyun asked with a smile. Luo banner? Is this it? Ye Fei focused his spiritual intent and produced a black banner. This banner was indeed something he had obtained from Louis Shan. Precisely this, Jiang Mingyun nodded. What purpose does this serve? Ye Fei asked, somewhat perplexed. When the time comes to retrieve the Shinji, this Luo banner will be a crucial item, Jiang Mingyun explained. But this is a wicked object, Ye Fei said, frowning. He had never anticipated that this malevolent item possessed such significant utility. Although it was indeed a sinister object, it also served as a nemesis to low-tier spirits. If you have the time, you should refine it in advance. While you may not be able to wield it completely, you can still make some use of it within the divine feather secret realm, Jiang Mingyun instructed, pointing at the Luo banner, that I would prefer you to keep it, as I am not particularly fond of this item. Ye Fei replied, directly handing the Yin Luo banner to Jiang Minjian. In that case, I shall accept it. You can accompany me when the time comes, Jiang Mingyun said without hesitation, readily accepting the banner. Now, with but a month until the secret realm opens, if you have the opportunity, you should explore Divine Feather Peak. There, you can become acquainted with some of the elite disciples within the sect. Once in the secret realm, you will be able to support one another. After storing the Yin Luo banner, Jiang Mingyun spoke again. Will many disciples from our Xiaoyao sect participate in the Divine Feather Secret Realm? Ye Fei asked curiously. You'll find out when you arrive. Now go. The path of alchemy is vast and profound, not something to be mastered in a single day. Use the remaining time to enhance your capabilities as much as possible. Within the Divine Feather Secret Realm, dangers lurk at every turn. Each increase in strength will enhance your chances of survival, Jiang Mingyun replied, smiling mysteriously, and thus allowed Ye Fei to depart, with no alternative. Ye Fei exited Jiang Mingyun's cave abode, summoned his flying sword, and soared toward Divine Feather Peak. That a quarter of an hour later, Ye Fei landed atop a mountain peak approximately 500 zhang high. This was Divine Feather Peak. Although it was not particularly tall, it covered an expansive area. It was a massive circular plaza, known as Divine Feather Plaza. The plaza's diameter exceeded 300 zhang, capable of accommodating thousands of people simultaneously. This was also the location where Xiaoyao sect disciples often engaged in martial competitions and sparring. That moment, dozens of disciples clad in white robes were engaged in sparring. Ye Fei estimated that these disciples were uniformly at the late stage of qi refinement. Remarkably, 20 of them shared his cultivation level, having also reached the 9th level of qi refinement. The others were not far behind, with over 30 at the 8th level and more than 20 at the 7th level. In total, there were over 80 individuals, which surprised Ye Fei. Could it be that all these disciples intended to participate in the Divine Feather Secret Realm? Ye Fei speculated inwardly, if merely the Xiaoyao sect boasted such a number of disciples, how many would there be from the entire Divine Feather Kingdom? Thousands, perhaps even more. If one individual were to obtain the Shishunji and others happen to learn of it, what consequences might ensue? Would 1,000 people besiege a single individual? If that were the case, death would be inevitable. If that person perished, what fate would befall the second individual to acquire the Shishunji? If the second met their end, what of the third? Would there be a fourth, a fifth? The mere thought of these possibilities sent a shiver down Ye Fei's spine. The Divine Feather Secret Realm was evidently a veritable meat grinder. Ye Fei quickly grasped the perils that lay within the Divine Feather Secret Realm. Just as his thoughts swirled chaotically, a round-faced, plum cultivator at the 8th level of qi refinement approached him. I am Du Yuan. This senior brother seems somewhat unfamiliar, he said, bowing politely before Ye Fei. I am Ye Fei, merely a guardian of the medicinal garden on Jade Maiden Peak, and have not ventured out. Ye Fei replied, returning the B.O.W. in a wonder. Are you also participating in this Divine Feather Secret Realm? Yi Shixiao, Du Yuan inquired. Yes, Ye Fei nodded, then gestured toward the other individuals on the plaza, asking, are these individuals also participating in this Divine Feather Secret Realm? Yes, indeed, Du Yuan confirmed. Just then, a handsome young man in white, named Jiang Feng, called out to Du Yuan with a sinister tone. Du Yuan, come here quickly. I happen to have no pressing matters at the moment and wish to spar with you again. Upon hearing this voice, Du Yuan's body involuntarily trembled, and he awkwardly smiled at Ye Fei. Jiang Feng, I truly am not your match. Please spare me, Du Yuan said, reluctantly turning to face the youth named Jiang Feng. Du Yuan shitty. What do you mean by that? I simply wish to engage in some friendly sparring. Is it not permissible for us brothers to enjoy a little competition? Jiang Feng feigned seriousness as he spoke. Brother Jiang, we have sparred over a dozen times. Each time, I end up bettered in for half a month. Now that the secret realm is about to open, could you spare me this time? Du Yuan lamented, a mournful expression on his face. Rest assured, this time I will not exert myself too much. I promise not to injure you, Jiang Feng replied with a smirk that was both amused and enigmatic. Brother Jiang, we are all of the same sect. What purpose does this serve? Your inability to best Brother Feng has nothing to do with me. Does it? We bear no grudges, do we? Each time you lose to Brother Feng, you take it out on me. Can't you find someone else to spar with? Du Yuan sighed in exasperation, his face a mask of sorrow and indignation. What? You are unwilling? Upon hearing Du Yuan mention Feng Pu, a cold glint flickered in Jiang Feng's eyes, his gaze fixated on Du Yuan, his voice chillingly frosty. Indeed, I would rather face death than endure further humiliation, Du Yuan thought resolutely, meeting Jiang Feng's gaze without a hint of trepidation. He had endured far too much. If Jiang Feng injured him again, his chances of survival in the Divine Feather Secret Realm would diminish significantly. Better to risk everything for a chance to live with dignity than to perish in the Secret Realm. Death, we are both of the same sect. How could I allow you to die? We are merely engaging in a normal spar. Even if someone is injured, it is unlikely to be life-threatening, Jiang Feng replied with a sinister smile. Clearly not intending to relent to Du Yuan, my disciple. How about we spar a bit? At that moment, Ye Fei, who had been observing, interjected. Brother Yi, what did you just call me? Du Yuan asked in surprise. Disciple, of course. I forgot to mention. I am a registered disciple of Elder Luo Ying. Ye Fei replied nonchalantly. Du Yuan had encountered Ye Fei's uncle before. Upon learning that Ye Fei was a disciple of the Grand Elder, Du Yuan hurriedly bowed in respect. Even he understood the implications of Ye Fei's words. He was offering him a way out, and how could he not appreciate Ye Fei's kindness? What do you say? Shall we spar? Ye Fei asked again with a calm smile. Very well. I shall spar with you, Uncle Yi. Du Yuan replied cheerfully that no. Du Yuan must spar with me first, seeing Ye Fei and Du Yuan disregarding him. Jiang Feng's expression darkened immediately, and he interjected forcefully. What do you mean, Brother Jiang? Ye Fei raised an eyebrow, his tone turning icy. I propose a spar with Du Yuan first, so he must fight me first. Jiang Feng asserted obstinately. Du Yuan, do you agree? Ye Fei turned his gaze to Du Yuan, smiling as he inquired, T.O. Uncle Yi, I do not agree. I only wish to spar with you. Du Yuan grinned broadly. Brother Jiang, did you hear that? Ye Fei shrugged nonchalantly. Then I shall spar with you. Jiang Feng quickly redirected his focus toward Ye Fei. With me? You, a junior, wish to challenge a senior. You must have some justification for this. Ye Fei remarked, a bemused smile on his lips. You are merely a registered disciple. Whether you can formally enter the sect remains uncertain. Claiming the title of uncle at this stage seems rather premature. Jiang Feng retorted, his words dripping with provocation that he was, after all, a designated true disciple of the sect leader, Qing Huai, and upon successfully consolidating his foundation, he would formally join the ranks of true disciples. At that point, his status would be entirely transformed, and thus he held little respect for Ye Fei, a mere registered disciple. What? Are you dissatisfied? Ye Fei's expression turned playful that I am indeed unsatisfied. What of it? If you want me to call you uncle, you must first prove yourself capable of defeating me. Jiang Feng's attitude was brazen. I have no need for you to call me uncle. If you lose, simply apologize to Du Yuan. If I lose, I shall address you as uncle. Ye Fei stated casually. Very well. You have made your claim. Do not go back on your word when you lose. Jiang Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement. A gentleman's word is his bond. Besides, I am still your uncle. How could I deceive you? A junior. Ye Fei replied earnestly. Everyone gather around. I am to spar with this individual. If I lose, I shall apologize to Du Yuan. If he loses, he must call me uncle. Please bear witness to this, Jiang Feng declared loudly. Taking no heed of consulting Ye Fei beforehand, he summoned everyone present in the square, showing blatant disrespect toward Ye Fei. Who is this person? How dare he provoke Jiang Feng? We must remember he is the second-ranked disciple of our Xiaoyao sect. Voices murmured among the crowd. Indeed, he seems unfamiliar. Perhaps he is overestimating himself, thinking that being at the 9th level of Qi refinement grants him superiority. But 9th level is not equal to 9th level. He may be in for a rude awakening. Quickly, the onlookers began to chatter animatedly. Shall we commence? Jiang Feng taunted Ye Fei, reveling in the attention from the crowd. With that, he summoned a long sword as a magical artifact. You are the junior. I shall allow you one move. Ye Fei scoffed disdainfully at Jiang Feng. Arrogance, behold my sword. Jiang Feng, incensed by Ye Fei's dismissal, flicked his wrist, thrusting the long sword directly at Ye Fei's heart, launching a vicious attack. Isn't it you who is truly arrogant? Ye Fei's eyes narrowed as he made no attempt to evade, extending his arm to block the incoming sword. The crowd gasped at Ye Fei's audacity, believing him to have lost his senses. They anticipated that Ye Fei's arm would surely be pierced, but astonishingly, Jiang Feng's sword was halted by Ye Fei's arm, which remained unscathed. The sword struck with a resounding ding, sending Jiang Feng staggering backward several steps before regaining his balance. "How is this possible?" Jiang Feng exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief at Ye Fei's uninjured arm. "How about it? Shall we continue?" Ye Fei asked with a smile, gazing at Jiang Feng. Again," Jiang Feng huffed. Raising his sword high, his true qi surging fiercely, all directed toward his right hand .1000 blade slash. He shouted, bringing his sword down with tremendous force. In that instant, dozens of illusory swords manifested, all aimed at Ye Fei. Yet, upon witnessing this onslaught of sword shadows, Ye Fei simply smiled serenely, his consciousness stirring as he withdrew his own long sword. "Golden goose soars," Ye Fei exclaimed as he slashed his sword forward. The moment his blade struck, a ripple of golden sword chi surged forth, meeting the oncoming sword shadows. As the two forces collided, the illusory swords were dispelled with a series of sharp crack sounds. The ripple of sword chi did not cease, continuing its advance toward Jiang Feng. Despite Jiang Feng's frantic attempts to fend off the attack, he could not withstand the onslaught, scatter, just as the sword chi was about to strike Jiang Feng. And he wore an expression of horror. Ye Fei waved his sleeve and uttered a single word, causing the sword chi ripple to vanish into thin air. "How about it? Do you wish to continue?" Ye Fei observed Jiang Feng, who stood there in a daze, and asked nonchalantly. As his words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the entire square. All present were left astonished by Ye Fei's domineering display. "I refuse to accept this. Come again." Jiang Feng's eyes burned crimson with indignation as he struggled with his defeat. In the same realm, such an outcome was utterly unacceptable to him. Even when he sparred with Fang Pu, the foremost disciple of the inner sect, they would engage in hundreds of exchanges before a victor emerged. Yet before Ye Fei, he could not withstand even a single strike. The disparity was simply too vast. "Another round?" Ye Fei raised an eyebrow, slightly. "We have yet to determine the victor." Jiang Feng gritted his teeth. "Very well, as you wished." Ye Fei's lips curled into a faint smile directed at Jiang Feng. "Xiao Yao, 3 points." With a swift flick of his wrist, Jiang Feng's long sword darted towards Ye Fei, delivering 3 rapid thrusts. With each thrust, a white orb of light erupted from the sword tip. Hurtling toward Ye Fei, though modest in size, akin to a bull, the orbs exuded an astonishing power. Even before they drew near, Ye Fei could sense the overwhelming pressure emanating from them. This technique was indeed a notch stronger than the previous one. Ye Fei nodded in approval, clearly satisfied. He then sheathed his long sword, clenched his fists, and with a delicate push off the ground, lunged forward to meet the 3 incoming orbs. Boom! Boom! In an instant, radiant white light erupted as Ye Fei's fists connected with the formidable orbs, shattering them into countless white specks that dissipated into the air. Once the white points faded, Ye Fei's fists remained unscathed. What the onlookers gasped in astonishment. The Xiao Yao 3 points was no simple feat. It was the most powerful technique among the Xiao Yao 3 swords. Among those present, few could wield it. Despite their modest size, each orb was akin to a full force strike from a 9th-level Qi refining practitioner, showcasing incredible explosive power. Even Fang Pu would hesitate to confront 3 consecutive strikes head-on. Yet Ye Fei effortlessly obliterated them with his bare fists. The sheer strength of Ye Fei's physique left everyone, including Jiang Feng, utterly stunned. Deep down, Jiang Feng knew, despite his reluctance, that he had already lost this match. The very fact that Ye Fei could dissolve his Xiao Yao 3 points indicated that his physical prowess was simply insurmountable for ordinary techniques. How could such an abnormal individual exist in this world? Jiang Feng's heart roared with extreme resentment. However, to avoid a more humiliating defeat, he reluctantly sheathed his sword. "No more?" Ye Fei inquired with a smile. "Senior Yi, you possess a technique passed down from our esteemed ancestor. How could I possibly compete?" "I concede this match," Jiang Feng replied, his face flushed as he clasped his fists. Even in this moment of defeat, He sought to salvage his dignity. Say what you will, you haven't forgotten our previous agreement, have you? With that, Ye Fei turned his gaze toward Du Yuan. Junior Du, I acknowledge my earlier error. Jiang Feng surveyed the crowd, and upon witnessing their mocking expressions, clenched his teeth and hastily bowed to Du Yuan. After speaking, he disregarded Du Yuan's reaction and swiftly turned to leave. He had essentially dug his own grave and felt too ashamed to remain any longer. Senior Yi, you are truly remarkable. As Jiang Feng's figure receded, Du Yuan excitedly approached Ye Fei, curiously examining him from all angles. You are commendable as well. One may lack ability, but one must never lack spirit. What you did just now was commendable. Ye Fei gave Du Yuan a thumbs up. His willingness to step forward stemmed from Du Yuan's earlier display of resilience, although it was somewhat late. The mere act of standing up would fundamentally alter Du Yuan's mindset moving forward. Had Du Yuan allowed Jiang Feng to bully him without resistance, Ye Fei would have remained a mere bystander, unwilling to intervene. After all, how could one expect others to regard you highly when you yourself harbor disdain? Senior Yi, please spare me the sarcasm. Du Yuan chuckled awkwardly. I ask everyone here to participate in the divine feather secret realm. Ye Fei inquired, clasping his fists in a respectful gesture to the still-gathered crowd, without a hint of arrogance. Indeed, Senior Yi is truly impressive. Senior Yi, are you a body refinement practitioner? Senior Yi, was that technique truly taught to you by our esteemed ancestor? As they witnessed Ye Fei's affable demeanor, the crowd eagerly bombarded him with questions. Ye Fei graciously entertained all inquiries, engaging in lively discourse with them. In no time, he had forged a strong camaraderie with the group. Senior Yi, will you also be participating in this divine feather secret realm? Once everyone had grown more familiar, a 9th-level Qi refining disciple named Ning Taiping posed a question. Yes, Ye Fei nodded. That's splendid. With Senior Yi present, our chances of survival within the divine feather secret realm have increased significantly, Ning Taiping exclaimed with enthusiasm. Hearing this, the others readily concurred that it was well known that, in each divine feather secret realm, fewer than 30% of the disciples emerged unscathed. If a sect lacked a formidable figure to instill fear in others, the likelihood of total annihilation loomed large. Thus, upon witnessing Ye Fei's extraordinary capabilities, the crowd was stirred with excitement. While Feng Pu and Jiang Feng were formidable, their prowess was not markedly distinct when compared to the leading disciples of other sects. Ye Fei, however, was different. It was a certainty that he would rank among the top 3, if not dominate the competition entirely. Consequently, everyone displayed great enthusiasm toward Ye Fei. Observing their fervor, Ye Fei felt somewhat helpless. After sharing insights on cultivation for a while, he returned to the Jade Maiden Peak. Is Senior Jiang here? After some hesitation, Ye Fei approached Jiang Mingyun's cave dwelling. There's something you need? Jiang Mingyun's puzzled voice floated from within. I wish to inquire, Senior Jiang, why I, having not cultivated any profound techniques, am still significantly stronger than other disciples? Ye Fei asked, perplexed. Through his match with Jiang Feng, Ye Fei had discerned that despite both being at the 9th level of Qi refining, he was undeniably superior to Jiang Feng, to the point of being able to overwhelm him. This left him quite bewildered. After all, his spiritual root aptitude was rather poor, and by all logical reasoning, he should have been weaker than Jiang Feng. You possess the dual cultivation of both law and body, solely relying on your physique at the refining skin stage. In your current realm, you are virtually unmatched within the Qi refining period. Furthermore, considering your mixed spiritual root aptitude, the true energy within you is more vigorous than that of other practitioners, naturally rendering you more formidable. Jiang Mingyun patiently elucidated that I possess inferior aptitude, yet my true energy is even more robust. Ye Fei found this hard to fathom. Spiritual root aptitude solely represents an individual's talent and speed of cultivation. While heavenly spiritual root practitioners exhibit exceptional talent and rapid cultivation speed, they can only harness one of the 5 elemental true energies, rendering them inferior to multi-spiritual root practitioners who can access all 5. That although heavenly spiritual root practitioners may progress swiftly in the early stages, the difficulty of their cultivation escalates in the later stages. For instance, after reaching the Nascent Soul stage, understanding the laws can be challenging. A gold spiritual root practitioner may grasp the gold laws quickly, but when it comes to comprehending the laws of other elements, they lag significantly behind. Conversely, the advantages of multi-spiritual roots are distinct. While multi-spiritual roots may not be pure, if they can continually break through their limitations, their roots will gradually purify, by the time they reach the nascent soul stage. They will possess unparalleled advantages in understanding the laws. Jiang Mengyun provided further clarification. So, Senior Jiang means to say that a multi-spiritual root practitioner of the same realm is more formidable than other spiritual root practitioners. Ye Fei seemed to have an epiphany in his heart and inquired once more. Relying solely on internal strength may yield such results, but when it comes to the addition of magical artifacts and secret techniques, the outcome becomes uncertain. Jiang Mengyun spoke with profound significance. Magical artifacts, secret techniques, Ye Fei murmured. The evaluation of a cultivator's strength certainly hinges on their own cultivation level, yet the potency of magical artifacts and secret techniques should not be underestimated. For instance, the Yuanying sword you have mastered is undoubtedly a top-tier existence within the realm of cultivation. This is why you achieve remarkable feats each time you wield it, Jiang Mengyun patiently elucidated. Is the Yuanying swords truly a top-tier entity in the cultivation world? How could that be? Ye Fei was taken aback that I merely spent 10 spirit stones to purchase it from the Baibao Pavilion. Jiang Mengyun's words astonished Ye Fei. The truth was indeed that he had bought it for 10 spirit stones from the Baibao Pavilion. The Yuanying swords is a renowned masterpiece of Senior Sister Luoying. To my knowledge, she has yet to impart it to anyone else. Just because you were able to acquire it for 10 spirit stones does not mean others can do the same. Jiang Mengyun remarked with deep implication. Could it be that my master specifically gifted it to me? Upon hearing Jiang Mengyun's words, Ye Fei furrowed his brows, a conjecture subtly forming in his mind. You should visit King's Hufing sometime. As a disciple, it is essential to frequently pay your respects to your master, Jiang Mengyun suggested to Ye Fei and fell silent thereafter. Frequent visits? Upon hearing this, Ye Fei felt a flush of embarrassment. He had been lamenting about his master's aloofness. Yet as a disciple, he appeared to be falling short of his duties. With Jiang Mengyun's words being so direct, even Ye Fei, despite his foolishness, understood what he ought to do. He summoned his flying sword and soared toward King's Hufing. Given the proximity of King's Hufing to Yunnu Peak, it took Ye Fei merely half a joss-stick's time to arrive at the entrance of Luoying's cave dwelling. As soon as Ye Fei alighted from his sword, the celestial crane guarding the cave called out to him. The sound was not one of unwelcomeness, but rather akin to a slight apology towards Ye Fei. Junior brother Yi, you have arrived? Just as the crane's call faded, Ning Siyu excitedly emerged from the cave. I have the honor of seeing Senior Sister Siyu. Ye Fei promptly greeted with courtesy. You needn't be so formal. We are both of the same sect, and such niceties are unnecessary. You have come to seek the master, correct? Ning Siyu waved her hand, her charming face alight with excitement. Indeed, it has been over a year since I last visited my master. I came today specifically to pay my respects. Ye Fei replied somewhat awkwardly. Hey, silly junior brother, you have finally wised up. Ning Siyu chuckled, leading Ye Fei directly into the cave without seeking permission from Luoying. This was Ye Fei's first visit to Luoying's cave. Much like Jiang Mengyun's dwelling, there was a subtle fragrance within Luoying's abode, a unique aroma that invigorated the spirit upon inhalation. Master, junior brother Yi has arrived. After guiding Ye Fei to a seat in the guest area, Ning Siyu called out into the depths of the cave. As her voice fell, Luoying, adorned in flowing yellow silk, gracefully emerged from within. I pay my respects to master. Upon seeing Luoying, Ye Fei swiftly rose and bowed. Your progress is quite rapid. You have already achieved perfection in chi refinement. Luoying's consciousness scanned Ye Fei briefly before she nodded lightly. Her expression neutral. Thank you for your kind words, Master, Ye Fei responded, bowing deeply. There is no need for thanks. I have not taught you anything. With your current level, you must certainly participate in the forthcoming Xinyu Secret Realm. You have come today, I presume, to request treasures from me. Luoying raised an eyebrow and asked. Disciple merely wishes to visit Master without any intentions of requesting treasures. Ye Fei stammered, caught off guard by Luoying's words. Regardless of your intentions, that is how I perceive it. Since you have expressed your desire, I cannot allow you to leave empty-handed, lest others deem me a miserly master. Very well. I shall bestow upon you the Xiangjia Gong and Wuying boots. These two treasures, in conjunction with your body refinement technique, will render you nearly invulnerable within the Xinyu secret realm. As she spoke, Luoying raised her right hand, causing a tome and a pair of blue boots to hover before Ye Fei. Thank you, Master, for your generous gifts. Ye Fei sighed inwardly, expressing his gratitude before accepting the items. Though Luoying appeared cold and lacking in warmth on the surface, she was indeed concerned for him deep down. See you. Lend your Vajra umbrella to your junior brother for now. It is of little use to you at the moment. After a moment's thought, Luoying turned her gaze to Ning Xiu. Of course. Junior brother Yi. This Vajra umbrella is now yours, Ning Xiu unhesitatingly said, retrieving a 4-foot-long, entirely black iron umbrella from her storage pouch. Thank you, Senior Sister. Ye Fei quickly accepted the Vajra umbrella, bowing in appreciation. Very well, there is nothing more to discuss. You may return now. The Xinyu secret realm is fraught with peril. You must remain vigilant and avoid falling within. Your life is of little consequence, but it would be a pity if these treasures were to be seized by others. With that, Luoying casually reminded him and gestured for Ye Fei to depart. Ying's words, Ye Fei's facial muscles twitched involuntarily. Nevertheless, he respectfully bowed to Luoying before turning to leave, watching Ye Fei's departing figure. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Luoying's beautiful eyes, and a charming smile graced her lips. Go fetch your senior brother Qinghuai. After Ye Fei's departure, Luoying instructed Ning Xiu, who was nearby. Is Master concerned that junior brother might encounter some mishap in the Xinyu secret realm and wishes to make arrangements in advance. Ning Xiu asked with a smile, When I ask you to go, just go. There is no need for so much chatter. Luoying chided lightly. Yes, I shall go at once. Ning Xiu chuckled and swayed her curvaceous figure as she exited. Ye Fei was unaware of Luoying's request for Qinghuai. Upon returning to Yinu Peak, he directly entered his cave dwelling. Sitting cross-legged on the stone bed, Ye Fei first took out the Vajra umbrella. This umbrella was quite remarkable, with a 4-foot-long handle and 36 ribs, all crafted from black gold. Each rib not only supported a black umbrella leaf made of refined black iron, but also concealed a short flying blade beneath each leaf. Measuring about an inch in length, these flying blades were controlled by a button on the handle. When the button was pressed, the blades would fly out to engage an enemy, and upon pressing it again, the blades would return to the Vajra umbrella. After recognizing the umbrella as his own with a drop of blood and fully refining it, he then took out the Wuying boots. These boots were entirely blue and could automatically adjust their size according to the wearer's foot length. After recognizing them as his own with a drop of blood, Ye Fei slipped them onto his feet. The moment he donned the Wuying boots, he felt his body suddenly become much lighter. Subsequently, as he infused a strand of true energy into the boots, he took a step toward the cave's entrance. So fast. After just a couple of steps, Ye Fei couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. He realized that with the Wuying boots, his speed had more than doubled compared to before. Even when compared to his black round disc artifact, it was not to be underestimated. These truly are marvelous treasures. My master is indeed considerate of me. As Ye Fei settled back onto the stone bed, he felt a surge of emotion. The concern of his family filled him with a profound sense of contentment. After a moment of reflection, Ye Fei retrieved the tome of Xiangjia Gong. As the name suggests, Xiangjia Gong is a technique designed to enhance one's defenses and strengthen the body, akin to his own body refinement practice. With a sweep of his consciousness, he absorbed the entirety of the book's contents. He then calmed his mind and commenced his training. The Xiangjia Gong consists of 4 levels, and given his cultivation at the Qi refining stage, he could only practice the first level. Fortunately, the difficulty of the first level was manageable. Within just a few days, Ye Fei began to make significant progress. 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. One day, while engrossed in his training, Ye Fei suddenly received a telepathic message from Jiang Mingyan. Disciple Yi, we shall depart for Xinyu Valley tomorrow. Do not forget your promise to me. Rest assured, Master Ant. Since I have pledged to take you inside, I shall not go back on my word. Ye Fei replied to the air ahead of him, fully aware that Jiang Mingyun could hear him from within the cave. That is splendid. Later, the girl Yiyun will return. Do not let her know of this matter just yet, Jiang Mingyun advised. Understood, Master Ant. Ye Fei nodded and inquired, when do you plan to enter the Qinglong sword? Before you set off, Jiang Mingyun responded. As her words faded, the voice of Jiang Yiyun echoed from outside the cave. Brother Yi, I'm back. Moments later, a stunning young woman clad in white gauze, her figure exquisitely curvaceous, appeared before Ye Fei. My goodness. Upon seeing her, Ye Fei's eyes widened in astonishment. This girl was indeed Jiang Yiyun, and compared to a few months prior, she had undergone a remarkable transformation that nearly left him speechless. Not only had she advanced to the 9th level of qi refinement, but her once modest bosom had blossomed into a pair of firm, ample curves if he were to disregard her face. He might have mistaken her for Jiang Mingyun. Now, Jiang Yiyun's bosom was no longer something one could easily encompass with a hand. Unlike the conservatively dressed Jiang Mingyun, Jiang Yiyun was far more daring. Her inner white undergarment barely concealed her most private areas, while the outer white gauze skirt, sheer and flowing, left much of her skin tantalizingly exposed. The expanse of her bosom was accentuated by a deep cleft that invited the imagination. The skirt was short, merely covering her perfectly rounded posterior. As she moved, it seemed as though a hidden allure yearned to break free from its confines, making it hard for one not to wish to gaze up at her. Brother Yi, do you think Yiyun is beautiful? Sensing Ye Fei's fervent gaze, Jiang Yiyun smiled alluringly and twirled gracefully before him. As she spun, the white fabric of her skirt fluttered, revealing her smooth, fair thighs, further enhancing the captivating allure before Ye Fei. Whether by intention or accident, Jiang Yiyun playfully lifted her bosom with her hand, as if to prove something to him. Quite ample. No, rather, quite beautiful. Ye Fei instinctively voiced his thoughts. But fortunately, he reacted swiftly and corrected himself. Brother Yi, you are so insufferable, Jiang Yiyun exclaimed, her cheeks flushing crimson as she lowered her hand. You are simply too beautiful. I couldn't help myself, Ye Fei replied, his face blushing with embarrassment. You mischievous girl. You return and do not even greet your aunt, but instead rush to your brother Yi. Jiang Mingyun's mildly reproachful voice floated in from outside. Aunt, I apologize. I am coming right away. Jiang Yiyun blushed, sticking out her tongue playfully at Ye Fei before dashing outside. As she ran, she waved her hand, and her previous attire vanished, replaced by a modest blue robe. Though her speed was impressive, for a brief moment, Ye Fei caught a glimpse of her smooth back. This girl is truly a bewitching spirit. Ye Fei licked his slightly dry lips, forcefully suppressing the stirrings within him. At that moment, he found himself disinterested in continuing his training, so he took a bucket and climbed to the peak, meticulously tending to the medicinal garden. For reasons unknown, after Jiang Yiyun departed, she remained in Jiang Mingyun's cave and did not emerge again, leaving Ye Fei feeling somewhat disappointed. The next day, Ye Fei arrived early outside the cave, eagerly awaiting the appearance of Jiang Mingyun and Jiang Yun. Fortunately, neither made him wait long. Within half an incense stick's time, they emerged from the cave. Disciple Yi, take Yiyun to Sunset Peak. I shall not accompany you, Jiang Mingyun instructed. The secret realm is fraught with peril, and you two must support one another to ensure you both emerge safely. After a few words of caution, she gestured for them to leave. Ye Fei simply nodded and, accompanied by Jiang Yiyun, took to the skies on his flying sword towards Sunset Peak. Due to Jiang Yiyun standing in front, she was unaware that a figure was pursuing them from behind. This figure was none other than Jiang Mingyun. As she approached Ye Fei, he subtly summoned her into the Qinglong sword with a flicker of his consciousness. Their movements were discreet, and Jiang Yiyun remained oblivious. In a quarter of an hour, the two arrived at the summit of Sunset Peak. Sunset Peak is the main peak of the Xiaoyao sect, featuring a square known as Sunset Square, approximately the same size as Xinyu Square. By now, Sunset Square was densely packed with people. Just as Ye Fei and Jiang Yiyun dismounted from their flying sword, a throng quickly surrounded them. Bowing in respect, Ye Fei's astonishment, these individuals recognized Jiang. However, despite their outward politeness, concern was etched upon their faces. Master Aunt Jiang, are you also going to the secret realm? A disciple named Ning Taiping asked, his expression strained as he gazed at Jiang Yun. Indeed, she replied. Why? Do you wish for me not to go? Noticing Ning Taiping's demeanor, Jiang Yun raised an eyebrow, slightly displeased. I wouldn't dare. Ning Taiping hastily shook his head. I understand your concerns. But rest assured, this time I am wearing the special concealed fragrance armor crafted by my aunt. Such incidents will not recur. Jiang Yun declared dismissively, surveying the crowd with disdain, that it was worth noting that when she previously embarked on missions with these individuals, they had all chosen to flee at the first sign of danger from the beasts, displaying a lack of camaraderie. Only Ye Fei had stood apart, which is why she regarded him differently. That is reassuring. That is reassuring. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, the crowd finally exhaled in relief. Truth be told, their fears were well-founded. The secret realm was teeming with beasts, and accompanying someone who attracted them like a magnet left little room for survival. Everyone, gather around. A commanding voice resonated from the entrance of Xiaoyao Hall. The voice belonged to a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe. Ye Fei immediately recognized him as the sect leader, Qinghua Zhenren, the eldest disciple of the esteemed elder Luo Ying, in terms of seniority. Ye Fei would have to address him as senior brother. Upon realizing the sect leader had spoken, the crowd hurriedly assembled before Qinghua Zhenren without hesitation. 12 at the 9th level of Qi refinement, 35 at the 8th level, and 23 at the 7th level. Qinghua Zhenren assessed the gathered individuals with satisfaction. Master, all have arrived. Seeing that everyone was present, Qinghua Zhenren bowed respectfully towards Xiaoyao Hall. As his words faded, Luo Ying, draped in yellow gauze, slowly emerged from within the hall. Now that everyone is here, let us set forth. As she stepped before the crowd, Luo Ying elegantly flicked her fingers, and a ship, no larger than a thumb, shot forth in the blink of an eye. It expanded to a length of 15 or 16 zhang and a width of 4 zhang. The cabin alone could accommodate 100 people, more than sufficient for the several dozen present. Board now, she commanded. Once the ship stabilized, Luo Ying waved her flowing sleeve, and everyone in the square was lifted into the air, finding themselves on the deck of the vessel in the next moment. Then, with a mere thought, the ship trembled and swiftly soared forward, disappearing into the horizon in a breath's time. The journey was long, spanning over 60,000 li and requiring 2 days. You may head to the cabin for now, and I shall call for you upon our arrival. As soon as the ship steadied, Luo Ying allowed the disciples to enter the cabin. Ye Fei, you remain. Just as Ye Fei was about to follow, Luo Ying spoke to keep him behind. I pay my respects to my master. Ye Fei stood respectfully beside Luo Ying. You hold both the map and the jade tablet. They will prove invaluable in the secret realm. Luo Ying lightly nodded and handed Ye Fei a jade slip and a purple jade tablet. Upon closer inspection, Ye Fei realized the purple jade tablet was the very one he had once given to Luo Ying. What is this? He asked, astonished. It is the tablet you entrusted to me. Luo Ying confirmed with a nod. Why do you return it to me, master? Ye Fei inquired, puzzled. This jade tablet serves as your identity token for entering the Array Divine Hall. There exists but this one in the realm. Once you enter the Sacred Feather Secret Realm, you must first retrieve something from the Array Divine Hall, Luo Ying said, gazing intently at Ye Fei with a gentle smile. Array Divine Hall, retrieve something? Ye Fei furrowed his brow, intrigued as this was the first time he had heard of the Array Divine Hall. Indeed, you are to obtain something from the Array Divine Hall, Luo Ying affirmed, then posed a question that had long troubled Ye Fei. Do you know how your father's eyes were lost? Upon hearing this, Ye Fei shuddered. Does Master know? He asked excitedly. It was during your father's time in the Sacred Feather Secret Realm that he was injured by the formation while deciphering the entrance array of the Medicine God Hall for the sake of this jade tablet, which led to his blindness. Luo Ying explained, her eyes filled with reminiscence, her tone tinged with melancholy. Now, your journey to the Array Divine Hall is to fulfill the task your father could not complete. What must I retrieve? Ye Fei inquired, brow furrowed. The legendary array cannon and the super array disc, Luo Ying elucidated. Both items are extraordinary, I presume. Ye Fei ventured cautiously. Extraordinary is an understatement. Each has the potential to incite chaos in the cultivation world. The array cannon not only catalogs all spiritual level formations, but also introduces formations from the spiritual realm. Those who comprehend it may become masters of formations. The super array disc is even more formidable. It is said that one who possesses it can traverse the myriad realms. Luo Ying elaborated. If my father could not accomplish this, how might I? Ye Fei inquired earnestly, sensing the complexity of the matter. Moreover, the sacred feather secret realm seemed far from ordinary, filled with mysteries he had yet to uncover. You certainly can, Luo Ying assured him. Your father opened the entrance to the Array Divine Hall 20 years ago. For certain reasons, he was unable to enter, but if you go, you need only find the location, and this jade tablet will grant you access. Having successfully refined your body, the formations within will pose no threat to you. Retrieving those two treasures should not prove difficult, she explained calmly. What of the God-devouring herb? Ye Fei recalled the most crucial item in the sacred feather secret realm. Once you acquire these two items, obtaining the God-devouring herb will be as simple as reaching into your pocket, Luo Ying replied with a charming smile. Very well, I shall strive to meet your expectations. Master, Ye Fei nodded resolutely. Now, sit beside me and study the map. Remember, upon entering the secret realm, do not concern yourself with the other disciples. Prioritize retrieving the treasures from the Array Divine Hall. Afterward, you may regroup with the others. The meeting points for each area are noted on the jade slip. Luo Ying instructed, gesturing to the space beside her. Yes, Master. With her directive, Ye Fei dared not disobey. After bowing respectfully, he sat beside Luo Ying. Once seated, he focused his mind, allowing a strand of consciousness to sweep into the jade slip. Is it really this vast? Upon discerning the extent of the sacred feather secret realm, Ye Fei could not help but gasp in astonishment. The area of the sacred feather secret realm spanned a radius of 1,000 miles. According to the map, it featured a variety of terrains, including cities. However, these cities were mere ruins, devoid of any native inhabitants. Master, given the vastness of the sacred feather secret realm, will it not be quite difficult to encounter others once we enter? Ye Fei queried, intrigued. You are partially correct and partially mistaken. While the sacred feather secret realm is expansive, many areas are densely populated with ferocious beasts, making it difficult for humans to traverse. Thus, the activity range for humanity is significantly limited, which paradoxically increases the likelihood of encounters. Luo impatiently explained that I understand now. Ye Fei replied, finally grasping the reason behind the high casualty rates in the sacred feather secret realm. In the time that followed, he refrained from further inquiries, instead meticulously studying the map within the jade slip, committing its contents to memory. Although the journey was lengthy, Luo Ying's ship traveled at remarkable speed, halting before a valley in just 2 days. At this moment, 7 other ships were already present, each positioned around the valley, belonging to other sects that had arrived first. Luo Ying did not approach to greet them, but casually chose a spot to land. Everyone disembark. We have arrived at Sacred Feather Valley. Once the ship came to a stop, Luo Ying called the others out. Upon seeing Ye Fei seated beside Luo Ying, the disciples expressed envy, with Jiang Feng's eyes flashing with a hint of jealousy. It was known that, even though he had established his foundation, he was merely a direct disciple under the sect leader, while Ye Fei was already a senior disciple of the sect leader, elevating his status above Jiang Feng's. That he had initially thought that the elder did not hold Ye Fei in high regard, but it seemed that was not the case. Fear crept into Jiang Feng's heart as he worried that Ye Fei might seek retribution in the future. Thus, he quietly slipped to the back of the group, his eyes darting about. This was indeed Sacred Feather Valley, the place where the Sacred Feather Secret Realm would be unveiled. That I believe sect leader Qinghuai has covered everything necessary with you. I shall not reiterate. Each of you will receive a storage pouch containing a positioning jade disc and a map jade slip. Once inside, do your utmost to act together to minimize casualties. Remember, after obtaining the cleansing grass, your primary objective is to preserve your own life, with gathering spiritual herbs as a secondary concern. Luo Ying instructed, waving her hand as 70 storage pouches flew from her ring, hovering before the disciples. After bowing in gratitude, the disciples took their pouches and secured them at their waists. Once this was done, Luo Ying paid no further attention to them, allowing them to roam freely on the ship. The disciples, understanding the situation, retreated to the rear of the vessel, careful not to disturb Luo Ying. Take this ring. The success of the Xiaoyao sect in gathering spiritual herbs relies entirely on you, Luo Ying said, removing the ring from her finger and extending it to Ye Fei. Thank you, Master. Ye Fei respectfully accepted the ring and slipped it onto his finger. The ring still bore the warmth of Luo Ying's body, and as he wore it, an indescribable feeling enveloped him. Upon witnessing Ye Fei take the ring, Luo Ying merely nodded and closed her eyes. Gazing at the ring on his hand, Ye Fei felt a surge of excitement. It was indeed his first encounter with a storage ring. Driven by curiosity, he focused his consciousness, and a strand of his spirit swept inside. What an expansive space! Upon seeing the vastness within the ring, Ye Fei could not help but exclaim in awe. This storage ring possessed a considerable capacity, at least 100 times that of an ordinary storage pouch. Although it did not compare to his Azure Dragon sword, it was nonetheless among the elite in this realm of cultivation. Yet the ring was currently empty, devoid of any contents. Disheartened, Ye Fei withdrew his consciousness. Just as he retracted his spirit from the storage ring, he noticed a ship swiftly approaching from afar, brushing past them. Out of curiosity, Ye Fei cast a glance at the ship's deck. It was with that fleeting glance that he beheld a graceful figure standing there. Had she come as well? Upon seeing that figure, Ye Fei's body shuddered, and he murmured to himself. Although it was but a moment, Ye Fei felt certain that the person was Lu Qianqian, the girl who had been his childhood companion but had departed due to his lack of spiritual roots. The scene from that time was etched in his memory, one he could never forget. That moment. Lu Qianqian was also engulfed in a tumult of emotions. She could scarcely believe that Ye Fei, who once had no spiritual roots, had now ascended to the same level of cultivation as her. Both were now at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. That it was worth noting that she was a rare talent with a celestial spiritual root, while Ye Fei had been deemed a waste. Had she made the wrong choice back then? Lu Qianqian's heart was a tumult of conflicting feelings, leaving her in an indescribable state of discomfort. After a brief moment of daze, Ye Fei took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. Luo Ying observed Ye Fei's reaction keenly. Although she was unaware of the underlying circumstances, she felt a sense of satisfaction with his response. Hence refrained from probing further. As time passed, the number of ships surrounding Xinyu Valley continued to multiply. Within half a day, the count had risen to over 20 vessels, in addition to these large ships. Numerous scattered cultivators had gathered around, most of whom were solitary practitioners with varying levels of cultivation, predominantly at the late stage of Qi refinement. Altogether, they numbered no less than 500 or 600. What a crowd! Ye Fei marveled at the throngs of people around him. It appeared rather substantial now, but it was unlikely to remain so once they ventured out. Luo Ying, who had been in quiet meditation, slowly opened her beautiful eyes and sighed softly. Wasn't there a sufficient amount of spiritual herbs inside? Why must cultivators engage in such ruthless competition? Ye Fei, naturally understanding Luo Ying's perplexity, inquired, sufficient? What constitutes as sufficient? Luo Ying regarded him with keen interest. Well, Ye Fei found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, what could be deemed sufficient? Cultivators tread a path against the heavens, progressing from Qi refinement to foundation establishment, then to core formation, and thereafter to Nascent Soul. Does the journey end upon ascension? Certainly not. Beyond Nascent Soul, even higher realms await. The resources available are limited, if one wishes for longevity and to traverse the vast avenues of the immortal path. It is imperative to contend for resources that if one refrains from fighting, they risk fading into obscurity along the ethereal road. Does that seem harsh? Noting the grim expression on Ye Fei's face, Luo Ying sighed softly and asked, "Do you find it somewhat harsh?" Ye Fei nodded. "Then would you give up?" Luo Ying looked at him with a serious expression. "Absolutely not." Ye Fei affirmed, his determination unwavering, a faint clarity dawning within him. Make way, you scattered cultivators, be cautious, or you may find yourselves crushed by the ship. Just as the two conversed, a commanding voice echoed from the distant sky. Shortly thereafter, a black ship appeared on the horizon. Swiftly approaching Shunyu Valley, as the ship drew near, one of the scattered cultivators shouted, "The people from the Rakshasa sect are coming. Clear the way or face dire consequences." Upon hearing this, the scattered cultivators dared not hesitate. Swiftly dispersing to either side and clearing a passage several zhang wide. As soon as the passage was opened, the ship glided through, coming to a stable halt above the corridor. Humph, you are wise to yield. Otherwise, none of you would have made it out of the secret realm alive. As soon as the ship anchored, a pale-faced youth clad in a black cloak stepped down, riding a flying sword. He glanced disdainfully at the scattered cultivators on either side. Ye Fei recognized him. It was Hua Chuyang, whom he had encountered in Xingyuan town. Despite Hua Chuyang's arrogance, the scattered cultivators dared not utter a word. Retreating hastily, they were cautious. After all, the Rakshasa sect was the foremost demonic sect in the Xinyu kingdom. Who would dare provoke them? Even among the 20 or so sects present, hardly more than 3 would truly challenge the Rakshasa sect. What surprised everyone was that Hua Chuyang, instead of remaining with his own faction, boldly approached the ship of the Xiaoyao sect. "Which one of you is Ye Fei? Step forward," he shouted towards the ship of the Xiaoyao sect. Disregarding Luo Ying entirely. Seeing Hua Chuyang's brazen demeanor, Ye Fei's expression hardened as he prepared to confront him. "Master Hua, your son's audacity is commendable. Are you not afraid the wind might cause him to trip over his own tongue?" Before Ye Fei could advance, Luo Ying opened her exquisite eyes, chuckling lightly as she cast a sidelong glance at the Rakshasa sect ship. Her tone seemed casual, yet a wave of pressure subtly emanated from her. As Hua Chuyang stood on his flying sword, he felt the sudden weight of this pressure and began to tremble involuntarily. "What does this mean, Miss Luo? Is she attempting to use her stature to intimidate me?" A figure in a black robe emerged quietly from the ship's cabin. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, Hua Chuyang, who had been quaking, instantaneously felt a lightness wash over him, returning to normalcy. "Intimidate?" The master of the Rakshasa sect chuckled. "If I were to intimidate, he would have long been a corpse. I merely wish to remind him that one must learn to be humble, especially in the presence of elders, lest one be accused of having a crooked foundation themselves." Luo Ying smiled lightly, her words laden with meaning. "Chuyang, return. Whatever grievances there are can be resolved within the secret realm. Here, there are those who protect their own. Once inside, you may play to your heart's content." Upon hearing Luo Ying's veiled rebuke, the man in the gray robe remained unfazed, his gaze fixed on her with a smile. Hua Chuyang, hearing the call, shot Ye Fei a mischievous grin before returning to the Rakshasa sect ship. It was evident he recognized Ye Fei and sought to provoke the Xiaoyao sect. The master of the Rakshasa sect's words implied that while there were those who shielded their kin outside, the dynamics would differ within. Survival would depend on one's own skills. Luo Ying's lips curled into a knowing smile, her words carrying an air of significance. "Very well. Let us see how this unfolds." The man in the black robe grinned, exuding confidence. The exchange between the two was charged with tension, causing the expressions of the Nascent Soul elders aboard the surrounding ships to darken. After weighing their options, they began to make arrangements for their disciples on the Xiaoyao sect ship. Luo Ying refrained from offering any advice to Ye Fei, knowing he would grasp the implications of her words. "Prepare yourselves. The secret realm is about to open." After half a day's meditation on the deck, Luo Ying suddenly opened her eyes and spoke up. And no sooner had her words fallen than the spatial barrier above Xinyu Valley trembled. A white vortex, roughly the size of a fist, gradually materialized as time elapsed. This vortex expanded rapidly, transforming into a white light gate of considerable width within just a few breaths. "Let us go." As soon as the light gate stabilized, Hua Chuyang stepped forward, riding his flying sword directly into it. Following closely behind were the disciples of the Rakshasa sect, numbering nearly 90 in total. With the entrance of the Rakshasa sect, other sects were not to be outdone. Their disciples also mounted their flying swords and followed suit. The disciples of the Xianyao sect were no exception, gathering together and, under the leadership of a disciple clad in white, soaring into the white light gate. Of course, Ye Fei and Jiang Yuan were among them. Yes, soon as they flew through the light gate, Ye Fei felt a flash before his eyes, and the next moment, they found themselves in a different space. This was a dense forest, eerily quiet, devoid of any presence of cultivators. Not only that, but there were also no demonic beasts in sight. Observing this, Ye Fei's consciousness stirred, entering the Qinglong sword. "Who are you?" Upon entering the Qinglong sword, Ye Fei was astonished to see a woman in white by the edge of the Qinglong pool. He realized he did not recognize her. She was not Jiang Mingyun, whom he had previously brought in. This woman in white had a curvaceous figure, her bosom prominent and well-shaped, somewhat reminiscent of Jiang Mingyun, arousing admiration. Yet her features were strikingly ordinary. Why, Shiji, it's me. The woman in white smiled, her voice identical to that of Jiang Mingyun. Jiang Shishu. Hearing that familiar voice, Ye Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. "Indeed, it is me. I merely wore a mask." As she spoke, the woman in white delicately tore off a human skin mask from behind her ear, revealing the stunning visage of Jiang Mingyun. "Ah, it really is you, Shishu Jiang. You startled me." After confirming the identity of the person before him as Jiang Mingyun, Ye Fei let out a sigh of relief. In a secret realm, revealing one's true appearance could be somewhat inconvenient. Wearing the mask alleviated that concern. Jiang Mingyun, while speaking, began to reapply the human skin mask. "Shishu, we are already in the Xinyu's secret realm. Let me see if I can send you out of the Qinglong sword." Looking at the unfamiliar face while addressing her, as Shishu felt a bit awkward to Ye Fei. "All right, go ahead." "I am ready," Jiang Mingyun nodded. With that, Ye Fei hesitated no longer. He focused his consciousness and enveloped Jiang Mingyun in a wisp of divine awareness. The next moment, the two appeared outside the Qinglong sword. Standing amidst the dense forest, as expected, "My cultivation has been suppressed." In an instant, Jiang Mingyun detected the change in her realm at this moment. Her cultivation had been restricted to the 9th level of qi refining. "Where shall we go next?" Ye Fei surveyed the surroundings and turned to Jiang Mingyun. "Let us heed Shiji Luo Ing's advice. We should first head to the Formation Temple." Jiang Mingyun replied without hesitation. Clearly having considered this beforehand, you know the location of the Formation Temple?" Ye Fei inquired. "I do. I've been here before and am certainly more familiar than you. Just follow my lead." Jiang Mingyun replied with a charming smile, raising her delicate hand to summon a flying sword. The two then stood upon the flying sword, which, under Jiang Mingyun's guidance, ascended gently into the air, swiftly heading southeast. Isn't this a bit too conspicuous? Observing the soaring mountains and ridges below, Ye Fei felt a hint of unease, fearing it might attract unwanted attention. What is there to fear? Although my realm is suppressed, my divine awareness remains intact. I am well aware of everything within a 300-mile radius. Should we encounter anyone, I will simply evade them," Jiang Mingyun said nonchalantly. Reassured by Jiang Mingyun's words, Ye Fei dismissed his concerns. Since they were not far from the Formation Temple, half a day later, Jiang Mingyun led Ye Fei to stand before a sheer cliff. This cliff stood tall and straight, reaching into the clouds. With a valley below where they found themselves at the bottom, is this the place? Ye Fei asked curiously. The valley was barren, with scarce vegetation, hardly resembling a temple. "You'll see shortly," Jiang Mingyun replied with a mysterious smile before stepping forward and directly colliding with the cliff. Just as Ye Fei intended to call out to stop her, he was astonished to see Jiang Mingyun's body pass straight through the stone wall. Stunned, he did not hesitate and stepped forward as well. The moment he entered the stone wall, a bright light enveloped him, as though he had passed through a curtain of water, arriving in another valley. This valley was only a few zhang wide, winding onwards without an end in sight. However, in the center of the valley, circular platforms appeared every several zhang. There were numerous circular platforms extending deep into the valley. Jiang Mingyun was currently gazing at these platforms in a daze. "What's wrong, Shishu Jiang?" Seeing her expression, Ye Fei asked with concern. "It's nothing. Let us go." Jiang Mingyun took a deep breath and led Ye Fei further in. They continued inward for half a stick of incense's time before stopping before a colorful light curtain. This light curtain was expansive, enveloping the entire valley ahead. "This is it. Take out the jade tablet," Jiang Mingyun instructed, pointing at the colorful curtain. Ye Fei nodded, extending his right hand, whereupon the purple jade tablet appeared in his palm. He then gently tossed the tablet forward, and it landed atop the colorful curtain. The moment the jade tablet touched the curtain, the colorful light rippled, and a circular light gate materialized right in front of Ye Fei, just large enough for one person to pass through. Seeing the appearance of the light gate, Jiang Mingyun and Ye Fei exchanged glances and stepped inside one after the other. As they entered, the light gate slowly closed behind them, followed by a flash of purple light as the jade tablet flew back to Ye Fei. Upon witnessing this, Ye Fei waved his sleeve and stored the jade tablet away. After securing the tablet, Ye Fei turned his attention to the front. The interior bore little difference from the exterior of the light curtain. It was still a valley leading deeper with no visible end. "Shall we proceed further?" Ye Fei asked Jiang Mingyun. "That would be my assumption. It's my first time here as well," Jiang Mingyun replied uncertainly. "Well then," Ye Fei sighed, having no choice but to continue deeper with Jiang Mingyun. Fortunately, they did not walk far before reaching the end of the valley. At the terminus lay a circular patch of grass, about a zhang in diameter. Surrounding the grass were towering cliffs, and nestled against these cliffs were exquisitely crafted pavilions, each 2 stories tall and entirely wooden in structure. In the center of the grassy area stood an octagonal tower, 6 stories high, approximately 8 zhang tall, with a diameter of 2 to 3 zhang, occupying a considerable area. "Is this the Formation Temple?" Ye Fei questioned skeptically. Throughout his journey, he had not encountered a single character. How had Luoying and the others determined that this place was called the Formation Temple? "Indeed, the treasure should be within this octagonal tower," Jiang Mingyun replied gravely, nodding. "How do you know this, Shu?" Ye Fei asked, puzzled. "I just used my divine awareness to probe the surrounding pavilions. There was nothing we sought inside. But my divine awareness could not penetrate this octagonal tower," Jiang Mingyun explained. "Then let us go in and search for it." Observing the open tower gate, Ye Fei strode directly towards it, although Jiang Mingyun harbored some doubts. The sight of Ye Fei's decisive action quelled her hesitation, prompting her to hastily follow, fearful that something might befall him. Thus, the two entered the octagonal tower side by side. And no sooner had they stepped inside than the tower door slammed shut with a resounding clang, startling both of them. "What is happening?" Ye Fei exclaimed in alarm. Though he could not fathom the reason behind the door's closure, an unsettling intuition whispered to him that this was not a fortuitous turn of events. "We might be trapped," Jiang Mingyun remarked, her expression darkening after scanning the vicinity with her spiritual sense. "Trapped?" Ye Fei was taken aback and hurried to the door's previous location, attempting to pry it open. To his dismay, he discovered that the door had vanished entirely, replaced by a seamless wall of the tower. "Is this some kind of nightmare?" Ye Fei wondered, running his fingers over the surface to confirm it was indeed the tower wall, sending a chill down his spine. This was undeniably bizarre. "Stop searching. The tower is sealed. Unless we can pass the trials of this octagonal tower, we will not be able to exit," Jiang Mingyun stated, her gaze fixed on an inscribed wall. "Trials?" Ye Fei turned in confusion, only to realize that the wall before Jiang Mingyun was densely etched with characters. Driven by curiosity, he approached the wall and scrutinized it intently. This tower was named the Trial Tower, comprising 6 levels, and only by overcoming the challenges of their current level could they ascend to the next. It was only by conquering the 5 lower trials that one could reach the summit and exit the octagonal tower. Otherwise, they would be doomed to remain trapped. The tower opened once every 20 years for a duration of 1 month, and thus far, no one had succeeded in conquering it. This was the essence of the inscriptions. "Are you saying that if we fail the trials, we will be eternally confined here?" Ye Fei's heart sank, his countenance growing grim. "That seems to be the case. We should hasten our efforts to conquer the tower." Jiang Mingyun echoed, her expression equally troubled. This outcome was unforeseen, as she had initially believed that acquiring the legendary treasure would be a straightforward endeavor. But what exactly are we supposed to confront? Ye Fei gazed around the empty expanse of the tower, his face a mask of bewilderment. While the wall alluded to trials, it revealed nothing of their nature. The tower was spacious yet desolate, devoid of any clues, not even a staircase leading to the second level. The sole lead lay in the intricate symbols adorning the wall, which Ye Fei discerned only after probing with his spiritual sense. With mere eyesight, the symbols remained invisible. However, through his spiritual exploration, he perceived the wall was covered with a multitude of black symbols. These black symbols were peculiar, resembling words that had been cleaved apart with a blade. Disordered and chaotic. Let us work with these symbols, Jiang Mengyun decided, promptly closing her eyes and settling onto the ground in a meditative posture. Seeing this, Ye Fei refrained from further comment, releasing his spiritual sense to envelop the entirety of the first level of the octagonal tower. Countless symbols flashed through his mind like lightning as he swiftly scanned them, yet he found no distinctive features. He then attempted to sort and categorize the symbols, trying various methods, even resorting to striking the wall with his fists. All in vain. How are we to proceed? 2 days passed, and Ye Fei was utterly defeated, opting to cease his research and sit quietly on the ground, his brow furrowed. This was indeed troublesome. Jiang Mengyun, feeling similarly, opened her beautiful eyes and sighed softly. With 2 days gone by, they remained without any leads. This was merely the first level. What awaited them in the subsequent layers? Even Jiang Mengyun, a formidable Yuanying practitioner, found herself growing anxious. The answers surely lay within these symbols. Yet what were they truly? Unable to deduce the mystery, Ye Fei lay back on the ground, exhausted from incessantly studying the symbols over the past 2 days. His spiritual sense, inferior to Jiang Mengyun's, was merely at the qi refining stage. Prolonged use drained him significantly, and he could not sustain it for long. You should take a break, Jiang Mengyun said, shaking her head in resignation, a fleeting flash of concern surfacing in her eyes. Thus, Jiang Mengyun continued her examination of the symbols while Ye Fei reclined on the ground, his gaze fixed upon the ceiling of the first level. Lost in thought, Master Jiang, have you noticed that these are not mere symbols but fragmented pieces of text? Ye Fei suddenly exclaimed, sitting up with newfound excitement after an hour had passed, just as he had settled down. A spark of inspiration struck him. He needed to view the symbols from different angles. Fragmented text? That seems unlikely. They lack any radicals, Jiang Mengyun remarked, frowning slightly as she examined them anew. That it is not merely a simple disassembly. It appears as if they were cleaved apart by a sword. Ye Fei noted, his brow easing as he observed closely, excitement bubbling within him. Yes, they were indeed cleaved apart, he affirmed, standing up, his previously furrowed brow now fully relaxed. His face alight with enthusiasm. It seems so, Jiang Mengyun acknowledged, quickly grasping the implication of Ye Fei's insight. Master Jiang, if I am not mistaken, we must piece together these characters. Perhaps doing so will yield the answers we seek. Ye Fei suggested eagerly. Then let us work swiftly. Time is of the essence. Jiang Mengyun nodded in agreement. The two then sat down, releasing their spiritual senses to envelop the entirety of the first level of the octagonal tower. Even with a breakthrough in understanding, the task of reconstructing the myriad fragments of text proved daunting. The pieces were minuscule, some merely punctuation marks, while others were simple strokes, divided into 3 segments. This is the character, and this one is, under the guidance of his spiritual sense, Ye Fei meticulously began to assemble the fragments that could form coherent characters. Remarkably, based on the cutting patterns of each piece, he managed to reconstitute the characters one by one. In contrast to Ye Fei's progress, Jiang Mengyun faced challenges. While she could identify which fragments could form a character, her spiritual sense was unable to manipulate them, leaving her at a loss. Reluctantly, she resolved to assist Ye Fei. As they pieced together the characters, the number they formed increased while the remaining fragments dwindled, hastening their progress. After a day, they finally succeeded in assembling all the fragments of this level into coherent text. As the last character was formed, the black symbols quivered, their dark hues appearing to evaporate, gradually revealing a golden essence beneath. The once black symbols transformed entirely into a brilliant gold. Following this transformation, the golden symbols aligned themselves in sequence, and as soon as they completed their arrangement, a radiant light burst forth, converting them into a multitude of golden orbs. These orbs converged into an elongated golden beam. As soon as this beam was formed, it darted towards Ye Fei, penetrating his brow and flooding into him. Ye Fei attempted to evade, but the speed of the beam was astonishing, rendering him unable to escape. "It hurts!" Ye Fei cried out in agony as the beam surged into him. Clutching his head, It felt as though his mind was being forcibly filled with an overwhelming torrent of information. The pain nearly unbearable. Ye Fei, you must hold on. As a glimmer of golden light began to converge upon Ye Fei's brow, Jiang Mingyun experienced a sudden epiphany and hastily voiced her concern. "It hurts too much." Ye Fei continued to wail in agony, the sensation far more intense than any pain he had endured during his body refinement. The torment he felt was not merely physical, but rather emanated from the depths of his very soul. How could he possibly withstand such suffering? What should we do? Witnessing Ye Fei's torment, Jiang Mingyun felt a surge of urgency within her. She understood that this was likely a forced infusion of comprehension. Should Ye Fei successfully assimilate it, it would undoubtedly yield significant benefits for him. If it were merely physical pain, she might have found a way to alleviate it. But this was a torment of the mind. Even as a formidable nascent soul practitioner, she found herself somewhat powerless. As Ye Fei appeared on the verge of collapse, Jiang Mingyun bit her lip in contemplation, letting out a soft sigh. She had no choice but to attempt a different approach. With a graceful flick of her hand, she removed a piece of her close-fitting garment. Fortunately, the outer robe concealed any irregularities. Without the barrier of that garment, a unique fragrance emanated from Jiang Mingyun's body, quickly penetrating Ye Fei's senses. So fragrant. Just moments ago, Ye Fei had been clutching his head in pain, but now he lifted his gaze, staring at Jiang Mingyun with an expression of sheer infatuation. Upon noticing her bosom, he couldn't help but drool and mutter, "So large, so round." Ye Fei's words caused Jiang Mingyun's face to flush a deep crimson. Though she had anticipated such a reaction, seeing it manifest still left her somewhat irate. Her intention was to distract Ye Fei's nerves. Otherwise, he would never endure the agony of the forced infusion. Fortunately, her strategy proved effective, as Ye Fei, despite gazing at her with an enamored expression and drooling, ceased his cries of torment. The golden light was growing shorter, soon to be completely absorbed into his brow. Jiang Mingyun exhaled a breath of relief. What was this? With a dazed grin, Ye Fei suddenly reached out towards Jiang Mingyun's bosom. Due to the abruptness of his action and their close proximity, Jiang Mingyun, caught off guard, allowed him to succeed. Once he grasped her, he gently pinched and twisted. As a maiden, Jiang Mingyun was utterly unprepared for such an advance. The soft moan escaped her lips, and her body felt weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. You rogue. However, she quickly regained her composure, realizing the implications of his actions, and instinctively kicked out, landing a blow to Ye Fei's lower region, sending him flying. Bang! Ye Fei's body collided with the tower's wall like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground and losing consciousness. That precise moment, the golden light fully penetrated Ye Fei's brow. Concurrently, a staircase leading to the second floor slowly manifested in the center of the first level. Observing the unconscious Ye Fei, Jiang Mingyun stood rooted in place, her face a mixture of embarrassment and anger. For a moment, her charming visage flushed crimson, feeling a mix of frustration and helplessness. "You lucky rascal." With a resigned sigh, she cast a resentful glare at the slumbering Ye Fei. After donning her garment once more, she approached him, flicking her finger to send a pill into his mouth. "Ouch, that hurts." Mere moments later, Ye Fei, who had just regained consciousness, clutched his lower region. Curling up in pain, it seemed that her kick had indeed been rather forceful. Witnessing his distress, Jiang Mingyun felt a pang of guilt wash over her, a fleeting shadow of worry crossing her face. Yet upon recalling that Ye Fei had successfully refined his body, she let out a sigh of relief, forcing herself to sound composed as she urged, "Stop pretending. Get up quickly. We must ascend to the second floor." "Ouch! Ouch!" Ye Fei moaned, clutching himself as he struggled to rise, too embarrassed to meet Jiang Mingyun's gaze. In truth, the moment he awoke, the events of earlier flooded back to him. Although his mind had been clouded, he retained a vague memory of what transpired. He realized he had caused trouble. Just as he was contemplating how to face Jiang Mingyun, a wave of pain surged from his lower region. Thus, a mischievous idea formed in his mind, leading to the earlier incident. A staircase has appeared. Let us ascend swiftly. Observing Ye Fei's authentic agony, Jiang Mingyun tentatively probed, uncertain whether he was genuinely injured, though he had successfully refined his body. That particular area was a man's most vulnerable point, and her kick had not been light. It could indeed have caused harm. Ouch! Ouch! Master, please wait a moment. Let me gather myself. Ye Fei endured the pain, forcing himself to stand upright. He exhaled deeply, then cautiously took a step forward. Hiss! The moment he moved, he abruptly halted, grimacing in pain. Fortunately, his determined spirit allowed him to persist through the discomfort, ultimately enabling him to advance. Ye Fei's actions left Jiang Mingyun, a nascent soul practitioner, following behind in stunned silence, afraid to even breathe. She felt anxious. Should anything happen to Ye Fei, how would she explain it to Sister Luoyu? Seeing Ye Fei manage to walk normally, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, her earlier concerns forgotten as she dismissed her own misfortune. Thus, Ye Fei led the way, with Jiang Mingyun trailing closely behind. As they ascended the staircase to the second level of the formation tower, the second floor, unlike the first, was also barren, yet it featured a staircase leading to the third level. Can we ascend directly? Gazing at the staircase before him, Ye Fei tentatively stepped forward. To his dismay, a transparent barrier materialized on the steps, blocking his passage. Moreover, this barrier was not singular. Each tier was similarly obstructed. Jiang Mingyun attempted to breach it as well, only to find herself equally thwarted, unable to surpass even the first barrier. Faced with this impasse, they turned their attention to the bare tower walls, devoid of any markings or indications, even under the scrutiny of their spiritual senses. What is this? They exchanged bewildered glances, both filled with uncertainty. The insights infused within Ye Fei. What were they pertaining to? After a thorough examination yielded no discoveries, Jiang Mingyun suddenly had a moment of clarity and inquired aloud. Could it be related to formations? I'm not certain, Ye Fei replied tentatively, since those insights were not inherently his own, even when forcibly infused into him. They merely existed as a form of energy, suspended within his sea of consciousness. To truly comprehend these insights, he would need to channel his spiritual awareness into the energy and gradually decipher its meaning. This staircase is protected by a formation. With my understanding, I cannot dismantle it. It must be connected to the insights you received. Perhaps you should attempt to comprehend them further. You may find the answer, Jiang Mingyun suggested. Although her proficiency in formations was commendable, this particular formation was unique, and she had never encountered anything like it before, let alone attempted to unravel it. I'll give it Ye Fei nodded, settling into a meditative position. Moments later, a surge of energy rippled through his consciousness as a strand of spiritual awareness dove into the floating energy nearby. Upon entering, Ye Fei was greeted by an endless scroll, its contents densely packed with text. The instant his awareness touched the writing, it vanished from the scroll, only to be vividly imprinted within his consciousness. A day later, when Ye Fei opened his eyes, he noticed that the energy within his sea of consciousness had diminished in size by half. I now know what to do. Ye Fei hastened to the steps, his face radiant with joy. Through his recent insights, he had comprehended the nature of the formation before him. Upon encountering the barrier of light once more, Ye Fei swiftly executed a series of hand gestures, occasionally pointing forward. Within mere breaths, the barrier shattered with a resounding pop. After the barrier's destruction, Ye Fei stepped forward, placing his foot upon the first step. This time, he faced no obstacles and successfully stood upon the first tier. He then repeated the process, deftly employing his hands to disrupt the barrier on the second step. Thus, after shattering 10 barriers in succession, Ye Fei arrived at the landing of the staircase and seated himself on the ground. Once again, he extended a wisp of divine consciousness, probing into the energy entity. A day later, the energy entity was completely assimilated by Ye Fei, vanishing without a trace. Rising to his feet, he commenced the dismantling of the remaining barriers on the steps. Remarkably, he eradicated the last 10 barriers in just a quarter of an hour. More letters? Ye Fei found himself at a loss when he ascended to the third level, discovering it to be a mirror image of the first. Ah, must I once again absorb insights? Jiang Mingyun felt a tightening in her heart, suddenly recalling her experiences on the first level, her fair visage flushing crimson. Master Uncle, perhaps you might try this time? Ye Fei suggested sheepishly, reluctant to experiment himself, fearing further complications. Jiang Mingyun remained silent, merely nodding gently. Subsequently, she closed her eyes, attempting to harness her divine consciousness to manipulate the fragments of text. You should do it, she finally said after a moment, her expression somewhat strained. Her earlier attempt had mirrored her experience on the first level, as her divine consciousness remained incapable of shifting the fragments even a fraction. Very well, Ye Fei responded with resignation, steeling himself to proceed. Thanks to his prior experience, this time proved to be much smoother. Although the amount of text was considerably greater than before, the two managed to complete it within a day. So painful, as the golden light penetrated his brow, Ye Fei once again cried out in anguish, I hope you behave this time. Witnessing Ye Fei's torment, Jiang Mingyun sighed helplessly, removing a piece of her fitted clothing. In mere moments, Ye Fei became entranced, drooling as he stood before Jiang Mingyun, so large, so round. He fixated on the fullness of her bosom, just as he had previously. Close your eyes, Jiang Mingyun exclaimed, her delicate hand waving as she tore a strip of fabric from her robe to blindfold Ye Fei. Though his sight was obscured, Ye Fei's sense of smell remained acute. So fragrant. He inhaled deeply, intoxicated by the scent that belonged to Jiang Mingyun. Observing Ye Fei's behavior, Jiang Mingyun fell on the verge of collapse. Had he not been the son of Luo Yu and Yi Songlong, she might have already struck him down. Fortunately, this predicament did not last long. Ye Fei soon completed his absorption of insights. As the staircase leading to the fourth level appeared, Jiang Mingyun wasted no time, swiftly donning her fitted clothing. Without waiting for Ye Fei to regain consciousness, she ascended to the fourth level. Half a stick of incense later, Ye Fei finally stirred awake. Finding himself alone on the third level, he shook his head in resignation and cautiously made his way to the fourth level to tea that moment. Jiang Mingyun sat cross-legged at the edge of the fourth level, utterly indifferent to Ye Fei's arrival. Upon discovering that the fourth level mirrored the second, he immediately settled onto the ground. Delving into the insights he had just acquired regarding the formations, he now understood that this divine formation tower was designed to cultivate successors of the formation god. For reasons unknown, he had become the so-called successor. The first and third levels were intended for the successor to receive the formation god's legacy, while the second and fourth levels served as tests to ascertain whether the successor could integrate the knowledge of formations. In truth, these formations were merely foundational, at most categorized as elementary. Jiang Mingyun's inability to decipher them stemmed from the fact that the formation system of the formation temple differed fundamentally from her studies. These formations belonged to ancient times, incomparable to contemporary formations. 3 days later, Ye Fei successfully assimilated all the insights from the formations. Due to the substantial amount of insights this time, he had spent an additional day. Armed with the understanding gained from the third level, the challenges of the fourth level posed little difficulty for Ye Fei. Within a quarter of an hour, he ascended to the fifth level of the Divine Formation Tower. More letters. Upon detecting the densely packed remnants of characters on the tower's wall, Ye Fei couldn't help but smile wryly. With no choice but to calm his mind, he set about piecing them together. Fortunately, after a brief period, Jiang Mingyun joined him. Alleviating his solitary struggle. 2 days later, the fragments were completely assembled. Ye Fei once again cried out in agony. This time, the intensity surpassed the previous two encounters. He collapsed to the ground, rolling in distress. Witnessing this, Jiang Mingyun did not hesitate, quickly shedding her fitted garment once more. So fragrant, so painful. Even with the intoxicating aroma, Ye Fei could still feel the excruciating torment tearing at his soul. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he rose unsteadily, his eyes bloodshot. The golden light that gradually seeped into his being only added to his fierce demeanor, his gaze toward Jiang Mingyun brimming with possessiveness. So painful. However, This expression of desire lasted but a moment before he once again grasped his head in agony. What to do? Jiang Mingyun felt a sense of urgency as she observed the lengthy, golden light still remaining. The insights this time were clearly more abundant than the previous two, and the prior methods were proving ineffective. She considered knocking Ye Fei unconscious, fearing it might disrupt his absorption of insights. Just as Jiang Mingyun hesitated, Ye Fei, who had been wailing in pain, suddenly ceased his cries, his body trembling violently, on the verge of collapsing. Clearly, he was reaching his limit. Ye Fei, you must hold on. Seeing this, Jiang Mingyun's heart raced as she stepped forward to support his arm, her face etched with anxiety. Yet just then, she felt a tightening at her waist as Ye Fei's other powerful arm pulled her tightly into his embrace. "What are you doing?" Jiang Mingyun exclaimed, struggling fiercely to break free. Yet within this secret realm, her cultivation was suppressed, and against the frenzied Ye Fei, she found herself unable to escape. Ye Fei, I am your master uncle. She called out loudly, hoping to awaken him. But no sooner had she uttered a word than she felt her body weaken, rendering her voiceless. Unbeknownst to her, a large hand had already grasped her voluptuous form. Feeling the strength of Ye Fei's grip, Jiang Mingyun could no longer maintain her composure. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably. For reasons unknown, she too lost control as she approached the precipice of yielding to Ye Fei's advances. A tear slipped from the corner of her eye, and she slowly closed her eyes in the throes of madness. Ye Fei, upon witnessing the tear, was jolted awake, hastily releasing Jiang Mingyun and forcefully pushing her away. As Jiang Mingyun lost her balance, she suddenly cried out and collapsed to the ground. That moment, Ye Fei, grappling with his overwhelming desires and excruciating pain, staggered to the side, curling up on the ground and wailing in agony. Fortunately, the radiant light had dwindled to a mere flicker, and within just a few breaths, it completely merged into Ye Fei's brow. The instant the pain vanished, Ye Fei felt a blinding flash before his eyes and fainted. Meanwhile, Jiang Mingyun had managed to rise from the ground. Gazing at the unconscious Ye Fei, her heart was a tumult of emotions. After adjusting her attire with a wave of her hand, she slowly approached Ye Fei's side. What a tragedy! Jiang Mingyun sighed softly. This time, she did not administer any elixirs to Ye Fei, but instead sat quietly beside him, waiting for him to awaken naturally. Her delicate brows were slightly furrowed, and a hint of bewilderment flickered in her eyes. Faced with that imposing hand, she could not comprehend why she had felt no inclination to resist just moments prior. Shame washed over her for her earlier reaction. After all, Ye Fei was merely a child in her eyes. Yet now, with such events having transpired, how was she to confront this reality? She did not believe it was Ye Fei's fault. Rather, he had saved her. Had he not suddenly regained consciousness earlier, a grave mistake might have occurred. Would she still have the courage to continue living in such a case? It hurts so much. Just as Jiang Mingyun's thoughts spiraled, Ye Fei, lying nearby, suddenly cried out in pain once more. "What is it?" Hearing Ye Fei's anguished cry, Jiang Mingyun's heart trembled, and she quickly turned to look at him, her earlier turmoil now replaced with concern for him. "My head hurts badly." Ye Fei clutched his head, wailing incessantly. "What happened?" Jiang Mingyun, at a loss for what to do, anxiously inquired. "Why consciousness realm is overwhelmed." Ye Fei gritted his teeth against the pain and explained his situation. At this moment, his consciousness realm had been occupied by the energy he had absorbed. "You must digest those insights quickly," Jiang Mingyun urged. In truth, Ye Fei had already recognized this necessity without her prompting. He bore the excruciating pain in his consciousness realm, separating a strand of his awareness to delve into the mass of energy. As time passed, the size of that energy mass gradually diminished. The intense pain within Ye Fei's consciousness realm began to fade. 5 days later, when he finally opened his eyes, the energy that had nearly overwhelmed his consciousness realm had been entirely digested. Damn, that was a close call. Recalling the agonizing torment from the earlier soul rending, Ye Fei felt a twinge of apprehension. Upon rising, he discovered that Jiang Mingyun had already ascended to the 6th floor. After a brief moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and followed her upward. The 6th floor differed significantly from the previous ones. In the east, west, south, and north directions, there stood a circular stone platform. These platforms bore an exact resemblance to the ones he had encountered in the valley. However, each of the 4 platforms held an item. The eastern platform featured a jade slip, while the western, southern, and northern platforms held green, red, and black discs, respectively. Each of these 4 platforms was enveloped in a layer of multicolored circular light. Clearly, this was a form of protective array. Ye Fei noticed that Jiang Mingyun was not present here. She must have stepped out, but he recognized what the 4 multicolored light shields were. Raising his right hand, he produced a spirit artifact sword. I'll choose you first. Ye Fei approached the eastern platform and spoke softly. Gazing at the jade slip, gripping the long sword, he flicked his wrist, and in the blink of an eye, he struck at the multicolored shield in 16 directions, with each thrust of his sword. The colors of the protective shield began to fade. As he delivered the final strike, the shield transformed into a transparent veil and, with a pop, disintegrated into nothingness. The protective array guarding the jade slip was effortlessly shattered by Ye Fei. Having absorbed the insights from the 5th floor, Ye Fei had achieved a modest proficiency in the art of arrays. This the array classic. Ye Fei reached out to retrieve the jade slip. As soon as his consciousness probed inside, the 2 characters array classic appeared before his eyes. Confirming its nature, Ye Fei refrained from further examination and stored the jade slip away. Subsequently, he replicated the process, dismantling the other 3 arrays to obtain the discs within. After acquiring the 3 discs, he noticed that each one bore 2 minuscule characters at its center: the green disc red defense, the red disc attack, and the black disc time. This must be what Luoying referred to as the super array discs. However, it was not a single disc, but rather 3. Time was running short. He would study them further upon returning. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Fei stored the 3 array discs and turned to descend the array god tower. When he reached the 1st floor again, the tower door had swung open. Without hesitation, Ye Fei stepped outside. To his surprise, as soon as he crossed the threshold of the array god tower, it swiftly shrank to palm size and flew into his hand. How intriguing! Casting a glance at the diminutive tower, Ye Fei smiled faintly before stowing it within the Qinglong sword. Where had Master Jiang gone? Ye Fei curiously surveyed the surrounding pavilions. Due to the limitations of his consciousness, he could not detect Jiang Mingyun's presence. With no other option, he randomly selected a pavilion and approached it. Upon getting closer, he discerned the pavilion's plaque, Treasured Artifact Pavilion. Standing at the entrance, Ye Fei swept his consciousness inside. In an instant, the scene within the Treasured Artifact Pavilion appeared vividly in his mind. Although it was called the Treasured Artifact Pavilion, there were no artifacts within. Apart from a few tables and benches, there was nothing else. Seeing the lack of items, Ye Fei lost interest and moved on to another pavilion. This one was named Merit Pavilion. Unlike the Treasured Artifact Pavilion, it was devoid of anything useful. The Alchemy Pavilion, empty. The Forging Pavilion, empty. Ye Fei traversed the entirety of the valley's pavilions, finding no useful items. This left him quite disheartened. Even more frustrating was that despite his search, he had not seen Jiang Mingyun. What could be the reason? Had she gone out? With such questions lingering in his mind, Ye Fei retraced his steps. It was not until he arrived before the multicolored veil that he finally caught sight of Jiang Mingyun. At that moment, she was sitting cross-legged on the ground with her eyes closed. Master Jiang, can we return now? After a moment's hesitation, Ye Fei stepped forward to inquire. Although several days had passed, he still felt a touch of awkwardness upon their reunion. Let's go. Jiang Mingyun stood and nodded. Her demeanor was remarkably calm, as if the preceding events had never transpired. All right, Ye Fei offered a sheepish smile and took the lead. Thus, the 2 of them crossed through the protective array and made their way back to the sheer cliff where they had initially entered. Master Jiang, where shall we go next? Standing in the empty valley, Ye Fei spoke up. First, we will gather the chiffon grass to cleanse your mortal essence, and then we shall proceed to the soul-devouring valley. Jiang Mingyun spoke with an air of tranquility. After finishing her words, she produced a flying sword and leapt onto it with grace. Upon witnessing this, Ye Fei followed suit and ascended as well. Once both had steadied themselves, Jiang Mingyun's consciousness stirred, and the flying sword shot forth like a keen arrow for the destination. Ye Fei remained oblivious, and had no desire to inquire. He stood behind Jiang Mingyun, lost in a daze, captivated by the exquisite silhouette of her back and the faint fragrance that wafted from her. For reasons unknown, a warmth surged within him, recalling the softness he had felt days prior. Ye Fei's breath quickened. Jiang Mingyun, acutely aware of Ye Fei's change, felt her own face flush slightly, her heart racing faster than usual. Ahem! She cleared her throat, quickly regaining her composure. The sound of her gentle cough jolted Ye Fei back to reality, making him more self-aware. Daha! Ye Fei took a deep breath inwardly, pinching his thigh to quell his rising excitement and banishing any errant thoughts. An hour later, Jiang Mingyun maneuvered the flying sword to a dense forest. There, she pointed out a patch of silvery spiritual grass. You go collect it. I will wait for you here. If possible, you may transplant some into the Qinglong sword. If they thrive, they will prove invaluable in the future. Understood, Ye Fei replied, making his way towards the patch of chiffon grass. He knew that consuming this grass would facilitate his advancement to the Foundation establishment stage, though unique to the Divine Feather Secret Realm. Chiffon grass was not ubiquitous. It typically grew in fixed locations, often in clusters. The patch before him boasted at least 100 stalks. Following Jiang Mingyun's instructions, Ye Fei spent a brief while transplanting all the chiffon grass into the Qinglong sword. Just as Jiang Mingyun had anticipated, the grass indeed flourished within the sword. After a single watering with the waters of Qinglong Pool, the newly transplanted chiffon grass exhibited vibrant vitality, even more vigorous than outside. Master Uncle, the chiffon grass can survive in the Qinglong sword, Ye Fei exclaimed excitedly. Excellent. You may proceed to cleanse your spiritual roots there, Jiang Mingyun responded, her face lighting up with joy as she gestured to a nearby stone. Ye Fei approached the stone, seated himself upon it, and placed a piece of chiffon grass into his mouth. The moment the grass touched his tongue, he felt a refreshing chill as he chewed. The cool juice flowed down his throat and into his abdomen. Once inside, that chill began to radiate from his lower abdomen throughout his entire body. When the icy sensation enveloped him, it suddenly transformed into searing heat. In an instant, he was drenched in sweat, every pore of his body opening wide. His veins, muscles, bones, and every part of him began expelling greasy impurities. These impurities poured out through his open pores, compared to the agony of cleansing his spiritual roots. Ye Fei found himself feeling remarkably comfortable, despite the heat coursing through his body. The more impurities he expelled, the lighter he felt, and the sensation of comfort intensified to the point where he nearly moaned aloud. After a brief interval, Ye Fei stood up, exhilarated. He was now entirely covered in a thick layer of grime, obscuring even his original visage. Clean yourself first, Jiang Mingyun said hastily, covering her nose with her hand as she waved him off. Noticing his eagerness to approach her, Ye Fei's face flushed with embarrassment upon realizing his predicament. He immediately focused his consciousness, entering the Qinglong sword. Moments later, he re-emerged, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Master Uncle, the chiffon grass is indeed extraordinary, he exclaimed, standing beside Jiang Mingyun. He had noticed significant changes in his body after cleansing his spiritual roots. Not only did he feel lighter, but his vision and perception had also improved considerably. Naturally, this is a crucial step for cultivators transitioning from the mundane to the ethereal, Jiang Mingyun replied with a smile. The sight of Ye Fei in this state brought her a sense of ease. Can this chiffon grass be refined into pills? Ye Fei inquired tentatively. Not possible. Qi refining cultivators lack innate true fire, and there is no earthly fire here, making pill refinement impossible. Jiang Mingyun shook her head. Then can the true fire within you be utilized now, Master Uncle? A sudden thought struck Ye Fei, prompting him to ask eagerly, Alas, I've already tried. Moreover, there are no fire attribute beasts in this divine feather secret realm. Jiang Mingyun sighed, resigned that Ye Fei realized that she had already considered the implications of this, which was clearly a scheme of the heavenly Tao to prevent too many cultivators from transcending the mundane. This would conserve resources and cultivate more high-tier cultivators. Could it be that if you enter the Qinglong sword, you would be able to refine the chiffon grass into pills? Ye Fei suddenly conceived a wild idea. That should be feasible. Jiang Mingyun's eyes brightened with determination. With that, Ye Fei focused his consciousness, and the two found themselves within the Qinglong sword. After a brief incense's time, a fragrant aroma wafted out as Jiang Mingyun successfully refined 3 chiffon grass into 6 golden pills. Indeed, it works, Ye Fei exclaimed, jumping for joy as he beheld the 6 gleaming pills emerging from the cauldron. The successful refinement of these chiffon pills meant that the Xiaoyao sect could cultivate several times. Even dozens of times, more foundation establishment cultivators than other sections with such progress. Xiaoyao sect's strength would undoubtedly surpass all others within a century. Enough of your premature elation. Do not forget the paramount purpose of our journey. Jiang Mingyun reminded him. Thank you for the reminder, Master Uncle, Ye Fei replied respectfully, quickly suppressing his exuberance. Now, please send me out while you stay here to thoroughly study that jade slip and the 3 formation discs. I will summon you when we arrive at the soul-eating valley, Jiang Mingyun instructed, glancing at the formation tower set aside. Thank you for your hard work, Master Uncle. Ye Fei bowed once more, then released a strand of spiritual consciousness that enveloped Jiang Mingyun. In the next moment, she vanished from his sight. Left alone, Ye Fei exhaled deeply. Ever since that incident, being close to Jiang Mingyun had made him feel somewhat uneasy, despite his outward composure. Forcing himself to cast aside his distractions, he retrieved the jade slip. As he projected his consciousness into it, a vast array of formation knowledge flooded into his mind. Had it not been for the insights he had already gleaned, he feared he wouldn't even comprehend the contents of the jade slip. A quarter of an hour later, Ye Fei helplessly shook his head and finally put away the jade slip. The formations detailed within encompassed a vast array of knowledge, even touching upon the arts of alchemy and artifact crafting, with intricately profound formations that were truly beyond comprehension without a foundational understanding of formation knowledge. Even if one could decipher them, grasping their essence was no simple feat. Merely the mid-tier formations required ascension to comprehend fully. Ye Fei was convinced that this formation canon was not of this realm, but rather a relic from a higher plane. After stowing the jade slip, Ye Fei retrieved the 3 formation discs. He first picked up the disc inscribed with the word defense. After a brief observation, he input a trace of true energy into it, attempting to activate the formation. However, he was met with disappointment as the disc showed no response whatsoever. Kid, don't waste your effort. You cannot activate this formation disc without refining it first. Even after refining, it still cannot be activated. To do so, at the very least, you will need mid-grade spirit stones as energy, Qinglong explained with a smile as he descended from the clouds. The mid-grade spirit stones? Ye Fei felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He possessed a fair number of spirit stones, but they were all low-grade. He did not have a single mid-grade stone. Even the spirit stone mine in Yinlong village had yielded not a single mid-grade spirit stone, highlighting their rarity. What did you expect? This is a top-tier formation disc, not something of your realm. The fact that you possess it is already a tremendous stroke of fortune. Even in the higher realms, it would be considered elite, and it would still hold value in the immortal realm. Activated. Not only do you need mid-grade spirit stones, but the quantity consumed each time must be at least 1,000. Qinglong remarked with a smirk. 1,000. Upon hearing this figure, Ye Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. 0.1 mid-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 100 low-grade stones. Therefore, 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones equated to 100,000 low-grade stones. And that was merely to activate the formation disc once. Such consumption would be beyond the means of even a large sect. Did this mean that the few formation discs he had acquired were utterly useless? Ye Fei couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Not entirely without use. You might still be able to utilize that time formation disc, Qinglong said, eyeing the black disc with a knowing smile. Time formation disc. Ye Fei looked curiously at the black disc. Indeed, this was the time formation disc, a concept that, in my inherited memories, represented one of the most extraordinary artifacts in the cultivation world. He gazed at the black formation disc. Qinglong's eyes sparkled with excitement, altering the flow of time. Much like that spirit herb field, Ye Fei immediately thought of the spirit herb field nearby. You guessed correctly. Once activated, this time formation disc can alter the flow of time. Akin to that spirit herb field. As for the extent of alteration, I cannot say. You will have to experiment for yourself, Qinglong elucidated. Does activating it also require mid-grade spirit stones? Ye Fei inquired tentatively. Of course, but perhaps not as many, Qing Long replied uncertainly. What do you mean? Ye Fei frowned slightly. The defensive and offensive formation discs have a large activation range, thus requiring more energy. The time formation disc has a much smaller range. Perhaps 10 or 20 stones would suffice to activate it. However, even once activated, the duration won't be long. Qing Long pondered thoughtfully. All right, I'll test it once I have mid-grade spirit stones. Ye Fei felt somewhat disheartened and reluctantly stored away all 3 formation discs. He had hoped that Qing Long would have a means for him to use the time formation disc immediately, but it seemed that he needed mid-grade spirit stones. Lacking those, there was little purpose in keeping them in the Qing Long sword. So Ye Fei decided to summon the sword. Finish your research. Upon seeing Ye Fei emerge so quickly, Jiang Mingyun expressed a hint of surprise. Yes, the formation discs cannot be used right now. Qing Long said they require mid-grade spirit stones. Ye Fei replied with a sense of resignation. How many do you need? Jiang Mingyun inquired casually. Not at all surprised. The defense and attack formations consume 1,000 each time, while the time formation disc, according to Qing Long, might need about 10 to 20 to activate. Ye Fei did not hold back and spoke the truth that I have some mid-grade spirit stones here. Take them and see how the time formation disc performs. Jiang Mingyun said, handing Ye Fei his storage bag. Thank you, Master Jiang. Ye Fei bowed deeply, gratefully accepting the storage bag. Go ahead. You still have half a day's time before reaching the soul-devouring valley, which should be enough for a few experiments. Jiang Mingyun waved him off. Ye Fei nodded and re-entered the Qing Long sword. Sitting cross-legged by the Qing Long pool, he took out the time formation disc. This disc was entirely black, palm-sized, and its material was unknown. The edges and underside were densely etched with mysterious runes. On the surface of the disc, there was a circular groove surrounded by a hexagram, with a small hole at each point of the star. The holes perfectly aligned within the circular groove. After a simple blood oath to recognize its master, Ye Fei began the refining process. Fortunately, this disc was easier to refine than a magical treasure. Within a quarter of an hour, Ye Fei had completed the process. Had it been a magical treasure of this caliber, Ye Fei would have likely been unable to refine it at all. Once the refining was complete, Ye Fei tossed the time formation disc into the air and uttered the word expand. The disc rapidly enlarged, and in the blink of an eye, its diameter grew to about 10 feet. Hovering before Ye Fei, descend, with a gentle press of his left hand, the time formation disc slowly settled to the ground. Observing the hexagram's 6 fist-sized grooves, Ye Fei focused his mind and sent a wisp of consciousness into the storage bag given by Jiang Mingyun. 100. Upon seeing the number of mid-grade spirit stones inside, Ye Fei was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Mingyun was indeed generous, providing him with 100 mid-grade spirit stones at once, which moved Ye Fei. After a brief moment of contemplation, he took out 6 stones. Although mid-grade spirit stones were similar in size to low-grade ones, they contained significantly more energy, with a more lustrous and clear appearance. Ye Fei, following his intentions, sat atop the time formation disc and placed the 6 spirit stones into their respective grooves. As the last stone was inserted, the disc trembled significantly. Immediately, a layer of white light surged outward from the outer circular groove, arching overhead to form a white barrier that engulfed the entire time formation disc. Sitting within the barrier, Ye Fei felt no abnormalities. It was indistinguishable from the outside world, and he could not perceive any difference in the flow of time. Unable to elevate his cultivation or engage in alchemy at the moment, Ye Fei closed his eyes and began contemplating some of the lower-tier formations from the cannon point. 10 hours later, Ye Fei opened his eyes, extended his right hand, and retrieved the spirit stone from the groove directly in front of him. As he removed the stone, the white barrier enveloping the time formation disc vanished instantly, with less than 1/10 of the energy consumed. Holding the spirit stone, Ye Fei quickly assessed the consumption. After extracting the other 5 stones, Ye Fei exited the Qing Long sword. Master, how long have I been inside? Ye Fei asked. About an hour and a quarter. Jiang Mingyun promptly answered. Tenfold the flow of time. Upon hearing Jiang Mingyun's response, Ye Fei exclaimed in astonishment. Tenfold. Even Jiang Mingyun found herself somewhat astonished by this figure. Indeed, I meticulously calculated the time while entering the formation, and I spent a full 10 hours within it, Ye Fei explained. How much spiritual stone was consumed? Jiang Mingyun's heart stirred, prompting her to inquire hastily. 0.6 pieces of spiritual stone, each consuming less than 1/10. At this rate, 6 mid-grade spiritual stones can sustain the time formation for an entire day. Ye Fei quickly calculated the expenditure. Ye Shiji, the cultivation world is rife with deceit and treachery, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. This matter regarding the time formation must not be disclosed to a third party, Jiang Mingyun said with a solemn expression. Thank you for the reminder, Jiang Shishu. Ye Fei acknowledged that a sense of urgency gripped Ye Fei's heart as he instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation. You need not worry. I shall also keep this matter strictly confidential and will not harbor any ulterior motives, Jiang Mingyun hastily assured Ye Fei, fearing he might overthink the situation. Her words were genuine. In the face of such a miraculous treasure, she harbored no covetous thoughts whatsoever. If Shishu desired it, Shiji would not hesitate in the slightest. Ye Fei gazed intently at Jiang Mingyun, speaking earnestly. His eyes were clear, devoid of any distractions, and his words were heartfelt. Feeling a tremor within her heart at the purity of Ye Fei's gaze, Jiang Mingyun quickly turned away, flustered. She said no more and steered her flying sword towards the direction of the soul-devouring valley. Unbeknownst to Jiang Mingyun, her perception of Ye Fei had subtly transformed in that moment. Approximately an hour later, Jiang Mingyun halted her flying sword at the entrance of a valley roughly 20 zhang wide. Is this the soul-devouring valley? Ye Fei asked, perplexed. The valley before them was barren, devoid of any vitality, and an eerie chill seeped forth from within, instilling a sense of dread. Indeed, it seems that Huaqiang has likely entered already. Otherwise, the exterior would not appear as it does now. Jiang Mingyun nodded in affirmation. Not as it appears now. What might that be? Ye Fei furrowed his brow, inquiring. You will understand when we reach the front. Jiang Mingyun replied, casting a mysterious smile at Ye Fei. She then directed her flying sword deeper into the soul-devouring valley. Jiang Shishu, how could there possibly be the god-devouring herb inside? Ye Fei questioned, bewildered as they ventured further into the increasingly desolate valley. Only here can the god-devouring herb grow. It cannot thrive elsewhere, Jiang Mingyun replied with a gentle smile. Why? Ye Fei asked, skepticism evident in his tone. This place cannot even support plant life. How could it possibly yield heavenly materials? The god-devouring herb, as the name suggests, devours souls, and thus must grow in a place teeming with malevolent spirits. Jiang Mingyun explained. Ye Fei exclaimed, realizing that the god-devouring herb thrived by consuming souls. But there are no malevolent spirits here. He looked around, confirming the absence of such entities. The malevolent spirits here have already been collected by Huaqiang. You will soon understand the situation, Jiang Mingyun said, without elaborating further, continuing to guide her flying sword deeper into the valley. After flying several more miles, Jiang Mingyun finally came to a stop. At that moment, about 30 zhang ahead, stood a man clad in black robes, manipulating a black flag to contend with dozens of malevolent spirits before him. That man was none other than Huaqiang. Damn it! If it weren't for that Ye Fei, I wouldn't be laboring so hard. Huaqiang grumbled loudly as he struggled to absorb the malevolent spirits into his flag. Upon hearing his complaints, Jiang Mingyun cast a sidelong glance at Ye Fei, a bemused smile gracing her lips. I'm merely caught in the crossfire. Ye Fei awkwardly rubbed his nose in response. Can you handle this guy? Jiang Mingyun raised an eyebrow, inquiring. I should manage, Ye Fei replied. Does Shishu have other plans? To save time, we shall split up. You deal with him here while I go ahead to collect the remaining malevolent spirits. Jiang Mingyun explained with a smile. All right. Ye Fei nodded in agreement. With your abilities, you should be above Huaqiang. However, he is the son of Huorinli, the leader of the Rakshasa sect, and he possesses considerable skills. So do not underestimate him, Jiang Mingyun reminded him before parting ways. Once Jiang Mingyun departed, a smirk crept onto Ye Fei's face as he stealthily approached Huaqiang. In mere moments, he found himself within 7 or 8 zhang of Huaqiang. Who goes there? Just as Ye Fei was about to advance further, Huaqiang suddenly turned around, barking fiercely. Having just absorbed several malevolent spirits into his flag, he sensed Ye Fei's presence behind him. "What? You don't recognize me?" Ye Fei halted, a cheerful expression on his face. "Why, Ye Fei?" Huiqiang laughed heartily. "I was just looking for you. And here you are, presenting yourself on a silver platter. Truly, it is a stroke of luck. What do you want with me?" Ye Fei asked casually. "Of course. I want my Yin Luo banner back. You stole my Yin Luo banner and didn't even come here to collect the malevolent spirits, forcing me to use this half-finished product instead. It took me over 10 days to arrive here." Huiqiang fumed. Recalling the frustrating days he had experienced, he had anticipated that after seizing the Yin Luo banner, Ye Fei would come here to gather malevolent spirits, providing him the perfect opportunity to kill Ye Fei and reclaim the banner, thus securing the god-devouring herb without a hitch. However, he never expected to wait for several days without catching a glimpse of Ye Fei. Left with no choice, he had to resort to the half-finished product he had prepared beforehand. Due to its incomplete nature, the effectiveness of collecting malevolent spirits was vastly inferior to that of the Yin Luo banner. He could only draw on the spirits after expending half of their energy, resulting in significant effort and time lost along the way. I forgot to mention, the Yin Luo banner is not in my possession. Ye Fei shrugged nonchalantly. "Nonsense. I am certain you took the Yin Luo banner. Hand it over quickly, or I shall take action," Huiqiang threatened darkly. Recalling his failure to eliminate Ye Fei back in Qingyuan town only fueled his frustration. Had he acquired Ye Fei's portrait back then, Ye Fei would not have seen another day. "Even if I were to hand you the Yin Luo banner, would you spare me?" Ye Fei scoffed dismissively. "Of course not." Huiqiang grinned maliciously, stating it without a hint of disguise. "Then why waste words? Let's just fight." Ye Fei retorted, disinterested in further conversation. "Fine, since you seek death so eagerly, I shall grant you that wish." Huiqiang sneered, extending his right hand as a long spear manifested in his grasp. This spear, 7 feet long, was entirely blood-red, as if recently plucked from a pool of blood, exuding a strong stench of gore that was quite unsettling. Ye Fei, undeterred, retrieved his diamond umbrella, eager to test its power for the first time. Huiqiang, with a wicked grin, was the first to launch an attack, thrusting his spear towards Ye Fei, though separated by 7 or 8 zhong. As soon as Huiqiang thrust the spear, a shadow of blood shot forth, reaching Ye Fei in the blink of an eye. That was quick. Ye Fei was suddenly taken aback, swiftly unfurling his adamantine umbrella to shield himself. At that moment, he had yet to discern the nature of the menacing blood shadow before him. Bang! Just as Ye Fei positioned the umbrella in front of him, the blood shadow collided forcefully against it, producing a dull thud. Ye Fei's body was uncontrollably propelled backward, sliding 2 zhong away. As he retracted the umbrella, he felt a gust of wind behind him, accompanied by a pungent scent of blood. Unbeknownst to him, Huiqiang, who had been nearly 10 zhong away, had dashed to his rear, thrusting a spear towards him. Such incredible speed! A chill ran through Ye Fei's heart, and without a moment's hesitation, he activated his shadowless boots, leaping swiftly to the left to narrowly evade the attack. As he dodged, he dared not linger, taking another step to the left to increase the distance between himself and Huiqiang. He was curious about how Huiqiang, merely at the 9th level of qi refinement, could possess such remarkable swiftness. To his surprise, an ordinary disciple like you possesses spirit boots? Huiqiang was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Ye Fei evade. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that Ye Fei was adorned with a pair of pale blue spirit boots. "You're not too shabby yourself," Ye Fei remarked coldly, observing the fiery-footed Huiqiang, who was also clad in a pair of white boots, evidently enhancing his speed, perhaps even superior to his own. Realizing the source of Huiqiang's speed, Ye Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Achieving such velocity through external means was far better than Huiqiang possessing that speed innately. What of your spirit boots? Under the might of my bloodthirsty spear, you shall still meet your demise." Huiqiang sneered maliciously. "Blood arrow," he bellowed, channeling his inner energy and thrusting his spear once more towards Ye Fei. This time, dozens of blood-red arrows, each 2 inches long, surged forth from the spear's tip with astonishing speed, arriving in the blink of an eye. Adamantine blade. Ye Fei shouted fiercely, his arms surging with energy as he quickly expanded the adamantine umbrella before him. Simultaneously, he pressed a button on the handle with his right thumb. This button controlled the release of 36 flying blades concealed beneath the umbrella's canopy. As soon as he pressed the button, the 36 blades whirled out, launching towards Hua Chuyang in the distance. Meanwhile, the myriad blood arrows struck the adamantine umbrella, producing a series of resonant sounds as they were all deflected. Due to the recoil, Ye Fei slid back another 2 or 3 zhang. Once he regained his footing, he discovered that all 36 blades he had launched had been knocked away by Hua Chuyang. Pressing the button once more on the umbrella's handle, the blades returned to him as if summoned. Your umbrella is quite impressive. Hua Chuyang licked his lips, a glint of greed in his eyes, as he observed the adamantine umbrella successfully repel his blood arrows and unleash flying blades. Such a fine item, having laid eyes upon it, he would not let it slip away. Desire it. Then come, and seize it with your true prowess. Ye Fei regarded Hua Chuyang with disdain. How arrogant could he be? Coveting his treasure after merely 2 exchanges? Blood rain. Hua Chuyang yelled again, shaking his spear as he unleashed another volley of blood-colored orbs toward Ye Fei. Each thrust of the bloodthirsty spear sent forth numerous egg-sized crimson spheres, rapidly accumulating to hundreds, resembling a torrential downpour. Ye Fei did not underestimate the attack. He swiftly expanded the adamantine umbrella to fend off the blood-colored orbs while pressing the button on the handle once more. Immediately, 36 flying blades whirled out, targeting the area behind him. Ye Fei had discerned that Hua Chuyang was swiftly maneuvering to his rear. Ignoring what lay behind, Ye Fei pivoted his wrist, causing the adamantine umbrella to spin rapidly. A cacophony of collisions ensued as the hundreds of fireballs were deflected by the umbrella's swift rotation. Remarkably, Ye Fei remained stationary. Thanks to the umbrella's spinning force, at the same time, the 36 flying blades surged from 8 different directions, converging upon Hua Chuyang, who had just regained his balance, thus thwarting any opportunity for him to ambush Ye Fei. Damn it! Hua Chuyang cursed angrily, his bloodthirsty spear dancing before him, deflecting the flying blades with ease. The adamantine umbrella's defense was commendable, yet its offensive capabilities were lacking. Ye Fei sighed in resignation, pressing the button on the handle once more to retract the blades. He then focused his thoughts, transforming the adamantine umbrella into a spirit sword. Blood rain. Observing Ye Fei's change of weapon, Hua Chuyang grinned, launching hundreds of blood-colored orbs once more. Will you not use something different? Ye Fei scoffed, infusing his energy into the shadowless boots. With a quick flick of his toe, he soared into the air, leaping 2 zhang high to evade the onslaught effortlessly. Golden goose soars, elevated in the air. Ye Fei slashed his spirit sword downward, targeting Hua Chuyang, who was 5 to 6 zhang away. As the sword cleaved through the air, a golden ripple of sword energy surged towards Hua Chuyang. This golden ripple was swift and expansive. Hua Chuyang found it difficult to evade. In desperation, he yanked at the corner of his robe and waved it dramatically, releasing a swirling cloud of gray mist that enveloped him entirely. To Ye Fei's astonishment, his previously unwavering Iluo 9 swords dissipated into nothingness upon entering the black mist, failing to inflict any harm on Hua Chuyang. Golden rainbow pierces the SU and Ye Fei descended. He thrust his spirit sword once more toward Hua Chuyang. However, this attack also vanished into the mist, yielding no sound. Scatter. Just as Ye Fei prepared to strike again, Hua Chuyang's voice rang out from within the gray mist, and a multitude of ethereal figures emerged, revealing themselves as a dozen or so spectral souls. This was Ye Fei's first encounter with such phantoms. They resembled humans yet appeared translucent and insubstantial. However, they emanated a palpable energy, their presence comparable to cultivators at the 4th or 5th level of Qi refinement. As these souls surged toward Ye Fei, their mouths moved silently, as if articulating something. Though voiceless, an inexplicable force emanated from them, infiltrating Ye Fei's mind and momentarily dulling his thoughts. His hand, raised with the spirit sword, noticeably slowed. Die! Hua Chuyang suddenly shrieked from within the mist, as a blood-red spear thrust forth, aiming directly at Ye Fei's heart. Simultaneously, the dozen specters revealed their ghastly visages, lunging at Ye Fei with a speed that had more than doubled since their last attack. The sight of their ghastly countenances jolted Ye Fei awake. His heart racing. Widespread sweep. Ye Fei swung his spirit sword horizontally like a blade, while activating the shadowless boots to retreat at high speed. Although his strike was directed forward, the resulting sword energy arced like a crescent moon, protecting a vast area in front of him. Moreover, the sword energy expanded rapidly forward. In an instant, the spectral souls collided with the sword energy, vanishing without a sound as they were obliterated. Meanwhile, Yuanying's spear, following closely behind, was similarly deflected upon contact with the sword energy. Yuanying let out a cry of anguish, his body sent sprawling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. How is this possible? You are merely at the 9th level of Qi refinement. How can you unleash such a formidable strike? Yuanying struggled to rise, his face contorted in a fierce grimace. What is wrong? Are you afraid? Ye Fei raised an eyebrow, a mocking expression adorning his features. Afraid? Yuanying erupted into laughter. This is merely the beginning. Soon, I shall unveil my true capabilities. With that, he stowed away the bloodthirsty spear he took pride in, and with a flicker of his consciousness, the half-finished Yin Luo banner materialized in his hand. He spun his wrist, causing the unfinished Yin Luo banner to shake vigorously. With each tremor, 10 vengeful spirits surged forth, hurtling toward Ye Fei in the blink of an eye. Hundreds of these spirits materialized before him, with more continuously emerging. Faced with the overwhelming horde, Ye Fei felt a shiver run down his spine. He brandished his spirit sword, cleaving through the onslaught. Yet, even with the prowess of the 9 swords of Li Luo, he found himself struggling against the relentless tide of spirits. Ye Fei grew increasingly beleaguered. Yuanying smirked wickedly, biting down on his tongue to draw forth a mouthful of blood, which he then splattered onto the half-finished Yin Luo banner. Instantly, his complexion turned ashen, his body swaying as he battled the weakness within. Gritting his teeth, he bellowed, "Spirit, arise!" With a swift motion, he directed the banner toward Ye Fei. In the next moment, 3 towering phantoms, each wielding a massive axe and exuding a fearsome aura, erupted from the banner, charging toward Ye Fei. Impressive. Ye Fei, engaged in combat with the spirits, felt a jolt of apprehension upon witnessing these 3 specters. Their power rivaled that of the Foundation Establishment Cultivator, a level he could scarcely contend with. Let alone 3. Desperation surged within him. After dispatching the spirits in front of him, Ye Fei extended his left hand, summoning a small sword-shaped talisman. Go. With the 3 phantoms closing in, he wasted no time. Unleashing the power of the golden sword talisman, in an instant, 3 beams of golden light shot forth, piercing the 3 phantoms and reducing them to nothingness. The golden rays dispersed. The talisman in Ye Fei's hand shattered. Its power expended. You possess talismans. Yuanying's eyes brimmed with resentment as he beheld his secret weapon dismantled so easily. The summoning of 3 phantoms had nearly drained his vital energy, leaving him too weak to continue fighting. He could barely stand at this point. Since you lack the strength to fight, prepare to meet your end. Seeing Yuanying's weakened state, Ye Fei smirked, raising his sword to deliver the final blow. To his surprise, Yuanying did not evade the impending strike. You underestimate me. Yuanying. He laughed maniacally, his eyes filled with hatred. With a powerful throw of his right hand, he launched 2 fiery, round beads toward Ye Fei. Simultaneously, he summoned the last vestiges of his energy to propel himself backward with his spirit boots. Not good. Upon seeing the beads, Ye Fei immediately sensed the danger. However, everything transpired too swiftly for him to evade. He could only watch as the beads drew nearer. You wish to kill me, Yuanying. You are not worthy. Yuanying cackled as the beads approached Ye Fei, just as his laughter subsided. 2 deafening explosions resonated from Ye Fei's direction, followed by a tremendous shockwave that sent Yuanying staggering. Humph, I refuse to believe that 2 fire thunder beads cannot obliterate you. Yuanying scoffed. Confident in the destructive power of the beads crafted by his father, Rinli, he believed that even a Foundation establishment cultivator would be gravely injured by such an attack after consuming a medicinal pill. Chiang slowly approached the site of the earlier explosion. Upon arrival, he found the area eerily vacant, devoid of any traces of life. He was not surprised. He knew the Fire Thunder beads could easily pulverize a Qi refinement cultivator's body. Wait, has even the spirit tool been obliterated? As Chiang surveyed the scene, he grew puzzled by the absence of any remnants. A nagging feeling told him something was amiss. Could that brat have survived? Impossible, he was too close to escape. His brows furrowed in suspicion as he scanned his surroundings. Are you searching for me? At that moment, Ye Fei's mocking voice echoed from behind him. Chiang whirled around, and upon seeing Ye Fei, sword in hand, standing behind him, his body trembled in shock that why you're still alive. Chiang's voice quivered. As you said, to kill me. You are not yet qualified. Why Ye Fei's expression hardened as he thrust his sword forward. Piercing through Chiang's skull, in an instant, blood erupted forth, and Chiang fell lifelessly to the ground. His body sprawled in a pool of red and white. Fortunately, in that moment of peril, Ye Fei had managed to take refuge within the Qinglong sword, narrowly avoiding demise. Otherwise, even if he had succeeded in refining his body, it would have been his end as he reached to claim Chiang's storage ring. A yellow talisman suddenly shot forth from beneath Chiang's corpse, transforming into a flash of yellow light that vanished into the horizon. What was that? Ye Fei halted, a look of puzzlement crossing his face. However, he quickly dismissed it, extending his right hand to retrieve Chiang's storage ring. After securing the ring, Ye Fei did not rush to inspect it but summoned his flying sword, heading toward the depths of the soul-devouring valley. Outside the Divine Feather Secret Realm, aboard the ship of the Rakshasa sect, Rinli suddenly opened his eyes. His expression darkened with fury. Through the bloodline connection, he sensed the demise of his son, Chiang. Who did this? Who killed my son? In that moment, he could no longer contain the pain and rage within him, unleashing a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the outer reaches of the Divine Feather Valley. Hearing this furious cry, the Yuanying elders meditating aboard the ships opened their eyes, gazing toward the direction of the Rakshasa sect's vessel. Their expressions varied. Meanwhile, Luo Ying's lips curled into a subtle smile, revealing an enchanting grin. Within the Divine Feather Secret Realm, Ye Fei piloted his flying sword deeper into the realm, soon spotting a white figure ahead. It was Jiang Mingyun, seated with her eyes closed, seemingly waiting for him. You have underestimated your opponent, she cautioned as Ye Fei dismounted from the sword. A cultivator's last-ditch effort is often their most formidable. You should have exercised more caution. Clearly, she had been observing the battle between Ye Fei and Chiang. Thank you for the reminder, Master Jiang. I shall heed your advice in the future. Ye Fei expressed his gratitude. Now, go and retrieve the soul-devouring herb. Jiang Mingyun rose to her feet, casting a fleeting glance at Ye Fei before leading the way ahead, after traversing a mere 10 or so zhang. The pair arrived before a towering stone wall. This marked the terminus of the soul-devouring valley. The stone wall loomed to a height of 100 zhang. As Ye Fei tilted his head to gaze upward, he discovered a palm-sized, dark red herb growing at a height of several zhang above them. Despite its modest size, the herb bore 2 caps. Is this the soul-devouring herb? Ye Fei inquired with curiosity. Not quite, Jiang Mingyun replied with a gentle shake of her head. Not quite? Ye Fei expressed his confusion. The herb was clearly before them. How could it not be? Moreover, its form resembled the description within the jade slip he had obtained. Hand me that semi-finished Yin Luo banner, Jiang Mingyun requested, extending her delicate hand towards Ye Fei. Without uttering a word, Ye Fei retrieved the semi-finished Yin Luo banner from Chiang's storage ring and gently placed it in Jiang Mingyun's hand. Now, watch closely, she said, as she began to rotate her wrist, manipulating the Yin Luo banner. As the banner spun, a multitude of souls emerged from within. To Ye Fei's astonishment, as soon as these souls flew out, crimson threads descended from above, ensnaring them one by one, and then yanking them abruptly into the A.I.R.Y. Ye Fei looked up to find that these threads were indeed emitted by the soul-devouring herb. The souls that had been pulled away were swiftly drawn into the two pulsating caps of the herb. In truth, the souls appeared as mere wisps of smoke before it, easily absorbed into its caps. The herb's speed of consumption was remarkable, even surpassing that of Jiang Mingyun's release of souls. Within mere breaths, no souls remained to fly out from the semi-finished Yin Luo banner. That you've squandered quite a number of souls, Jiang Mingyun remarked with an exasperated glare directed at Ye Fei upon noticing their swift depletion. Subsequently, she focused her mind and retrieved the genuine Yin Luo banner. Maintaining her previous actions, she released all the souls contained within it. Compared to the semi-finished version, this banner held a far greater number of souls, including 4 ghostly entities. Even though these spirits possessed foundational strength, they were utterly defenseless against the crimson threads, quickly consumed by the soul-devouring herb. As it absorbed the souls, the herb's color deepened, ultimately culminating in a pitch-black hue. The moment this blackness formed, the soul-devouring herb ceased its consumption. Observing this, Jiang Mingyun collected the unabsorbed souls back into the Yin Luo banner. "This is the true essence of the soul-devouring herb," she declared, pointing at the holy blackened herb. "Must it always be like this?" Ye Fei inquired with curiosity. He was grateful for Jiang Mingyun's presence. Had he ventured here alone, he would have undoubtedly plucked it without hesitation. Indeed, this is a necessary step for the maturation of the soul-devouring herb, Jiang Mingyun confirmed with a smile. "So, can we now harvest it directly?" Ye Fei probed tentatively that "It is now ready for harvest." Jiang Mingyun affirmed, "It won't bite. Will it?" Ye Fei shuddered at the memory of the herb consuming souls. "Fear not. It only feeds on souls and poses no threat to anything else. It is merely a plant," Jiang Mingyun explained with a smile. Reassured by the absence of danger, Ye Fei took a leap and began to scale the stone-walled in the blink of an eye. He reached the soul-devouring herb, grasping it with his right hand and plucking it from the ground. Having harvested it, will it still be able to grow here again? Ye Fei inquired, examining the soul-devouring herb in his hand. "Rest assured, it has already released a significant number of spores. In 20 years, another will sprout in this very spot," Jiang Mingyun replied. "Releasing many spores ensures the growth of a new one," Ye Fei asked, placing the soul-devouring herb into the Qinglong's sword. "Indeed, this herb is quite unique. A low-tier realm can only produce one," Jiang Mingyun elucidated with a smile. "Surely, the heavenly Tao is rather abnormal," Ye Fei remarked. Glancing skyward in exasperation, "Do not dare to speak ill of the heavenly Tao. Be wary of its retribution," Jiang Mingyun chided, casting a disapproving look at Ye Fei. "We should make our exit. It seems the others from the Rakshasa sect have not arrived and are likely causing mischief outside. We must hasten to find that girl Yun. We cannot afford any unforeseen mishaps." Jiang Mingyun expressed her concern. With that, she summoned her flying sword and took to the skies, carrying Ye Fei out of the soul-devouring valley. As they soared, Ye Fei calculated that it had been 17 days since the opening of the Divine Feather Secret Realm. By now, disciples from various sects had undoubtedly made some gains. Upon exiting the soul-devouring valley, Ye Fei and Jiang Mingyun chose a random direction and commenced their search. Unlike before, this time they gathered medicinal herbs along the way. Thanks to Jiang Mingyun's formidable spiritual awareness, their movements went unnoticed throughout their journey. Sensing that they were in no immediate danger, Ye Fei retrieved Hua Chuyang's storage ring. Surely, it contained valuable treasures, he thought, filled with anticipation. After all, Hua Chuyang's status promised that its contents would be nothing short of impressive. Indeed, as Ye Fei scanned the contents with his spiritual awareness, a satisfied smile spread across his face. 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones, 3 spirit artifacts, 6 magical tools, 4 vials of elixirs, over 200 medicinal herbs, 2 volumes of techniques, 1 jade slip map, and 2 jade tokens. For a cultivator in the refining stage, this wealth was exceedingly substantial. However, the absence of the Fire Thunder Pearl left Ye Fei somewhat disappointed. After the consumption of that golden sword talisman, he had lost his means to contend with foundational cultivators. "What is this map?" Ye Fei furrowed his brow upon examining the jade slip map. He discovered that the map contained within was also of the Divine Feather Secret Realm, albeit with some discrepancies compared to the one in his possession. it appear to be more detailed, with two locations marked distinctly. One was the soul-devouring valley, and the other was the joyous gate. While Ye Fei was familiar with the former, the latter was entirely unknown to him. Upon scrutinizing the location of the joyous gate, he noted that it lay within an area densely populated by demonic beasts, virtually inaccessible to ordinary individuals if time permits. It would be wise to investigate further. Retrieving his spiritual awareness, Ye Fei resolved in his heart. Since the Temple of Arrays is rumored to house extraordinary treasures, the Joyous Gate likely harbors its own secrets as well. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Mingyun led Ye Fei through the secret realm for half a day's journey. Surprisingly, despite encountering numerous disciples from other sects along the way, not a single disciple from the Carefree sect was in sight. This absence stirred an ominous premonition within both of them. Could something truly have gone awry? Jiang Mingyun murmured, her heart inexplicably anxious. Historically, large-scale conflict between sects typically unfolded in the final days of such events. Yet now, it was still relatively early. It should be fine. Perhaps everyone from the sect has gathered together. Let's continue searching, Ye Fei reassured her. That will have to suffice, she conceded. Jiang Mingyun let out a soft sigh, causing the speed of the flying sword beneath her to quicken slightly. After half a day of traversing a significant portion of the Divine Feather Secret Realm with Ye Fei, they finally discerned the traces of the disciples from the Xiaoyao sect. At that moment, these disciples were besieged by members of 3 sects atop a mountain. These sects were the Luocha sect, the Kuchin Temple, and the Baiyue cult, with a combined total of nearly 120 disciples. In stark contrast, the Xiaoyao sect had dwindled to only 42 members. Fortunately, Jiang Yun was among the group on the mountaintop, remaining safe and sound, which caused Jiang Mingyun to exhale in relief. They were encircled about a mile ahead, but were currently secure. After pausing by a tree, Jiang Mingyun recounted the situation she had perceived with her divine sense to Ye Fei. Why are these 3 sects surrounding us? The Xiaoyao sect? Ye Fei inquired in confusion. I am not entirely certain. Since the 3 sects have allied, there must be some underlying circumstances we are unaware of. However, given the number of opponents, it may prove challenging for us to rescue them, Jiang Mingyun replied, her brow furrowing deeply. If they were outside the secret realm, she would undoubtedly be unafraid. Even if more foes appeared, she could easily manage. Yet within this realm, she found herself in a predicament. She had just observed that among the 3 sects, there were 30 disciples at the 9th level of Qi refinement alone. Even though she was stronger than the average disciple at that level, it was still impossible for her to confront them all simultaneously. Has Master Uncle forgotten about Yun's unique constitution? Ye Fei asked with a smile. In Xiang's body, Jiang Mingyun suddenly realized something, her eyes sparkling with insight. Indeed, if we harness the power of the beasts, it would certainly suffice to give those 3 sects disciples a run for their money. Ye Fei grinned mischievously, then produced a communication jade token and spoke a few words into it. Subsequently, he stowed the token away and entered the Qinglong sword alongside Jiang Mingyun. Once inside the Qinglong sword, mere moments passed before the ground began to tremble. Countless beasts began to converge on the hillside where Jiang Yun was located. Owing to the abundance of beasts within the secret realm, thousands soon surrounded the base of the slope. What is happening? The sudden change unsettled the disciples of the 3 sects below. The beast tide must be upon us. We must charge out quickly, or we will surely meet our doom. As the number of beasts swelled, someone among the disciples finally shouted. Following this exclamation, the disciples of the 3 sects could no longer afford to concern themselves with the Xiaoyao sect behind them, hastily gathering their magical treasures to make their escape. This scene was observed by Jiang Yun from her elevated vantage point. A smile graced her lips as she subtly donned a pink belly band with a flick of her delicate hand. Meanwhile, the disciples at the base of the mountain had already engaged in battle with the beasts. You truly have a clever mind, Jiang Mingyun remarked, having already emerged from the Qinglong sword, casting a sidelong glance at Ye Fei and giving him a thumbs up. The two had stealthily reached the mountainside, eagerly watching the fierce skirmish below. Although the 3 sects had numerical advantage, the beasts far outnumbered them. Within just a few breaths, over a dozen disciples from the 3 sects had fallen. It was evident that the cost of their attempted escape would be significant. In their rage, The disciples of the three sects failed to notice that some of the peripheral beasts had begun to retreat. The only reason the beasts they were facing did not withdraw was due to their aggressive counterattacks. After all, beasts possess their own ferocity. It is only natural to retaliate when provoked. Enough of this. We must ascend and inquire about the situation, Jiang Mingyun urged, losing interest in the spectacle. With a sense of resignation, Ye Fei had no choice but to retract Jiang Mingyun into the Qinglong sword and hastily ascend to the mountaintop. As he reached the summit, he was spotted by Du Yuan, who stood at the forefront. "Master Uncle Yi," Du Yuan exclaimed excitedly, waving at him. Ye Fei smiled in response, and, with a few agile movements, arrived at the side of the group. "Master Uncle Yi, how did you make it up here?" Du Yuan questioned curiously, noting the absence of any battle marks on Ye Fei. "I had been lurking behind this group." Taking advantage of the chaos to slip away, Ye Fei replied casually, fabricating an excuse. "What is happening here? Why are you all besieged?" After providing his own explanation, Ye Fei inquired further. "Damn it, Master Uncle Yi. You are unaware of the situation. We have been betrayed by a traitor." Du Yuan immediately responded, his face a mask of indignation. "A traitor?" Ye Fei furrowed his brow. "Indeed, that scoundrel Jiang Feng." He handed over the sensing jade token to the Luocha sect, which allowed them to discover our location. As of now, 28 of our brothers have already perished at their hands. Du Yuan lamented, growing increasingly aggrieved. "How did you all manage to gather together?" Ye Fei asked. Intrigued, before entering the secret realm, the sect leader instructed us that our primary task upon entry was to assemble at the center of the realm, then collectively consume the chiffon herb and gather spiritual herbs. Little did we expect to be betrayed by Jiang Feng, resulting in such significant losses and attracting the assault of these three sections were it not for Master Uncle's possession of a talisman. We would have surely perished by now, Du Yuan explained, gritting his teeth, judging by his expression. If Jiang Feng were present, Du Yuan would undoubtedly devour him whole. That it appears that the Kuchin Temple and the Baiyue cult have allied with the Luocha sect. Ye Fei surmised, piecing together the information provided by Du Yuan. "Master Uncle Yi, what should be our next course of action?" After Du Yuan finished explaining, a tall youth clad in white approached and inquired respectfully. This individual was Feng Pu, the foremost disciple of the Xiaoyao sect within the Qi refinement period, who had consistently surpassed Jiang Feng. "Have you all consumed the chiffon herb?" Ye Fei asked. "That we have all consumed it. And we have also gathered some spiritual herbs, albeit in limited quantity," Feng Pu replied respectfully. "Since you have already consumed the chiffon herb, do not venture elsewhere. Hand over all your positioning jade tokens. Then retreat into the mountain's depths. That I will come to escort you when the secret realm nears its conclusion," Ye Fei decided after conferring with Jiang Mingyun within the Qinglong sword. "Will the sect leader punish us?" Feng Pu said, casting a glance at the others, looking somewhat troubled. After all, he did not possess the authority to make such a decision. "That I hold the highest rank here. My word is final. Once we are outside, I will explain everything to the sect leader and master. You need not worry. What you must do now is to hide quickly. I will handle the rest," Ye Fei asserted decisively. Seeing this, the others had no choice but to comply, swiftly employing the earth escape technique to burrow 50 zhang underground. This depth was already quite secure, as cultivators of the Qi refinement stage could not detect them. "Senior Brother Yi, I wish to accompany you." Jiang Yin unexpectedly followed Ye Fei as he emerged from below. "You should stay here. It is safe." Ye Fei hastily waved his hand. He intended to go to the Huanimen and did not wish to carry a burden. "I do not want to stay here. I want to follow Senior Brother Yi. Please take me with you," Jiang Yin pleaded, grasping Ye Fei's arm and rubbing her softness against it. "The place I am going is quite perilous." While the sensation was delightful, Ye Fei dared not act recklessly with Jiang Mingyun watching within the Qinglong sword. Quickly withdrawing his arm, "I am not afraid. I will go. Besides, I am quite capable and will surely be of assistance." Jiang Yiyun insisted, once more grasping Ye Fei's arm. "Let her follow," Jiang Mingyun interjected. Just as Ye Fei was about to refuse, Jiang Mingyun conveyed her thoughts to him. "Very well, you may accompany me," given Jiang Mingyun's insistence. Ye Fei found it difficult to decline and reluctantly agreed. "Brother Yi, Those individuals have returned. As the two reached the mountainside, they noticed the disciples of the three sections, although their numbers had been significantly reduced. They had sensed the unusual behavior of the demonic beasts and ceased their attacks. They began to withdraw. With their retreat and abandonment of the assault, the demonic beasts paid them no heed and also retreated. Let us do it again. Ye Fei glanced at Jiang Yun with a mischievous grin. All right, Jiang Yun replied, her charming smile emerging as she discreetly stowed away the protective garment that concealed her alluring scent. Oh, grr! Mere moments later, the previously retreating demonic beasts abruptly halted, raising their heads to emit a series of howls. Subsequently, these creatures turned and began to encircle Jiang Yun once more. The sky and ground were shrouded in darkness, creating a truly terrifying spectacle. What on earth is happening? The remaining 50 or so disciples of the three sects suddenly changed their expressions, exclaiming in alarm. Damn it! Let's head up the mountain. We cannot allow those rascals from the Xiaoyao sect to gain the upper hand. After a moment of deliberation, they exchanged glances and hastily made their way toward the mountain peak, intent on dragging the Xiaoyao sect disciples down with them. However, their reactions and speed were no match for the swift demonic beasts. Before they could even reach the mountainside, they were pursued by a pack of bloodthirsty bats, a second-tier demonic species. As the bloodthirsty bats closed in, the disciples of the three sects had no choice but to grit their teeth and draw their magical artifacts to defend themselves. Thus, they found themselves entangled with these bloodthirsty bats. Within just a few breaths, other demonic beasts arrived in succession. The remaining disciples of the three sects were completely surrounded by the beasts. This time, those fellows should not be able to escape. Observing the situation, Ye Fei, who had retreated to the mountain peak, quickly urged Jiang Yun to don her garment. But a quarter of an hour later, when the two descended from the peak, all the demonic beasts had already retreated. Below the mountainside lay a scene drenched in crimson, with severed limbs and scattered remains strewn across the ground. Among the fallen were both cultivators and demonic beasts, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a hellish nightmare. This all over. Gazing at the gruesome sight before her, Jiang Yun appeared not terrified, but rather somewhat exhilarated. Not satisfied yet, Ye Fei felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. How boring. They haven't even made a move yet. Jiang Yun pouted. To her remark, Ye Fei couldn't help but twitch his lips. This could hardly be called not making a move. So many lives have been lost, and she still calls it not making a move. These individuals are truly unfortunate, with so many at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Not a single one could withstand the onslaught. It seems this bounty will now fall into our hands. After casting another glance at the numerous corpses, Ye Fei sighed with regret. He then summoned his flying sword, and together with Jiang Yun, began collecting the storage equipment of the fallen, along with some scattered magical artifacts. Simultaneously, they also gathered a considerable amount of material from the demonic beast. Ye Fei even covertly transferred numerous corpses into the Azure Dragon Sword to hasten the growth of the spirit-washing tree. The two spent half an hour scouring the battlefield. At this point, they each held 50 to 60 storage bags in their hands. Eventually, they found a clear patch of ground and dumped the contents of all the storage bags in one go. Staring at the mountainous pile of spirit stones, spiritual herbs, and magical artifacts, Jiang Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. Are all of these ours? She asked, somewhat incredulous. Upon closer inspection, she found over 20,000 spirit stones alone, along with more than 1,000 spiritual herbs and over 100 magical artifacts. Let us gather them. We still have another destination to reach. Ye Fei reminded her, and with a flick of his consciousness, he stored all the items within his storage ring. Where are we going? Jiang Yun inquired with curiosity. Have you heard of the Huanx sect? Ye Fei casually asked. Huanx sect? Jiang Yun's eyes sparkled with interest. Ye Fei hadn't anticipated that upon mentioning the Huanx sect, Jiang Yun would reveal an expression of astonishment. What is it? You've heard of the Huanx sect? Ye Fei asked. Intrigued that I've heard of it, Jiang Yun hesitated before nodding. What exactly is this Huanx sect? Upon learning that Jiang Yun was aware of the Huanx sect, Ye Fei instantly became excited. Well, when Ye Fei inquired about the nature of the Huanx sect, Jiang Yiyun's cheeks flushed crimson as she fumbled for words. Is it inconvenient to discuss? Ye Fei asked, somewhat puzzled. Not exactly. It said that everyone in the Huanying sect is skilled in dual cultivation, each possessing extraordinary abilities, and it has been lost to history for countless years, Jiang Yiyun explained, feeling a tad embarrassed at the mention of dual cultivation. I see, Ye Fei replied, awkwardly, scratching his nose. Brother Yi, do you know the location of the Huanying sect? Jiang Yiyun asked, her beautiful eyes gleaming with curiosity. It's worth noting that the Huanying sect only exists in legend. She had stumbled upon it in a collection from the Luoyuan Merchant Association. Even within the entirety of the Divine Dragon Continent, very few are privy to its existence. Take a look at this. Since they were travel together, Ye Fei decided to be forthright and handed Jiang Yiyun a jade slip containing a map. It really is here. After examining the jade slip, Jiang Yiyun's eyes widened in amazement. It should be. I obtained this jade slip from someone else, Ye Fei explained. Having said that, he summoned his flying sword and, along with Jiang Yiyun, soared towards the direction indicated on the map. A day later, the two arrived before a towering peak. According to the markings on the map, the Huanying sect was located beside a ravine at the mountainside of this peak. However, to the naked eye, there were no signs of any structures, only swarms of demonic beasts. Although most of the demonic beasts here were the first tier, their sheer numbers were staggering. One could encounter one every few steps. Even in the air, numerous flying demonic beasts were present. Attempting to fly directly over was clearly unfeasible. Strangely, these demonic beasts only surrounded the mountain peak, with very few on the outskirts. There must be something unusual within the mountain. Ye Fei furrowed his brows, maneuvering his flying sword around the perimeter of the peak. With so many demonic beasts, we can't get in. Jiang Yiyun also wore a worried expression. Elder Jiang, should I let Yiyun come in? Noticing that Jiang Yiyun was unable to enter the mountain, Ye Fei divided a strand of his consciousness and inquired Jiang Mengyun within the Azure Dragon Sword. Let her in. She recognized my current appearance. Jiang Mengyun nodded with a smile. Since Jiang Mengyun was unperturbed about being discovered by Jiang Yiyun, Ye Fei felt reassured. After discussing with Jiang Yiyun, he brought her into the Azure Dragon Sword. Where is this? Why is there another sister here? Upon entering the Azure Dragon Sword, Jiang Yiyun was utterly astonished by her surroundings. Let this sister explain. I need to focus on my journey, Ye Fei said, unsure of how to elaborate, thus leaving the matter to Jiang Mengyun. Sister, can you tell me where this is? Jiang Yiyun exhibited no sense of reservation, eagerly stepping forward to grasp Jiang Mengyun's arm, affectionately calling her sister. The utterance of this term left both Ye Fei and Jiang Mengyun with expressions laden with annoyance. Avoid disturbing Ye Fei. Jiang Mengyun led Jiang Yiyun aside. Ye Fei, disinterested in the two, effortlessly dispatched a wisp of his consciousness to manipulate the now dust-like Qinglong sword, sending it drifting into the mountains. Remarkably, this method proved effective. The Qinglong sword, reduced to mere particles, could glide past the watchful eyes of the monstrous beasts without arousing suspicion. Thus, Ye Fei guided the Qinglong sword, adhering to the map's coordinates, toward the ravine. Half an hour later, a speck of dust materialized beside a ravine on the mountainside. This was precisely the location marked on the map. His surprise, an innate concealment formation surrounded this area. And no wonder, when they had been outside, they had failed to notice the hidden path. A voice echoed. Ye Fei emerged from the Qinglong sword, accompanied by Jiang Mengyun and Jiang Yiyun. Before them lay not only a ravine, but also a lengthy path of bluish stone. This stone path wound along the mountainside and turned a corner not far ahead, its end obscured from view. Moreover, being within the concealment formation, no monstrous beasts were present. Let us proceed forward. Perhaps something awaits us ahead. After surveying the surroundings and finding no obvious entrance, Ye Fei led the two women along the stone path. The path was extensive, and after winding for 2 or 3 miles, they finally reached its terminus. Their astonishment, the end of the stone path revealed a verdant platform brimming with the essence of spring. The platform measured approximately 10 zhang in width and nearly 40 zhang in length, with a mountain stream at its edge and a broad stone pathway running through its center. Nestled against the mountainside were 4 caves, while the opposite side boasted a medicinal garden about 2 zhang wide. This garden not only housed various spiritual herbs, but also featured herbs of considerable quality. Near the stone path's edge, a row of plants adorned with pink blossoms thrived. "What flowers are these? They smell delightful," Jiang Yun exclaimed. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the fragrant pink blossoms. "I have no idea. It's my first time encountering them," Jiang Mingyun replied, shaking her head. "I too have never seen them. They likely are not spiritual herbs, just ordinary plants." Ye Fei shrugged, casually remarking. Since they were unfamiliar with the flowers, the trio chose not to dwell on it and continued forward. "Is this truly the old site of the Huanyazong? It appears rather shabby," Jiang Yun remarked disdainfully, eyeing the solitary row of caves. "Regardless of its appearance, as long as there are treasures, it suffices," Ye Fei replied with a faint smile as he stepped into the first cave. "What a massive bed!" Upon entering the cave, Ye Fei was momentarily taken aback. The cave was about 2 zhang deep and 3 zhang wide, furnished with an enormous wooden bed measuring 1 zhang by 3 zhang. "This bed is excessively large. How many people could sleep on it?" Jiang Yun mused, her sentiments echoing Ye Fei's astonishment. Seeing that the cave contained nothing but the wooden bed, the trio proceeded to the second cave. This one was similarly sized, functioning as an alchemy chamber. However, apart from a damaged alchemical furnace, it was devoid of any other items. With no luck, they ventured into the third cave, which resembled a study. It contained several rows of bookshelves, but alas, they were all empty. After finding nothing of interest in the third cave, the trio moved on to the fourth cave. Compared to the previous 3, this cave was significantly larger, measuring 2 zhang deep and 7 or 8 zhang wide. Against the back wall, a row of meditation cushions was arranged. There were as many as 18. In the center of the cave rested a stone table upon which lay a jade slip. Other than that, the cave was barren. "I wonder what is recorded in this jade slip." Yes, soon as she spotted it, Jiang Yun hurried over and picked it up. However, after merely glancing at it, her face flushed crimson, and she quickly returned the jade slip to its place. "What was it?" Ye Fei inquired, perplexed by Jiang Yun's reaction. "If you wish to know, you may look for yourself," she replied. Her cheeks still flushed as she dashed outside. Witnessing her embarrassment, both Ye Fei and Jiang Mingyun exchanged bewildered glances. In their pursuit of understanding, they each probed the jade slip with their consciousness. Huanyagong, as soon as their consciousness penetrated the jade slip, a cultivation method named Huanyagong flooded their minds. Upon reading its contents, the faces of Ye Fei and Jiang Mingyun turned as red as Jiang Yun's had been. It was astonishingly a dual cultivation technique, complete with not only mantras but also illustrations. The illustrations were exquisitely detailed, almost lifelike, and quite explicit, revealing intimate details of both genders, along with various enticing postures. They were all inexperienced. Having never encountered such material, they hastily withdrew from the cave after their brief glimpse. For reasons unknown, as they exited the cave, a warmth began to envelop them. "Why is it so hot?" Jiang Yun, having exited first, felt the heat more intensely. Her clothing clung to her skin, drenched in perspiration, accentuating her figure. "I could see the sight of this." Ye Fei's breath quickened, his eyes turning a deep crimson. Jiang Mingyun, too, felt a stirring within her as her beautiful gaze shimmered with an unfamiliar allure. Initially mild, the sensation soon escalated, becoming increasingly difficult for the 3 to suppress. Unconsciously, they gravitated toward the first cave, rushing toward the massive wooden beam. In the throes of heated breaths, they disregarded everything else and became entwined. Although Jiang Mingyun held the highest cultivation level, her reactions were the most intense. The intricate postures she had glimpsed in the jade slip were all enacted with Ye Fei, strangely enough, amidst the haze of confusion and devoid of rational thought. The Huanyagong mantra began to operate autonomously within their bodies after they assumed those postures. The more they exercised the Huanyagong mantra, the greater their exhilaration became, making it increasingly difficult to return to their previous state. As the mantra circulated, a cool stream of energy flowed through their bodies. Ye Fei, having reached a bottleneck in his cultivation, experienced little change. Jiang Yun was similarly unaffected, remaining at the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage. However, Jiang Mingyun distinctly felt her cultivation surge significantly. From being in the mid-Yuanying stage, her level rapidly ascended to the late Yuanying stage at a visibly alarming rate. In just 2 days, they emerged from the trance-like state, slightly bewildered. After a brief moment of confusion, they quickly dressed and exited the cave. Tea must be these flowers, Jiang Mingyun pondered, gazing at the unfamiliar pink blossoms in the medicinal garden. Feeling an inexplicable sentiment swell within her. Let us not concern ourselves with these flowers. We should gather all these spiritual herbs, Jiang Yun suggested, pointing at the herbs. Let's transplant them into the Qinglong sword. You can use these herbs for alchemy in the future, sparing you the need to contribute to the sect. Jiang Mingyun delicately tilted her head, casting her gaze towards Ye Fei. In response, Ye Fei expressed no objections. Before long, the trio commenced their actions, dedicating half an hour to transplanting all the spiritual herbs into the Qinglong sword. Notably, Ye Fei also decided to transplant a few specimens of the unidentified flowers. Believing that their ability to ensnare Jiang Mingyun, who was at the Nascent Soul stage, indicated their complexity, he resolved to keep them for further study, as they might yield intriguing discoveries. Observing Ye Fei transplanting the flowers, the two women refrained from intervening, though their expressions grew somewhat uneasy. After completing the transplantation of the medicinal materials, Ye Fei proceeded to the fourth cave, retrieving the jade slip within before leading the two women away from the location. Upon their return to the chasm through which they had entered, Ye Fei guided them into the Qinglong sword. An hour later, the three of them successfully boarded the flying sword, departing from the area and embarking on an extensive collection of spiritual herbs within the secret realm. With Jiang Mingyun's presence, they managed to gather over 1,000 spiritual herbs in merely 3 days, a truly bountiful harvest. Let us proceed to retrieve those disciples, he remarked, noting that the distance to the center of the secret realm would take several days to traverse. Calculating the time, it appeared to be just right. Acknowledging their considerable haul, Jiang Mingyun reminded him of the time. The celestial feather secret realm, although entered randomly, required one to exit from its center, which was a factor contributing to the high casualty rates among disciples from various sections. Otherwise, they could have simply hidden away until the end. However, with a fixed teleportation array in place, such a strategy became unfeasible. Should the secret realm conclude without a successful teleportation, one would be directly annihilated by the heavenly path, leaving no chance for survival. Thus, even as the final days proved perilous, everyone was compelled to gather towards the center. Given that Jiang Mingyun was unsuitable for exposure, she entered the Qinglong sword upon their return. Meanwhile, Ye Fei, accompanied by Jiang Yun, successfully arrived at the mount where the disciples of the Xianyao sect were located after a day's journey. Everyone, come forth, he called out from atop the mountain, within mere breaths. The remaining 41 members of the Xianyao sect emerged from below ground. Why, Yisher Shu, are we to return now? Fang Pu inquired respectfully as he approached. The secret realm is nearing its end. We must not tarry. Ye Fei replied with a nod. What of our gains from this expedition? Fang Pu hesitated, wanting to voice his concerns. Rest assured, I have procured a substantial amount of spiritual herbs during this time. Sufficient for our requirements. Ye Fei reassured him with a smile, patting the storage ring on his hand. Thank you. Yisher Shu, Fang Pu's expression brightened, his worries alleviated. Subsequently, the group did not linger any longer, following Ye Fei as they began to converge towards the center of the secret realm. Among them were 8 at the 9th level of Qi refinement, 25 at the 8th level, and 8 at the 7th level. Including himself and Jiang Yun, their total numbered 40-3. As he walked ahead, Ye Fei swept his consciousness over the disciples one by one, pondering the potential unforeseen circumstances that might arise upon reaching the central area of the secret realm. He feared that with so few members from the Xianyao sect, they might not be adequately equipped to handle any threats. Thus, he resolved to devise a comprehensive strategy. Qianqian, yield to me, for if you do not, you know well the consequences that await. 2 days later. As Ye Fei and his companions approached the edge of a forest, they were greeted by the lewd laughter of a man emanating from within. Brother Liu, please maintain your decorum. A female, voice interjected. Upon hearing that voice, Ye Fei involuntarily shuddered, halting his steps immediately. "Wait here. I shall investigate," he said after a moment of hesitation, bidding a silent farewell to Zhang Yun and Bai Pu before stealthily entering the forest. Observing Ye Fei's actions, the disciples of the Xianyao sect exchanged glances, ultimately remaining in place. "Qianqian, with Wang Hai deceased, do you not find it a waste to retain such a splendid form? Should you choose to accompany me, I assure you that upon our return to the sect, my grandfather will accept you as a true disciple." The lecherous male voice echoed again as Ye Fei entered the woods. "Brother Lu, what do you take me for? Even if I must die today, I shall never allow you to humiliate me." Lu Qianqian's voice was icy. Resolute in her refusal to tea that moment, Ye Fei stealthily approached. Coming within 10 paces of the scene, his gaze fell upon a man and a woman, the man an unknown figure, while the woman was indeed Lu Qianqian. "Death?" Lu Quan chuckled sinisterly. "Even a corpse can provide me with exquisite pleasure." He rubbed his hands eagerly, his eyes lecherously roving over Lu Qianqian, who had matured significantly since the age of 16, that her ample bosom and perfectly rounded hips captivated any man's attention. Hearing Lu Quan's vile words sent a chill down her spine, causing her to tremble involuntarily. "You are utterly inhuman." Lu Qianqian's voice quivered with indignation, laced with a hint of fear. She was acutely aware of Lu Quan's capabilities and understood that evading his clutches today would be a formidable challenge, leaving her heart heavy with despair. "Wise words would lead you to yield to me. With your talents, you shall undoubtedly ascend to the Nascent Soul stage, and with your essence, my own ascension shall follow seamlessly, allowing us to share a life together. How delightful that would be." Lu Quan's eyes gleamed with greed, his true nature laid bare. That why you desire my essence." Lu Qianqian's brows furrowed, her voice a mere whisper, her expression tinged with melancholy. She recalled that after Wang Hai's death, Wang Chongqing had uttered similar sentiments, yet he had refrained from acting against her due to her low cultivation level. "Hey, you are truly depraved. Not even sparing a corpse. Lower than a beast." Ye Fei could no longer endure the conversation and stepped forward, revealing himself to the two. Ye Fei. Upon seeing him, Lu Qianqian's entire being shuddered, her face a mask of disbelief. She had never anticipated encountering him at such a moment. Moreover, his presence struck a chord deep within her, awakening long-buried wounds. You two know each other." Lu Quan squinted, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes at Lu Qianqian's utterance of Ye Fei's name. "What? Planning to silence me?" Ye Fei caught the look in Lu Quan's eyes, a scoff escaping his lips. Despite Lu Quan's cultivation at the 9th level of qi refinement, Ye Fei held him in disdain. He had vanquished Hua Qiuyang, and Lu Quan was far from a threat. Oh what? Now it seems the Xianyao sect has but one remaining sapling. Lu Quan remarked mockingly, noticing Ye Fei's sect attire. "What do you mean?" Ye Fei arched an eyebrow, feigning ignorance. "Ha! Lu Quan laughed heartily. "It appears you remain unaware that the Luocha sect, the Ku Chan Temple, and the Baiwa sect have formed an alliance. That I fear your Xianyao sect disciples have been completely wiped out." "How do you know this?" Ye Fei's brow furrowed, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Quan. "As a dying man, it is no harm to inform you. Prior to the commencement of the secret realm, several sects reached a consensus to eradicate your Xianyao sect's lineage. The task was assigned to these 3 sects." Lu Quan boasted with pride. "Why is that?" Ye Fei's expression shifted, a hint of panic surfacing. "Why?" Lu Quan sneered. "Your Xianyao sect has long held dominance, claiming the divine devouring grass each time, which has incited considerable discontent among the other sections, especially the Luocha sect, who have labored tirelessly to refine the Yin Luo fan. They expend the most effort, yet must pay exorbitant prices to acquire ascension pills. You think they can accept that?" Lu Quan was quite forthright, revealing everything he knew without concealment. "The treasures obtained in the secret realm are all a matter of individual capability, aren't they?" Ye Fei furrowed his brow tightly. The revelations from Lu Quan indeed took him by surprise. "Yes, the various sects are determined to rely on their abilities to eliminate the top qi refining disciples of your Xiaoyao sect," Lu Quan said with a wicked smile. "Our Xiaoyao sect will undoubtedly survive. But unfortunately, You will not have the fortune to witness it. Ye Fei shook his head gently, summoning his spiritual weapon, the long sword. Having learned what he wished to know, he had no desire for further chatter. Since you seek death, I shall grant your wish. Lu Quan, unyielding, extended his right hand and drew forth a long knife. Sweep across the four corners. Ye Fei launched a powerful strike, executing the third sword of the Luo 9 swords. Sometimes, unpredictability is the deadliest weapon. He firmly believed that Lu Quan would be unable to withstand this move. Indeed, as he unleashed the sword strike, a crescent of sword energy flashed forth, aimed directly at Lu Quan's waist. The arc moved with astonishing speed and momentum, arriving in the blink of an eye. Lu Quan, upon witnessing this, was momentarily stunned. It was too late to evade, and he could only instinctively raise his long knife to defend. He never anticipated that Ye Fei's initial move would be so ferocious and sudden, catching him completely off guard. Clang! Whoosh! In an instant, Lu Quan's long knife was sent flying by the sword energy. Buffed! Following that, blood sprayed forth as Lu Quan was bisected by the arc of sword energy. With a single move, Ye Fei had dispatched Lu Quan in an instant. The scene unfolded so swiftly that Lu Quan remained oblivious even in death. His face still reflecting the initial shock. So powerful. Lu Qianqian, standing aside, was rendered speechless, staring at Ye Fei in a daze. All right, you should quickly find the team and return, Ye Fei said, retrieving Lu Quan's storage belt and addressing Lu Qianqian with a calm demeanor. Thank you. Lu Qianqian lightly bit her crimson lip, expressing her gratitude in a soft voice. Upon hearing her thanks, Ye Fei merely nodded before turning to leave. Are you not even willing to exchange a few more words with me? After Ye Fei's figure vanished, Lu Qianqian's face turned pale, murmuring to herself. Her heart felt as if it were being pounded by a heavy hammer, the pain unbearable. Let us go. Upon returning to the Xiaoyao sect's team, Ye Fei waved his hand, leading everyone onward towards the center of the secret realm. 2 days later, the group successfully arrived at the edge of the secret realm. You all descend underground first. We shall scout ahead. Ye Fei instructed the group to enter the depths of a valley while he and Jiang Yun soared towards the center of the secret realm. Although the majority of the disciples from the Luocha sect, Kukin Temple, and Baiwei sect had been eliminated, Lu Quan had informed him that other sects also harbored murderous intent towards the Xiaoyao sect. Thus, Ye Fei's mission this time was to repay the favor in kind. Since you wish to eradicate the heritage of the Xiaoyao sect, then the disciples of your sects shall have no reason to survive. Ye Fei aimed to discern which sects were intent on exterminating the disciples of the Xiaoyao sect. Brother Yi, what are your plans? Jiang Yun, standing on the flying sword, inquired curiously, leaning against Ye Fei's ARM.D. Oh, you remember how we outsmarted those 3 sect disciples back then. Ye Fei pursed his lips and pulled Jiang Yun into his embrace. Are you planning to deal with other sects? Jiang Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Since others are unkind, we shall not be unjust in return. Ye Fei briefly recounted the information he had gathered to Jiang Yun. All right, since that is the case, let us go all out once more. Jiang Yun's face flushed with excitement, and she began to dance with joy on the flying sword. Ye Fei found her exuberance quite amusing. As they conversed, the two stepped off the flying sword, arriving at the edge of a grassy expanse. This grassy area was the location of the teleportation array. Spanning about 2 miles, it featured a square platform at its center, rising about 2 feet high. However, the distance was too great for Ye Fei to discern further details. At that moment, several sects had already gathered in this grassy area. Each sect maintained a distance from one another. On high alert, without a hint of hesitation, Ye Fei and Jiang Yun maneuvered their flying sword directly above the grassy expanse. Due to the limitations of his spiritual awareness, Ye Fei observed with his own eyes that a few disciples from the Luocha sect and Kukin Temple still lingered here, albeit only 8 in number. They stood together, watching the two with astonishment. Not only them, but disciples from 2 other sects also eyed Ye Fei and Jiang Yun with ill intentions, of course, aside from those hostile gazes. Numerous disciples from other sects greeted the two with friendly smiles. The Xiaoyao sect had dominated the area for quite some time, and friendly sects were certainly not in short supply. Ye Fei took in all these reactions. Brother Yi, are we simply going to circle around like this? Jiang Yiyun asked curiously from atop the flying sword. Indeed, as bait, we must be noticed, Ye Fei replied with a sly smile, after circling above the grassy expanse. Ye Fei led Jiang Yiyun towards a dense forest. Earlier, Jiang Mingyun had informed him that it was teeming with magical beasts. Just as Ye Fei and Jiang Yiyun took off, several individuals from the Luocha sect and Kukin Temple immediately followed suit. The disciples from the Beidou sect and Luofeng Mountain exchanged glances, quietly retreating from the grassy area, their intentions clear. The two groups swiftly converged within the dense forest. Could those two be up to something? The leader of the Beidou sect remarked gravely, observing Ye Fei and Jiang Yun's leisurely flight ahead. It was evident he had sensed the unusual behavior of the two. What could possibly be amiss? They are merely two at the 9th level of Qi refining. Your Beidou sect has 6 at the same level, right? Together, we have a total of 96 people. Can we truly fear them? A disciple from the 8th level of Qi refining from the Luocha sect cast a disdainful glance at the leader of the Beidou sect, his tone dripping with mockery. Although the Luocha disciple's cultivation was relatively low, the leader of the Beidou sect seemed cautious and refrained from speaking further. The others followed suit, maintaining silence. While they were somewhat displeased with the tone of the Luocha disciple, they nonetheless agreed with the sentiment that 96 against 2, the outcome was undoubtedly predictable. Let us go, hurry and catch up. We must resolve this quickly. Seeing no dissent, the Luocha disciple waved his hand, leading the group swiftly in pursuit of Ye Fei and Jiang Yun. The fish had taken the bait. Standing on the flying sword, Ye Fei smiled, guiding the sword leisurely as he drew the crowd deeper into the forest. This is the spot. After a quarter of an hour, Ye Fei and Jiang Yun dismounted from the flying sword, standing atop a massive rock at this moment. The pursuers were merely 100 feet away, clearly visible to the naked eye. Now, it's your turn. Ye Fei turned to Jiang Yiyun, smiling. All right, I've been waiting for this moment. Jiang Yiyun wore a mischievous grin, and with a flick of her delicate hand, she removed her close-fitting garment that was a red belly wrap. Brother Yi, do you think this belly wrap looks good? Jiang Yiyun did not tuck the belly wrap away, but instead placed it in Ye Fei's hands, her voice sultry. It looks great. Make sure to wear it just for me later. The smoothness he encountered, combined with the woman's unique, delicate fragrance, left Ye Fei entranced, igniting a fervent heat within his heart. He realized that after savoring the pleasures of intimacy, he found himself utterly defenseless against such temptations. Deep within, he felt an unbearable longing, wishing to whisk Jiang Yiyun away into the depths of the Azure Dragon Sword at that very moment. As they conversed, the pursuers had already closed in to within 20 paces of them. At that instant, the air around them was filled with the cacophony of feral beasts, and the ground trembled beneath their feet. Clouds of dust billowed as countless demonic creatures swiftly encircled them. What is happening? Could it be a beast tide? Nonsense! How could there be a beast tide here? We have undoubtedly stumbled upon something we should not have encountered. What should we do? We must flee at once. If we delay any longer, we will be surrounded by the approaching beasts, and our only fate will be to perish in an instant. The group of pursuers behind Ye Fei erupted into chaos, voices overlapping in a frenzy. Enough! Silence! We charge out together, all in one direction. As they beheld the encroaching horde of beasts, a disciple of the Luocha sect trembled with fear, momentarily forgetting Ye Fei as he frantically directed the others to confront the demonic creatures behind them. In a flash, the two sides clashed. Meanwhile, Ye Fei and Jiang Yiyun led the beasts toward the group of pursuers, despicable. The individuals struggling to escape, wielding their magical artifacts, erupted in fury upon witnessing Ye Fei and Jiang Yiyun's maneuvers. They understood that once surrounded by these beasts, their chances of escape would be nearly non-existent. Enjoy yourselves. I shall take my leave. That Ye Fei paid no heed to their scathing remarks. When he was but a few paces away from them, he and Jiang Yiyun soared into the Azure Dragon Sword, vanishing from their sight. How is this possible? The sudden disappearance of Ye Fei and Jiang Yiyun left the group dumbfounded, their expressions filled with disbelief. Momentarily forgetting their actions as their movements halted, several among them were instantly torn apart by the beasts, meeting their demise on the spot. We must rush out. Witnessing this, the remaining individuals could no longer afford to consider anything else. Brandishing their magical artifacts and desperately attacking the encroaching horde that moment, they were too preoccupied to ponder how Ye Fei had vanished. Unbeknownst to them, after disappearing, Ye Fei had not strayed far. He had quietly flown behind them. Seizing the opportune moment, he would intermittently emerge from the Azure Dragon Sword, striking at the unsuspecting backs of the group. This tactic proved highly effective, and within mere moments, the group lost all will to fight. Facing the elusive Ye Fei, they possessed no means of defense. Coupled with the relentless assault from the multitude of beasts, the group swiftly crumbled. Blood splattered as bodies fell to the ground. Half an incense sticks time later, the area became a river of blood, with all 96 individuals meeting their end, not a single one surviving. The beasts, having lost their targets, retreated in droves. Now Ye Fei struck it rich. Jiang Yiyun exclaimed, her tiny fists dancing in delight. Seeing her in such high spirits, Ye Fei could only shake his head with a bitter smile. As before, the two commenced the task of cleaning the battlefield, each carrying dozens of storage bags to a nearby clearing. So many spiritual herbs. Upon emptying the contents of the storage bags, their eyes widened in astonishment. The number of spiritual herbs from the 96 individuals exceeded 3,000. Surpassing even the previous batch. Ye Fei speculated that these sects had distinct roles. The previous group was tasked with hunting members of the Xiaoyao sect, while this group's mission likely involved gathering spiritual herbs. With such a bounty, it would be difficult for the Xiaoyao sect not to rise to prominence. As he gazed at the towering pile of spiritual herbs, a thought crossed Ye Fei's mind. An unknowing smile graced his lips. Just days prior, while foraging for spiritual herbs, he had gathered a substantial quantity of chiffon grass. Presently, Jiang Mingyun was diligently concocting chiffon pills within the Azure Dragon Sword. Having already produced over 200 with the sheer number of chiffon pills and spiritual herbs, they could secretly cultivate over 200 foundation establishment cultivators for the Xiaoyao sect, equivalent to a century's worth of accumulation. While the 96 individuals possessed a fair amount of spiritual herbs, other resources were scarce, with less than 10,000 pieces of spiritual stone. After collecting everything into a storage ring, Ye Fei led Jiang Yiyun to the hidden valley where the Xiaoyao sect disciples were concealed. Half a day later, under Ye Fei's guidance, they arrived at the grassy expanse. With less than half a day remaining until the secret realm's conclusion, a significant number of individuals had already gathered here. Yet, compared to the initial opening of the secret realm, the numbers had dwindled by more than half, leaving fewer than 600. Most of these were disciples from various sects, with only a handful of scattered cultivators remaining. Why did the heavenly Tao design it this way? Would it not have been better for the chiffon grass to flourish in the outside world rather than in this secret realm, resulting in the loss of countless talents? Observing the sparse crowd, Ye Fei felt a deep sense of melancholy. However, with the Luocha sect's interference removed, this secret realm was considerably calmer. Even on the final day, there were hardly any skirmishes. Thus, everyone awaited the closure of the secret realm in tranquility. A beam of white light radiated from the stone platform at the center of the grassy area. All those present felt a blinding flash before they were transported outside the Shunyu's secret realm. We're out, breathing in the familiar air. Those who emerged sighed in relief, swiftly boarding their sect's flying vessels. The scattered cultivators hurriedly fled, distancing themselves from the area. Ye Fei and his companions were no exception, successfully reaching the Xiaoyao sect's flying vessel. Master, here are the spoils of our journey. Ye Fei promptly handed the storage ring to Luoying. Inside were not only over 4,000 spiritual herbs, but also divine devouring mushrooms and chiffon pills. Seeing that so many disciples had returned safely, Luoying was elated. She had not expected Ye Fei to bring back much. Casually adorning her jade finger with the storage ring. Observing her demeanor, Ye Fei realized that Luoying did not place much value on the spiritual herbs, caring more about their safety during the expedition. This deeply touched Ye Fei. Master, won't you take a look at what's inside? Ye Fei prompted gently, as long as you all return safely. The quantity is of little consequence. Luoying replied nonchalantly. However, Since Ye Fei had mentioned it, she still scanned the contents of the storage ring with her divine sense. What is all this? Upon glimpsing the abundance within the storage ring, Luo Ying's astonishment was palpable as she turned her gaze toward Ye Fei. She had anticipated that given his strength, he would not return empty-handed, but she had never imagined such a bountiful haul. Moreover, she spotted the chiffon pills among the treasures. You eradicated 5 sects, Ye Fei replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Luo Ying finally registered that the Luo Cha sect, Kucha Temple, and several other sects had not a single disciple return. How can this be? A jolt of alarm surged through Luo Ying, and her expression grew grave. This story is rather lengthy. I will recount it to you when time permits. Ye Fei sighed softly. Very well, indeed a matter of significance. For now, step back. With that, Luo Ying took a step forward. Shielding Ye Fei behind her, she regarded the front with a serious demeanor. That moment, Rinli from the Luo Cha sect was swiftly approaching. Fairy Luo, you must give me an explanation for this. Rinli's eyes were fixed on Ye Fei behind Luo Ying, his fury palpable. What does the sect master mean by this? Luo Ying raised an eyebrow, her voice cold and questioning. What do you mean? Just take a look at this. With a sweeping gesture, Rinli sent a yellow talisman soaring from his hand, igniting as it met the wind, revealing an image in the sky. It was the very moment Ye Fei pierced through Hua Qiuyang's skull. This talisman was an image symbol, capturing the assassination process of Ye Fei, recorded by the image symbol carried by Hua Qiuyang. Luo Xianzi, did you see that? My son Qiuyang was slain by this Ye Fei, and you must provide me with an explanation. Rinli narrowed his eyes, his voice cold and sharp. Giggle. Yuanying Master chuckled, stating that the Divine Feather Secret Realm was a realm of the survival of the fittest. According to my disciple, upon entering the secret realm, they were immediately subjected to a targeted ambush by your Luo Cha sect. That I implore Yuanying Master to provide an explanation first. Facing Rinli, Luo Ying showed no signs of fear, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she questioned sternly. Qiuyang is my son. With her inquiry, Rinli raised an eyebrow, his tone escalating. And what of it if Qiuyang is your son? Ye Fei is still my disciple. Who prompted your son, lacking in strength, to provoke others? His death is well-deserved. Luo Ying's brows furrowed, her words offering no mercy to Rinli, suggesting she was prepared to resort to violence at any moment. Seeing this, Rinli frowned slightly, never having anticipated Luo Ying would be so resolute. After a moment's contemplation, he waved his right hand, and 4 figures swiftly approached. These 4 were the esteemed elders from Kuchen Temple, Baiwa sect, Beta sect, and Luo Feng Mountain. Rinli, what is the meaning of this? Upon seeing the 4, Luo Ying's expression darkened immediately. What do you mean? Rinli replied, today you must hand over Ye Fei. Otherwise, as you can see, this matter is unlikely to end amicably. Rinli let out a cold laugh, his gaze fixed menacingly on Ye Fei, not concealing the murderous intent in his eyes. The other 4 quietly surrounded the Xiaoyao sect's flying ship, causing the disciples aboard to tense up. Ye Fei was no exception. His eyes darted around as he contemplated his next move. You think that after my sister ascended, Xiaoyao sect has no one left? Despite being surrounded, Luo Ying displayed no fear, instead wearing a playful smile. Her beautiful eyes glinted as she scanned the 4 figures. That moment, 6 more figures quickly flew in from various directions. They were the esteemed elders from Banyu sect, Danding sect, and several other sections. Upon their arrival, they bypassed the 4 and stood upon the Xiaoyao sect ship, their intentions clear. They were there to support Xiaoyao sect. This scene caused Rinli's brow to furrow tightly, leaving him in a predicament. The other 4 esteemed elders exchanged glances, their expressions grim, for this incident had originated from their own impropriety, although they were unaware of how their disciples had perished. Such occurrences were deemed normal within the realm of competition, thus their stance was shaky. Moreover, they could not prove that Xiaoyao sect was responsible for the incident, as it was beyond their capabilities. Is it possible that this god-devouring herb has indeed fallen into your Xiaoyao sect's possession? After a moment's reflection, Rinli asked darkly. That is indeed the case, Luo Ying replied with a faint smile, not denying it. Then, for this batch of ascension pills, my Luocha sect must receive one. Horenli's tone left no room for rebuttal. I ask it solely because your son has died? Luo Ying regarded Horenli with scornful eyes. Is that not enough? Although Horenli's attitude remained obstinate, he could not help but feel a flush of embarrassment. He knew he was being unreasonable, yet he sought to maximize his benefits. He asked the esteemed leader of his sect. Have you lost your senses to utter such nonsense? The allocation of the ascension pills will continue to follow the old rules. The highest bidder wins. Luo Ying showed no inclination to compromise. In that case, even if I have to risk my old bones today, I shall spar with the fairy. With a resolve to act, Horenli was determined. Spar? Very well. I, Luo Ying, welcome the opportunity to witness Huamin Master's methods. Luo Ying displayed no intention of retreating. Good. Let us engage in battle. Should I lose, this matter will be considered resolved. But if I prevail, you must surrender both Ye Fei and the god-devouring herb. Horenli's eyes narrowed, a sinister smile gracing his lips, as if such an outcome had already been anticipated. Wait, to everyone's surprise, before Luo Ying could respond, Ye Fei stepped forward voluntarily. What? Do you wish to admit guilt? Horenli's expression brightened with joy at Ye Fei's initiative. I have done nothing wrong. Why should I admit guilt? Since Huamin Master wishes to leverage his strength over me, I, Yi, shall accompany you to the end. However, I am a person of dignity. It is impossible for me to surrender without a fair condition. Given our disparate realms, we must establish some limitations for fairness, do we not? Ye Fei smiled calmly, showing no fear before the Yuanying powerhouse. Conditions? Horenli scoffed, his disdain evident. You, a mere ant, dare to negotiate terms with me. Do you have that right? Is Huamin Master afraid? Ye Fei smirked, his expression laden with implication. Afraid? You are but an ant. How could I fear you? Speak your conditions. Horenli squinted, still wearing a look of disdain. Very well. I shall be direct. May I ask how extensive Huamin Master's divine sense range is? Ye Fei inquired. 300 li. Horenli replied without hesitation, pride evident in his demeanor. Since Huamin Master's divine sense extends 300 li, might I request a 200 li head start for my escape? After 200 li, you may pursue me at will. If you catch and eliminate me, I, Ye Fei, will have no further complaints, and our enmity will be resolved, with no further ties to Xiaoyao sect. However, if I manage to evade you, this matter shall never be mentioned again. Why? Ye Fei spoke steadily. Agreed. Horenli answered without a second thought. He found the notion amusing. His speed as a late-stage Yuanying could not possibly be matched by a mere Qi refining junior. Even if Ye Fei were granted a head start of 400 li, escape would be impossible for him. Why? Ye Fei, riding his flying sword, could not cover 200 li in an hour. While Horenli could traverse that distance in less than a quarter of an hour, in his mind, there was no chance of an unexpected turn of events. Ye Fei's actions were merely futile resistance. Luo Ying, she attempted to interject, clearly believing Ye Fei was being reckless. If that were the case, Ye Fei would stand no chance of escape. Master, do not worry. I know what I am doing. Ye Fei interrupted her confidently. Luo Ying wished to say more, but as she opened her mouth, she seemed to receive some form of communication. A glimmer of realization flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she fell silent. Such a broad-minded approach from Huamin Master. Let us finalize our agreement. I shall set forth now, and after 200 li, you may pursue me. Ye Fei clasped his fists, showing no regard for Horenli's seniority. Prepare to meet your demise. Horenli licked his lips, not bothering to conceal the killing intent in his gaze. That will depend on whether Huamin Master possesses the capability. Ye Fei exhibited no fear, his tone imbued with an unmistakable provocation. After uttering his words, he summoned his flying sword and soared southward, entirely unconcerned with Horenli's reaction. Observing Ye Fei's departing silhouette, Horenli's eyes blazed with fury. Had it not been for Luo Ying and her companions watching nearby, he might have pursued him without hesitation. The audacity of a mere Qi-refining ant daring to challenge him was, to Horenli, an affront to his dignity. In stark contrast, Luo Ying regarded Ye Fei with admiration, raising a thumb in approval. His demeanor was reminiscent of the legendary Yi Songlong, evoking a sense of infatuation within her. Just when others deemed Ye Fei doomed, Jiang Yun, standing behind Luo Ying, merely smirked, casting a disdainful glance at Huo Renli. In her estimation, Huo Renli was undoubtedly about to face humiliation. In the distance, aboard the ship of Chongshu sect, Lu Qianqian gazed anxiously towards the direction Ye Fei had taken. Meanwhile, Ye Fei, unhurried, continued his flight southward. With his anti-station behind him, he felt no urgency. He was utterly unafraid of Huo Renli disregarding the rules and attacking. Master Jiang, what do you suggest we do next? Ye Fei inquired, flying while simultaneously extending a thread of consciousness to converse with Jiang Mengyun within the Qinglong sword. At this point, you still refer to me as Master Jiang? Jiang Mengyun shot Ye Fei a resentful glance. What should I call you then? Ye Fei replied sheepishly. Call me Mengyun, Jiang Mengyun said, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Mengyun, where shall we go next? Ye Fei obediently altered his address. Nevertheless, he felt an odd discomfort after doing so. To the Qian sect in the land of Huiqi, Jiang Mengyun replied shyly. Despite this title being her request, hearing it invoked a peculiar thrill within her. It was worth noting that she had previously referred to Luo Yu as her sister. Now, however, she had become the woman of Luo Yu's son. This unique exhilaration was intoxicating. Why must we go there? Ye Fei asked, somewhat perplexed. The Qian sect is a body-refining sect, home to the Qi Yin Spring, whose waters possess an exceptionally high temperature, making it an ideal place for body-refining practitioners, Jiang Mengyun elucidated. Will it aid me in reaching the second stage of body refinement, the flesh-refining stage? Ye Fei instantly grasped Jiang Mengyun's intent. Precisely, she affirmed that if you wish to advance, it would be prudent to complete this second stage sooner rather than later. Have you discussed this matter with my master? Ye Fei suddenly recalled Luo Ying. I have, Jiang Mengyun assured him. Rest easy. With me by your side, she will not be worried. With that reassurance, Ye Fei felt no further concern that he focused on guiding his flying sword southward. An hour later, after traveling over 160 miles and leaving Huo Renli's spiritual sensing range, he entered the Qinglong sword. He then directed the now minuscule Qinglong sword to attach itself to a large tree. Mengyun, how long do you think we should stay here to remain safe? After entering the Qinglong sword, Ye Fei approached Jiang Mengyun to inquire, at least half a month. Huo Renli is not the type to let you off easily. Jiang Mengyun contemplated before responding. Then I shall begin my foundation building within. Ye Fei quickly decided upon hearing the extended time frame. Indeed, now that you are progressing in foundation building, you only require this foundation pill. Jiang Mengyun said, smiling as she produced an orange-yellow pill. It was evident she had prepared it for him in advance. Mengyun, thank you. Ye Fei gazed at Jiang Mengyun, his eyes filled with gratitude. There's no need for such formality with me. Quickly consume the pill and begin your cultivation, Jiang Mengyun replied with a charming smile, placing the foundation pill directly into Ye Fei's hand. As Ye Fei accepted the pill, he pulled Jiang Mengyun into his embrace and leaned down to kiss her. Jiang Mengyun initially resisted but soon surrendered, willingly extending her tongue. Ahem, just as the two were lost in their moment, the Qinglong above cleared its throat twice and swooped down. Upon noticing, Ye Fei and Jiang Mengyun hastily separated. Ye Fei remained relatively composed, while Jiang Mengyun's face flushed crimson as she shot Ye Fei a fierce glare before lowering her head to sit aside. Senior Qinglong, you are being rather disrespectful. Ye Fei jested, a rare moment of humor surfacing. Such words would typically never escape his lips. You two young ones wish to indulge your desires outside. Do not disturb my tranquility, the Qinglong retorted, rolling its eyes at Ye Fei, its words nearly dropping his jaw in shock. It turned out the Qinglong was seeking a mate. Rest assured, when I, Ye Fei, gain the ability, I will certainly find you one. 10. To ensure your satisfaction, Ye Fei teased. You should focus on enhancing your cultivation. It's too early for such talk. The Qinglong waved dismissively. By the way, a god-eating herb has sprouted in your medicine garden. Take care not to mistake it for a weed and lose it. The Qinglong gestured toward the medicinal herb field. What? A god-eating herb has grown in the herb field? Ye Fei exclaimed incredulously. Even Jiang Mingyun beside him turned to gaze at the medicinal herb field in astonishment. There could only be one such herb in the realm. How could it possibly grow within the Qing longsword? Ye Fei was somewhat skeptical, yet skepticism aside, both he and Jiang Mingyun excitedly rushed to the edge of the medicinal herb field to inspect it closely. Wow, it truly exists. Ye Fei's face lit up with delight as he soon discovered a herb the size of a fingernail. Though still small and pale red, it exhibited vigorous growth and vitality. How could a god-eating herb possibly grow here? Ye Fei queried the Qinglong. When you place the god-eating herb inside, its spores naturally remained here. This space is self-contained and not bound by the heavenly laws, allowing the god-eating herb to flourish, the Qinglong explained. Does that mean the Qinglong sword's function is equivalent to that of a divine feather secret realm in the future? Ye Fei glanced at the medicinal herb field, suddenly invigorated. The divine feather secret realm opens once every 20 years, while the god-eating herb can mature 10 times within the Qinglong sword in the same period. The Qinglong remarked meaningfully. With that, the Qinglong vanished in a flash, retreating back to the clouds above 10 maturations in 20 years. Ye Fei murmured, staring at the tiny god-eating herb. It appears the dragon continent is about to undergo a transformation. Jiang Mingyun also overheard the Qinglong's words and immediately grasped the implications, her gaze turning pensive as she stared into the vastness above. Mingyun, please tend to the medicinal herb field while I elevate my cultivation to foundation building. Ye Fei, not contemplating the future, instructed Jiang Mingyun before settling beside the Qinglong pool. Having washed away his mortal essence, he had qualified for foundation building. Coupled with prior dual cultivation, his cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of qi refinement. Hopefully one pill will suffice. With a sigh of contemplation, Ye Fei promptly placed the foundation-building pill into his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly upon contact, and in no time, a torrent of potent medicinal energy surged through his limbs and bones. Ye Fei dared not hesitate. The Xian Yao Zhenju within him began to operate rapidly, transforming this medicinal energy to the Xian Yao Zhenju circulated. Waves of medicinal force were converted into pure qi, coursing through his body's acupoints and merging into his meridians. After circulating through his meridians, this qi ultimately converged into the cyclone within Ye Fei's dantian. However, as the qi within the cyclone had reached an unprecedented density, integration became exceedingly challenging. The qi struggled to enter the cyclone, quickly filling Ye Fei's dantian to the brim. A violent sensation of expansion soon followed. Ye Fei endured this swelling feeling, accelerating the operation of the Xian Yao Zhenju to its utmost limit. Consequently, the qi within his dantian continued to accumulate, rapidly reaching its threshold. The sensation of expansion intensified to the point of excruciating pain. Consolidate. Gritting his teeth against this agony, Ye Fei roared inwardly, exerting all his strength to force the qi within his meridians into the cyclone of his dantian, causing the cyclone to spin with increasing velocity. This arduous process was a critical step in the transformation of qi into liquid as he advanced to the foundation stage. Only in this manner could a greater volume of qi be contained within the same capacity of the meridians. Fortunately, the potency of the foundation-building pill was exceptionally strong, and after numerous attempts, Ye Fei suddenly felt a tremor at his dantian. Following this, the rapidly spinning cyclone abruptly stalled, then swiftly shrank in size, transforming into a droplet of liquid qi in an instant. This droplet began to spin rapidly, drawing in the excess qi from his dantian, which, after cycling through again, transformed into strands of liquid qi that mingled into the whirling droplet. The sensation of expansion within Ye Fei's body dissipated at the same time. His mind reverberated with a thunderous roar, followed by a profound clarity as his consciousness uncontrollably expanded outward, reaching a radius of 1.5 miles. Elated by the expansion of his consciousness, Ye Fei realized he had successfully established his foundation. Perhaps due to his physical training, his range of consciousness upon entering the foundation stage was significantly larger than that of his peers. Typically, a cultivator at the early foundation stage would only possess a consciousness radius of about 1 mile. Yet having just stepped into the foundation stage, he had already achieved a radius of 1.5 miles. With some medicinal energy still unrefined within him, Ye Fei continued to sit cross-legged on the ground, refining the remaining potency that a quarter of an hour later, he finally rose to his feet. That be why this time. The qi within Ye Fei had completely liquefied, flowing continuously through his meridians. Has the spirit herb field expanded? Upon approaching the spirit herb field, Ye Fei was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of astonishment. He discovered that after establishing his foundation, this spirit herb field had indeed doubled in size, now spanning over 20 acres. Moreover, the space of the Qinglong sword had expanded tenfold, now encompassing an area of 200 miles. It was no longer merely a valley, as it now included vast grasslands, mountains, and streams. The only regret was the persistent lack of vitality and the absence of other life forms. Elder Qinglong, can the space of the Qinglong sword continue to evolve? Ye Fei inquired respectfully towards the Qinglong hovering in the clouds. Indeed, the space of the Qinglong sword will enlarge in tandem with the elevation of its owner's cultivation. Otherwise, its current size would be insufficient to accommodate even a 5-clawed dragon, let alone my Qinglong clan. The Qinglong flashed down from the clouds, smiling. How remarkable! Does this mean that when I reach the Nascent Soul stage, the space here will expand to 2,000 miles? Ye Fei probed. Approximately so. Before you achieve the transformation stage, the base range of the space is relatively small. With each significant advancement in cultivation, the space will expand tenfold. Once you attain the transformation stage, each major breakthrough will yield a 5-fold increase in size. The Qinglong elucidated with a nod. So, by that measure, the space of the Qinglong sword could be likened to an independent world. Ye Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. Strictly speaking, it is indeed an independent world, one that has existed since the primordial chaos. Once you reach the transformation stage, you will truly appreciate its might, the Qinglong replied with a mysterious smile. Retreating back to the clouds before Ye Fei could pose another question. The transformation stage? That seems a distant goal for me. Ye Fei sighed, shaking his head in resignation. What? Do you lack confidence in yourself? Jiang Mingyun approached Ye Fei with a gentle smile. That it's just too difficult. Ye Fei confessed, his face etched with bitterness. To reach the transformation stage, he would have to endure the trials of refining flesh, bones, and tendons. Each step in physical cultivation would undoubtedly entail far greater suffering than refining skin. Ye Fei was uncertain if he could withstand it. Cultivating immortality is inherently a defiance against the heavens. For you, this is merely the beginning. Yet, your start is already surpassed that of the vast majority. Therefore, you must have faith in yourself and not lose heart. Rest assured, no matter how arduous the path ahead may be, I will walk alongside you, Jiang Mingyun said softly, linking her delicate hand with Ye Fei's arm. Thank you. Ye Fei drew Jiang Mingyun into his embrace. Now, you should quickly resume your cultivation, otherwise that old man will descend again. Feeling Ye Fei's hand resting on her rear, Jiang Mingyun hurriedly extricated herself from his embrace and playfully pointed towards the clouds. Her cheeks flushed. Let's discuss this after we go outside. Ye Fei chuckled awkwardly before vanishing into the ground. Having previously learned formations within the Array God Tower, he was eager to experiment with their applications. The art of formations possesses extensive utility in cultivation, with the most common being the Spirit Gathering Array. As its name suggests, the Spirit Gathering Array is designed to concentrate spiritual energy, amplifying the density of the surrounding spiritual energy to several times, or even over tenfold, that of the external environment. This significantly enhances the speed of cultivation. Ye Fei aimed to establish a primary spirit gathering array at a depth of 100 feet underground. Although it was merely a basic array, it was an ancient formation, far superior in gathering spiritual energy compared to the current spirit gathering arrays in the Divine Dragon Continent. Drawing on his previous understanding of formations, Ye Fei set up the spirit gathering array with relative ease. In less than 15 minutes, he completed the arrangement of a spirit gathering array spanning several zhang. What an impressive array! Upon entering, Ye Fei was astounded by the concentration of spiritual energy, which was an astonishing 40 times that of the outside world. The moment he settled into the spirit gathering array, he was overwhelmed by the impending liquefaction of spiritual energy. The array's efficacy exceeded his wildest expectations, reaching a concentration 40 times that of the external environment. If we combine this with the time array disk, what sort of effects could we achieve? Ye Fei's heart raced at the thought of the time array disk in his possession. Mingyun, come down. Let us try cultivating within the time array disk and see how it fares. Ye Fei called out for Jiang Mingyun, determined not to keep such a boon to himself. The spiritual energy here is so rich. Upon entering the spirit gathering array, Jiang Mingyun was equally astonished by the density of spiritual energy that if we were to wait half a month, let us utilize the time array disk for our cultivation. The mid-grade spirit stones you gave me last time will suffice. Ye Fei proposed the idea. Naturally, Jiang Mingyun had no objections to Ye Fei's suggestion. Soon, Ye Fei retrieved the time array plate, and the two sat facing each other upon it. As spirit stones flew into the grooves of the array plate, it was activated, enveloping the two in a veil of white light. Given the spacious nature of the array, their seating arrangement did not feel cramped. Even with an additional 2 individuals, there would still be ample room. Once the array was activated, they began to circulate their cultivation techniques and commence their training, unbeknownst to them, as their cultivation commenced. The gathering spirit array began to whirl like a vortex, voraciously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Incredibly, this energy coalesced into droplets of spiritual liquid within the array, which were swiftly absorbed by the time array plate to fuel their cultivation. Time flew by, and after half a month, over 90 mid-grade spirit stones were finally depleted. Ye Fei stored away the time array plate, and the two returned to the surface at this moment. Both had made noticeable progress in their cultivation. Although only half a month had passed outside, over 5 months had elapsed within the time array plate. During this time, Ye Fei had only cultivated for a month before encountering a bottleneck in his training. The remainder of his time was spent researching formations. Remarkably, thanks to his previous insights and 4 months of contemplation, Ye Fei had grasped the fundamentals of formations, achieving a comprehensive understanding of basic arrays. In contrast, Jiang Mingyun's advancements were far more substantial. The 5 months of cultivation had significantly solidified her late-stage nascent soul realm, comparable to decades of arduous training. At this rate, if she continued her cultivation, she would attain the perfect nascent soul stage in less than a year. However, such progress would also entail a considerable consumption of mid-grade spirit stones. For safety's sake, Jiang Mingyun was the first to summon the Qinglong sword. Once she confirmed that there were no threats in the vicinity, she allowed Ye Fei to emerge as well. Finally free, Ye Fei exhaled a long breath. For someone unaccustomed to prolonged seclusion, the extended period of cultivation was somewhat overwhelming. Let us head to the Qian sect, Jiang Mingyun declared, conjuring a flying ship to carry Ye Fei southward. This was a true artifact flying vessel, moving at an astonishing speed of 4,000 miles in just 1 hour. How far is it to the Qian sect? Ye Fei inquired. Once the ship stabilized its flight point, 100,000 miles to the south is the border of Huichi country, and another 30,000 miles will bring us to the Qian sect. Taking approximately 3.5 days, Jiang Mingyun replied. That's quite far. Ye Fei exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment at the vast distance. The divine dragon continent comprises 6 nations, and this distance is rather trivial. Jiang Mingyun chuckled. Then why haven't we seen disciples from the other 5 nations in this secret realm? Do they not wish to enter? Ye Fei asked, perplexed. Each nation has its own secret realm, all of which open and close simultaneously, so there is no need for them to travel to our Shunyu country, Jiang Mingyun explained. Thus, the two engaged in conversation as they flew southward. 2 days later, they successfully entered the territory of Huichi country. And oh wonder this place is called Huichi country. As soon as they entered, Ye Fei understood that the name was not given lightly. He found that the landscape was dominated by an endless expanse of desert. The temperature here was significantly higher than in Shunyu country. Were they not cultivators, they would have been drenched in sweat. However, even as cultivators, they had to continuously circulate their internal energy to mitigate the heat. Otherwise, enduring such an environment for an extended period would be unbearable. Most of Huichi country was characterized by such harsh conditions. Despite the adversity, it was quite suitable for body refinement practitioners, particularly for those in the body refinement stage. Training in this environment over time could yield substantial results. This was also the reason for the prevalence of body refinement practitioners in Huichi country. Jiang Mingyun, gazing at the sea of yellow sand, remarked with a smile, "Are there many body refinement practitioners in Huichi country? At least 30%. Due to the scarcity of resources here, body refinement is the only viable path." Jiang Mingyun responded, her expression complex. "Does that mean there are high-level body refinement practitioners in Huichi country?" Ye Fei suddenly realized something and turned to look at Jiang Mingyun. "Indeed," she confirmed. "This is precisely why I brought you here. There are indeed strong practitioners in the muscle refinement stage in Huichi country, and ordinary nascent soul cultivators cannot breach their defenses. Among the 6 nations, only here is truly suitable for your cultivation." Jiang Mingyun nodded with a smile, pleased that Ye Fei had grasped this point so quickly. Even though she was now Ye Fei's woman, she still regarded him as a junior in her heart. Within Huichi country, although predominantly desert, after flying several thousand miles inward, they began to encounter patches of greenery. Furthermore, as they ventured deeper, they discovered mountains, rivers, and lakes. While none were particularly large, they were vastly superior to the desolate outskirts. Since Jiang Mingyun was a powerful nascent soul cultivator, they traveled rapidly within Huichi country, and no one dared to obstruct their passage. After a day's journey, they halted atop a massive stone that "We've arrived." Jiang Mingyun pointed toward the mountains ahead. "How do we get in?" Ye Fei frowned as he asked after disembarking from the flying ship. Entering someone else's sect clandestinely is not an easy task. Jiang Mingyun replied playfully, covering her mouth with a giggle. "Of course. We mix in." "Jiang Mingyun, you become quite mischievous." Ye Fei realized Jiang Mingyun's intent and offered resigned smiled. He had initially thought that as a powerful nascent soul cultivator, she would choose a different approach, but he was surprised that she opted to use the Qinglong sword to blend in. "Hee. This is called when you marry a chicken, you follow its call. When you marry a dog, you follow its bark," Jiang Mingyun said with a flirtatious smile, seemingly unbothered by the impropriety of her actions. "You look stunning when you smile." Watching Jiang Mingyun beam with joy, Ye Fei felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Unable to resist licking his lips, overwhelmed by an impulse to embrace her. "You truly are a lecher." Jiang Mingyun blushed deeply at Ye Fei's reaction, her voice barely above a whisper. The more Jiang Mingyun displayed shyness, the more Ye Fei struggled to contain his turmoil. Ultimately, he abandoned restraint and lunged forward. Be careful. Someone might see us," Jiang Mingyun called out in a delicate voice, but did not resist as she soon melted into Ye Fei's embrace. No need to worry. I'll set up a formation." Ye Fei chuckled, searching for Jiang Mingyun's delicate lips while simultaneously forming hand seals, casting spirit stones in various directions. In mere moments, a basic concealment and soundproofing formation was established. "This time, I intend to cherish you properly," Ye Fei murmured, gazing down at the quivering figure of Jiang Mingyun in his arms. Jiang Mingyun's body was highly sensitive. As soon as they made contact, she trembled uncontrollably. Ye Fei was taken aback, seemingly having done nothing to provoke such a reaction. "How vexing. This is due to her innate Nero body, beyond my control." Jiang Mingyun's cheeks flushed crimson, unable to meet Ye Fei's gaze. "Nero body?" Ye Fei inquired, puzzled. "Don't ask. I'll explain later," Jiang Mingyun said, extending her fair arm to wrap around Ye Fei's neck. This time, neither of them made a conscious effort to control themselves or circulated their techniques. "It's all your fault." After half a day, upon seeing her own limping figure, Jiang Mingyun cast a bashful glance at Ye Fei. "I apologize. It is all my fault. You should rest well. I will take care of the rest." Aware that he had exerted himself too much, Ye Fei offered Jiang Mingyun an awkward smile and hurriedly led her into the Qinglong sword. Subsequently, he used his spiritual sense to control a speck of dust, which, propelled by the wind, soared deep into the mountain range before them. Another half-day passed, and the speck of dust finally halted before a dazzling curtain of multicolored light. This was a valley, the very location of the Qihua sect. Due to the existence of the protective mountain array, even a speck of dust could not casually enter. "Let us wait." Ye Fei and Jiang Mingyun exchanged glances within the Qinglong sword, sharing a resigned smile. At this moment, they could only wait for a disciple of the Qihua sect to appear. Fortunately, there were quite a few disciples, and within just over an hour, the multicolored curtain rippled. Following this, a young man clad in a yellow robe emerged from within. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Fei swiftly maneuvered the speck of dust, slipping inside before the curtain closed. They had finally made it in. A sigh of relief escaped Ye Fei's lips as he continued to guide the speck of dust deeper into the Qihua sect. Although Jiang Mingyun possessed a map of the sect, its vast expanse meant that Ye Fei took considerable time to reach the heart of the Qihua sect, the Qihua Peak. The Qihua Peak appeared modest in height, but was extensive, spanning several miles. Numerous disciples guarded its outer layer, restricting entry and exit. However, these defenses were inconsequential to Ye Fei as he skillfully navigated past the Qihua sect disciples, following a long, winding passage into the depths of Qihua Peak. This was the sacred ground of the Qihua sect, home to the Qihua Spring. Inside the mountain, a vast hollow space unfolded, measuring several hundred meters across. Scattered at intervals were circular pools, from which steam billowed as scalding spring water gushed forth from the molten rock at the bottom, forming bubbles that broke the surface with a pop. There were a total of 9 such pools. Upon careful observation, Ye Fei noticed that while they appeared similar on the surface, they differed in temperature, gradually increasing from the outermost to the innermost. At this moment, the area was deserted, devoid of any presence. What shall we do now? After circling the pools and confirming their solitude, Ye Fei turned to Jiang Mingyun. This is the flesh-refining elixir. After consuming it, you must plunge into the outermost pool, and only when you have acclimated to its temperature can you proceed to the next one. This process continues until you can withstand the temperature of the innermost pool, at which point you will achieve the flesh refinement realm. Jiang Mingyun handed Ye Fei a vial containing the elixir she had prepared in advance. Flesh-refining elixirs were not uncommon in the Shenlong continent. The scarcity of practitioners was not due to a lack of elixirs, but rather the immense pain involved, which few could endure. Even among those who could, sacred sites like the Qihua Spring were rare, with only 2 known locations across the entire continent. Thus, those eligible to enter were exceedingly few, making top-tier flesh-refining cultivators a rarity. Will this temperature really not cook a person? Ye Fei shivered at the sight of the steaming pools. Indeed, if one does not resist, it could very well lead to cooking. You wouldn't be foolish enough to enter without utilizing your vital energy to resist, would you? Jiang Mingyun teased, covering her mouth as she chuckled at Ye Fei's apprehension. No laughing. You are not the one entering, but it's easy for you to comment that why Ye Fei's face flushed, feeling quite indignant. Who says I won't enter? After finally gaining entry, I cannot squander this opportunity. Jiang Mingyun smiled radiantly. You are entering too? Ye Fei asked in surprise that of course. I also practice both body and spiritual techniques, though my flesh-refining realm is comparatively lower, Jiang Mingyun replied, flashing Ye Fei a captivating smile. Indeed, I hadn't noticed. Ye Fei circled around Jiang Mingyun. His curiosity piqued as he scrutinized her. Stop looking. You should set up a few formations at the entrance to ensure we are not interrupted during our training. Jiang Mingyun said, her cheeks flushing slightly under Ye Fei's gaze. With the conversation shifting back to serious matters, Ye Fei ceased his playful demeanor, controlling the Qinglong sword as he flew towards the passage's entrance. Along the way, he placed monitoring formations on the stone walls at regular intervals to keep watch for any intrusions. To be cautious, he set up over 20 monitoring formations along the 2-mile passage. While these formations were not of high grade, they would continuously monitor the surroundings. Why Ye Fei attached a strand of his spiritual sense to each formation, ready to detect any disturbances. After all, being in someone else's sect called for heightened vigilance. In addition to the monitoring formations, Ye Fei also set up a barrier formation at the internal exit. This would prevent outsiders from probing in with their spiritual senses while also muffling any sounds emanating from within. I should still refine some formation flags. Upon completing the formations, Ye Fei contemplated the advantages of formation flags. Although he had not placed many formations, it had taken him half a day. After all, setting up formations through the Qinglong sword was no simple task and required considerable focus. If he had formation flags, the process would have been considerably easier, as setting up a formation would become a mere matter of convenience. Let us proceed. After double-checking to ensure everything was in order, Ye Fei and Jiang Mingyun exited the Qinglong sword together. Shall we enter together? Upon reaching the first pool, Ye Fei gazed at Jiang Mingyun's alluring figure. "Certainly," she replied with a sultry smile, slowly shedding her yellow veil to reveal the form-fitting attire beneath. Having grown intimate with Ye Fei, Jiang Mingyun had long discarded her conservative robe in favor of a garment that accentuated her physique. Now, as the veil fell away, her stunning body was fully unveiled before Ye Fei, who gazed at her with rapt admiration and a fiery heart. "Hurry, take the elixir and jump in," Jiang Mingyun urged. Satisfied with Ye Fei's reaction, with that, she discarded all her clothing, consumed a flesh-refining elixir, and with a splash, dove into the Chihua spring. Just moments later, submerged in the spring water, Jiang Mingyun could not help but moan. A sound laced with agony, her entire body flushed crimson, her delicate brows knitted tightly, her face etched with pain, yet she gritted her teeth and persevered. Witnessing this, Ye Fei wasted no time, stripping off his own clothing, swallowing a flesh-refining elixir, and leaping into the pool beside Jiang Mingyun. It's scorching. In an instant, Ye Fei felt a searing heat enveloping him, a pain that seemed to penetrate to his very bones, nearly causing him to faint. Without hesitation, he activated his flesh-refining technique, while simultaneously, the medicinal properties of the elixir spread through him, bringing a cool relief that coursed through his limbs. Yet this relief was but a fleeting respite. The excruciating pain remained, far surpassing that of standing beneath a waterfall, while Ye Fei's heart roared with fervor as he pushed the speed of his body, refining mantra, to its utmost limit. Even so, there was little improvement. He felt his muscles gradually growing more accustomed to the searing heat, akin to being boiled in water. Fortunately, the miraculous potency of the flesh-refining pill continuously stimulated the vitality of his flesh, ensuring that the inner muscles remained vibrant. Yet, what kind of torment would he endure when it came to refining bones and tendons? As Ye Fei struggled to circulate the mantra, he lamented inwardly. He was not alone in his suffering. Jiang Mingyun was equally distressed, enduring her own agony. Whenever the pain became unbearable, they would both cry out, finding a modicum of relief in their shared experience. This sensation persisted for an entire day before it finally eased a bit, allowing both to breathe a sigh of relief. Another day passed, and the potion's effects began to influence the outer layer of their muscles. As each muscle was tempered by the scalding waters, the flesh-refining pill's effects rapidly revitalized the cooked flesh. By the third day, the first pool of water was no longer capable of inflicting any harm upon their skin. They felt no more discomfort from the water's heat. At last, it was over. Ye Fei and Jiang Mingyun exchanged glances and stepped out of the pool. As soon as they emerged, they swiftly donned their garments and, with a thought, entered the Azure Dragon Sword. A day later, they re-emerged from the Azure Dragon Sword and plunged into the second pool of water. Compared to the last experience, this one was even more intense. Within just half a day, they began to struggle. What should we do? Realizing that the flesh-refining pill's effects were struggling to keep pace with the recovery of their muscles, Ye Fei felt a surge of urgency. At that moment, he noticed Jiang Mingyun leaning closer to him. Her condition was equally dire. She wrapped her arms around his neck. Even in such close proximity, they could hardly sense each other's presence. Frost cultivation. As Ye Fei pondered Jiang Mingyun, suppressing her excruciating pain, transmitted her thoughts to him. Her reminder sparked understanding within Ye Fei, and they decided to try it. After just one cycle, they were astonished to find that their muscle recovery rate had significantly increased. Effective. Ye Fei felt a surge of joy and glanced at Jiang Mingyun, who was also looking back at him, her face radiant with delight. Clearly, frost cultivation was beneficial to her as well. Remarkably, they exited the second pool after only 2 days, emerging revitalized and devoid of fatigue. Unlike their previous experience, this time they did not rest in the Azure Dragon Sword but directly assumed their positions and entered the third pool of water. Although this pool was hotter than the last, they quickly acclimatized due to the effects of frost cultivation. 2 more days passed, and they entered the fourth pool. Despite the increasing temperature of the water, they consistently adapted to it within 2 days. Thus, after another 8 days, they emerged from the 8th pool. Oh no, someone is coming. Just as they were about to enter the 9th pool, Ye Fei's eyelids twitched. prompting him to alert Jiang Minjian to I in the next instant. They hastily donned their clothing and flew into the Azure Dragon Sword. As they entered, Ye Fei waved his sleeve and dispelled the isolation array. Fortunately, their quick reactions left no trace behind. Master, with my abilities, can I endure the first pool? Soon, a female voice echoed through the passage. The two concealed within the Azure Dragon's sword heard it distinctly. The first pool is the simplest. With your capabilities, it should pose no challenge. An elder's voice resonated. Two figures stepped into view from the passage. Point one was a graceful maiden clad in a yellow dress, and the other a gray-cloaked elder. Ye Fei had already glimpsed their faces through the surveillance array embedded in the cave walls. Upon entering, they approached the first pool of water. How can there be traces of water? The elder raised an eyebrow as he noticed a puddle near the eighth pool, which was evidently fresh. Upon closer inspection, he found two sets of footprints, one large and one small, unmistakably belonging to two individuals. Could it be that someone was here before? The maiden quickly caught on and furrowed her brow, questioning the situation. It shouldn't be. There are no hiding spots here. The elder's expression darkened, despite his words. His consciousness had already spread out, enveloping the entire space, leaving no stone unturned. Yet the outcome was clear. He discovered nothing. This only deepened the shadows on his face. The eighth pool? Could it be him? Upon realizing the significance of the eighth pool, the elder's eyes narrowed, as if a realization dawned upon him. Could it be the ancient master? As the elder mentioned the eighth pool, the maiden's thoughts aligned with his. But wait, the ancient master is alone. Why are there two sets of footprints? She quickly dismissed her thoughts, recognizing that someone was cultivating alongside her frost cultivation. Moreover, this individual's body refining prowess must be at least at the 8th level of the flesh refinement stage. In their sect, only two individuals fit that description. The Venerable Bai Zhengyang, who happened to be at the 9th level of flesh refinement, and her master, who was a bone refining expert, progressing even more swiftly than herself. The elder squinted, sharing his deductions with the maiden. Frost cultivation within this crimson flame spring. Though the maiden's cheeks flushed, curiosity piqued her interest. You may not be aware, but when practicing flesh refinement in this crimson flame spring, frost cultivation not only alleviates pain, but also accelerates the refining process. For instance, relying solely on your willpower, you can only endure the first pool at this stage. However, if you can cultivate alongside another, you could directly withstand the fourth pool. As he spoke, the elder's gaze turned fervent as he looked at the maiden. Directly cultivate to the 4th level? Upon hearing the elder's words, the maiden felt an inkling of temptation. She entirely overlooked the elder's intense gaze at the very least. If the effects are favorable, reaching the 5th level should pose no issue. As the elder spoke, his gaze drifted toward the maiden's developing figure, which, though youthful, already hinted at a graceful curvature. Could it be that the ancient master hasn't gone far? The maiden gestured toward the puddle, her expression slightly hesitant. Fear not. Now that we are here, even if she was present moments ago, she will not return anytime soon. Seeing the maiden's disposition, the elder's gaze grew more fervent, no longer concealing his avarice. Master, if we proceed down that path, would it not betray mistress? The maiden hesitated for a moment, a trace of worry in her voice. As cultivators, we defy the heavens. Since we are treading a path contrary to fate, what does it matter? My little Yunner, rest assured, follow your master's guidance, and I promise you will advance to the 5th level of flesh refinement within 10 days. As for your mistress, she is but a mere facade. She will not care. Unable to contain himself any longer, the elder stepped forward and grasped the maiden's delicate hand. She did not resist, her face flushing with shyness as she lowered her gaze. There was no need for further words. The two soon shed their garments and entered the first pool of water together. Ugh! How utterly shameless. Jiang Mingyun had already retracted her consciousness, spitting several times to express her discontent. As the mentor of a young girl, it was beneath her dignity to engage in such despicable acts, leaving her feeling ashamed. Ahem! Ye Fei also cleared his throat lightly, withdrawing his consciousness. How was that little girl's figure? Jiang Mingyun narrowed her beautiful eyes, gazing at Ye Fei with a semblance of a smile. Fair indeed, but alas, not ample enough. Ye Fei instinctively remarked, "No, I saw nothing at all, truly nothing," as soon as the words left his mouth. He realized the predicament and hastily corrected himself. Humph, not a single man is worth trusting. Jiang Mingyun huffed coldly, casting an indignant glare at Ye Fei. She then turned away, dismissing him entirely. What have I done to deserve this? It is not I who has caused trouble for my own disciple. Why direct your ire at me? Ye Fei murmured, feeling quite perplexed. You dare say more? Jiang Mingyun's expression hardened instantly, her demeanor reflecting her anger. All right. I shall remain silent. Why, Ye Fei quickly sealed his lips. What a jest! To be denied the company of such a beautiful woman would be more painful than death itself.